Ji Fei found herself ensnared in a web of fate, transformed into a resentful woman on the brink of divorce in a wealthy household. Oh dear, after the divorce, I shall be rich, beautiful, and single. What more could one desire in a husband? Ah, I am but a victim of deceit. Leave. I must hasten to sever these ties before the truth comes to light. As she prepared to sign the divorce agreement, President Jean looked on, puzzled. Soon after, the trusted secretary of the entire company was escorted away by the police. With the divorce falling through, Ji Fei was compelled to continue her life as a lady of the affluent family, albeit with the solace of a gossip system by her side. What? The orphan my sister-in-law wishes to adopt is the child of my husband's former lover? This brother-in-law seeks to live off the spoils. Chapter 1. Oh, dear. I can finally divorce. Sign here, and after the divorce, I shall not pursue any legal repercussions against you. I will grant you an additional $2 billion, and I will also establish your studio as an independent entity, along with that apartment in the city center. A deep, melodious voice, laced with an icy undertone, echoed in the room. Ji Fei stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Her exquisite almond-shaped eyes sparkled. One reflected 200,000, the other 0, 0, 0, 0. She lowered her gaze to scrutinize the divorce agreement, counting the zeros. Across the desk sat a tall man, his refined features framed by a cold demeanor, his obsidian eyes glinting with a chilling hue. He observed Ji Fei's trembling figure, her head bowed, hand pressed to her mouth. His heart hardened further. Had he known it would come to this, Qin Xian would have acted differently. Ji Fei was both pitiable and loathsome. Her parents had been close friends with the Qin family, yet they had passed away before she reached adulthood. In their dying wishes, the Qin family took her in, only for her to repay their kindness with betrayal, scheming to become his wife. Her life had been anything but tranquil, with her incessantly stalking him and fabricating turmoil, turning his existence into chaos. Now, she had even stolen company secrets to sell to rival firms, causing substantial losses and widespread discontent throughout the company. Even to appease the board, he had no choice but to divorce her. I have shown you enough mercy. I hope you recognize the situation. Had it not been for her deceased parents, Qin Xian would have left her with no alternatives. He anticipated Ji Fei's desperate refusal to sign, yet she trembled as she took the pen. Seeing this, Qin Xian exhaled softly. It seemed Ji Fei understood. She had crossed the line this time and would no longer resist. Finally, the divorce was within reach. Oh, dear. I can finally divorce. Qin Xian? Was that Ji Fei's voice? He had seldom heard her exclaim with such exuberance. For a moment, he couldn't discern it, only to glance up and find her expression contorted as she prepared to sign. Was that fury or joy? Wait, Ji Fei hadn't uttered a word. How splendid! 2 billion. Just think of all the houses I could buy and the little pups I could raise. Truly, my ex-husband is generous. Qin Xian's handsome features twitched. He was certain Ji Fei hadn't spoken, yet he distinctly heard her voice. What was happening? Qin Xian, ever cautious, glanced at his secretary, Jean. At that moment, she was gazing intently at the divorce agreement beneath Ji Fei's hand. Upon noticing his gaze, Jean immediately displayed a look of sympathy, as if lamenting that they had reached this juncture. Qin Xian dismissed her odd expression. The critical point was that Jean couldn't hear those voices. Miss Ji, you have truly brought great trouble upon President Jean this time. I hope you can start anew after you leave and refrain from. Sigh. Jean suppressed her smile, earnestly advising Ji Fei, all while internally counting down to the inevitable outburst. After all, Ji Fei was a fool who would explode at the slightest provocation. Once she erupted, perhaps that generous compensation would be rescinded, leaving her with nothing. Jean felt Ji Fei unworthy of even a modicum of favor from such a fine man as Qin Xian. Yet, Ji Fei merely glanced at her before hastily signing her name, as if in a race against fate. How infuriating! Though I bear the blame, if I can secure a smooth divorce and such compensation, I shall not quibble with the true culprit. Qin Xian accepted the divorce agreement Ji Fei had flung towards him, his movements faltering, a storm brewing in the depths of his profound gaze. What? Blame? Culprit? Before he could recover from his shock at hearing those voices, a new revelation struck him. Wasn't Ji Fei the one who, out of dissatisfaction with his indifference, had intentionally stirred trouble to attract his attention, resulting in this calamity? Everyone had witnessed that during that period, she was the only one to enter the president's office. There were even photographs of her clandestinely meeting with the vice president of the rival company. The evidence was irrefutable, though she had vehemently denied it during their confrontations. Eventually, she had shouted in rage, "If you don't believe me, then let it be. What can you do to me?" He had assumed it was her embarrassment at being exposed that had driven her to fury. Now, it appeared she was merely acting recklessly in defiance. President Jean, it is time to sign, Jean urged, noting his hesitation with the pen, her usually calm voice tinged with urgency. Upon hearing her, Jean Sien felt that Jean had overstepped her bounds. Recalling her earlier mention of the culprit stirred unease within him. Jean was his university classmate, someone he had known for years. He trusted her implicitly. How could she betray the company in such a manner? At this moment, Jean eagerly extended the pen, knowing that while Jean Sien appeared cold, he was deeply responsible, especially protective of family. Otherwise, he would not have been ensnared by Ji Fei for so long. Previous attempts at divorce had faltered under Ji Fei's tears and tantrums. Now that she was finally ready to sign, there could be no mishaps on Jean Sien's part. How impatient! It seems Jean is anxious, fearing her efforts may go to waste. Jean Sien's expression shifted. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed the black pen firmly against the table. Both Ji Fei and Jean froze, taken aback by the sudden action. Jean Sien's dark, penetrating gaze bore into Ji Fei, who had yet to recover from her surprise. I shall ask you one final time. Did you truly commit this act? He was always prudent. If what he had heard was indeed true, it would not only wrongfully accuse an innocent, but could also leave the company with an irreparable risk, thus necessitating verification. Jean's complexion paled momentarily, though she remained composed, for Ji Fei could not vindicate herself. Ji Fei felt the weight of Jean Sien's oppressive gaze and began to feel uneasy. What does this mean? Is he reconsidering the 2 billion? Surely, he cannot regret this. Whatever he has to say, he can do so after signing. Jean Sien's heart constricted as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Ji Fei, as if demanding an answer. Ji Fei's eyes darted around, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. Of course it wasn't me. Why are all of you so blind? Jean entered and exited after me. Yet the witnesses outside the office conveniently ignored her when questioned about suspicious individuals. They didn't even need to check the surveillance footage. They simply dragged me out to be blamed. This is what one calls a subconscious blind spot. Jean Sien suddenly realized there had been others entering and exiting his office besides Ji Fei. At that time, the evidence had been overwhelming, directly implicating Ji Fei. Without reviewing the surveillance footage, he had subconsciously believed Ji Fei capable of such outrageous acts. Hence, just as he was about to speak, he heard Ji Fei coldly declare, I have nothing to say, sign the damn paper. Jean Sien's demeanor gradually turned cold. He could not fathom why Ji Fei, fully aware of the truth, chose to remain silent. Was she afraid that he would doubt her words? With this thought, Jean Sien abruptly rose to his feet. Beside him, Secretary Jean gazed at Jean Sien in astonishment, only to feel a piercing glare directed at him. That scrutinizing gaze sent a shiver down Secretary Jin's spine. Before he could react, Jean Sien strode purposefully towards the exit. As he passed by the bewildered Ji Fei, he commanded in a low voice, come with me.
Wait.
What for? Ji Fei was utterly confused. Jean Sien swung open the door and called out to the busy assistants outside, retrieve the surveillance footage from the evening of the 11th. My wife is feeling unconvinced. Let her see if she was indeed the only one who entered and exited that night. Secretary Jin's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. President Jean, Ji Fei. This is unjust. When have I ever been unconvinced? My face clearly conveys my complete acceptance. Chapter 2. Two vents beneath the eyebrows. The employees of the Qin Group, particularly those in the president's office, had long harbored grievances against Ji Fei's antics. The imposition of surveillance felt like an accusation of deceit against them, as if they were being told they were lying to frame her. They had all witnessed the events firsthand. Who would dare to fabricate tales about the president's wife? Nevertheless, at Jean Sien's command, the surveillance footage was promptly displayed on the large screen. In high speed, it was evident that Ji Fei had entered and stayed for half an hour, seemingly waiting for someone, before emerging with a sullen demeanor. Everyone present couldn't help but scoff internally, believing Ji Fei to be stubbornly unyielding. They were eager to see how she would defend herself now. Only Secretary Jean began to perspire nervously. When Ji Fei's image finally appeared on the footage, Secretary Jin's pupils constricted, and he cautiously glanced at Jean Sien. Meanwhile, those who had previously disparaged Ji Fei momentarily froze upon witnessing the scene, though some remained unresponsive. As the video came to a halt, Jean Sien's expression darkened considerably, as if frost had settled upon his visage. It was indeed true. He turned his gaze towards those who had so confidently asserted that only Ji Fei had entered and exited his office, coldly inquiring, only my wife? However, these individuals had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. An experienced assistant boldly spoke up. President Jean, is there really no issue? It was only the madam. Others nodded in agreement, dismissing the concern. This is what we call having two vents beneath the eyebrows, merely blinking without truly seeing.
Listening to your face mocking remarks.
Qin Xian's countenance soured even further. Suddenly, a male voice interjected. Strictly speaking, two individuals have entered and exited. One is the madam, and the other is Secretary Jean. Remarkably, there is one who is not blind. The crowd turned to see a young man standing at the back, a newly promoted assistant. Qin Xian had a sharp memory and recalled that this individual had been out on business when Ji Fei was initially identified. At this moment, the others seemed to finally grasp the situation, yet upon reflection, they found it amusing. What nonsense are you spouting? Secretary Jean frequently comes and goes. You're new here and still unfamiliar. Secretary Jean is President Jean's trusted aide. Are you implying that Secretary Jean is betraying the company? The exaggerated tone suggested that such a notion was utterly absurd. Yet, Qin Xian suddenly let out a cold snort, plunging the room into silence. Ji Fei, however, could scarcely contain her amusement, thinking, if only they knew the truth, their expressions would be utterly delightful. She cast a curious glance at Secretary Jean, who was unconditionally trusted by everyone present. Secretary Jean, whose real name was Jean Yu, sported a sleek high ponytail, with slightly curled strands of hair that appeared meticulously designed to exude a relaxed elegance. Her professional attire accentuated her figure impeccably, and though her makeup was light, it was flawless in its execution. Yet, her expression at that moment was anything but natural. But one cannot entirely blame them, after all. Their attitudes towards Secretary Jean and me are entirely based on Qin Xian's template, Ji Fei mused. Beside her, Qin Xian felt a pang of guilt. Was it truly his fault? What could Secretary Jean possibly have to disclose? President Jean, do you suspect me? Although feeling guilty, Secretary Jean quickly regained her composure, her tone incredulous. I did indeed enter, but has President Jean forgotten? Every evening, I find myself in your office, preparing for your meetings the following day. It appears that you have meticulously planned for a moment when I could enter and exit alone. How clever. However, after listening for a while, I was surprised to discover that your employees are expected to work overtime. I never imagined that Qin Xian would be such a capitalist, exploiting his staff like this. Perhaps he should be gifted a labor law manual post-divorce. So, after all this time, your focus is on this matter. This concerns your innocence. Moreover, all our employees receive triple pay for overtime. Qin Xian, nearly losing his composure thanks to Ji Fei's taunts, quickly regained his focus. Anyone who has entered or exited must be subject to investigation. No one is exempt. Secretary Jean immediately displayed a wounded expression. She genuinely did not anticipate that Qin Xian would treat her with such impartiality, especially since that foolish woman had already confessed. Can her standing in Qin Xian's heart truly be compared to that of this woman? She has been by his side for a decade, flawlessly managing every significant detail. The other assistants also exhibited discontent, likely believing that the president's scrutiny was excessive. Secretary Jean, it seems that Ji Fei will always be regarded as the one at fault. Is he not concerned about alienating his most trusted aides? Though the president may appear oblivious, they were all acutely aware of the truth. In reality, Secretary Jean had long harbored unspoken feelings for the president, devoted entirely to Qin Xian. While she could easily rival Ji Fei, she always found herself bullied by her, never daring to retaliate. How could she possibly betray the Qin group? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a derisive laugh echoed from the entrance. Ji Fei curiously glanced over to see a group of individuals striding in with great confidence. The assistants in the president's office promptly stepped aside to make room. From memory, the leading figure, a balding gentleman, was Director Tang of the board. The one who had just laughed was a young man with tousled blonde hair who emerged from behind him, Director Tang's son, Tang Jun. He exuded the air of a reckless heir, merely coasting through his time at the company. At that moment, Tang Jun approached Secretary Jean, casting a hostile glance at Qin Xian. Qin Xian, have you lost your mind? You spoke so decisively at the board meeting about divorcing this disaster. And now what are you doing? Is there any lingering doubt that warrants such an extensive investigation? Even more absurd is the fact that I just heard you suspect your loyal secretary. You must be out of your mind. Director Tang pretended to chide Tang Jun. How dare you speak to President Qin like that? His meticulous nature is a virtue. You cannot accuse him of doubting Secretary Jean. I suspect this is a result of the Lady S refusal to admit her guilt, leading to this situation. Tang Jun shot Ji Fei a furious glare. You woman. Even at this moment, you still wish to drag others down with you. It's simply outrageous. Before he could utter any further insults, Qin Xian stepped forward, his expression icy as he positioned himself protectively in front of Ji Fei, ready to speak. Where on earth did they dig you up from? To allow such insolence to emerge? Qin Xian's words caught in his throat. Tang Jun, is it? How dare you confront a titan of the group? Let us see what gives you the audacity to act so brazenly. The leader of the Qin faction was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? It became clear that Director Tang held the highest position on the board, seemingly in opposition to Qin Xian. Had it not been for Tang Jun's utter incompetence and Qin Xian's exceptional prowess, Director Tang might have genuinely sought to elevate his own son to power upon Qin Ba's retirement. It was no wonder that Tang Jun felt somewhat lost in his position before Qin Xian. At this point, Qin Xian was indeed astonished. It was evident that Ji Fei had previously been oblivious to their group's dynamics, yet she suddenly seemed to grasp everything. Moreover, she clearly could not have known that Secretary Jean had entered and exited the office after her. Indeed, there must be something peculiar about her. Oh my goodness! Ji Fei's sudden exclamation startled Qin Xian, causing him to wonder what she had just seen. Meanwhile, he half-heartedly listened to Tang Jun's defense of Secretary Jean. No wonder he was so antagonistic toward me. He was indeed protective of Secretary Jean. So, Tang Jun was a sycophant to Secretary Jean? How absurdly devoted. It was almost laughable. Qin Xian was taken aback. Tang Jun harbored feelings for Secretary Jean? A sycophant? How much adoration did that entail? He sends her good morning, good afternoon, and good evening messages, reminds her to bring an umbrella when it rains, and to dress warmly when it's cold, even though she never replies. And he persists for 2 years. Such perseverance. Qin Xian thought to himself, if only he applied this dedication to his work. Once, for a mere comment about something she liked, he traversed all of Paris to procure it, only to fall ill from exhaustion. When he presented the gift, Secretary Jean merely advised him to drink more hot water, and he was devastated. Such sincerity. Qin Xian mused, if only he had such sincerity towards his work. He even played the guitar and sang beneath her window at midnight, only to be reported by neighbors for disturbing the peace and taken to the police station for a reprimand. Secretary Jean didn't even come to his aid. He had to find his own way out. Afterwards, he apologized for possibly disturbing her sleep. Remarkably considerate of him. Qin Xian pondered, so, who is truly at fault for the frequent mistakes at work? Is it that his meticulous nature cannot be retained in a professional setting? And there is more. Qin Xian exclaimed. What more could there possibly be? After falling for Secretary Jean, he never sought the company of other women, maintaining his virtue. He would merely gaze at her photo at night, engaged in some inappropriate behavior. Such private matters should not be made public. I have no interest in others' privacy. At that moment, Tang Jun, who was earnestly speaking before them, remained unaware that his vulnerabilities had been laid bare by Ji Fei. He merely sensed the increasingly intricate glances exchanged between the two individuals, tinged with a hint of sympathy and disappointment. What did that mean? So it was all the doing of Director Tang. Qin Xian exclaimed, bewildered. What does Director Tang have to do with this? Wait, what was it I needed to address? His mind was a whirlwind, but ultimately, he was drawn away from his confusion by Ji Fei's heartfelt outburst. Gossip, an irresistible temptation even for the most serious of individuals. Chapter 3. Has she fallen victim to a handsome scheme? Initially, it was the unyielding ambition of Director Tang to usurp power that led him to dispatch Tang Jun to test Secretary Jean, hoping to entice him away. Little did he anticipate that he would instead lose his son in the process. It is worth noting that his son had transformed into a sycophant, much to the amusement of others. Now, in this matter, he staunchly supports his son, perhaps under the delusion that his offspring is winning people over, thus lending his presence as a show of solidarity. Having lost his son, he even assists the opposing party in counting their gains. Standing firmly behind his son, like a mountain of stability, Director Tang suddenly felt a shiver as he caught sight of Qin Xian's profound gaze directed at him. In that instant, he swelled with pride, straightening his chest and drawing in his abdomen. It seemed that in this situation, Qin Xian was indeed at fault, reduced to a state of embarrassment by his beloved son's scolding. Perhaps, seizing this opportunity, he could lure Secretary Jean to their side. Just wait until someone dares to label his son as a second-generation heir or a spendthrift. Hey, Qin Xian, are you going to stand idly by while that woman humiliates Secretary Jean? Tang Jun exclaimed, Noticing that Qin Xian remained unresponsive, his expression shifting subtly. Unable to contain his anger, he added, "Do not forget that only Ji Fei has met Vice President Li from that company. There are photos and videos as evidence." Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Qin Xian quickly cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone as he turned to Ji Fei. "Why did you meet him?" Previously, when he had inquired, Ji Fei had responded in a fit of hysteria, failing to provide a satisfactory answer. This time, Qin Xian felt that even if Ji Fei remained uncooperative, he could find the truth through other means. Ji Fei blinked, sensing that matters had grown complicated. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Xian was genuinely intent on uncovering the truth. In terms of character, Qin Xian was indeed admirable, diligently striving not to wrong anyone. However, this was not what Ji Fei desired. She wished for a divorce. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly found herself caught in the intensity of Qin Xian's gaze, his sharp brows and phoenix-like eyes, with features so exquisitely sculpted, rivaling even the most prominent stars. At that moment, when he focused his attention on her, it was as if time stood still, leaving Ji Fei momentarily entranced. Before he amassed a fortune of 200 million, Qin Xian's visage had been deceptively charming. Ji Fei herself had been momentarily captivated. Yet now, his handsome face was etched with seriousness, exuding an air of unplayful gravity. His penetrating gaze seemed to see through her very soul, causing Ji Fei's heart to quiver. And she blurted out, "It was work arranged by my agent." As soon as the words left her lips, Ji Fei regretted them, wishing to pound her fists against the wall. Had she fallen victim to the charms of a handsome man? Why had she spoken so candidly? This could spiral into something far more complicated. Before anyone could react, Tang Jun scoffed, "You are being utterly foolish in shifting the blame. Your agent must be out of her mind to arrange work with the opposing company." The Qin Group owned an entertainment company, which included a studio dedicated to serving Ji Fei. As an agent employed by the Qin Group, it was inconceivable that she would accept work from a rival company unless it was intentional. Without granting Ji Fei the chance to respond further, Tang Jun quickly contacted Ji Fei's agent, Sister Wei. The call was answered promptly, and he explained the situation. Sister Wei immediately retorted, "What? I did not make such arrangements. Mrs. Qin, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I am but a minor figure, and I truly cannot bear such a burden. A mere agent would surely not dare to wrong the president's wife." While others failed to detect the rigidity in her tone, they felt as if everything had been conclusively established. Secretary Jean discreetly smirked. Tang Jun declared with pride, "Next time you lie, refrain from making such easily debunked claims." He then mouthed to Ji Fei, "Fool." Ji Fei, now genuinely displeased, had initially thought it was just a typical frame-up, believing that someone as inconsequential as Sister Wei could also fall victim. Little did she know the scheme was far more extensive, implicating even Sister Wei. Qin Xian had also come to this realization and was contemplating sending someone to investigate Sister Wei when he overheard Ji Fei's inner thoughts. "I want to see how much they spent to bribe her to frame me." Qin Xian was taken aback. Could she truly glean information at will? "What? Is my innocence worth merely 2,000 yuan in red envelopes? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I must have overlooked a myriad of details." Qin Xian found himself bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. Was it really just 2,000 yuan? Boo, is it really 2,000 yuan? Wait, so that's how it is. What? After a prolonged silence, Ji Fei continued to lament. Qin Xian, typically composed, was on the verge of losing his temper due to Ji Fei's incessant musings. "Do speak up. If you remain silent, how am I to prove your innocence?" Fortunately, Ji Fei was unwittingly astute. No wonder they didn't ask for money. It turns out that Agent Wei is Secretary Jin's sister-in-law, and they are essentially family, naturally united against external forces. So Secretary Jin had long planted a pawn beside me? They pretended not to know each other before. Impressive. Qin Xian retorted, "Why are you praising her?" Upon learning the truth, Qin Xian was taken aback. It appeared Secretary Jin had made extensive arrangements behind his back long ago. At that moment, an aide cautiously inquired whether they could terminate Sister Wei's call, as they had stated all that needed to be said. Qin Xian's tone shifted. Addressing the phone, he stated, "Given the inconsistencies in your statements, I will arrange for thorough evidence collection. Should Agent Wei lack tangible proof, we shall meticulously investigate your network of connections." Instantly, everyone present stared at Qin Xian in astonishment. They collectively thought, even in this situation, he insists on pursuing the matter further?
Yifei exclaimed. Wow.
Qin Xian's accidental hits are remarkably accurate.
Meanwhile,
No one noticed Secretary Jin's fluster and the sharp intake of breath from the other end of the line.
what do you mean by that?
Tang Jun continued to charge forth in defense of love. Qin Xian responded coolly. Discrepancies in statements warrant scrutiny. Even the police do not lend credence to one side alone. Jifei's network is straightforward, and I am aware there could have been no prior connections. However, this agent's affiliations remain unclear. Qin, how could I possibly be linked to a rival company? The agent implored anxiously. Indeed, there was no connection, but an investigation would reveal her ties to Secretary Jin. This relationship was unknown to others, implying a deliberate concealment, and with it being entangled in the current matter, clarity would be elusive. Qin Xian coldly declared, await notification. With that, he granted the agent no opportunity for rebuttal and promptly ended the call. The next moment, his icy gaze swept towards Secretary Jin. In a state of panic, Secretary Jin was taken aback and retreated a step. Tang Jun immediately stepped forward to defend her, exclaiming with indignation, "It seems you are determined to protect this woman today. I suspect you intend to make Secretary Jin take the fall. However, it is unfortunate that Secretary Jin has never interacted with anyone from the rival company. For the past few days, she has either been at the office or at home." Secretary Jin, regaining her composure, cast a sorrowful glance at Qin Xian, her tone unwavering. "If President Qin does not believe me, I am willing to accept any investigation. According to standard investigative procedures, Secretary Jin's recent whereabouts and all electronic devices in her possession would undoubtedly be scrutinized." From Tang Jun's earlier remarks, it was evident that Secretary Jin had not encountered the opposing party. Yet, her confidence suggested that no incriminating evidence was left behind. Could it be that her electronic devices bore no traces either? Qin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. I wondered why she seemed so assured. It appears this was all meticulously orchestrated. Qin Xian perked up, realizing further reflection was unnecessary. I did not anticipate such a flawless arrangement. Stop lamenting and speak up, he urged. An email was sent on the morning of the 12th, but if we examine her computer, even recovering all deleted records through technical means would yield nothing. Qin Xian's heart sank. How could this be possible? Because she utilized Tang Jun's naive computer to send it. Tang Jun trusts her implicitly, never taking precautions in the office. The login password is even her birthday. Thus, even if she is suspected, nothing can be uncovered from her computer. To assume the worst. If the rival company were to betray her, the investigation would only implicate Tang Jun. Qin Xian's expression shifted dramatically, his unfriendly gaze darting from Secretary Jin to Tang Jun. However, there remains a flaw. Perhaps she is overly confident in her standing within the company. Qin Xian immediately focused intently, eager to discern this flaw. However, Jifei did not continue her line of thought. Forget it. The secrets I possess cannot be disclosed. Ultimately, aside from Sister Wei possibly uncovering some issues, this will be inconsequential for Secretary Jin. Let us swiftly conclude this tedious farce. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Indeed, it was a farce. He commanded the technical department to examine Secretary Jin's electronic devices. Chapter 4. Qin Xian, do you still wish to shield Jifei? Secretary Jin did not anticipate that Qin Xian would truly put her in such an embarrassing position, her face turning pale. She pressed her lips together, her expression a portrait of grievance. With a look of deep sorrow, she regarded Qin Xian as if he were a heartless betrayer. Tang Yun, infuriated on behalf of his beloved, felt that this was an utter insult to Secretary Jin's dignity. However, confronted by Qin Xian's chilling demeanor and icy gaze, Tang Jun, in a fit of rage, declared, "If nothing is uncovered, you must apologize to Secretary Jin." Although others remained silent, their expressions conveyed their dissatisfaction. This turmoil had already attracted the attention of the entire corporation, with several senior leaders in attendance. After all, high-caliber talent like Secretary Jin was of paramount importance. They too believed that Qin Xian had lost his senses. In the circle, it is well known that while Qin Xian can do without his trouble-causing wife, Jifei, who brings no value, he absolutely cannot be without his Secretary Jin. However, Jifei suspects that their gathering is, to some extent, merely for the sake of gossip, as evidenced by their inquisitive little eyes. After all, one is Qin Xian's nominal wife, while the other is his secretary, who has managed to remain close to the aloof Qin Xian for such an extended period. It seems that bets have already been placed on this spectacle. Ji Fei, who typically observes from the sidelines, never expected to find herself at the center of attention. Truly, the jester is none other than myself. Ji Fei can only shoot Qin Xian a fierce glare filled with resentment, while he provides nothing but a stoic profile akin to a cypress tree, serving as a target for her silent fury. Although his ears are nearly overwhelmed by her incessant murmurs, he finds himself questioning whether she had always possessed such a temperament. Before long, the investigation results are revealed. Without a shadow of doubt, there is no suspicion to be found. Tang Jun immediately strides forth with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Qin Xian, do you still intend to shield Ji Fei?" Qin Xian can feel the intense gaze from behind him. "Mr. Qin, surely you must believe me now." Jin's eyes glisten with unshed tears, as if on the verge of breaking down. Qin Xian glances at his phone before raising his gaze to Jin. In that fleeting moment, his frigid stare instills an unsettling premonition within her. The crowd, initially convinced of a conclusive verdict, is taken aback when Qin Xian ceases his dialogue with Jin and instead focuses on the large screen behind him. They turn to follow his gaze, only to witness the sudden switch to a surveillance video. As the image materializes, many recognize it as the entrance to Tang Jun's office, showcasing Jin entering the office. A wave of confusion sweeps through the crowd, leaving them with a sense of sudden disorientation. Only Jin's complexion shifts dramatically, her body growing cold, her pupils quaking in alarm. Tang Jun, pointing at the screen, exclaims in anger, "Qin Xian, what is the meaning of this? Are you monitoring Jin's entrance to deliver documents?" Qin Xian remains unperturbed, coldly fixated on the footage. Meanwhile, the astute director Tang, upon noting the timestamp of the surveillance, displays a subtly altered expression. His countenance darkens upon observing his son exiting the office alone, leaving Jin behind. Soon enough, Jin departs, while Tang Jun returns cheerfully with a platter of fruits, only to find her absence prompting his irritation. As the crowd remains perplexed, the footage transitions to a screen recording of a computer interface, revealing a desktop adorned with Jin's stunning photographs. The crowd's glances towards Tang Jun become charged with nuance, causing director Tang to feel a surge of indignation. Enraged, Tang Jun exclaims, "Qin Xian, did you send someone to tamper with my computer?"
Indeed.
A technician had breached Tang Jun's computer password in an attempt to recover all deleted email correspondence. Just as Tang Jun finishes his outburst, he notices Jin appearing somewhat unsteady beside him, igniting his concern for her without grasping the underlying issue. Meanwhile, the fury within director Tang is nearing its boiling point. A palpable tension enveloped the room, as if the very atmosphere had crystallized, rendering even the faintest sound audible, each heartbeat resonating like a drum. The moment the email containing confidential documents was restored, the interface magnified the sending time, which, when juxtaposed with the timestamps from the surveillance footage, unveiled an undeniable truth. Yet, astonishingly, there remained one who could not grasp the reality. Tang Jun, fixated on the screen, took a moment to process the information before vehemently rebuking Qin Xian. "You must be out of your mind. To protect Ji Fei, you orchestrated such a video to slander her." However, before he could finish his tirade, his father delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, sending him crashing to the floor. "Father, must you silence me?" Tang's father swiftly addressed Qin Xian and the other executives, exclaiming, "You see, my son is not involved in this matter. He is merely a pawn. A fool, indeed." At this juncture, he had no choice but to acknowledge his son's folly. If the connection was not severed, should suspicions arise regarding a collusion between Tang Jun and Secretary Jin, he would find himself at a loss for words. "What a treacherous heart you possess, Secretary Jin, to exploit my son and frame Madam Qin. What wrong has President Qin committed to deserve such betrayal from you?" Tang's father yearned to unearth some scandalous gossip to divert attention from the pressing issue. All eyes turned toward Secretary Jin, a mixture of shock, disbelief, and fury reflected in their gazes. The assistants from the president's office trembled with rage, their eyes ablaze. Only recently had they ardently defended Secretary Jin, pointing fingers at Madam Qin. Now, they felt an overwhelming shame, wishing to bury themselves in a pit of despair. Knowing President Qin's temperament, they feared he would dismiss them all, having been so grievously misled by Secretary Jin. Yet, silence fell upon them, each attempting to diminish their presence in the room.
Meanwhile,
Secretary Jin's complexion had drained of color, her breathing rapid and unsteady. Desperation flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Xian, still unwilling to surrender. "Qin Xian, I didn't he? Agent Wei is your cousin, isn't she?" You conspired with her to frame Ji Fei, correct? Qin Xian's words struck like the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing an uproar in the room. How could you? Did you already know? Secretary Jin's spirit shattered utterly. The crowd turned in astonishment toward Qin Xian, unable to fathom how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Ji Fei's mind had gone blank the moment the video was revealed. She was grappling with the truth, yet Qin Xian's revelation was beyond her comprehension. Only when her agent was mentioned did Ji Fei begin to connect the dots. Could it be that Qin Xian was aware of Sister Wei's identity all along, leading him to suspect Secretary Jin? But how did that implicate Tang Jun? Tang's father, equally perplexed, wondered how the investigation had led back to his son. Casting a sidelong glance at the dazed Ji Fei, Qin Xian realized he could not publicly disclose that the entire truth stemmed from her inner thoughts. As for the agent, that matter would have to wait, once suspicion arose. It was only natural to scrutinize all surveillance footage of her solitary actions and investigate every electronic device she might have encountered. The secretary, Jean, failed to delete the surveillance footage that could potentially serve as evidence, which is precisely the flaw that Ji Fei pointed out. Chapter 5. The White Moonlight? That would inevitably lead to divorce. Such meticulous scrutiny suggests that she is regarded as the sole culprit, actively sought after for incriminating evidence. Jean had always believed that even if her comings and goings in the office were disclosed, Qin Xian, being thorough, would not investigate to such an extent. Hence, she did not feel the need to erase the surveillance records in a manner that would raise suspicion. She truly did not anticipate Qin Xian's cold-heartedness when addressing matters related to her. Jean collapsed helplessly onto the floor, this realization causing her to unravel. The one in greater distress was Tang Jun. Did you truly do this?
Why?
Tang Jun's eyes reddened, his emotions running high as he grasped Jin's arm, demanding answers fervently. Director Tang found his son's behavior exceedingly embarrassing and quickly pulled Tang Jun back, reasoning that it was merely jealousy, a desire to usurp Madame Qin's position. Yet Tang Jun seemed struck by a thunderbolt, exclaiming, "You like Qin Xian?" "No, that's impossible." Director Tang wanted to facepalm. How blind could his son be? So many had noticed, yet he remained oblivious. Ji Fei shared the same sentiment. Tang Jun is indeed blind. He adores Jean, yet he fails to see her affection for Qin Xian. After silently lamenting this, Ji Fei lifted her gaze only to catch a flicker of astonishment in Qin Xian's otherwise composed expression.
Goodness.
Could it be that Qin Xian has never realized Jin's feelings for him? What an extraordinary, oblivious man. Qin Xian's ears flushed with embarrassment at Ji Fei's unspoken thoughts, his handsome face gradually becoming unnaturally tense. What is happening? Is this not a scheme where the enemy has bribed Jean to steal corporate secrets, casting Ji Fei as the scapegoat? Jean likes him? Impossible. She does not. This is not how it is. I harbor no ulterior motives. Jean suddenly cried out in panic. She anxiously looked at Qin Xian and confessed, "I admit this was my doing, but it is absolutely not as everyone imagines. I acted to assist Yu Ji." Instantly, the room fell silent. Yu Ji, that is. Qin Xian's expression shifted as he asked, "What did you say?" Jean hurriedly replied, "Yu Ji is returning to the country." Qin Xian's pupils flickered, and he awkwardly glanced at Ji Fei. Ji Fei remarked, "Yu Ji, I know her, Qin Xian's white moonlight, the first love who heartlessly abandoned him years ago. Once a golden couple, they were the epitome of a perfect pairing in the high society circle." Qin Xian responded, "You know of her." Ji Fei continued, "But what does this have to do with Jean?" Qin Xian regarded Jean earnestly. Indeed, what relevance did her actions hold?
Jean,
as if grasping a lifeline, fervently explained, "Yu Ji and I are the best of friends. Her departure from you was unavoidable. I do not wish for you both to miss your fate due to misunderstandings. I know you would not divorce lightly. So I willingly bear the burden of being the villain, hoping to secure an opportunity for you and Yu Ji." Having spoken, Jean lowered her head, appearing sorrowful, as if her actions were driven by an inescapable sense of obligation. Indeed, Secretary Jean is a close friend of Yu Ji, which is why their familiarity has blossomed. Had it not been for this connection, there would have been no trust in placing her in the position of secretary when she was first brought into the company. During their youthful days at university, Secretary Jean was a silent witness to their romance, often playing the role of a matchmaker. Therefore, when whispers circulated about Secretary Jean harboring feelings for him, Qin Xian dismissed such notions as impossible. The gathered crowd was taken aback, sensing a dramatic turn of events. Yet only a handful truly believed it, After all, it was evident that Secretary Jin's heart and mind were wholly occupied by Qin Xian. However, it was the first time they learned that Secretary Jin was actually the close confidant of Qin Xian's first love. This revelation had never been hinted at by Secretary Jin before. Wait, there's an even more astonishing piece of news. Is Qin Xian's first love returning? Was their breakup merely a misunderstanding? The attendees couldn't help but furtively glance at Qin Xian, anticipating his reaction, but they were reminded that Mrs. Qin, Ji Fei, was also present. The atmosphere crackled with excitement. It was a veritable battleground of emotions. Qin Xian quickly interjected, unwilling to be the subject of Ji Fei's prying curiosity. For the sake of personal gain, allowing such losses to the company while ensnaring others in false accusations was inexcusable, and no excuse could absolve one from accountability. He declared coldly. Indeed, and what's more, all these reasons are fabricated. Ji Fei's attention was swiftly diverted. After all, it is a common trait among youth to struggle with maintaining focus. But why concoct such a sudden excuse? I must see. Initially intending to discuss a resolution, Qin Xian found himself intrigued by the turn of events. All along, she has subtly hinted at her complex relationship with Qin Xian, provoking me into a frenzy, as if she intended to drive me away slowly and then win Qin Xian's heart. Yet, with Yu Ji returning, she realizes she cannot contend with the light of his first love, hence the rush to secure her position as Mrs. Qin before Yu Ji arrives back in the country. It's no wonder she was so desperate to take drastic measures, disregarding the myriad flaws in her trap. Now that her scheme has been unveiled, she can only use Yu Ji as a pretext, attempting to feign confusion, hoping that Qin Xian will show leniency. But should Qin Xian discover her true affections for him, it would be clear that her actions were driven by selfish desires, and he would surely not let her off lightly, leaving her no further opportunities. She's merely grasping at straws. Even Qin Xian, though naive, would hardly accept such a flimsy excuse. Qin Xian, nearly swayed by a fleeting doubt, recalled past encounters with Ji Fei, where she would approach him with a calm demeanor, only to soon erupt in turmoil with Secretary Jin. Secretary Jin always played the role of the aggrieved party, making Ji Fei appear increasingly deranged. He had previously attributed the discord solely to Ji Fei, but now, reflecting on it, he felt a pang of guilt. His disdain for Secretary Jin only deepened. Without interest in further inquiry, he coldly commanded, "Call the police." Secretary Jin abruptly lifted her head, as if all strength had been drained from her being. In disbelief, she stammered, "Qin Xian, I did this for." "Any statements you wish to make should be relayed to the police," he interrupted decisively. The ruthless decisiveness of Qin Xian tightened the hearts of those present as he ultimately opted for the most severe course of action. Qin Xian, Secretary Jin, in a state of despair, attempted to reach out to him, only to be evaded. With indignation, she pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Fei, exclaiming, "When it comes to her, it's divorce, a safety net left for her. Why are you so merciless towards me? I've labored for you for a decade without any merits. And this is how you repay me?" At last, Qin Xian cast a glance her way, uttering, "Because you are not my wife." His words seemed laden with profound implications, piercing like a sword through the chest. Secretary Jin was rendered speechless. Before long, the relevant personnel were escorted away by the police, and Ji Fei was reluctantly taken along to the police station. During this interval, Tang Jun, in a misguided attempt to shoulder the blame, sought to take responsibility upon himself. Having believed Secretary Jin's fabrications to aid her friend, his subservience infuriated Director Tang, who promptly fainted from indignation. Fortunately, the evidence was irrefutable, and Tang Jun could not assume the blame he desired. When she finally encountered Secretary Jin again, the latter frantically shouted at Ji Fei, proclaiming, "Once Yu Ji returns, Qin Xian will undoubtedly divorce you. Don't celebrate too soon." Such villainous remarks only ignited Ji Fei's anticipation, as she thought, "Really? Then let us expedite this." Chapter 6. The Gossip System and Telepathy. Ji Fei had traversed into this realm 3 days prior. The catalyst was the erroneous soul-switching by an emissary from the underworld, leading to her untimely demise due to her lack of parental guidance, resulting in her body being swiftly disposed of and rendering her unable to resurrect. To rectify this blunder, she was bestowed with a grand gift of transmigration. Thus, Ji Fei arrived, inheriting the memories and identity of her predecessor. The original identity belonged to a sheltered young lady, lacking any means to establish herself. With both parents succumbing to unforeseen accidents, they entrusted their solitary daughter to their close family friends, the Qin family. out of concern for her well-being, fearing mistreatment by relatives. The Qin family, moved by her plight, raised her as their own daughter. However, the original identity faced upheaval, becoming introspective and sensitive, never truly opening up to the Qin family. Instead, she developed an infatuation with Qin Xian, fearing that upon her graduation, she would have no reason to remain with the Qin family, leading her to take drastic measures. She intoxicated him, leading to an intimate encounter that was discovered, resulting in Qin Xian's disdain and his reluctant obligation to take responsibility, ultimately forcing him to marry her. After enduring humiliation, she secluded herself in despair for several days, and in a moment of heartbreak, succumbed to a fatal episode. This was the moment Ji Fei arrived. Her visage and name seamlessly replaced, Ji Fei had no desire to become a melancholic wife in seclusion. Though Qin Xian was handsome and affluent, she found herself in a situation where she could only gaze from afar. Ji Fei was determined not to endure a life of solitude. In her previous life, she had never known the touch of a man, and in this life, she was resolute in compensating for that. With thoughts of divorcing such a wealthy individual, she envisioned a lucrative escape that would secure her future. However, the emissary from the underworld informed her that unless Qin Xian initiated the divorce, Ji Fei could not extricate herself from the original identity's marital bond. Such was the decree of fate, for the original would never have contemplated divorce. Ji Fei expressed her dissent. In response, the emissary granted her a supplemental gift, the gossip system, a golden opportunity that could unearth secrets from the womb, satisfying Ji Fei's insatiable curiosity for gossip. Upon reflection, considering the character of the Qin family, as long as one refrains from self-sabotage, life could indeed be quite pleasant, wealthy and leisurely, with a husband who seldom returns home. This could be deemed a good existence. And if, at some point, the temptation becomes unbearable and she were to betray Qin Xian, it would be his failure to fulfill his duties as a husband that would bear the blame. However, the opportunity arrived sooner than anticipated. This entrapment had unexpectedly culminated in a divorce. How fortuitous. The prospect of separation was imminent.
Yet now,
as they emerged from the police station, the night had already enveloped them. Qin Xian, accompanied by Ji Fei, settled into the car, intending to return home. The atmosphere within the vehicle was oppressively silent. Ji Fei leaned despondently against the window, lamenting her own lack of emotional display. It was her fault for not expressing her anguish, leading to Qin Xian's disdain. She had brushed against 200 million, a sum she had never dared to dream of even in her wildest fantasies. Qin Xian, oblivious to her mental turmoil, could only perceive the echo of 200 million, resonating incessantly in Ji Fei's mind. Was she truly in dire need of money? He picked up his phone, and shortly thereafter, Ji Fei's own device pinged with a notification. With a sense of ennui, she opened it to find 3 million had been deposited. Her breath hitched, and she turned to Qin Xian, astonished. Could there have been a mistake? Qin Xian met her gaze. As she looked at him, her long, thick eyelashes gracefully cast shadows beneath her phoenix-like eyes, imbuing her expression with sincerity. He then spoke earnestly. I apologize for having wronged you earlier. I owe you an apology, and this is my compensation. Though Qin Xian felt regretful, he remained unsure of how to make amends, for he and Ji Fei were hardly acquainted. Their time together far too brief for him to discern her preferences. Hearing her incessantly mention money, he thought it best to transfer funds directly.
Oh.
Ji Fei maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed, as if her heart had been wounded, rendering her indifferent to everything. Nevertheless, internally, she was exclaiming, Goodness! 3 million! I must be dreaming. Is this amount even permissible? Stay composed. For a princess who has narrowly missed 200 million, 3 million is hardly worth considering, huh? To be wronged and receive 3 million in compensation, Qin Xian, you're rather generous. If more misunderstandings could lead to such compensation, I wouldn't mind at all. Qin Xian's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated Ji Fei's inner thoughts to be so contrasting, so dissonant. Truly, one must not judge by appearances alone. Today he had genuinely come to know Ji Fei. A glance revealed her struggling to suppress a smile, her large, round eyes sparkling, further enhancing her already stunning features with a newfound vivacity. With a delicate nose and rosy lips, her hair cascaded like clouds over her shoulders, while the vibrant neon lights outside danced upon her porcelain skin, making her appear ethereal, as if she were a sprite amidst the clamor of the night. Although Qin Xian harbored no fondness for her, he could not deny that Ji Fei possessed a breathtaking beauty that had previously eluded his notice, likely due to her perpetually somber expression, as though the world owed her a debt. Now, however, she radiated a natural charm, as if her entire being had been illuminated. What could cause such a profound transformation in a person? Qin Xian found himself pondering the peculiarities of her character. It seemed she was acutely aware of many circumstances, even those beyond her reach. Perhaps due to the sudden emergence of this peculiar ability, the knowledge of myriad truths has rendered everything transparent, leading to a newfound nonchalance in life. For the time being, Qin Xian can only rationalize his situation this way. Yet, recalling the recent incident, he cannot help but inquire, why was there not more debate following the occurrence? Ji Fei pondered momentarily, a light of inspiration igniting within her as she attempted to incite him. After all, you have long desired to divorce me. This incident merely serves as a pretext. Whether true or false bears no consequence. Qin Xian furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. The truth is of utmost importance. Furthermore, I never intended to seek a reason to divorce you. Although their marriage commenced in utter chaos, he did not wish for it to remain in a state of stagnation indefinitely. Ji Fei was somewhat taken aback but responded in her heart. Ex-husband, you are a good man. Qin Xian's face paled.
They were not yet divorced.
Could she refrain from referring to him as her ex-husband? Or did she presume their divorce was inevitable? Before Qin Xian could dwell on this thought, Ji Fei's inner voice provided an answer. But a forced fruit is never sweet. Why waste time? After all, your beloved will return to the country soon. Is it not prudent for me to make way for her? Previously, Secretary Jean mentioned that she had her reasons for breaking up with you, and there are misunderstandings between you. It certainly seems destined for reconciliation. I do not wish to remain as collateral damage. Let us not turn this into a tragic play of infidelity. That would be quite unbecoming. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Qin Xian's breath caught. He had long since moved on from that person. He had taken strides into the future and would never entangle himself with his former flame while married. He was not that type of man. Thus, he had no inclination to inquire with Secretary Jean about the truth. Were it not for the inability to recklessly disclose his ability to hear her thoughts, Qin Xian would have wished to argue with her, perhaps out of a sense of defiance, without waiting for Ji Fei's verbal response. Qin Xian declared, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. As long as you lead a good life, we shall not divorce. In the future, Qin Xian would undoubtedly prove to her that he was not the person she imagined. Ji Fei cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xian, responding perfunctorily. Oh. Yet inwardly, she vehemently disagreed. When you engage in extreme flirtation with your beloved, I shall remind you of this statement with great fervor. Qin Xian inhaled sharply. Did she truly not believe his words? Wait a moment. Qin Xian, you believe me? The more resolute you are, ex-husband, the better. As long as I behave well during this period, when you seek me out for a peaceful divorce for the sake of your beloved, perhaps out of guilt towards me, you will grant me a more generous settlement. Qin Xian's expression darkened. In these days, I might as well consider it an investment in my ex-husband. Just thinking about it brings me great joy. I am quite the financial whiz. Once divorced, it will be my capital for independent living. At that time, a house and a little puppy, he. Qin Xian felt short of breath. Had she not forgotten about the little puppy? Or did she already have a backup plan? Hence her swift acceptance of the divorce. Calm down. This time it is my fault. I must not think ill of Ji Fei. A little wolf cub would suffice after all. They all have 8-pack abs. Qin Xian, I have 8 as well. As I awaited Qin Xian to broach the subject of divorce, he clenched his fists in a concealed corner. He could not discern whether Ji Fei genuinely desired to part ways, or if she was simply wallowing in self-pity due to the situation. After all, if she truly wished to divorce, she could have initiated the conversation herself. Her reluctance to do so likely indicated her desire to remain married, and certainly not out of a wish to save a larger sum for the separation. The car slowly approached the estate, where other vehicles were parked, indicating the arrival of guests. Just as they stepped through the door, they overheard a voice from the living room.
Mom and Dad.
This is the child that Qin Yan and I are preparing to adopt. His name is Li Ziqiao. At that moment, Qin Xian realized that his elder sister and her husband were present. Before he could process the notion of adopting a child, he noticed the previously composed woman beside him hastening her steps. Oh, there's more gossip to be had. The wealthy circle is indeed rife with intrigue. It makes me slightly reluctant to consider divorce. Divorce feels akin to leaving a field of gossip, he observed as Ji Fei rushed ahead, her eager eyes gleaming. Qin Xian thought to himself, this cannot be the reason she hesitates to initiate divorce. And what more gossip could there be? Wait for me. Chapter 7. Is the family reading minds? As soon as Ji Fei and Qin Xian made their entrance, the peculiar atmosphere in the room was disrupted, and all eyes turned towards them. The butler stepped forward to take their outer garments. You're back, Qin's mother said, instantly rising from the sofa, her demeanor anxious. She approached Ji Fei cautiously, grasping her hand and scrutinizing the expressions of both individuals. Qin's father glanced over with equal concern, yet maintained an air of paternal authority, remaining steadfast. Earlier that morning, when Ji Fei had been taken away, Qin's mother had anxiously inquired about the situation with Qin Xian, who, with a cold demeanor, instructed his mother not to intervene this time. Qin's father merely sighed, allowing his son to manage the matter, recognizing that Ji Fei had indeed erred significantly. If Qin Xian did not address the issue, it would be impossible to appease public opinion. They both feared the worst outcome, a divorce. They had initially wished to avoid having their eldest daughter's family over today, but it seemed she had encountered some distress, as she frantically called, eager to return home to discuss urgent matters, compelling them to come over. Little did they know, the daughter and son-in-law brought with them a veritable bombshell. Ji Fei adhered to her usual demeanor, offering a perfunctory nod, appearing naive and self-absorbed. Qin Xian refrained from mentioning other matters, opting instead to greet his sister's family. Ji Fei cast a curious glance around the room, noticing 4 individuals seated on one side of the long sofa. A somewhat sharp-featured older woman was cradling a boy of about 8 or 9 years, clearly cherishing him. The boy, clutching a Rubik's Cube, looked around anxiously, his frame appearing somewhat frail. Beside them sat a slender man with gold-rimmed glasses, his countenance smiling yet exuding a sense of aloofness. Next to him was a woman whose smile seemed forced, yet her appearance radiated warmth and approachability. Qin's parents refrained from publicly inquiring about the outcome between Qin Xian and Ji Fei, intending instead to focus on the matters concerning their eldest daughter's family. Suddenly, a voice, laden with age and sarcasm, broke the silence. Have the couple from the second household divorced? How is it that they returned together after such a separation? The atmosphere became instantly tense. Mother, Qin Yan quickly interjected, but her voice, shaped by the refinement of a well-bred lady, lacked authority. She cast a worried glance at Ji Fei, while her husband, Li Ji, remained silent, seemingly indifferent to his mother's inappropriate remarks. Qin Xian furrowed his brow but maintained his composure as he replied, We have not divorced. Naturally, we return home together. At this, both Qin father and Qin mother turned their surprised gazes toward him, relieved to hear some good news. However, Li's mother, perplexed, remarked, It is widely rumored in high society that she has erred. Qin Xian's expression soured, and just as he was about to clarify, Ji Fei interjected sharply. Since when did the Li family enter high society? Are they now privy to insider information? The Li family, once an ordinary household, had only recently begun to establish themselves due to Li Ji's success in medicine and the establishment of a private hospital with assistance from the Qin family. They were far from the realm of the affluent elite. However, the truth was unpalatable, and Li's mother turned pale, her voice trembling with indignation. What did you say? You dare to insult the Li family? Ji Fei, feigning innocence, waved her hand dismissively. In your old age, why become so sensitive? Where have I erred? How is it an insult to your family? Qin Xian, noticing her bluntness, chose to remain silent. Since it was Li's mother who had instigated the rudeness, he felt no obligation to sacrifice his wife's dignity for the sake of superficial harmony. He gently urged Ji Fei to sit down, for standing was tiresome. Once seated, Qin Xian caught sight of the astonished expressions on Qin father and Qin mother's faces. Had they misheard? That brazen statement had indeed emanated from Ji Fei. Yet she appeared to have remained silent. Qin Xian's gaze shifted to his elder sister, Qin Yan, only to find her equally bewildered, staring at Ji Fei. Meanwhile, the verbal skirmish between Ji Fei and Li's mother raged on. The latter, now furious, wore an almost monstrous expression, exclaiming, Truly, what a lack of upbringing. Her words darkened the countenances of the Qin family members present. Not only was the Ji family a long-standing acquaintance, but Ji Fei had also been raised within their household for several years and had married into the Qin family. Such disrespect from an elder was intolerable. As Qin mother prepared to retort, Ji Fei's voice rang out once more. Indeed, No one ever taught me how to accommodate the less refined. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Li's mother, her contempt evident. You pride yourself on your upbringing while openly deriding me as a secondary wife, all to introduce your relative's daughters to Qin Xian. I find you, old witch, rather unattractive, yet your aspirations are comically grand. Though Ji Fei had occasionally displayed her temper regarding matters concerning Qin Xian, she had never behaved in such a manner toward others. It was a rare occasion where her frustrations were laid bare in front of witnesses. Thus, not only the Li family but also the Qin family found themselves in a state of disbelief. What rendered the Qin family even more astonished was their unexpected revelation of Ji Fei's inner thoughts. Father Qin and Mother Qin exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they were not alone in their confusion. Upon looking at Qin Xian, they noticed him subtly shaking his head, which confirmed their suspicion that the issue did not lie with them. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how Mother Li consistently treated their daughter-in-law with such disdain during her visits, displaying an utter lack of shame. Initially, Father and Mother Qin had wondered if Ji Fei's behavior towards her elders was somewhat excessive, but now they found themselves firmly on their daughter-in-law's side. How dare you wish for my son and daughter-in-law to part ways? At that moment, Qin Yan, overwhelmed by her astonishment, exclaimed, Ji Fei, you elder sister. Qin Xian suddenly interjected, his piercing gaze seemingly attempting to prevent something untoward. However, to those around them, it appeared as though Ji Fei had scolded Mother Li, prompting Qin Yan to intervene, only to be cautioned by Qin Xian. In a state of turmoil, Qin Yan hesitated and refrained from mentioning the peculiar incident. Meanwhile, Li Ji, who had remained silent until now, was visibly irritated, as Ji Fei's words had struck a nerve. Struggling to maintain his composure, he could only mutter your mother repeatedly. Casting an annoyed glance at Qin Yan, the cold glint in his glasses reflected his displeasure. After all, such a vulgar scene did not require his participation, for it was beneath his dignity. Caught in a dilemma, Qin Yan could only address her mother-in-law, saying, Mother, please do not be upset. Ji Fei is still young and rather innocent, without any malice. The 24-year-old Ji Fei nearly laughed at Qin Yan's attempt to mediate. However, Li Ji was dissatisfied with Qin Yan's response, his gaze sharpening with reproach. Instinctively, Qin Yan felt a wave of anxiety and averted her eyes. Unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, Father and Mother Qin intervened to alleviate their daughter's discomfort. Mother Qin spoke up, All right, dear mother-in-law, let us not stoop to the level of the younger generation. My daughter-in-law is simply in a foul mood today and has spoken rather bluntly. Her words, though intended to defuse the tension, inadvertently mocked Mother Li once more. Yet, unlike Ji Fei, Mother Qin's statement left the Li family with little room to argue. Even if they were vexed, they could only mutter softly, we came to share in a joyous occasion, yet some people are oblivious and have dampened the spirit. Nonetheless, they were met with indifference, left to stew in their embarrassment. Mother Qin then turned to Ji Fei with a warm tone, asking, Have you eaten, Fei Fei, since you returned so late? Ji Fei felt a shiver at the endearing nickname, for she had never experienced such closeness from someone without familial ties. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, Mother Qin is truly kind. Upon hearing this, Mother Qin was immediately filled with excitement, as Ji Fei rarely displayed such warmth towards them, often seeming distant. It was clear to her that Ji Fei was merely a shy child, lacking in self-expression. When Ji Fei shook her head to indicate she had not yet eaten, Mother Qin promptly inquired, What would you like to eat? Ji Fei replied nonchalantly, Anything. Without hesitation, Mother Qin called out, Zhang Ma, please prepare 3 dishes and a soup for Fei Fei, making sure to include her favorites. Thank you for your hard work. Upon finishing her words, the rare and cherished Qin Mu grasped Ji Fei's hand and remarked, As for that child, Qin Xian, he truly ought to have returned you home at a more reasonable hour, ensuring you had a proper meal first. You must be quite famished. Beside them, Qin Xian's lips twitched in response. Mother, I was with her as well, and I haven't eaten either. Qin Mu, somewhat dismissively, added, Bring a portion for the young master. Qin Xian. Ji Fei felt a laugh bubbling within, yet dared not express it under the weight of Qin Xian's piercing gaze. Suddenly, a platter of cut fruits appeared beside her. Have some fruit to tide you over, came Qin Fu's steady voice as he naturally slid the guest platter towards her. Ji Fei expressed her gratitude, reflecting on how considerate Qin Fu was to his juniors, truly a gentle couple. Qin Fu straightened his posture. Listening to Ji Fei's unvoiced thoughts and observing the amusing interaction of her parents, Qin Yan found her earlier sorrow somewhat alleviated.
Yet,
She soon felt overwhelmed by two disapproving stares. She understood that her mother-in-law and husband were expressing disdain for her perceived ineptitude, feeling neglected by her family. However, she recognized that her family did not harbor such intentions. Noticing the predicament faced by his elder sister, Qin Xian's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at the shy child who had been preoccupied with his Rubik's Cube, appearing somewhat insecure and introverted, yet intelligent enough to be nearing completion of the puzzle. He recalled how he and his younger brother had enjoyed playing with Rubik's Cubes in their youth. Remembering Ji Fei's previous mention of a melon, he directly inquired, "Who is this child?" Chapter 8. Shower. Heavenly Talent. Finally addressing the matter at hand, Li Ji subdued his displeasure and spoke in a neutral tone. "His name is Li Ziqiao. Qin Yan, and I intend to adopt him. Henceforth, he shall be our son. Ziqiao, this is your second uncle and second aunt. You should greet them." As Li Ziqiao prepared to rise and timidly speak, he was interrupted by Qin Fu, whose expression darkened. "Wait, this matter has not been clarified. There is no need to rush in addressing them." Li Ziqiao's face paled, and he could only lower his head and sit back down. Qin Mu's heart softened at the sight of the pitiful child, suggesting, "Why not let Ziqiao play outside for a while? It is inappropriate to discuss such matters in front of him." "It is of no concern," Li Ji replied, seemingly indifferent to the child's feelings.
Qin Fu,
Having suppressed his frustration, stated directly, "Let me be frank, Yan Yan is merely 30 years old, hardly at an age where she cannot bear children. You bring a child home without so much as a word to us. Is this how your Li family conducts affairs?" Li Mu interjected, "Father-in-law, we cannot be blamed for this. Ever since Yan Yan's first pregnancy ended in a difficult delivery, her health has been compromised. The doctors have advised that future pregnancies would be challenging. We cannot simply wait idly, wasting time." 9 years ago, Qin Yan had given birth to a stillborn child, and since then, she had been unable to conceive. However, the Qin family believed that with advancements in medicine and her youth, there would still be opportunities. They had not anticipated the Li family would directly bring a child into their midst. As this realization dawned, tears welled in Qin Yan's eyes. Is it that urgent? Is Li Ji on the brink of death, and the Li family destined to extinguish their lineage? As Ji Fei nibbled on her fruit, her sharp tongue made a remark that nearly caused the Qin family to choke on their indignation, even causing the melancholic Qin Yan's emotions to seize. Qin Xian cleared his throat and gently pressed down on Ji Fei's arm. "Let us eat soon. Do not indulge too much in the fruit." Then, addressing Li Ji, he remarked, "Are you so impatient? Even if you have no hope, you shouldn't adopt at such a young age." Ji Fei obediently set down her fruit fork, but upon hearing Qin Xian's question, she couldn't help but mentally commend him. "Wow, Watson, you've uncovered a blind spot." Qin Xian paused, pondering if there was truly an issue. Qin father and Qin mother were also taken aback, perplexed by the situation. Qin Yan trembled, staring in astonishment at Ji Fei. Before Li Ji could respond, Qin Xian sharply inquired, "What is it about this child that led the Li family to choose him?" Li mother and Li Ji's expression stiffened, with Li mother quickly forcing a laugh. "It's simply that he is just 9 years old, resembling both my son and Yan Yan a bit. So we thought perhaps it was some kind of fate." Her words struck a chord, prompting Qin father and Qin mother to scrutinize Li Ziqiao, and indeed, he bore a semblance to both Li Ji and Qin Yan. However, upon hearing this, Qin Yan's expression darkened further, tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiao seemed to lower his head even more, appearing quite guilty.
Xue.
How remarkable! Li Ji is actually trying to adopt his biological son. And since Qin Yan hasn't T-birthed a child, doesn't T that mean he is an illegitimate child from outside? Now they're shoving him onto Qin Yan. How can they shamelessly utter such words? Their audacity is thicker than the city walls. The Qin family was left in shock, their disbelief palpable as they gazed at the individuals on the opposite sofa. Naturally, Qin Yan was even more bewildered, looking at Ji Fei in utter confusion, unable to fathom how Ji Fei knew this. Moreover, they expect Qin Yan to help conceal the child's origins, claiming he must be adopted. If the truth were revealed, the Qin family would surely cause a commotion. They told Qin Yan to avoid stirring trouble and making relations between the two families unpleasant, blaming her for not being able to bear children, insisting they can't let their family line die out. Goodness, do you have a throne to inherit? Qin Yan even hesitated. Oh my heavens, did she commit murder or arson that Li Ji witnessed? Must she endure such injustice? The Qin family was astonished, shocked, and even more shocked. their eyes nearly bulging out as they looked at Qin Yan. Like a balloon, once punctured, all her grievances gushed forth, and she nearly covered her face to weep. Qin Xian's face turned ashen, finally comprehending the gravity of Ji Fei's revelation. The Li family remained oblivious to why the atmosphere among the Qin family shifted so drastically. Qin Xian coldly declared, "Then what of this child's biological parents?
Who are they?
Have you investigated thoroughly? If you haven't, I shall. To become a part of my family, one must have a clear lineage." Upon hearing this, Li mother and Li Ji's expressions changed dramatically. Their reactions jolted Qin father and Qin mother, who had been stunned by Ji Fei's revelations, into realization. Ji Fei's insights were indeed accurate. Furious, they were nearly on the verge of striking someone. "This child is mine." Li Ji, aware of Qin Xian's character, refrained from resistance and openly admitted it. Upon hearing Li Ji's lack of shame, Qin father slammed the marble countertop, startling the butler, who had just come to assist with the meal. After all, Qin father rarely exhibited such anger since his retirement. The butler set down the dinner plate, already contemplating the appropriate weapon to confront Qin's father. Li Ji, his complexion pale, mustered the strength to speak. "As for this child, I have not wronged Qin Yan. She is the offspring left behind by my ex-girlfriend." Li's mother quickly interjected, Yes, dear in-laws, please do not be angry. We only just learned of this child's existence. Everyone knows how the marriage between our two families unfolded. Now that Yan cannot bear children, we thought it fitting to adopt this child, who shares the bloodline of the Li family. The child's mother has vanished without a trace and will not undermine Yan's position in our family." Qin's mother, incensed, flushed with anger. "So, you expect my daughter to be grateful for the opportunity to help your son and his ex-girlfriend raise an illegitimate child? How thoughtful of you." You see, with this arrangement, Yan need not bear the burden of motherhood, as there is already a ready-made son. Once legal procedures are followed, he will be indistinguishable from a biological child, Li's mother continued. Qin's mother was at a loss for words, feeling that they were being egregiously bullied. Realizing her daughter had suffered such indignity, she lamented that her husband and she had raised their eldest daughter to be too submissive, perhaps unaware of how to navigate such matters, leading her to instinctively seek refuge at home. With that thought, Qin's mother, disregarding the potential cruelty towards the child, declared, "Let us be clear, the Qin family does not agree." Qin's father, with a stern visage, voiced his support for his wife's stance. Qin Xian, silent as ever, soon turned to see Ji Fei happily savoring her meal. He was momentarily speechless. Had she truly been neglected? Yet, seeing her enjoy her food while attentively listening to the discussion, he too felt a pang of hunger and reached for his own bowl and chopsticks. One must be well-fed to calmly address such matters. Meanwhile, the tension in the room heightened, oblivious to these two who seemed unfazed by the atmosphere. Li's mother wore a displeased expression, while Li Ji detested the feeling of being pressured by his in-laws. However, he dared not retort and instead targeted the softer target. Speaking harshly to Qin Yan, "What do you have to say? Weren't you once in favor of this? Exactly. Are you truly going to cast out my only grandchild?" Li's mother added, employing a moralistic argument. "Enough." Qin's father erupted, his anger palpable. "Qin Yan, whatever your thoughts may be, rest assured that we will always stand by you. No one will bully you." Li's mother and Li Ji's expressions darkened further. "Dad, Qin Yan stammered, casting a fleeting glance at Li Ziqiao. Though she had cared for the child for 2 days and found him quite obedient, the disdain Li Ji displayed towards the child unsettled her. If it were any other child, she believed she could embrace the role of a nurturing mother, but this child, Li Ziqiao, was a painful reminder of that woman's name.
Qin Yan.
Li Ji's tone turned threatening. Panic-stricken, Qin Yan implored, "I truly do not know. Mom and Dad, what are your thoughts?" Qin's parents exchanged glances filled with disappointment. The previous Qin Yan had been only mild-mannered, but after marriage, how had she transformed into someone so weak and indecisive? Qin Xian paused his eating, sighed, and contemplated taking charge for his unassertive sister. This child absolutely could not be raised in their vicinity. As a result, Ji Fei's heart roared. What is there not to know? They are already defecating on your head. Is there any reason to avoid divorce? What are you keeping this for? The New Year? Chapter 9. Have you inadvertently revealed something? The 3 members of the Qin family shuddered in unison, as if their meridians had been unblocked. However, Qin Yan's complexion paled. The worst she had imagined was merely not adopting a child, never anticipating the mention of divorce. Her first reaction was one of denial. The Qin family was well aware that Qin Yan would not divorce. Though gentle, she possessed a stubborn temperament that was impervious to persuasion. If it were not for Li Ji's usual indifference towards Qin Yan, they would have divorced 100 times by now. Yet, upon Ji Fei's utterance, the Qin family members could not help but feel a surge of desire to encourage separation. They exchanged glances, and Qin Xian took the lead, asserting that since a child had already been born, it proved that the events of the past were a mistake. I suggest we proceed with the divorce. Li's mother and Li Ji instantly trembled, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stared at Qin Xian, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, in a prominent family, who does not have a few illegitimate children? They glanced at the Qin parents and found them devoid of any opposing sentiments. However, at that moment, Qin Yan foolishly interjected, "This does not mean that Li Ji has wronged me." The three members of the Qin family looked at her with frustration, as if they were at their wits' end. Ji Fei nearly spat out her food. Qin Yan realized she had disappointed her family, lowering her head, resembling the forlorn Li Ziqiao beside her. Li Ji then scoffed lightly. True, if we were to discuss who has wronged whom, it is hard to determine where to begin. Though spoken softly, everyone heard the words, and in an instant, the Qin family members held their breath, rendered speechless. Especially Qin Yan, whose face turned ashen, seemingly reluctant to further entangle herself in the issue of adopting a child, as if someone had seized her vital point. Ji Fei sensed the whiff of gossip. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Clearly in a lower position, yet why does she live in such a state of grievance? Moreover, how can Li Ji, having fathered an illegitimate child, still act so brazenly? I must investigate this. Qin Xian, regaining his senses, intended to interrupt Ji Fei's thoughts to spare his sister's feelings, but it was too late. It turns out that Qin Yan and Li Ji share a senior-junior relationship, as Li Ji had broken up with Qiao Meng. During a university event, he drowned his sorrows in drink and was cared for by Qin Yan, leading to indescribable consequences.
Huh.
This plot seems somewhat familiar. Qin Xian awkwardly considered burying his face in his hands. What have you done? Have you completely forgotten? The next day, Qiao Meng came to find them together and, heartbroken, left for distant lands. Upon waking, Li Ji was furious, believing that Qin Yan, who had secretly harbored feelings for him, had taken advantage of his inebriation to possess him, thereby ruining his relationship with Qiao Meng and preventing him from reclaiming his beloved. Not long after, Qin Yan became pregnant. The Qin family, left with no choice, sought out Li Ji to inquire about his intentions, leading him to take responsibility and marry Qin Yan. Hence, is it any wonder that Qin Yan feels guilty towards Li Ji? Afterward, the child was lost, and Qin Yan contemplated divorce to grant Li Ji his freedom. However, Li Ji adamantly refused, unwilling to be perceived as a cad who abandoned his wife for her inability to bear children. For such a reputation would tarnish his standing in his profession. He boldly asserted that it was all Qin Yan's fault. Hence she lacked the right to initiate divorce proceedings. Due to Ji Fei's retrospective remarks, the Qin family fell into a chilling silence. Sensing their subdued demeanor, both Li's mother and Li Ji grew increasingly emboldened. Li Ji's tone turned even more haughty as he addressed Qin Yan. Consider your position carefully. Although it appeared he was offering her a choice, it only served to deepen Qin Yan's resignation. Just as she was about to speak, she heard mocking whispers from across the room. Goodness, this one is a master of living off others. I've seen many shameless individuals, but this level of audacity is unprecedented. This time, the Qin family did not rally in solidarity against Li Ji. Their assistance to the Li family indeed had connotations of dependence. Nevertheless, it was a voluntary act, and they could not be deemed shameless, as marriage binds them as one family. Yet, Ji Fei's unwavering support for the Li family warmed their hearts. Despite this, Qin Yan felt discomfort at Ji Fei's disparagement of Li Ji and instinctively wished to retort. However, Ji Fei continued her relentless tirade. Drunken indiscretions are merely excuses. If a man lacks awareness, he cannot act. Claiming amnesia is a ruse. In truth, one's subconscious knows precisely who is involved. It is merely a lapse in self-control, a desire to exploit another as a tool for indulgence. Upon awakening, he refuses to acknowledge it and shifts the blame onto others. Doesn't Qin Xian have experience in being deceived? Can't he draw parallels to his sister's situation? Is he unaware of the truth from that evening? Qin Xian, wait a moment. Did you just reveal something? The Qin parents, are they overhearing what they shouldn't? Qin Yan, however, stood frozen, her face drained of color, as pale as parchment. That was the gravest mistake of her life. At the time, when Li Ji drunkenly fell upon her, she initially resisted, but he murmured, "I want to hold you."
I feel so sad.
His soft words softened her resolve, and she acquiesced. She believed Li Ji was fully aware of her presence and displayed genuine affection, thinking he wished to be with her. Little did she know that upon regaining sobriety, he claimed complete oblivion and implied that it was she who took the initiative, leading her to feel as though she had debased herself, inadvertently enticing him in the atmosphere of the moment. Such clandestine matters were certainly not discussed in detail, rendering the truth indistinguishable. So, was it a fabrication? Was Li Ji truly the one to initiate that night? Yet, he claims Qin Yan destroyed his love with Xiaomeng? That she used the child to bind him? How absurd! Was it not he who sought a prestigious internship at a top hospital, who, unable to compete, faced setbacks? He knew that certain matters still relied on connections, and it was only after his mother's incessant nagging that he weighed the pros and cons, ultimately deciding not to pursue Xiaomeng and opting instead to marry Qin Yan. Truly, he is both the perpetrator and the victim. Did the Qin family threaten him? Did Qin Yan morally coerce him? Certainly not. The Qin family? Of course not. After all, the incident was initiated by their daughter, and she must bear the consequences of her actions. Had Li Ji merely voiced a refusal, the Qin family would have departed with the child. However, Li Ji agreed to marry, and they believed he was a man of responsibility. Little did they realize that he had been indifferent towards Qin Yan all along. It turned out he had always blamed Qin Yan and her family. According to Ji Fei, Li Ji's desire to marry Qin Yan was solely for his own benefit. At that moment, Qin Yan was profoundly shocked, gazing at Li Ji in disbelief. After all, he had always portrayed himself as aloof and ambitious, undeniably capable and exceptional, seemingly disdainful of any assistance from her family, insisting he could succeed on his own. This revelation shattered her perception, leading her to suspect that Ji Fei was merely indulging in malicious conjecture. Ji Fei's sarcastic remarks continued, "If one were truly ensnared by the issue of children, wouldn't the absence of a child make divorce feasible? The reasons given are all grand and noble, yet fundamentally, it's merely a reluctance to part with the resources provided by the Qin family, wishing to continue living off their support without having to kneel for it, preferring to consume the benefits while standing and still complain about the fare." Qin Yan's mind felt as though it had been pried open, leaving her in a daze. In the past, her close friends had speculated about Li Ji in similar ways, only to be met with Qin Yan's furious rebuttals. If one is to be a kept man, so be it. But to audaciously demand that his wife raise his illegitimate child, I am genuinely curious about what thoughts occupied Qin Yan's mind. At this point, the Qin family members silently turned their gaze towards Qin Yan, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Alas, he even dared to tell Qin Yan that had it not been for her, he would have reconciled with his ex-girlfriend, and their child would not have been born out of wedlock. Therefore, she has no right to reject that child. It seems Qin Yan has long been oppressed and rendered foolish over the years. One ought to reflect less on oneself and blame others more. Is she now eager to play the role of the victim? Qin Yan's eyes reddened from the accusations. A moment of introspection struck her. Was it truly all her fault? Chapter 10. Oh my. The Qin family is bewildered. Shouldn't a prominent family be more astute? How could they be so naive, manipulated by a man of lesser origin? The Qin family lamented. Woe is us, subjected to scorn. Particularly disappointed in Qin Xian. Shouldn't a dominant figure be strategic? He appeared quite shrewd before. Qin Xian mused. How could one investigate such depths of human nature? Only Ji Fei has the means to uncover it. He had always regarded Li Ji with disdain. Yet his elder sister was fond of him. Despite not being a loving couple, Li Ji had never truly mistreated her, save for today's incident. He had always refrained from intervening in his siblings' lives, offering advice only sparingly. Little did he know how many buried minds lay beneath. Ji Fei, having absorbed the unfolding drama, felt her appetite wane, finally setting down her bowl and chopsticks. This is intolerable. I must intervene once more. While I cannot reveal the secrets I've uncovered directly, I can certainly stir the pot and find a way to sabotage this ill-fated connection. Qin Xian observed the scheming Ji Fei, his lips twitching in resignation. Very well. He would take charge of the situation. Qin Xian adjusted his demeanor and stated directly, Elder sister, our family's stance remains unchanged. We wish for your divorce. Should you choose not to separate, we cannot bear the shame, and we will subsequently distance ourselves from the Li family in all matters. The Qin family quickly grasped that Qin Xian's words were a test to ascertain whether Li Ji was truly motivated by power. Although Qin Xian fully trusted Ji Fei's words, others remained somewhat skeptical, as the original intentions of Li Ji were beyond verification. This also served as Qin Xian's way of assisting Ji Fei in demonstrating her point to others, urging his elder sister to see clearly. What do you mean by this? Li's mother immediately grew anxious and turned to the Qin family parents. Qin's father responded plainly, "Our family is now led by Qin Xian. His decisions are final." Li Ji's expression shifted repeatedly, quickly overtaken by a mix of anger and humiliation, as if he had been insulted, leading the Qin family to momentarily doubt Ji Fei's insights. However, a subtle tension emerged as Li Ji remained silent. Only Li's mother, in a fit of urgency, tugged at Qin Yan, exclaiming, "Listen to your brother's words. He does not regard you as family at all. You are forcing our family into extinction. If you had the capability, you would bear a child, and we would not be in this predicament." Such words were harsh, prompting Qin's mother to darken her expression and pull her daughter back to her side. At this moment, "You are merely asking your son to find another wife. No one is stopping you from having as many children as you desire. You could even reclaim the child's mother."
What is it?
"Do you so fervently wish for my daughter to divorce?" Li's mother hastily grasped her son, and as Li Ji looked towards Qin Xian, frowning and preparing to speak, Qin Xian coldly interjected, "If reputation is of concern, rest assured, should a divorce occur, it will be said that our family could not accept a bastard, thus compelling my elder sister to part ways. It will not affect you in the slightest. Over the years, our family has been quite generous towards the Li family. You cannot possibly believe my sister owes you anything." His statement effectively silenced all baseless arguments, leaving Li Ji's face pale. Oh, what a decisive blow. The Qin family has finally stood up. It seems my presence is no longer required. Ji Fei's joyful voice echoed in Qin Xian's ears, causing a slow smile to form on his lips. The Qin family naturally did not wish for an innocent child to be left homeless, yet they could not endure seeing their beloved daughter perpetually sorrowful. A cold, indifferent husband was sufficient. Observing Qin Yan's current state was disheartening, and adding a child into the mix would surely lead to despair. Thus, a divorce was the most prudent choice. Li Ji's eyes flashed with ferocity, and his tone turned ominous as he threatened, "Qin Yan, since your family has stated this, I shall assume you share the same sentiment?" In the past, if Li Ji were even slightly displeased, Qin Yan would immediately appease him. This time, however, she remained silent, still reeling from the shock Ji Fei had inflicted upon her. Li Ji's previously aloof demeanor faltered for a moment. Yet Li's mother quickly interjected, "No. We cannot allow this divorce. Yan, you can no longer bear children. Who would have you then?" "Humph. Our eldest daughter of the Qin family has many suitors," Qin's father retorted coldly. "However, she cannot bear children, and others are likely to disdain her. Marrying her would be with ulterior motives. Thus, she decided against marriage. The Qin family would cherish her instead." Qin's mother remarked, "If one desires children, they can adopt an orphan. My daughter's happiness is what matters. Is it really just an individual's issue if one cannot conceive? Perhaps that rascal Li Ji has poor genetics and is unworthy of Qin Yan. After a divorce, she could find a more suitable partner, and if she feels content, she can have as many children as she desires." I must admit, Ji Fei presented a novel perspective. It sparked a sense of anticipation among the Qin family regarding life after divorce. Even Qin Yan, who had been submerged in despair, found her thoughts drifting. If someone else were involved, might she have had children of her own? I could assist Qin Yan with an examination. Doctors aren't necessarily more precise than I am. The Qin family exclaimed, "Is that even possible? Let me check." Oh, the health situation is indeed poor, and fertility is challenging, yet not entirely hopeless. The Qin family felt disheartened, as this aligned closely with what the doctor had indicated. However, after 9 years, one could only conclude that the doctor was reluctant to declare the possibility as absolute. Yet, Ji Fei suddenly burst forth with a revelation. No wonder she cannot conceive. The responsibility must be shared equally. The Qin family was bewildered. After 9 years, that scoundrel Li Ji only returns home for a few days each month. Who knows how many times they have actually been intimate in a year? The odds were already slim. How could she conceive? If it were possible, he would surely suspect infidelity. Breaking news. The Qin family stared in astonishment at Qin Yan. Her face flushed red. How could he know this? She felt shy regarding such matters. How could a woman bring herself to speak of it? Moreover, she had always believed the issue lay solely with her body. So she had not considered other possibilities. The Qin family seethed with resentment. How could Li Ji blame Qin Yan for her inability to bear children when he had never made an effort? Yet, they found it difficult to confront him about this. And they collectively felt there was no need for such inquiries. This marriage must end. It was utterly unjust. If Qin Yan remained obstinate, they would force the divorce. However, Ji Fei's thoughts took another turn. How peculiar. Even if he dislikes Qin Yan and avoids intimacy, where could he go if not home? Does he truly spend so much time at the hospital? Is he that busy? Isn't he the director now? Could it be that my suspicions are correct? A sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the Qin family. Ji Fei, untainted by preconceived notions about Li Ji's lofty persona, instinctively wondered if he were maintaining a secret affair. Boldly hypothesizing, she resolved to verify cautiously, ensuring not to make baseless accusations. My goodness. Oh my goodness, indeed. The exclamations revealed the gravity of the situation. The Qin family felt a knot in their throats, holding their breaths in anticipation of Ji Fei's revelations. Even Qin Yan's mind went blank, her emotions frozen. On the 18th floor of the upscale apartment next to the hospital for the past 9 years, Li Ji and Xiaomeng have been living together as a married couple. Chapter 11. I Want a Divorce. Qin Yan staggered, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted. Qin's mother, her expression nearly twisted in anguish, rushed to support her. The father of Qin exhibited a pronounced vein throbbing on his forehead, resembling a lion that had descended from its throne, emanating a bloodthirsty aura as he fixed his gaze on the intruder encroaching upon his territory. With a mere gesture, the butler nearby received the unspoken command and promptly turned to depart. Meanwhile, the new Lion King, Qin Xian, had already lowered his head to retrieve his phone, dispatching directives. The Li family remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Li Ji, perceiving the Qin family's unwavering resolve to stir the waters, could not restrain himself from fixing a penetrating gaze on Qin Yan, pressing her. Is this a quarrel over such a trivial matter? When did you become so petty? Qin Yan slowly lifted her head, her eyes veiled with desperate bloodshot hues, causing Li Ji's heart to skip a beat.
Why?
Qin Yan found the situation absurd. She had thought he could not reclaim his true love and, out of a sense of responsibility towards their child, had settled for marriage with her.
Yet now,
he revealed that they had always been together. Why not divorce? Why prolong her suffering? How could he so brazenly lay all the blame upon her? What do you mean?
Why?
If you truly can't tolerate this, then I won't adopt the child. Tomorrow, I shall return the child. This evening. Qin Yan's peculiar demeanor left Li Ji feeling out of control. After some contemplation, he decided to take a step back. Qin Yan regarded Li Ji with an expression of condescension, unable to suppress waves of nausea. The illusion cast by that once exceptional senior had finally faded, leaving only a repugnant reality. Ji Fei was equally appalled. She was unaware that Qin Yan and the others had learned the truth. However, finding herself in the midst of such a scandal while the involved parties remained oblivious was unbearable, compelling her to expose the situation. Yet, unable to speak directly, she opted for a more circuitous approach. Returning the child? Previously, you claimed the child's mother was nowhere to be found. It seems you are quite familiar with her whereabouts. Could it be that you have maintained some sort of connection? It appears we must investigate whether you and Xiaomeng have been in contact over the years. Surely, we cannot allow the eldest sister to bear the burden of infidelity while you are still raising a child together. Li Ji was taken aback, his pupils quivering ever so slightly, his tone becoming increasingly erratic. Are you slandering me? My mother was right about your lack of upbringing. In an instant, Qin Xian interjected, Be silent. The two words, though softly spoken, struck like icy arrows, injuring Li Ji's nerves and rendering him momentarily speechless. Had it not been for the risk of exposing their ability to hear Ji Fei's inner thoughts, they would have undoubtedly called out this hypocrite on the spot. Ji Fei, however, let out a derisive laugh, shaking her finger at Li Ji before suddenly pointing her long, fair finger at the quiet little boy. Look at your son's expression before you attempt to refute me. Children are not as adept at deception as adults, upon Ji Fei's hypothetical assertion touching the truth. The child's countenance shifted to one of panic. Before Li Ji could react, Qin's mother quickly joined the fray. Little one, tell us, have you ever met your father? Good children must not lie. Li Ziqiao could no longer contain himself, tugging at Li Ji's sleeve. "Daddy, let us go home, Mommy." Li Ji's breath caught in his throat, and in a moment of panic, he reflexively pulled away his sleeve. The force of the movement caused his hand to swing and strike Li Ziqiao's face, sending the child tumbling from the sofa and shocking everyone present. On the delicate, fair face, a distinct imprint of a palm was evident. The scene erupted into chaos. Ji Fei was taken aback, quickly rising to draw the child closer to her, not wishing to involve the little one in this turmoil. The child had already begun to cry, and Qin Yan's heart softened, seeing Ji Fei's inability to console the child. She gently enveloped the little one in her arms, soothingly patting them. Li Ziqiao felt an even deeper sorrow. He believed this aunt was genuinely gentle and kind. Yet his parents insisted on bullying her, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Finally, summoning his courage, he spoke. "My parents have always lived together, only occasionally separating. They claim I am an illegitimate child, and that I must deceive you into adopting me to see the light of day. I don't understand. I really don't comprehend, but I know this is all wrong." After his words, silence fell like a pin drop. He clutched Qin Yan's sleeve. His voice choked with emotion as he apologized for nearly becoming an accomplice to the deceit against her. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan finally broke down in tears. Li's mother, in a fluster, grasped her son, utterly bewildered. "Son, could it be that you truly—" Li Ji's expression had changed completely. He dared not act, fearing exposure before the Qin family. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, "Nonsense. I never expected this child to be raised to lie and frame me. He just wants to play tricks to bring me and his mother together. Qin Yan, you wouldn't doubt me too, would you?" Li Ziqiao looked in disbelief at his father, whose words were laced with deceit. If not for Ji Fei's keen observation skills, the Qin family might have been swayed by Li Ji's indignant performance. But now, Li Ji appeared as a mere buffoon. He could not easily admit to anything. In his view, everything was just a series of random guesses by Ji Fei. He had maintained a stellar public image for 9 years, careful not to leave any incriminating evidence. The Qin family, if they truly knew anything, would have acted long ago. And how credible were the words of a child. Moreover, Xiaomeng was soon to be arranged for a trip abroad. Even if the Qin family suspected something later, they would find no one to pursue. Li Ji was frantically devising countermeasures when suddenly, Qin Yan stood up, catching everyone off guard. Grabbing a half-eaten fruit platter from the table, she hurled it at Li Ji with ferocity. The platter was quite heavy. With a resounding crash, both Li's mother and Li Ziqiao cried out in alarm. Li Ji was immediately struck, blood oozing as fruit and shards of dishware scattered across his person, his genteel glasses flying off. He held his forehead, astonished by the sudden ferocity of the usually gentle woman before him. "Have you lost your mind?"
Li Zisata.
Feeling a mix of humiliation and rage at being provoked by someone he deemed beneath him. "Li Ji, I have never wronged you. It is you who has wronged me. You and Xiaomeng treated me like a fool. You both lack conscience." Finally, Qin Yan's voice rang out, raw and strained, releasing years of suppressed grievances. As if everything had suddenly become clear. Li Ji was truly alarmed. He realized he could no longer suppress Qin Yan and could only stammer, "You. Stop wronging me, I." Before Li Ji could finish, Qin Xian abruptly threw her phone onto the table, activating a video call. A voice erupted from the phone. "Let me go."
Who are you?
"This is trespassing." In the screen, a room is depicted where Xiaomeng, clad in loungewear, is being forcibly restrained in a chair. It is her mother. Li Ziqiao is agitated, and Li Ji's countenance shifts dramatically as he hears other voices emanating from within. "Mr. Qin, we have located the materials related to Mr. Li's work and traces of his life, along with several photographs depicting the family's dwelling," someone states in an official tone. In that moment, Li Ji is rendered utterly stunned. Before he can react, a whip suddenly appears, striking him across the face and leaving a crimson mark. Li Ji shrieks in pain, retreating several steps, but the whip relentlessly follows, cracking ominously. It is an equestrian whip, handed to Qin's father by the butler. After years of infidelity, attempting to compel Qin Yan to raise their illegitimate child, the humiliation inflicted upon his daughter incites Qin's father to a murderous rage. Despite his otherwise refined demeanor, Li Ji, battered and sprawled on the ground, is engulfed in a daze. Unable to muster the will to flee in the face of Qin's father's fury, Li's mother, distraught, rushes forward to save her son, while Li Ziqiao cries out, "Do not strike my father. Please, I beg you, do not harm him." Observing the child standing defiantly before the whip, Qin's father finally ceases his assault. At this moment, Li Ji is covered in painful welts, writhing in agony. Divorce, Li Ji. I demand a divorce. Qin Yan's voice pierces through the chaos like a jagged shard. Chapter 12. A twisting revelation. Gather all evidence of Li Ji's infidelities, Qin Xian commands with resolute authority into the phone. This declaration indicates a clear intention to resort to legal measures, which would inevitably result in Li Ji leaving with nothing, his years of effort rendered futile in an instant. Coming to his senses, Li Ji finally can no longer contain himself, shouting, "You cannot do this. Qin Yan, it was you who set everything in motion. How can you now blame me? Though I was with Xiaomeng, I still granted you your status. What more do you want?" Such shameless utterances leave the Qin family members aghast. Was I the one who begged you for a title? Qin Yan retorts, now filled with loathing and incredulity. Li Ji stammers, your family's power coerced me. In that situation, had I not married you, how could I have maintained my standing in the medical field? Qin Yan is on the verge of tears, exclaiming, Li Ji, your hypocrisy is utterly revolting. Li Ji stands in shock. For it is the first time Qin Yan has spoken to him in such a manner. Qin Yan has finally awakened. She speaks the truth. Li Ji is indeed a coward who abandons his responsibilities at the first sign of trouble. Originally on the brink of tears, Qin Yan lifts her chin defiantly, glaring fiercely at Li Ji. You are nothing but a freeloader. The most disparaging label that Li Ji detests is hurled at him by Qin Yan. What did you just say? He retorts. I said you are living off others. You and your mistress are nothing but parasites, utterly shameless. You wretched woman. Whom are you referring to? Li Ji fires back. You are the one who stole my man, seized everything from me. You are the one without shame. Finally grasping the unfolding situation, Xiaomeng, on the other end of the video, hears the commotion and erupts in furious condemnation. She will forever remember the revolting sight of her boyfriend entangled with Qin Yan, a debt that she will never forget. They merely quarreled and impulsively parted ways. Yet Qin Yan found herself climbing into Li Ji's bed, an act that sent shockwaves through Xiaomeng, reminiscent of the past. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she wrestled with her reluctance, intending to seek out Li Ji once more, only to learn that he was forced into marriage. She contemplated terminating the pregnancy, yet was unable to muster the resolve to do so until, why have you not reclaimed what is yours all these years? Your man refuses to divorce for the sake of power, rendering you nothing more than a kept mistress. What right do you have to raise your voice? With those words, Qin Yan unleashed a torrent of sharp retorts. Isn't it your family that bullies others, using Li Ji's prospects as leverage? Otherwise, I would not have endured this in silence. Even if he does not marry me, he will forever love and guard me, leaving you, a wretched woman, to inhabit an empty home. That is my retribution against you. Upon hearing this, Ji Fei could not suppress her disdain, remarking, it appears Li Ji is quite the master, and this mistress has been thoroughly deceived. Qin Yan scoffed. I may be foolish, but you too, Xiaomeng, are a simpleton. Li Ji, deep down, you know our family never intended to threaten you. Even now, you feign the role of the victim, attempting to morally dominate me. Clearly, you chose to ascend the ranks of the Qin family for your own future, forsaking your so-called true love. Do not cast your filth upon me. I cannot bear it. Her words struck like daggers, trampling upon Li Ji's pride and exposing his most shameful thoughts, causing his face to contort uncontrollably. Xiaomeng interjected, do not slander Li Ji. Qin Yan found the situation amusing and retorted, very well, if you all believe this, then let us solidify it. Once we are divorced, you will truly understand what it means to be threatened and bullied. Such a threat from the eldest daughter of the Qin family was no jest. Li Ji blurted out, Qin Yan, how have you changed so much? So now you are flustered? This indicates you were aware that the Qin family had no intention of targeting you. Qin Yan's mind sharpened, her clarity returning. Li Ji found himself defenseless against her assertions. Li's mother, observing Qin Yan's demeanor, finally recognized that she was no longer the submissive daughter-in-law who once pursued her son. Tearfully, she reached out to grasp Qin Yan's hand. Yan, I will never accept her. Li Ji is confused. Grant him another chance, I beg you. Look at how badly he has been beaten. It is sufficient. Yet, she was shielded by Qin's mother, who stood protectively in front of her. Li's mother could only grasp Li Ji, urging him to apologize. You must speak. Apologize now. Do you wish to see the Li family destroyed? Under his mother's insistence, Li Ji nearly knelt, his gaze growing increasingly frantic as if battling within himself. Before he finally uttered, "I will not divorce. Yen, I was wrong. I was merely unwilling to yield. In truth, I care for you."
Lizzie.
Xiao Meng was driven to madness upon hearing this. At this juncture, was there truly a need to maintain such a facade? Could it be that Qin Yan was right, and she had genuinely been deceived by Li Ji? Be silent. Before Xiao Meng could speak further, Li Ji turned and shouted at her. The ability to bend and adapt, recognizing the opportune moment, is truly nauseating. Ji Fei could not help but curse. Qin Xian let out a cold snort, shattering the illusion. The evidence of infidelity is irrefutable. Li Ji, you have no choice. Thus, there is no need for pretense. Li Ji immediately cast a desperate glance at Qin Yan, only to be met with a look of disdain. The moment Qin Yan turned away, it dawned on Li Ji that this issue was beyond resolution. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng, provoked by Li Ji's outburst, finally began to unravel, exclaiming, "Li Ji, do not forget about the child." Suddenly, Li Ji felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Shouting in horror, "I command you to be silent. You no longer wish to keep the child within you. Do you wish to perish? A child? Xiao Meng is pregnant?" This revelation repulsed everyone in the Qin family. Even Li Ziqiao appeared to have just realized this shocking news, standing there in a daze. Perhaps due to the harshness of her tone, Xiao Meng wilted under the pressure. Li Ji's expression shifted several times before he resigned himself to his fate, rising to his feet despite his injuries. He grasped the weeping Li mother with one hand and clutched Li Ziqiao's arm with the other. "This is my fault towards Yen. I am willing to divorce. You may exact whatever revenge you desire upon me, but I only hope that others remain unscathed." At that moment, he seemed transformed, decisive and swift in his actions, no longer entangled in the chaos. Is he running so fast out of fear of further assaults? Ji Fei couldn't help but wonder. She felt that Li Ji's change of demeanor was too abrupt. She had expected him to cling stubbornly to the situation. The Qin family, meanwhile, harbored no further thoughts but wished for the Li family to vanish swiftly, not wanting to remain in the same space any longer. The three members of the Li family stumbled away, with only Li Ziqiao casting a furtive glance back at the gathering. In the arms of her grieving mother, Qin Yan unexpectedly lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Li Ziqiao, her heart momentarily jolting. Seemingly aware of Li Ziqiao's actions, Li Ji suddenly tugged forcefully at him. Li Ziqiao stumbled forward, and upon looking up, he was met with Li Ji's fierce expression, causing his heart to constrict in fear. Li Ji withdrew his spiteful gaze, silently gritting his teeth, turning his back on the Qin family, yet a cruel smile crept upon his lips. "For daring to humiliate me, Qin Yan and the Qin family, you shall come to regret this." A twisted excitement flitted across Li Ji's face. As the villain prepared to exit the stage, Ji Fei could not help but comment. Were it not for their excessive arrogance, they would not suffer such consequences. One can only say that justice prevails. Qin Xian cast a glance at Ji Fei, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "Yet, it is a pity for that child. I suspect they will face consequences upon returning. My conscience twinges a bit. How could such a scoundrel and a wretched woman produce a child like this? Truly, a fine bamboo shoots forth from a bad stalk. But it is indeed strange. Why would they want their child to call their enemy mother? Is it for revenge? Are they truly that willing to sacrifice? What on earth are they thinking?" Listening to Ji Fei's incessant murmurs, Qin Xian felt it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. What other motive could there be but to ensure that this child has the right to inherit the shares of the Qin family and all that belongs to the Li family? If, at a certain point, Qin Yan is incapable of bearing children, they would have to adopt. If the child is not biologically theirs, Li Ji would surely object. Moreover, with Xiao Meng pregnant again, sacrificing one child appears to be a reasonable option. The child is old enough to comprehend the relationship between his biological parents, ultimately rendering Qin Yan the sole outsider in that household. The thought of such a scenario is truly terrifying, yet fortunate for the presence of Ji Fei. As Qin Xian pondered this, he suddenly felt Ji Fei dart away, like an arrow released from its bow, rushing towards the Li family, who were hastily approaching the main entrance. The piercing scream startled the Qin family, nearly causing them to lose their balance. Ji Fei seized Li Ziqiao's arm and then delivered a swift kick to Li Ji's back, as if snatching someone away. Li Ziqiao was yanked backward, and had it not been for Qin Xian standing behind him to catch him, he would have stumbled. Unfortunately for Li Ji, he was caught completely off guard by the sudden kick, his mind still preoccupied with plans for Li Ziqiao. leaving him no time to react as he and his mother tumbled to the ground. Their noses made painful contact with the marble floor, and their cries echoed throughout the estate. Yet, no one paid them heed. The Qin family was engrossed in Ji Fei's inner turmoil. System, you're insane. You give me the scoop and then throw in a plot twist? This could have been disastrous. Ji Fei raged internally. Am I to blame for not inquiring more thoroughly? What I discovered was that Li Ji intended to adopt his biological son. The only conclusion I could draw was that he must be an illegitimate child. How could that scoundrel dare to switch the children born at the same time? And 9 years later, for Qin Yan to adopt again. What kind of madness leads to such a repulsive act? I truly never anticipated that Li Ziqiao was actually Qin Yan's biological son. A torrent of outrage engulfed the Qin family, sweeping through the hall like a tempest. The staggering revelation left everyone in a state of shock, their minds blank as they fixated on the 9-year-old boy. A single thought echoed in their heads. How could this be possible? How could this be? Qin Yan's mind was nearly paralyzed. She dared not contemplate the idea that her child was, in fact, alive. Having been raised by Li Ji in close proximity to Xiaomeng, that was her child? Li Ziqiao, oblivious to the gazes of others upon him, was horrified by the plight of his father and grandmother, anxiously attempting to reach them, only to be seized by Qin Xian's grip on his arm. Qin Xian was the first to regain his composure, gazing down at the innocent face before him. Ji Fei had claimed that this was his biological nephew. When Qin Yan had unexpectedly given birth prematurely, their family had rushed to the hospital only to find a stillborn infant. That hospital had been established with the support of their family for Li Ji. Everything had been malleable. Qin Xian's brow furrowed deeply, his expression ominously grave. After having delivered the kick that caused chaos, Ji Fei steadied herself, her emotions in disarray, when she saw Li Ji, bloodied and disheveled, who, in pain, shouted furiously, "You!" But upon catching sight of Li Ziqiao, held by Qin Xian, and the deadly glare that Qin Xian cast upon him, Li Ji felt the blood drain from his face. Ji Fei, steeling herself, attempted to offer an excuse. I sensed something was amiss earlier. Li Ziqiao bears an uncanny resemblance to the Qin family. Just now, I saw your mistress in a video, and the two of them looked nothing alike. Li Ji was so flustered that he stuttered. What are you babbling about? It was her again, making reckless speculations. Ji Fei was aware that her words might seem nonsensical and could easily provoke the Qin family's ire. After all, such matters should not be trifled with, especially for a woman who had lost her child and might never bear one of her own. Even a fleeting moment of joy could be a devastating blow. Yet, she had no choice, no matter how absurd it sounded. This situation was too grave to allow that unscrupulous man to take away the innocent child. Who could say how he might treat the child? Ji Fei could only turn her gaze toward Qin Xian with a prayerful hope. Doesn't he resemble her? She mused. Yes. He bears a striking resemblance to my elder sister. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. A steady voice broke the tension, causing Ji Fei to look up in surprise, meeting Qin Xian's unwavering black eyes. His gaze held no hint of doubt, as if he believed in her unconditionally, standing firmly by her side, leaving Ji Fei momentarily speechless. Is he not troubled by this? Qin Xian's lips twitched as he turned to Li Ji, stating, Our family harbors doubts regarding the child's identity and will conduct a verification.
Li Zi stood in stunned silence.
His mind racing with thoughts of revenge against the Qin family just moments ago, now caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. You must be mad. Li Ziqiao is mine and Xiaomeng's, Qin Yan's child back then. Only then did he realize he was utterly unprepared for the consequences of this revelation. The fear struck him so deeply that he forgot to breathe, let alone voice a rebuttal, especially when faced with Qin Xian's icy stare. The remainder of his words died on his lips. He understood that no matter how convincingly he protested, it would not alter Qin Xian's resolution. The conclusion had been drawn. His silence served as a tacit confirmation of the truth. Little Li Ziqiao seemed to grasp something, though his young mind struggled to comprehend it. Instinctively, he tried to wriggle free from Qin Xian's grasp, yearning for his father. Even though his father had always been distant and his mother unkind. Were they not still his parents? Suddenly, a warm embrace enveloped him, accompanied by a hoarse sob. Li Ziqiao looked up to see the gentle aunt, her hands gripping his shoulders, her face a picture of shock, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, yet desperately wide open, striving to see him clearly. Li Ziqiao felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, his heart aching in an instant. Auntie. Qin Yan gazed at Li Ziqiao as if something was on the verge of revelation, her trembling hand gently caressing his cheek. The instinctive bond of blood left her speechless, only able to utter unconscious sounds of anguish. It was the agony of 9 years of separation between life and death. Ultimately, she fainted on the spot, supported awkwardly by the child. Qin Mu rushed over, embracing Li Ziqiao and scrutinizing him closely. "He looks like my grandson. He is my grandson." With a reminder that nephews often resemble their uncles, Qin Mu finally ceased searching for excuses. Recognizing that this child bore an uncanny resemblance to the young Qin Xian and Qin Chao. Meanwhile, Qin Fu trembled with rage as he approached Li Ji, silently dragging him away. The butler restrained the bewildered Li Mu. Half an hour later, Qin Xian calmly summoned an ambulance. Draped in the shroud of night, the entire Qin family set forth to another hospital in which they had invested. Xiao Meng was forcibly brought along. At this moment, she finally beheld the sight of Li Ji, unconscious and bearing multiple fractures, alongside Li Ziqiao, shielded by the Qin family. The results of the paternity test emerged swiftly. Clutching the report, Qin Yan held Li Ziqiao tightly, weeping as though she might exhaust a lifetime's worth of tears. Li Ziqiao stared blankly at the disheveled Xiao Meng, opening his mouth yet failing to utter the word mother. Instead, he could only ask in a voice devoid of hope, "Why?" Xiao Meng, having surrendered to despair, lashed out in fury. "This is what you and your son owe us. You wretched spawn, you should have been eliminated from the start, to pay for my son's life." She viewed him not as a child but as a demon who had snatched him away from his true mother for 9 years. Li Ziqiao finally broke down in tears, his innocent affection thoroughly shattered. This tragic tableau left Ji Fei devoid of any appetite for gossip, as she merely observed Xiao Meng's plight. Typically, Ji Fei's curiosity sought names and faces. Had she known Xiao Meng beforehand, the narrative might have taken a different turn. Xiao Meng had once gone mad after delivering a stillborn, blaming Li Ji in unison with him, both convinced that Qin Yan had orchestrated their suffering. Thus, when Qin Yan's child was born, Xiao Meng demanded that Li Ji repay her with his child. Ji Fei remarked, "A lunatic." Li Ji, in a bid to uphold his pitiful pride, acquiesced, believing it would somehow restore his dignity. Ji Fei commented, "Worse than a dog." However, how could Xiao Meng, a rival, care for the child? Thus, Li Ziqiao grew up feeling inferior, sensitive, and frail, raised by such a pair of wretched individuals. Ji Fei mused, "A pitiable child." It was not until Xiao Meng became pregnant again that they yearned to love their child wholeheartedly. Finding Li Ziqiao an unwelcome presence, they conceived a malicious plan. Prior to the arrival of the Qin family subordinates, Xiao Meng still fantasized about mocking Qin Yan for failing to recognize her own son, envisioning a future where the child of her rival would be a constant source of irritation. She believed Li Ziqiao would always stand by her and Li Ji, waiting for the right moment to claim everything for their biological son. With 2 sharp slaps, the elegant matriarch of the Qin family disregarded all decorum, delivering blows to Xiao Meng's face until her cheeks swelled and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Meng, who had been frenzied moments before, was momentarily stunned by the Qin family's violent response. Lifting her gaze, she encountered the cold, unspoken wrath emanating from Qin Fu, whose silence was more terrifying than words could convey. "I am pregnant.
You cannot harm me."
Xiao Meng finally relented. Qin Xian stepped forward, his voice icy. "We shall not harm your child, but you will pay for all that you have done. Were it not for the Qin family's adherence to the law, these beasts might not be alive today. Yet sometimes, living is a far graver fate, particularly for these hypocritical creatures." Chapter 14. 8-pack abs. As it was too late, all matters would have to be addressed later. Li Ziqiao was renamed Qin Shi on the spot by Qin Fu and returned to live with Qin Yan at the Qin residence. Upon returning home, Qin Shi felt drowsy, overwhelmed by fatigue despite the myriad of emotions swirling within him. After all, he was still a growing child, unable to withstand the weariness any longer. Qin Yan remained vigilant by her child's side, reluctant to stray even a step away. Qin father and mother also came to visit their grandchild, their faces radiating affection. Eventually, Qin Xian arrived as well. "Where is Fei Fei?" inquired Qin mother. "She's resting in her room," Qin Xian replied. Immediately, the Qin family's attention shifted, save for the peacefully slumbering little Qin Shi. "What is going on here? Can we truly hear Fei Fei's thoughts?" questioned Qin father. Qin Xian proceeded to recount the events from earlier in the day at the company. "Currently, only a few of us can hear her," he explained. Is it that we can't hear her now? Qin mother asked, puzzled. It's a matter of distance, much like speaking to a normal person. If you're too far away, you cannot hear them, Qin Xian clarified. Thanks to her, she saved both me and little she. How did she come to know all that? Qin Yen pondered, still in a daze, as everything had transpired too swiftly and felt almost surreal, akin to a dream. If it were not for Ji Fei revealing the truth, she and Qin, she might never have recognized each other, a thought that sent chills down her spine. I believe she must have recently acquired a superpower that allows her to uncover all matters. It's likely a coincidence that we can hear her thoughts. I suggest we maintain the current state of affairs until our third and fourth siblings return to see if they can hear her as well. Such supernatural occurrences left them at a loss for a solution, compelling them to adopt a strategy of steadfastness amidst uncertainty. I can't shake the feeling that Fei Fei has changed, Qin Yen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. When she married, Ji Fei had just been welcomed back into the Qin family, which left them with little time to bond. She had only perceived Ji Fei as somewhat reclusive. Following a series of misunderstandings that led to an unexpected marriage, she had often heard her mother lament about Qin Xian and Ji Fei being a mismatched pair. In truth, Fei Fei had always possessed a whimsical spirit. However, after the passing of her parents and the subsequent tribulations brought by relatives, she likely developed a psychological scar, resulting in a significant shift in her demeanor. Now, she seemed to have reverted to her childhood self, Qin mother suddenly recalled. In any case, Fei Fei not only helped you clear away troubles, but also saved your elder sister and nephew, Qin father said, patting Qin Xian on the shoulder. You must repay her kindness. Remembering the events of the day, Qin mother smiled. Fei Fei may seem contradictory, yet she has a warm heart. You should be more understanding of her. Qin Yan expressed her concerns, since you were the one who agreed to the marriage. Ensure that she does not endure a fate similar to mine. They hoped for Qin Xian to realize Ji Fei's merits, thereby improving their marital relationship. If that proved impossible, they preferred a cordial separation over a bitter end. It was essential to note that they had yet to share a room. Qin Xian, lost in thought, could only recall Ji Fei's fondness for wealth. I will send her money, he declared. The three from the Qin family responded. Is it possible that what she desires is you, rather than money? Can wealth truly compare to love? Sensing the unspoken sentiments among them, Qin Xian asserted. She likes money. Regarding what happened earlier today, I'll send her money, and she will be pleased. The trio remained non-committal, deeming Qin Xian's emotional intelligence questionable. Yet, a moment later, they witnessed Qin Xian suddenly frown and state, forget it, she doesn't care about money. I'll invest for her instead. Although they were baffled, they felt a sense of joy, for in their eyes, Qin Xian was willing to put effort into Ji Fei. In truth, Qin Xian was abruptly reminded of Ji Fei's wild aspirations. The corners of his mouth twitched. Should they indeed divorce, there was no doubt she would benefit. Conversely, if they chose not to part ways, he was hardly magnanimous enough to allow his wife the means to seek out a young lover. Yet, despite his meticulous precautions, the treachery from within was perilous. Upon returning home, he intended to discuss the investment he had arranged for Ji Fei. However, before he could knock on the door, he was met with a series of ecstatic exclamations from within. The fervent thoughts were distinct from ordinary speech, discernible with familiarity. Ah, I've struck it rich. Why are Dad, Mom, and Qin Yan transferring money to me? Oh, I see. They're thanking me for inadvertently exposing everything. They're all good people. I'm a good person too. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Adding it all up, that's a total of 10 million. I've received 10 million in just one day. Ha ha ha. Even if I were to divorce Qin Xian and leave with nothing, I wouldn't fear a young lover, a handsome wolf with an 8-pack abs, he he he. Inside, Ji Fei rolled on the bed, clutching her phone and sending messages of gratitude when she heard a dull knock at the door. Puzzled, she approached the entrance, only to find Qin Xian's tall silhouette blocking the doorway, his expression somewhat peculiar. He cast his gaze downward, his dark eyes framed by long lashes, exuding an inexplicable pressure. What was the matter? Ji Fei's heart raced involuntarily. It was no wonder she felt this way. Who could remain composed under the gaze of such an aloof and regal handsome man? What is he here for? I know. He is here to deliver my gratitude fee. My funds are increasing. Oh, yes. Qin Xian interjected. Hand over all the money you have. Ji Fei was taken aback. I'm arranging investments for you, ensuring profits without losses. Qin Xian replied, think it over and come find me. With that, he retreated to his own room. In her previous life, Ji Fei had been a mere worker, a truth that weighed heavily upon her. She now yearned for a life of ease and indolence. Upon her arrival in this new world, she checked the original owner's account, only to be met with tears upon seeing the balance. There was not a single cent. Although the original owner had worked in the entertainment industry, her role had been more of a pastime, lacking any talents beyond her looks, which led to sporadic advertising gigs. Most of these advertisements were acquired through personal connections, resulting in meager earnings. Previously, the elders of the Qin family had provided her with pocket money, but after the marriage, all expenses fell to Qin Xian. Despite the strained relationship between Qin Xian and the original owner, he never imposed restrictions on her spending. The supplementary card was always available. So she had never been concerned about financial matters. However, Ji Fei was different. Relying on a man's card brought her no sense of security. Having money in her own name was far safer. Currently, she possessed only the various transfers she had received that day. Living off others was not in her nature. So she found herself quite intrigued by Qin Xian's suggestion. After all, a mere worker like her could hardly compare to a young genius adept at managing a large corporation. Once her thoughts crystallized, Ji Fei approached Qin Xian's door to knock. After a prolonged silence with no response, her impatience grew, and she inwardly grumbled. What is going on? Wasn't I supposed to find him? At that moment, Ji Fei was in the corridor, her thoughts resonating far and wide, drawing the curiosity of the three individuals inside Qin Yan's room. They edged toward the door, opening a small crack to eavesdrop. What was happening? Could it be that Qin Xian had finally experienced a revelation and was willing to allow Ji Fei into his room to share the same bed? The three members of the Qin family were quite thrilled. Just as Ji Fei was on the verge of giving up in frustration, the door swung open. In an instant, a slight mist, infused with the essence of hormones, enveloped her, suppressing her anger entirely. Qin Xian stood before her, clad in a bathrobe, his damp hair accentuating his features. One hand held a white towel, while the other maintained the door's position. The ink-like smudge of his brows deepened the allure of his gaze, and a hint of warmth colored his cheeks, though it paled in comparison to the vivid hue of his lips. The usually austere and cool demeanor of the man was softened, revealing a more relaxed and casual side. Due to his slightly forward-leaning posture, the robe's collar gaped wider than usual, leaving little to the imagination. The warm white light reflected off the remnants of water on his chest, creating a shimmering effect that highlighted the perfection of his physique. Ji Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her purpose for being there, her earlier displeasure dissipating. Qin Xian, taken aback, observed Ji Fei with curiosity, only to hear her inner voice exclaim, "Goodness, those shoulders, those abs, that physique is utterly breathtaking. I might faint." Initially, a flush crept across his cheeks, but he quickly straightened himself, inhaling deeply without tightening his robe, presenting an air of nonchalance.
See?
An 8-pack. The members of the Qin family, overhearing the scandalous thoughts, could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, yet they were filled with anticipation for what was to come. Was something significant about to unfold tonight? Having just finished showering, he had opened the door late. "Oh, it's nothing," Ji Fei responded, appearing composed as she forcibly diverted her gaze from his stunning form. Qin Xian's lips twitched as he inquired, "Have you thought this through?" The Qin family leaned in, their ears perked with tension. "Well, I have 10 million, and I need you to help me invest it." The Qin family reacted with surprise. Qin Xian nodded, however. "I need to know how you are so sure you will profit without risk. Investments come with uncertainties." Ji Fei replied earnestly, "If there are losses, I will take responsibility. I assure you your principal will remain intact."
Ah?
Ji Fei found herself momentarily flustered by such an unexpected offer. "Thank you for helping the family again. Consider this my token of appreciation." Ji Fei readily accepted, feeling she had indeed rendered significant assistance. There was no need for modesty. "Shall I transfer it to you shortly?"
No.
"Wait, let us make it 9 million. As Qin Xian pondered this, Ji Fei's thoughts chimed in, "I should keep 1 million on hand, just in case. Can the investment be structured to yield monthly dividends?"
She continued.
"That way, I would have a steady income each month and could relax." Qin Xian frowned slightly. "If you need money, just use your card." "I know, but can't I enjoy the joy of receiving each month?" Ji Fei replied with a smile. "Not a chance. That card is under your name, and the CEO is most adept at suspending cards as a lesson. I wouldn't want to offend you and find myself destitute." The manifestation of such profound insecurity in Ji Fei caused a flicker in Qin Xian's gaze. "All right, I understand. I recall that the final payment from your last job has already been received, and it should be transferred to you tomorrow, approximately around 1 million.
Thus,
The investment totals about 10 million. What? Really? Am I not just a minor celebrity who can only rely on advertisements? How could the fees be so substantial? Ji Fei exclaimed in astonishment, her memories rather vague. Could it be that the original self did not pay attention and misremembered? This amount is relatively high, Qin Xian said. Deceit cloaked in his calm demeanor, and Ji Fei believed him entirely, her mind resonating with her joyful laughter. The eavesdropping trio exchanged glances, their hearts aching for Ji Fei, as they felt it was Qin Xian's lack of assurance that had led to her myriad thoughts. Well, if nothing else, they could always send Ji Fei more red envelopes in the future, ensuring the child feels secure. Suddenly, Qin Xian felt an unsettling chill at his back, sensing an underlying danger. After a moment's reflection, he spoke, "If there are any surplus funds in the future, you may continue to entrust them to me, and I shall help you reinvest." Qin Xian, aside from the inability to provide me with a marital life, you are truly perfect. Qin Xian, what do you mean by lacking in marital life? The eavesdropping trio began to murmur among themselves. If only I could sleep with him just once. Qin Xian's ears flushed with warmth, his gaze, once lost in thought, could no longer focus on Ji Fei's face. The trio encouraged one another in hushed tones, confident that Qin Xian could hear them. Perhaps Ji Fei's straightforwardness would shatter the ice. Speaking of such an extraordinary man, has he ever succumbed to a woman's advances? I certainly have not. Qin Xian, did you just let slip something? The trio wore expressions of exasperation. At the time of the incident, they had not been certain. But the knowledge had spread among many, leaving Qin Xian with no choice but to bear responsibility. What? Really? The trio inquired. What is going on? Why this sudden surprise? Qin Xian, I have an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What could it be? Qin Xian is still a virgin?
gasp.
Qin Xian. The trio. What do you mean? Our son, the second brother, has had girlfriends, been married, mingled in the social scene, yet still returns as a 28-year-old virgin.
Goodness.
Qin Xian's gaze wandered, his face betraying an uncontrollable flush, leaving him only able to glare at them. What was there to laugh about? This was utterly outrageous. Ji Fei not only laughed internally to an exaggerated degree, but even her exterior was nearly contorted in mirth. Moreover, Qin Xian's sharp eyes swiftly darted toward the distant room down the corridor, as if he had heard muffled laughter. The eavesdropping trio promptly avoided the door's crevice. It was hardly their fault. Eavesdropping was a breach of family privacy, and they had no desire to listen. This had been purely accidental. After a few moments of gazing skyward and earthward, the trio could not resist the temptation to intrude further. However, the moment they peeked, they witnessed Qin Xian pulling Ji Fei into a room amidst a chorus of laughter. The eavesdropping trio. Is there potential here? They hurriedly squeezed closer to the door, but it had already been shut, making it difficult to discern Ji Fei's inner thoughts. At that moment, Ji Fei's thoughts had come to a halt, her heart racing with surprise as she stared at Qin Xian, who had suddenly drawn her into the room. What are you doing? Qin Xian was finally able to regain a semblance of calm, having drowned out the irritating laughter surrounding him. He cast a glance at Ji Fei, tinged with mild reproach, and quickly devised a reason to draft a commission agreement. Although Ji Fei found the situation somewhat perplexing, she was nonetheless pleased with Qin Xian's efficiency in expediting the investment matters. However, Qin Xian was far from satisfied. While he had managed to prevent Ji Fei from exposing his secrets, he could not escape the incessant chatter that lingered in his ears. Frustratingly, he felt powerless to stop it, his ears flushed red as he hurriedly finalized the agreement. It was indeed hard to believe that someone from a background like Qin Xian's remained untouched by romantic experiences at such an age. Could it be that his first love was so untainted? Surely, that could not be the case. After all, he had 8-pack abs. With a resounding thud, he placed the printed agreement on the table, effectively silencing Ji Fei's shameless musings. Ji Fei, fixated on the completed document, remained oblivious to the storm brewing on Qin Xian's face. Elated, she took the agreement and returned home, only to be roused from her slumber by a notification of the final payment, a substantial sum of 1 million. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered Qin Mu and Qin Yan engaged in conversation with Qin Shi. As they heard her approach, they looked up. Awake now? Qin Mu inquired with a warm smile. Ji Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed that the original owner of this body seldom indulged in late mornings. Yesterday had been exhausting, and she had slept in. The expressions on Qin Mu and Qin Yan's faces were a mixture of complexity, while Ji Fei's late awakening could spur their imaginations. The breakfast incident, where Qin Mu cautiously hinted at preparing nourishing food for Ji Fei, only to be met with a darkened expression from Qin Xian, left them with the understanding that things had not progressed as they might have hoped. Thus, Ji Fei's late rise had no bearing on Qin Xian. Observing their reactions, Ji Fei mused silently. Indeed, is sleeping in too unrefined? Qin Mu, regaining her composure, remarked, "Sleep as long as you wish. If you're tired, rest a little longer. Your generation's routines differ from ours." Qin Yan chimed in, "When I lived at home, I too would rise quite late." At this, Qin Shi, having just woken up, looked curiously at Qin Yan, for he had seen her by his side earlier that morning. Seemingly awake for quite some time, Qin Yan, catching her son's gaze, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her and whispered, "Not anymore." This was meant to be a comforting statement for Ji Fei, who could sense the goodwill behind it. After descending, Qin Mu instructed the housekeeper to prepare a light meal for Ji Fei to tide her over until lunch, explaining, "Today, neither the old man nor Qin Xian will be joining us for lunch. It will just be us accompanying little Shi." Qin Xian was generally not one to return for lunch, especially with the matters concerning Secretary Jin still requiring attention. Meanwhile, Qin Fu had taken the rare opportunity to address the affairs of the Li family personally. Ji Fei settled onto the sofa. "Hello, Auntie," Qin Shi greeted politely, though his eyes betrayed a hint of unease. It was evident that he was still adjusting to his new family. Despite the smile on his face, the tension lingered. After all, these were relatives he had not seen in 9 years, and it would take time for him to acclimate. Both Qin Mu and Qin Yan noticed Qin Shi's discomfort, yet they could not conceive a better approach, so they could only tenderly care for him. While feelings of resentment towards Li Ji and Xiao Meng, as well as regret for their previous assumptions, surged within them. In such circumstances, the atmosphere easily became awkward. Ji Fei, with a flicker of her eyes, discovered that Qin Shi had a penchant for Rubik's cubes, Lego, and models. However, apart from the Rubik's cube, he had only tried the others in stores, as Xiao Meng deemed them too expensive and refused to purchase them. In truth, it was not a matter of expense but rather a reluctance to squander even a penny on Qin Shi. Instantly, the expressions of Qin Mu and Qin Yan stiffened. When they had inquired about Qin Shi's interests, he had merely replied that he liked the Rubik's cube, likely out of habit, suppressing mention of those pricier items. This only deepened their sympathy for him. Before Ji Fei could articulate her thoughts, Qin Mu and Qin Yan seamlessly shifted the conversation to Qin Xian and their younger brother, Qin Zhao, revealing that all the Qin family children adored Lego and models, with a plethora stored in the family warehouse. "Would little Shi like to play? Shall we get some for him?" "I want them. I like them," Qin Shi immediately responded, not only because of his genuine affection for them, but also due to the comforting sense of belonging he felt among the Qin family. Indeed, what Qin Mu and Qin Yan said was true. The warehouse was filled with many items, and their desire to compensate for the lost 9 years of familial affection motivated them to ensure that Qin Shi had his pick, even arranging for a continuous delivery of new products. When Qin Fu and Qin Xian returned home that evening, the butler cheerfully led them to an empty room on the first floor, where a vast set of Lego blocks awaited. There, the 3 women and a boy were seated on the floor, engrossed in play. The sight warmed the hearts of the weary father and son. After dinner, both Qin Fu and Qin Xian joined in the merriment. A week later, many matters reached a resolution. Qin Fu decisively orchestrated the divorce, reported the crimes, and initiated legal actions. The private hospital of the Li family collapsed, leaving Li Ji burdened with immense debt and ultimately declaring bankruptcy. The members of the Li family found themselves destitute, with Li Mu attempting to create a scene on several occasions. However, having severed ties, she could not even breach the gates of the estate. Qin Fu would not grant any member of the Li family another opportunity to see Qin Yan and Qin Shi. Both Li Ji and Xiao Meng faced imprisonment. Yet, due to Xiao Meng's pregnancy, Li Ji, for once, took responsibility for all the crimes, allowing Xiao Meng to be released without charges. Nonetheless, Xiao Meng remained unmoved, perhaps due to a loss of hope for the future or because she felt deceived by Li Ji. In a moment of negligence, Li Mu failed to keep track of her, and Xiao Meng terminated her pregnancy, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, when calamity struck, each took flight. Upon learning of the situation, Li Ji went mad in prison, resulting in an extended sentence. Within 10 days, the Li family vanished from the city. Shortly thereafter, Qin Shi was arranged to transfer schools. and everything was set to begin anew. However, before that, the Qin family organized a familial recognition banquet for Qin Shi. Reviewing the guest list for the event, Ji Fei expressed her regret, stating, "Knowing the names yet not matching the faces, otherwise, I could have anticipated any gossip." Such high society circles are often rife with tales. As the Qin family lounged on the sofa discussing the guest list, their attention was inevitably diverted. After all, who could resist the allure of gossip? Recently, they had indulged in numerous tidbits surrounding Ji Fei, even learning about the butler's secret infatuation with the housekeeper. Curiosity was piqued. Will Qin Chao make it back? Qin father inquired, recalling that his son was filming deep in the mountains, cut off from communication. Qin Chao, the third son of the Qin family, was a rising star in the entertainment industry. Qin Xian interjected, "My younger brother contacted me. He just got out and mentioned he would return with something important to discuss." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the room shifted, and an air of anticipation enveloped them. Ji Fei glanced around, unable to suppress her urge to delve deeper into the unfolding drama. So it appears that Qin Chao wishes to change his betrothal partner. I seem to recall something along those lines. She continued, originally, he was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Chu family, yet his affections lie with the younger sister. She added, the reputation of the elder sister is quite tarnished, while the younger one is universally praised. The Qin family members were unsurprised. Over the years, Qin Chao's intentions had become increasingly clear. They supported their children's freedom to pursue love, yet they were concerned that Qin Chao's impetuous nature might lead to an awkward situation. Now that Ji Fei had confirmed his desire to change his engagement, they resolved to devise an appropriate strategy upon his return. Just then, Ji Fei sighed. When it comes to love, it's truly complicated. Qin Chao nearly lost his life as a child, and though it was the eldest daughter of the Chu family who saved him, he instead developed feelings for her sister. The Qin family members paused in disbelief. Wait, what did we just hear? Wasn't it the younger sister who saved Qin Chao as a child? Chapter 16. The Twins. On the day of the banquet, Qin Xian returned early to prepare. In the designated styling room for the family, he encountered Ji Fei, who was elegantly made up. Today, she was particularly striking, unlike her previous penchant for heavy makeup and ostentatious adornments that likened her to the most dazzling rose in a garden. She now exuded simplicity and grace in a delicate pale yellow gown, complemented by a single pearl necklace. Her cascading hair was styled with just a hint of wave, creating an overall light and lively appearance. As she approached him with a cheerful skip, her gown in hand, she exclaimed, "Mom asked us to go greet the guests together." Qin Xian nodded, noting Ji Fei's assessing gaze upon him. Just as he was about to question her, she remarked, you look quite dashing already. Perhaps no further styling is necessary." A hint of awkwardness flickered across Qin Xian's face. He was never one for elaborate styling, unlike his younger brother. He quickly masked his discomfort and said, "Let us go." As they prepared to leave, they encountered Qin Yan, who was bringing Qin Shi in for styling. Both Qin Yan and Qin Shi were taken aback by Ji Fei's beauty. Qin Yan smiled. "Look how stunning your aunt is." Qin Shi, ever obedient, nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. She is beautiful." Ji Fei felt a blush of bashfulness at the praise, and to deflect the attention, she looked down at Qin Shi and asked, "Who is more beautiful, me or your mother?" Qin Shi indeed flushed, declaring his mother the most beautiful. Qin Yan moved, gently stroked her son's head. Perhaps it was due to their blood connection. In recent days, the distance between mother and son had rapidly diminished, and they now shared a bond as if the past 9 years had never been absent. As for Li Ji and Xiaomeng, it was their scant affection that rendered Qin Shi's acceptance swift. He now only occasionally reminisced about them. Rong's opportunity for fieldwork was rare, and she was certain not to return. Qin Yan lamented. She previously apologized to me via video and even sent a gift to Xiaoxi. Qin Rong, the fourth young lady of the family, was currently still in university, engaged in painting on the other side of the world. Qin Xian acknowledged this information. Shortly thereafter, he escorted Ji Fei to the entrance to await their guests. One by one, guests arrived, and Ji Fei noticed many gazes lingering on her, with little kindness to be found. Most were appraising, scrutinizing, and laced with hostility. After all, the affairs of the Qin group had stirred quite a commotion, necessitating a grand meeting for clarification and the dismissal of several employees, particularly Ji Fei's manager, who had been directly blacklisted and sought compensation. This was Qin Xian's way of thoroughly supporting his seemingly aloof wife. Initially, many observers anticipated a divorce. as numerous heiresses awaited the opportunity to marry this generation's most talented and promising heir, even if it meant becoming a second wife. Various marriage proposals likely danced in the minds of these guests. Too bad I didn't step down. It ended without a hitch, ha ha ha. Qin Xian's brows twitched slightly as he listened to Ji Fei's gloating inner thoughts while maintaining a composed demeanor to greet and entertain the guests. Soon, the Chu family arrived. However, instead of the expected 4, only 3 appeared. A middle-aged couple was accompanied by a woman with a lackluster expression who seemed disinterested in everything around her, exuding a chilly aura that felt entirely out of place. Clad in a predominantly black dress with long, straight black hair, she wore no adornments whatsoever, hardly resembling a young lady from a prestigious family. Qin Xian, long time no see, you've become even more remarkable, Mr. Chu exclaimed as he stepped forward to greet Qin Xian warmly. Mrs. Chu also smiled brightly, engaging with him, yet like many haughty socialites, her enthusiasm was solely directed at Qin Xian, completely overlooking Ji Fei. Ji Fei, however, was indifferent, curiously observing them. After recognizing their faces, she found it convenient to indulge in gossip. Her gaze fell on the woman in the back, who met her eyes and nodded politely in return. Are you Chu Xinhua or Chu Sueki? Ji Fei asked directly, although she recognized the face from her memory and had seen it a few times. They were not familiar enough for her to distinguish between them, especially since they were twins. It seemed that this was the first time someone had unabashedly inquired so directly, causing Chu Xinhua to momentarily freeze, while Mr. and Mrs. Chu glanced at her in surprise. I am Chu Xinhua. Oh, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. What about the second daughter? She didn't come along? Ji Fei inquired with curiosity. A flicker of melancholy crossed Chu Xinhua's eyes as her tone grew somber. Someone brought her here. Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu seemed to have noticed that Chu Xinhua's tone was somewhat off, casting an immediate displeased glance her way, only to break into laughter shortly thereafter, as if to boast, our Sueki is currently filming, so she certainly cannot join us. Before they could finish their sentences, a sleek sports car drove in. All the guests' vehicles were parked outside. Only those belonging to the Qin family would enter. As the car door swung open, a pair of long legs stepped out, revealing a fashionably dressed man who resembled a walking model. Removing his sunglasses, he bore a striking resemblance to Qin Xian, possessing 6 or 7 parts of his features, yet lacking the noble severity and exuding an air of arrogant mischief. Perhaps for the sake of the camera, he appeared slimmer than Qin Xian, yet he was undoubtedly a fine frame, a testament to the commendable genes of the Qin family. Due to his star power, many young guests chattered excitedly among themselves.
Wow.
It's Qin Chao. I just started following his drama. He's so handsome. I'm officially a fan now. I must get a picture with him. Unfortunately, he has taken otherwise. Sigh. I just overheard that accompanying his parents is Qin Chao's fiancé in name.
Chu Xinhua.
So, who do you think is sitting in the passenger seat? No need for further speculation, as Qin Chao gallantly moved to open the passenger door. Not only that, but he also leaned in to assist a woman out of the car. This woman, with her long, straight black hair and strikingly similar features to Chu Xinhua, wore a pristine white gown, her delicate expression radiating softness. Thank you, Brother Chao. Be careful, I'll support you,
she said.
With a considerable number of guests coming and going, secrets within the upper echelons of society were scarce, prompting whispers and curious glances among the onlookers. The Chu couple quickly noticed their younger daughter seemed a bit unwell and hurriedly approached her, displaying a genuine concern befitting of someone precious to them. What's wrong, dear? Are you hurt? Mrs. Chu asked with maternal worry. I'm fine, really. I just twisted my ankle while filming. It's nothing serious. It's all Brother Chao's fault for being so dramatic, Chu Sueki shyly explained. Oh dear, I did say not to overexert yourself while filming. What if you truly got hurt? Before Mr. Chu could finish a sentence, Mrs. Chu elbowed him lightly. Unaware of the tension, Qin Chao continued to support the woman, saying, Let us head inside. Sueki can't stand. The group then escorted Chu Sueki forward. Meanwhile, Chu Xinhua remained rooted to the spot, behaving as if she were invisible, neither approaching to express concern for her sister nor acknowledging the overly intimate gestures between her sister and her fiancé. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it. Ji Fei observed with keen interest, and only when they approached did they seem to notice Chu Xinhua. A fleeting look of discomfort passed across the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Chu. Qin Chao frowned slightly, sensing that the Chu Sueki he was assisting appeared startled, attempting to push away his support. Sister, you've arrived. Please don't misunderstand. Brother Chow is just helping me because I got hurt. There's nothing else to it. Please don't be angry, she said, shrinking her body as if genuinely afraid of Chu Xinhua. This caused the expressions of those around them to shift. It seemed the rumors of Chu Xinhua frequently bullying her younger sister were indeed true, as evidenced by the evident fright displayed by Sueki. Qin Zhao grasped Chu Sueki's arm, refusing to let her retreat, as if deliberately showcasing his stance before Chu Xinhua. In a low voice, he warned, "Do not frighten her. This is the Qin residence. If you dare to bully Sueki, I shall not show you any leniency." Chu Xinhua, however, did not even glance at Qin Zhao, merely curling the corners of her mouth into a sardonic smile. "Xinhua, your sister is injured, and you do not even bother to show concern. Who are you putting on a cold face for?" Mrs. Chu expressed her dissatisfaction. "Enough. Do not throw a tantrum in front of the guests. It is disgraceful. Let us all go inside," Mr. Chu said in a deep voice. Qin Zhao disregarded Chu Xinhua, lifting his head to signal to his second brother, preparing to lead the group inside, unaware of the disapproval etched on his brother's face. Just as he was about to step forward, an unusual voice pierced through the air, unmistakably belonging to his less-than-favored sister-in-law, Ji Fei, the one who had caused trouble for his brother. Am I experiencing a momentary blindness? How could I have missed everything happening right before my eyes? Angry, intimidating, sulking? Are they referring to Chu Xinhua? She has hardly exchanged even a glance with them. Such baseless accusations. Little one, do you have many questions? Qin Zhao thought, no, I have an abundance of questions. Is this Ji Fei speaking? How come I did not see her mouth move? Moreover, what nonsense is she uttering? Chapter 17. The Green Tea Tier. Upon hearing Ji Fei's tirade, Qin Xian noticed Qin Zhao pausing, his expression one of bewilderment, and he suddenly understood. Before Qin Zhao could voice his thoughts, Qin Xian stated, "Ah Zhao, remain here and assist your brother in entertaining the guests." His tone was grave. Though not in order, it instinctively redirected the attention of those present. "I will help Sueki inside. She is having difficulty moving," Qin Zhao began, but the incessant chatter returned. This guy must be a fool. His parents and sister are all present, and yet he feels compelled to assist her. Even as her boyfriend, such behavior is unnecessary, especially given the awkwardness of the situation. Clearly, Qin Xian is hinting that this action is inappropriate. Has his brain selectively shut down in the presence of his crush? It seems so, otherwise, he would not have so blindly confronted Chu Xinhua earlier. Qin Zhao found himself bewildered by the barrage of criticisms, a mix of shame and anger rising within him. He turned to Ji Fei, his voice raised in indignation. "You? Huh?" Ji Fei was taken aback, misinterpreting his tone as a greeting, though it sounded rather harsh. Based on her recollection, Ji Fei knew that she and the hot-headed third brother did not get along well. Qin Zhao had always admired his second brother, and due to the latter's marriage, he harbored a strong dislike for Ji Fei, who was of a similar age. Thus, working in the same entertainment industry, Qin Zhao had no intention of shielding her and even refrained from referring to her as sister-in-law in public or private. However, out of courtesy, he had never confronted Ji Fei directly. He had not anticipated that Ji Fei would dare speak to him in such a manner. Brother Zhao,
Chu Sueki,
confused by his pause, could not see that Qin Zhao's glare was directed at Ji Fei. She mistakenly thought he was looking at Chu Xinhua beside her. Chu Sueki bit her lip in grievance, gently nudging Qin Zhao as she said, "Brother Zhao, please stay with my sister. I can manage alone."
Chu Xinhua,
who had been quietly observing, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Isn't it Qin Er Shao who wants Qin San Shao to stay and entertain guests? Why am I being dragged into this?" Chu Sueki was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as they filled with tears, conveying her sense of injustice.
what kind of attitude is this?
"Do you find comfort in bullying your younger sister? I shouldn't have brought you out." The Chu couple seemed to react instinctively, their tempers flaring. Qin Zhao, however, was momentarily stunned, oblivious to the lamentations beside him, until he turned to meet a pair of icy eyes. Wait a minute. Did she just call him Qin San Shao? Hasn't she always referred to him as Qin Zhao? A peculiar discomfort washed over him, interrupted by a voice. "Oh, dear. My temper. Although I am not well acquainted with Chu Xinhua, I cannot simply stand by. My husband only intended for Qin Zhao to stay behind, without mentioning Chu Xinhua. Are you suggesting something with that remark?" Ji Fei asked sincerely, devoid of any accusatory tone. Her genuine inquiry rendered the atmosphere tense and silent, as many began to realize the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, how did this narrative suddenly shift? It was one thing to have Qin Chao remain as the host, but could it possibly mean that Chu Xinhua was to join him? How had it morphed in Chu Sueki's words to imply that Qin Chao would accompany Chu Xinhua? The Chu family instinctively felt that Ji Fei was being unkind to Chu Sueki and prepared to retort, only to be interrupted by Qin Xian, who stated, "I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I specifically mentioned my third brother." He cast a knowing glance at Ji Fei, whose earlier comment about my husband sounded more pleasant than that of ex-husband. This unspoken understanding caused Chu Sueki's face to flush crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless as she turned to Qin Chao with an innocent expression. Qin Chao was equally perplexed. "Moreover, your sister was merely correcting your words. How did it come to seem like you were being bullied? Have you faced any grievances?" Ji Fei's gaze shifted from Chu Sueki to the Chu family. "It would be quite awkward for your father to publicly reprimand your sister. If there are any issues, we can assist in resolving them. Having always led a charmed life." Chu Sueki appeared to have stumbled unexpectedly, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The Chu family was equally dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned to Qin Xian. He inquired, expression unchanged, "Have we failed in our hospitality?" The Chu family felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, instinctively wanting to confront Chu Xinhua but hesitating. Recalling the recent events, the next moment, Ji Fei cheerfully addressed Chu Sueki. "Additionally, there was something incorrect in your earlier statement. What do you mean by having Qin Chao accompany Chu Xinhua? You said you could manage alone, and such remarks should not be made lightly." The surrounding onlookers were momentarily taken aback, sensing that Ji Fei's words implied a tacit acknowledgement from the Qin family that Qin Chao and Chu Sueki were indeed a pair, urging Chu Sueki to refrain from making such self-deprecating statements. In an instant, Chu Sueki momentarily forgot the earlier conflict and gazed at Ji Fei with anticipation.
Yi Fei.
With a tone of earnestness, remarked, "Your parents are right there beside you. How could you overlook them? If that isn't enough, your elder sister is here too. Rest assured, you will not be alone." Just moments ago, Chu Sueki had insisted that being alone was acceptable, but that sentiment felt somewhat excessive. The onlookers exchanged varying expressions. Among the crowd, someone could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this just a typical green tea act?" "I am not." Chu Sueki, finally flustered, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Fei placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, effectively stifling her tears.
Yi Fei incorrect?
"Excellent. You have recognized that you are not alone." Chu Sueki's face transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors: blue, orange, yellow, green, and purple. Laughter erupted, with remarks about her seemingly low level of cunning and lack of logical coherence, making it all too easy for others to exploit her vulnerabilities. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to the mindless adoration of those around her, leading her to believe that she could speak freely, without consequence. Yet alas, she was mistaken. "I, for one, am a connoisseur of tea." Qin Zhao looked on in bewilderment, questioning what had just transpired. Ji Fei reveled in the chaos, while Qin Xian prepared to intervene. Just as Chu Sueki was on the verge of a dramatic breakdown to salvage the situation, Qin Xian elegantly gestured for an end to the spectacle. The Chu family felt an inexplicable frustration as they were unwittingly ushered into the hall alongside Chu Sueki. As Chu Xinhua departed, she cast a glance back at them, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions, a sense of confusion spilling forth from within her. It seemed that she was encountering such a situation for the first time and was at a loss for how to respond. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qin Zhao finally processed the events, pondering what had just occurred. He believed that Sueki, being so innocent, could not have intended to offend. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Why subject her to such humiliation? In Qin Zhao's view, there was mutual affection between them. Yet the engagement with Chu Xinhua acted as an impediment to their genuine love. Thus, it was understandable that Chu Sueki occasionally felt insecure, and her missteps were excusable. Did that mean Chu Xinhua, who had done nothing, deserved to be shamed? Ji Fei curiously inquired, "Are you truly her brother?" Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, realizing the weight of his words. Typically, Chu Xinhua often brought tears to Sueki's eyes. Thus, a single moment of embarrassment should not carry such significance. Ji Fei, astonished, turned her gaze toward Qin Xian. "Is he really your biological brother?" Qin Xian, hearing Ji Fei's unspoken thoughts, felt a surge of irritation. Indeed, he was her true brother. He cast a disapproving look at Qin Zhao. "Ah, Zhao, our parents did not teach us to judge people based on personal biases. It is acceptable to favor someone, but one must understand the principles of fairness." Despite being in his 20s, Qin Zhao instinctively flinched at his brother's reprimand, obediently accepting the scolding, though his eyes betrayed his dissatisfaction. I find him quite perplexing. Is it true that the Qin family possesses a gene for naivete? With tears flowing, he seems to fall for every act. Are those awards for his performances perhaps gifts from the Qin family? How could he be so oblivious to the charade?
Hey.
Qin Zhao could no longer contain himself and interjected. What if he genuinely falls for her? Would that mean the Qin family becomes a stage for theatrics every day? Though unafraid, the annoyance was overwhelming. I certainly did not wish to be bound as a sister-in-law to such a person. Perhaps it would be wise to seek a way for Qin Xian and I to part ways sooner rather than later. Qin Chao's words faltered at the tip of his tongue as he stared, astonished, at his brother. How could this tenacious woman, intent on marrying his brother, possibly contemplate divorce? Wait, what had he just heard? Qin Xian's lips twitched, and he cleared his throat, interrupting Ji Fei's fanciful musings. Leave this to me and a Chao. You may go inside, Qin Xian instructed. Ji Fei nodded enthusiastically. Yay, let us go in and enjoy the spectacle. Observing Ji Fei's cheerful retreat, Qin Chao pressed his trembling fingers to his temples, his eyes filled with questions as he looked at Qin Xian. Without beating around the bush, Qin Xian took advantage of the lull in guests to share a few details about Ji Fei's situation. Qin Chao stood frozen for a moment before speaking. Should we perhaps consider hiring a psychologist for our family? No, we ought to consult an expert. Qin Xian's cold gaze swiftly quelled Qin Chao's thoughts. Qin Chao pouted. Curiosity piqued. So, she truly knows everything? Qin Xian replied. At present, she knows whatever she wishes to know. Is she the most formidable paparazzo in the entertainment industry? Qin Chao remained skeptical. Qin Xian's gaze flickered. Are you planning to discuss the change of betrothal today? Qin Chao hesitated before affirming. Yes, but rest assured, it will not disrupt my little nephew's recognition banquet. I've spoken with the Chu family, asking them to hold off until the end. We will discuss matters privately first. Qin Xian nodded in understanding. Qin Chao cautiously inquired. No one opposes this, right? Are you certain you desire Chu Sueki, not Chu Xinyue? Qin Xian asked. A flash of Chu Xinyue's gaze crossed Qin Chao's mind, causing an uncomfortable sensation within. Yet he responded, of course, Sueki is too delicate. She requires my protection. Chu Xinyue is envious of her sister and treats Sueki poorly. I dislike her demeanor. After speaking, Qin Chao noticed Qin Xian's impassive expression and inexplicably felt a lack of confidence. You have no idea the grievances Sueki has endured because of those twins, he began. But Qin Xian interrupted. One must take responsibility for their own life. You have made your decision. Qin Chao fell silent, huffing in mild defiance. Turning his head, he peered through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the reception area and spotted Chu Xinyue, clad in a black dress, forlornly leaning in a corner. Her gaze lowered upon her wine glass, lost in thought. Suddenly, Chu Xinyue lifted her head, looking outward. Qin Chao instinctively averted his gaze. Why was his heart racing inexplicably? Even though the dissolution of the betrothal was imminent. Chapter 18. He misunderstood. He deserved it. Qin Chao's thoughts were in disarray. After superficially accompanying his second brother in greeting guests for a while, he made his escape. Qin Xian paid him no mind, as his purpose in keeping him there was solely to discuss Ji Fei's matters. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyue observed her parents as they lavished praises upon Chu Sueki within their social circle, completely disregarding her presence. She had long since grown accustomed to the neglect. Yet an uncomfortable gaze lingered upon her. Scanning her surroundings, she found the crowd overwhelming, unable to discern the source of the scrutiny. Ultimately, she decided to leave the area and retreat to the restroom for a moment of respite. The facilities arranged by the Qin family for guests were located at the end of the corridor, segregated by gender. As Chu Xinyue was about to enter the ladies' restroom, an immense force suddenly propelled her inside. Startled, she let out a brief cry, only to have her mouth covered by someone. In no time, a man pressed her against the restroom wall. It was then that she recognized him as a young master from the affluent circles, someone she had encountered a few times but did not know well. Anger surged within her as she glared at him, infuriated by her gaze. The man reached out and tugged at her skirt. You wretched girl, still pretending, are you? Today you will learn what happens when you cross me, regardless of who your fiancé is. Hearing the fabric tear, Chu Xinyue was taken aback by the situation she found herself in. Her mind went blank, and she could not scream, her eyes reddening with desperation as she struggled fiercely. Feeling his breath against her neck, tears streamed down her face. Just then, With a loud crash, the door was forcefully flung open. What the hell? Are you looking for death? In an instant, the pressure on her lifted, and Chu Xinhua fell to the ground, helplessly looking up. She saw Qin Zhao gripping the man's neck, fury etched across his face, and with a swift punch, the man was sent spinning. When Qin Zhao turned to meet Chu Xinhua's gaze and noticed the hem of her skirt torn, revealing her fair thigh, he quickly averted his eyes. "Compose yourself," he said, tossing his coat to her before dragging the man out of the restroom. Enraged, Qin Zhao's fists cracked ominously as an uncontrollable fury surged within him. Thankfully, he retained enough composure not to escalate the situation, dragging the man to an isolated backyard and throwing him to the ground, delivering several hard kicks. As the man regained his senses, he shouted, "Qin Zhao, are you insane? You're defending her? Aren't you involved with her sister? You don't even acknowledge her as your fiancé. Are you here to catch me in the act?" Qin Zhao's expression darkened instantly. "No matter who she is to me, this cannot happen within the Qin family. If she does not consent, you cannot force her. You know nothing. That was merely a conflict between us, a playful marital dynamic." Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback. "What did you just say?" The man, rising from the ground, sneered, "It's not that I put a green hat on you. This wretched girl seduced me into bed, and after 3 months of dating, she dumped me. Shouldn't I seek an explanation?" Qin Zhao's face paled, instinctively tightening his grip around the man's throat. "Say that again." The man, now equally enraged, retorted, "What the hell? Just because you don't want her, does that mean no one else can? Why are you acting jealous?" With a furious glare, Qin Zhao was about to strike when the suddenly appearing butler intervened. "Oh dear, my young master. How can you strike a guest? Let us discuss this calmly." The butler swiftly separated the two, sensing Qin Zhao's genuine anger, and hurriedly led the troublemaking man away. "Young master, you should return and attend to the guests. Everyone has arrived, and the second young master is looking for you." Qin Zhao stood frozen in place, emotions swirling within him. As he regained his composure and turned around, he was met with the sight of Chu Xinhua, her face pale, clutching his garments in a daze. With a grim expression, Qin Zhao intended to bypass her and leave. Suddenly, Chu Xinhua spoke up. "It wasn't me." Qin Zhao glanced back to find Chu Xinhua, seemingly summoning her courage, looking at him as if prepared to face death. "It was Chu Sweki. It must have been her. She's the one who caused this."
Chu Xinu.
Qin Zhao bellowed. Chu Xinhua was momentarily taken aback. When she finally discerned the look in Qin Zhao's eyes, it struck her like a bucket of cold water. With a mocking smile, Qin Zhao remarked, "The previous incidents could be overlooked, but to shift the blame onto Sweki for something so outrageous is beyond reason." The color drained from Chu Xinhua's face, her eyes losing their luster. She longed to argue that the earlier matters were not her doing, yet found herself unable to voice it. Qin Zhao sneered. "Sweki has felt guilty about our situation, and out of respect for our engagement, we have not officially pursued a relationship. Now, it truly feels utterly unwarranted."
Chu Xinu.
"Regardless of your feelings for me, since childhood, my heart has belonged solely to Sweki, who risked her life to save me. Therefore, we shall dissolve our engagement. The only person I intend to marry is Chu Sweki." The light in Chu Xinhua's eyes extinguished completely, and the clothes she held slipped from her grasp to the ground. Although she had anticipated this day, the pain was still excruciating. "So you knew I liked you?" Chu Xinhua said suddenly. Qin Zhao turned away, refusing to meet her gaze. With a bitter smile, Chu Xinhua replied, "Do not worry. I will not pursue this any further. I promise to annul our engagement." Indeed, apart from her grandmother, in this world, whether it be her father, mother, or the little boy who vowed to marry and protect her, they all chose to believe in Chu Sweki. Upon hearing Chu Xinhua's response, a strange pang tugged at Qin Zhao's heart, yet he could not refrain from saying, "As long as you are willing to cooperate, that suffices. I warn you, should you ever pose a threat to Sweki again, I will not show mercy." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Qin Zhao's words. "Sk. This is heading towards a funeral pyre." The unexpected remark drew Qin Zhao's attention instinctively to the source. There stood Ji Fei and Qin Xian in the corridor behind Chu Xinhua, seemingly having come together to find someone. Before Qin Zhao could speak, Qin Xian frowned and asked, "What happened? Why is there a commotion here? Did we not agree to address this later?" Having arrived late, Qin Xian and Ji Fei were unaware of the preceding events, only catching the tail end of Qin Zhao's confrontation with Chu Xinhua regarding the annulment of their engagement. Qin Zhao furrowed his brow but refrained from disclosing the incident in the restroom, deeming it too damaging to his reputation. Nothing, Qin Zhao replied defiantly. Qin Xian's gaze swept over, quickly noticing the damage to Chu Xinyue's dress. Though it did not expose her, it was still inappropriate. He lowered his head and quietly instructed Ji Fei, "Take her upstairs to change." Ji Fei nodded in acknowledgement, but when she approached to escort Chu Xinyue away, she noticed the girl's numbed expression and could not help but cast an accusatory glance at Qin Zhao. Enraged, Qin Zhao was about to demand an explanation for her look. As I listened, the words echoed. From the moment Chu Sueki saved him, I have held her in my heart. Should I find a way to inform this fool that he has mistaken his savior? It was Chu Xinyue who rescued him, not Chu Sueki. Observing his disheveled state, I felt a reluctance to correct him. Perhaps he deserved this misunderstanding. Qin Zhao, upon hearing these words, experienced a brief moment of cognitive dissonance, quickly followed by a vexation at the mockery of cherished memories. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash a tirade at Ji Fei, drawing in a breath. However, he was interrupted by Qin Xian's icy command, "Qin Zhao, be silent." Qin Zhao froze, incredulously gazing at Qin Xian. Ji Fei, oblivious to the unfolding tension, departed with the utterly disinterested Chu Xinyue. Once the two had left, Qin Zhao could no longer contain his ire. Gesturing vehemently in Ji Fei's direction, "Elder brother, did you hear that?" Qin Xian furrowed his brow, pressing further. "You claim you wish to marry Chu Sueki. But if it was indeed Chu Xinyue who saved you in your youth, would you still make the same choice?" Qin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had misheard, though such an absurd statement seemed impossible to misconstrue. "Elder brother, has Ji Fei lost his senses and you alongside him?" "Yet." Qin Xian merely regarded him silently, his expression revealing no hint of jest. Seeing that Qin Xian was not teasing, Qin Zhao could no longer restrain himself. "I am the one involved. How could I not know who saved me? Moreover, the Chu family and Sueki, not to mention even Chu Xinyue, are all aware that it was Sueki who rescued me. Not even Chu Xinyue has ever disputed this. How can there be any mistake?" Qin Zhao found the entire notion utterly ridiculous. The reason the Qin family refrained from correcting Qin Zhao about his savior was precisely because they anticipated he would respond in this manner. They fully believed Ji Fei's account, which must surely reflect the truth. Yet, the passage of time made verification impossible unless the individuals involved chose to overturn the narrative themselves. Thus, they intended to conclude the evening's banquet before addressing the matter of the marriage proposal, allowing Qin Zhao to arrive at his own conclusion. To Qin Xian, regardless of how much weight this illusion held in his brother's mind, it was imperative that he not base his choice of a life partner on a falsehood. He had not anticipated such an eruption would occur prematurely. Qin Zhao, on the verge of an emotional explosion, suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that Chu Xinyue, in her envy, wishes to claim the credit for my salvation? Does she think that would sway my choice? Ha! Unlikely. Spare me your self-delusions. It's merely a secret known to your sister-in-law. As for whether there has been a mistake, we can clarify that face-to-face later. But you must consider, should you be mistaken, whom will you choose?" Qin Xian stated directly. "I admire Sueki's innocence and kindness. Even without the debt of gratitude, I would still choose her," Qin Zhao declared. Qin Xian frowned, well aware of Chu Xinyue's character. But he was certain that Chu Sueki was no paragon of virtue. His brother's blindness was exasperating. He suddenly found merit in Ji Fei's assertions. He has erred. He deserves this. Chapter 19. The Gossip Begins. When Chu Xinyue emerged in her changed attire, Ji Fei struggled to articulate his thoughts, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Having just witnessed Chu Xinyue's experiences through the gossip system, Ji Fei felt a profound sense of disquiet. Ji Fei, having grown up without family, believed her life to be profoundly sorrowful. Little did she know that Chu Xinyue, despite being born into a well-off family with both parents present, endured a life even more harrowing than her own as an orphan. Although they were twins, Chu Sueki's frail health at birth necessitated that the Chu couple take her abroad for medical treatment and recuperation. Though Chu Xinyue accompanied them, the couple's limited attention was primarily devoted to their often critically ill daughter, resulting in multiple instances where they utterly forgot about Chu Xinyue. While she was cared for by servants, numerous issues inevitably arose. During this time, the matriarch of the Chu family, Grandma Chu, upon learning of her granddaughter's neglect, resolved to bring her home, taking charge of her care personally. Consequently, Chu Xinyue was raised away from her parents, fostering a natural emotional distance. In contrast, Chu Sweki received an abundance of love, teetering on the edge of indulgence, and seldom encountered the shadow of her sister, leading her to habitually monopolize everything. Once her health improved and she returned home, she found it intolerable that a seemingly identical counterpart would encroach upon what she deemed rightfully hers. Thus commenced the tragic saga of Chu Xinyue's life. It appeared that ever since the trio's return, genuine smiles had eluded Chu Xinyue. Her resilience was remarkable, as she submerged herself in research and study, avoiding the depths of despair. As they descended the stairs together, Ji Fei could not help but inquire, "Have you truly resolved to annul your engagement with Qin Chao?" According to the gossip provided by the system, Chu Xinyue had harbored feelings for Qin Chao since the tender age of 5. Though Ji Fei remained oblivious to the merits of that pompous fellow, Chu Xinyue nodded without hesitation. She had relinquished her hopes. Ji Fei pondered for a moment before responding, "That is for the best. He is unworthy of you. You are exceptional, and distancing yourself from such dreadful individuals will surely lead to greater happiness." Chu Xinyue was taken aback, gazing at Ji Fei with astonishment, for she never anticipated that Ji Fei would articulate her innermost thoughts so precisely. She had completely given up on not only Qin Chao but also her parents and sister, planning to seek an opportunity to sever ties with her family and cease all interactions. In this lifetime, she merely yearned for her existence to be free from the disturbances caused by Chu Sweki. "Thank you. I will," Chu Xinyue replied with a faint smile. Upon entering the banquet hall, it was the Chu family's turn to extend their congratulations to Qin Yan. Yet, the trio appeared to have forgotten about their other daughter. The Chu couple supported Chu Sweki on either side. "Congratulations, little Shi, for returning. Dear niece, you have truly endured much." "Congratulations. Sister Yan, little Shi, congratulations. I was moved to tears when Brother Chao mentioned this matter. Fortunately, heaven has eyes and has blessed kind-hearted individuals like Sister Yan. By the way, Sweki has brought a gift." The Chu couple made every effort to elevate Chu Sweki's presence, yet due to the deceptive reporting of her savior's situation, the Qin family felt somewhat uncomfortable in their presence.
Oh,
"Where is Xinyue?" inquired Madame Qin. The Chu couple paused, as if just realizing Chu Xinyue's absence. "This girl is utterly lacking in decorum. Who knows where she has wandered off to?" Mrs. Chu remarked with palpable irritation, feeling that Chu Xinyue had brought them shame and was reluctant for anyone to mention this thoughtless daughter. Chuck Sweki gazed at Qin Chao from a distance. Since his return, he had maintained a solemn expression, and Chuck Sweki, familiar with his temperament, discerned that he was in a rather dismal mood. She speculated whether Chuck Xinyu had shamelessly pursued Qin Chao, stirring up discord and thus refraining from appearing. This thought brought a sense of satisfaction to Chuck Sweki, and she smirked slightly, though her tone remained laced with concern. "Shall I go find my sister? She must be quite upset. I should bring her back." Her innocent demeanor made Chuck Xinyu's absence appear particularly unreasonable. "Our dear Sweki is simply wonderful. Pay no heed to your sister, who often throws tantrums. Your foot is still injured, so refrain from moving about, mister." Chu affectionately patted Chuck Sweki's head. However, in the next moment, a voice rang out. "Oh dear, I merely took you to change your attire. Why the sudden silence?" It was Ji Fei, drawing everyone's attention. There stood Ji Fei, the host, accompanying Chuck Xinyu, who had transformed from a modest black dress into a vibrant azure gown reminiscent of the sky, beautifully complementing her fair complexion. Chuck Xinyu observed her relatives with an expressionless visage, creating an awkward atmosphere. At this juncture, Qin Xian finally spoke. The guest's dress was inadvertently dampened. "So I requested my wife to assist her. Why did you not mention this earlier?" inquired Qin's mother. Qin Xian cast a glance at the three members of the Chu family, remarking, "You were too busy to interject." His words instantly flushed the faces of the Chu family members with embarrassment, for they had just condemned Chuck Xinyu without allowing her a chance to speak.
Chuck Sweki,
feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, wished fervently to dig a hole and bury herself. Why had everything gone so awry since arriving at the Qin residence? All of it was Chuck Xinyu's fault. With displeasure, Chuck Sweki glared at her approaching sister, attempting to mitigate the situation. "Sister, you were merely changing your clothes. I thought you were angry with me." Chuck Sweki's parents also attributed the awkwardness to Chuck Xinyu, lamenting her choice of attire. However, upon her return, Chuck Xinyu coldly fixed her gaze on Chuck Sweki, as if the fury in her eyes could ignite. Chuck Sweki's heart trembled at the thought. Could it be that Qin Chao had mentioned the engagement to Chuck Xinyu? This would explain her current ire. Chuck Sweki struggled to suppress a smile. casting a subtly triumphant glance at Chuxinyu. Had it not been a gathering hosted by others, Chuxinyu would likely have lost her composure. Chuxinyu was certain that the incident in the restroom was somehow linked to Chuxwiki, and she resented being unfairly implicated once more. Containing her anger, she sat down in silence. While the Chu family ignored her and continued mingling, it was only when Qin Chao noticed Chuxinyu that he snapped back to reality. His expression shifted constantly, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. It can't be. The person who saved me as a child was definitely. He turned to Qin Xian. What are Mr. and Mrs. Chu's names? Jifei was quietly asking Qin Xian. Upon Qin Xian's response, the entire Qin family, save for Qin Shi, sat up straight. Although they feigned casual conversation, their eyes betrayed an insatiable curiosity, instinctively leaning towards Jifei. What was transpiring? I see now. I wondered how one could mistake their savior. It turns out that this family of 3 conspired to deceive. The Qin family shared this suspicion, yet it seemed illogical. How could Chu Xinhua be unaware? Qin Chao's expression shifted, casting a furtive glare at Jifei, eager to observe how she would spin her tale. Chapter 20. A grievous exchange for affection. By this reckoning, this marks the first occasion on which Chu Sweki has seized something that rightfully belonged to Chu Xinhua. Qin Chao's visage altered subtly, his gaze discreetly flickering towards Chu Xinhua. Qin Chao and Chu Xinhua were classmates back in their homeland. The nation they visited during that fateful summer camp was the very one where Chu Sweki underwent treatment. Though merely a boy of 10 at the time, he had already become Chu Xinhua's betrothed, as per the agreement between their grandmothers, and naturally met her family. It was then that he first laid eyes upon the delicate and princess-like Chu Sweki, who resided in a hospital ward. Upon encountering a dashing youth like Qin Chao, and learning that he was her sister's fiancé, an individual ostensibly belonging solely to her sister, Chu Sweki insisted on staying with him. Jealousy can distort one's perception. Despite having received her parents' unwavering love and companionship, she still yearned to claim what belonged to Chu Xinhua, believing that without her sister, those treasures should have been hers. Qin Chao's breath hitched. No, Sweki was not that sort of person. She was not. At that moment, he recalled Chu Sweki's tears in the hospital, where he had merely felt pity for the ailing little girl, wishing for someone to play with her. The resemblance to Chu Xinhua only deepened his sympathy. Yet, Jifei's assertion that Chu Sweki enjoyed perfect parental love and companionship made him ponder, what had Chu Xinhua possessed? Merely him, her betrothed. This realization struck Qin Chao like a thunderclap, leaving his mind in a tumult. The event was originally meant for both Qin Chao and Chu Xinhua. However, due to Chu Sweki's persistent desire to join Qin Chao, their parents insisted that Chu Xinhua relinquish her place, allowing her sister, who bore her likeness, to take her spot, with a request for Qin Chao to look after her. Qin Chao's countenance darkened. At that time, he had thought little of the situation, dismissing any concern for Chu Xinhua, and had readily acquiesced to her parents' request. He had assumed that Chu Xinhua would willingly yield to her sister. He could scarcely recall her expression at that moment. What the Qin family had perceived was a sister selflessly granting her ailing sibling the opportunity to engage in the festivities. And they had once marveled at their deep sisterly bond. Little did they know it was a result of parental imposition and sibling rivalry. Thus, it followed that when Qin Chao encountered misfortune, it should have been Chu Sweki by his side. How then did the narrative shift to Chu Xinhua as a savior? Qin Chao found himself perplexed. He still recalls their camp nestled within a dense forest, where the staff guided them through the woods, teaching them about plants and imparting essential wilderness survival skills. However, he was quite mischievous at the time, secretly venturing off with Chu Sweki. Unfortunately, he accidentally tumbled down a steep slope and sustained severe injuries. He only remembers Chu Sweki, terrified, crying out from the top of the hill. In his dazed state, on the brink of bleeding to death, he caught sight of Chu Sweki again. She had come searching for him, managing to carry him out of the ravine, until they encountered the rescue team. It was undeniably Chu Sweki who saved his life. The Chu family must have felt quite exasperated. Qin Zhao was hardly the nurturing type. While it might have been manageable with someone as robust as Chu Xinhua, his antics were a different matter entirely. As for Chu Sweki, after Qin Zhao's accident, she ran back in tears only to faint due to her frail constitution, prompting her worried parents to rush her to the hospital. Utterly unaware of what had happened to Qin Zhao, Qin Zhao's pupils constricted. The Chu couple had initially been waiting with Chu Xinhua outside the camp, but upon receiving their younger daughter, they forgot that the elder one had not yet boarded the vehicle and left without her, abandoning Chu Xinhua outside the camp. Qin Zhao was fortunate. Aside from the Qin family, it seemed only Chu Xinyue remembered him wholeheartedly. Upon seeing her sister emerge, she was convinced that Qin Zhao could not possibly still be inside, and thus she ventured back in. At that time, the activities had not concluded, and no one was aware of Qin Zhao's predicament. Had it not been for Chu Xinyue's return, by the time others realized something was amiss, Qin Zhao would likely have succumbed to shock from blood loss. Qin Zhao felt as though he had been struck by an arrow in his heart. Even the eavesdropping members of the Qin family were filled with trepidation, casting grateful glances at Chu Xinyue not far away. Their guests, engaged in casual conversation, began to speculate whether the third young master's marital prospects were truly about to change. Ji Fei, relishing the drama, continued to watch intently. Upon learning of Qin Zhao's disappearance, the rescue team sprang into action. Although Chu Xinyue was not meant to participate, she stealthily followed along, recognizing Qin Zhao's belongings, which led her to discover the unconscious Qin Zhao in the ravine and carry him out. Overwhelmed and exhausted, she developed a high fever and was subsequently taken to the hospital. Now, the entire Qin family was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning why it had all been attributed to Chu Sueki. A young girl had endured so much, yet after her fever subsided, she forgot the entire ordeal. Qin Zhao, believing he had seen Chu Sueki, was the first to inquire about her upon awakening. The Chu family quickly devised a ruse, and in the end, even Chu Xinyue believed it was her sister who had saved him, attributing her exhaustion and illness to mere fright. To the camp staff, it was simply a matter of the fainted girl recovering and worrying about her companion. Everything was seamlessly connected, leaving no evidence to contest the narrative. How utterly absurd. Qin Zhao's body had grown rigid, and Ji Fei's words resonated with unsettling authenticity, threatening to shatter all of his memories. Yet, he was loath to accept that the events of so many years had been a fabrication. Why would the Chu family resort to such deception? Their relationship had not been as fractured then as it was now. The Qin family, perplexed, found it difficult to comprehend the behavior of the Chu family. After a lengthy internal tirade, Ji Fei finally spoke up. It appears that even back then, they intended to exchange their betrothal partners. Not merely due to their youngest daughter's immature and selfish behavior, but because they perceived Chu Xinyue as healthy, capable of marrying anyone without issue. In contrast, they deemed Chu Sueki, whose health was fragile, worthy of a union with a good family, one that would not burden her, but rather support her through her ailments, and one that would not scorn her. The Qin family realized the truth. After all, it was rare for children from prestigious families like theirs to disregard familial alliances. With only 2 daughters, the Chu family was destined for commercial marriages. It took years of persuasion for the Chu matriarch to secure the engagement with the Qin family. Initially, the Qin family had no tradition of early betrothals. Upon hearing that the Chu matriarch had matched Chu Xinyue with Qin Chao, they were exceedingly displeased, believing their grandmother to be biased, showing favoritism towards the elder granddaughter at the expense of the younger. The Chu matriarch retorted, "You all only think of the younger and neglect the elder. Should I not consider the elder while I am still alive? When will you irresponsible parents remember the elder?" Oh, grandmother, what a beautiful sentiment. The Qin family sighed inwardly. With the passing of the Chu matriarch, the intention to change partners had become increasingly evident. They would not breach their agreement, but now, with the matriarch gone, the possibility loomed larger. As for Qin Chao, the Qin family discreetly observed him, noting his darkened expression, uncertain if he believed the revelations. After all, Qin Chao was known for his stubbornness. Indeed, Qin Chao was reluctant to accept the implications of Ji Fei's remarks. What did her words amount to? Was there any evidence? Could it be that Ji Fei's assertions were to be taken at face value? Her imagination certainly ran wild. The truth regarding Chu Sueki's act of saving him was undeniably more reasonable. Qin Chao glared at Ji Fei, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger, on the verge of losing his composure and hurling insults. Just then, Qin Xian abruptly obstructed his line of sight. Frustrated and aggrieved, Qin Chao cast an indignant glance at his brother. Qin Xian, brows slightly furrowed, was reluctant to engage with his foolish younger sibling, yet he had discerned a subtle hint of truth in Ji Fei's musings. After a moment's contemplation, he seized the opportunity amidst the surrounding noise and whispered, "You were significantly taller than Qin Shi at the age of 10, weren't you?" Qin Chao, momentarily caught off guard, looked at his second brother with confusion. Qin Xian's expression grew serious. It was unlikely that many girls could carry you. A healthy Chu Xinyue, a frail Chu Sueki. Who could possibly bear him out of the crevice? The color drained from Qin Chao's face inch by inch. Perhaps it was the potential of humanity, the marvels of life. Or perhaps the faces of Chu Xinyue and Chu Sueki flickered incessantly in his mind. Chu Xinyue, her hand broken by a falling cabinet, remained silent despite her cold sweat. Chu Sueki, with a twisted ankle, had tearful, swollen eyes. Chu Xinyue managed laboratory equipment, rejecting offers of assistance from male classmates, her slender figure capable of bearing the load alone. As Chu Sueki performed, she could barely hold a child for 3 seconds before feeling the need to call and complain about her exhaustion, requesting assistance in altering the script. The banquet was drawing to a close amidst the gossip. Some guests suggested that the Chu family leave together to discuss matters, to which Mr. Chu smiled and replied, "We have an appointment with the Qin family. We truly have no time today." Upon hearing this, the guests were eager to linger, hoping to witness the outcome of the marriage contract. However, the Chu family desired a private conversation, making it inappropriate to insist on their stay. Those preparing to depart felt a sense of reluctance. Just then, someone burst into the reception room. Chu Xinyue, I've heard you are calling off the engagement. Today, I shall propose to your family. I will marry you, for you are already mine. I will take responsibility for you. Chu Xinyue and Qin Zhao simultaneously turned to see the man who had previously made things difficult for Chu Xinyue in the restroom, now drunkenly reappearing. The intruder was Wu Tian, a notorious scion of the wealthy elite. Apart from a passably handsome face, he possessed little else of merit. He was merely a wealthy wastrel, known for his unlawful antics and a frequent visitor to the police station. Any scandal he caused would hardly raise eyebrows. However, today was a gathering of the Qin family, and Wu Tian's disruption was a direct affront to them. Wu Tian's uncle and aunt, who accompanied him, quickly intervened, admonishing him, "We agreed to bring you here, but not to cause a scene. My apologies. My dear nephew has had too much to drink. We shall take him away at once."
Yet.
Wu Tian shrugged off their grasp, fueled by anger from his previous altercation with Qin Zhao and being rebuffed by Chu Xinyue. Upon learning some distressing news, he had consumed several bottles of alcohol in a fit of rage, returning with a reckless determination. Wu Tian approached the Chu family, grinning maliciously at the astonished couple. "Uncle, aunt, since you wish to annul the engagement, let us take this opportunity to finalize my union with Chu Xinyue in front of everyone." He then cast a venomous glance towards Chu Xinyue, akin to a serpent ready to strike. For a fleeting moment, Chu Xinyue's mind went blank. She did not look at Wu Tian but instead turned to glance at her sister, Chu Sueki, who was cowering behind their parents. Chu Sueki's face turned pale, her eyes darting around, and upon noticing Chu Xinyue's gaze, she immediately averted her eyes in guilt. As Wu Tian reached out to grasp Chu Xinyue's wrist, a large hand intervened, firmly gripping him. In his drunken stupor, Wu Tian, now more reckless than before, glared at his assailant. "Damn it, Qin Zhao. I'm merely picking up what you've discarded. I don't mind at all. You ought to be grateful." "You're out of your mind," Qin Zhao retorted, preparing to retaliate. He had been nursing a tumult of emotions, feeling like a cornered beast, and this fool was seeking a fight. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, sending Wu Tian crashing to the ground. Just as Qin Zhao was about to strike again, Chu Xinyue seized his wrist, and he turned back in a fiery rage, only to find her expression cold and indifferent, as if she wished for him to refrain from intervening. Her face was now etched with frost as she stared blankly at Wu Tian. At that moment, Qin Zhao felt a surge of blood rise in his chest. Although anger simmered within the Wu family regarding Wu Tian's behavior, they could not permit others to strike their own child. "What are you doing? Wu Tian is intoxicated. How can you lay hands on him?" Aunt Wu exclaimed furiously. "The Qin family entertains guests with such hospitality. Is this how you treat visitors?" Mother Qin retorted defiantly. "We treat our guests well, yet you create chaos in our home. Is this how the Wu family behaves as guests?" Aunt Wu's face flushed with indignation. "Madam Qin, your words lack grace. Let us speak plainly. You intend to annul the engagement with Chu Xinyue, do you not? Thus, this matter concerns my nephew and Chu Xinyue. It is your third son who has interjected. Moreover, my nephew merely proposed. He has not transgressed." Mother Qin scoffed. "Your nephew seems rather eager, does he not?" Aunt Wu was momentarily silenced, for the engagement between the Qin and Chu families had yet to be dissolved. Wu Tian's inappropriate remarks could be construed as an affront to the Qin family, indeed striking a blow to their pride. "Oh, dear, we are all friends here. There is no need for discord over the younger generation. Let us all calm our tempers. It is my daughter's fault, Mr. Chu interjected hastily, attempting to mediate. It is all Xinyue's fault. How could she engage with young Master Wu while still bound by an engagement? However, perhaps this could lead to a fortuitous outcome. Let us all sit and discuss this matter calmly. Mrs. Chu joined in the persuasion, her expression shifting from confusion to a smile. The Chu family had fallen somewhat from grace, unable to offend either the Qin or Wu families. They had hoped to smoothly dissolve the engagement today, yet unexpectedly found themselves faced with a proposal from the Wu family. This was akin to a windfall, serving as a remedy for Chu Xinyue, dispelling rumors that they favored their younger daughter by appropriating the engagement of the elder. The guests, initially reluctant to disperse, were evidently intrigued by the unfolding drama of two sisters vying for one suitor. Yet, as the situation took an unexpected turn, it seemed that fortune was smiling upon them. Since everyone is present today, let us witness this union among your three families. Remember to invite us to the wedding feast. Indeed, indeed. It appears that each has found their happiness. You young ones certainly know how to stir up excitement. Yet it is all a divine match. The ill-reputed pairing of Chu Xinyue and Wu Tian contrasted sharply with the esteemed union of Qin Chao and Chu Sueki, seemingly ensuring a joyous resolution that all could celebrate. Should this union among the three families indeed come to fruition, future business arrangements might require adjustment. Having access to such pivotal information could prove advantageous. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Xian watched the spectacle unfold, while beside him, Ji Fei's mind was racing. Goodness! What a juicy piece of gossip! This exclamation momentarily distracted the Qin family. Yet the matter concerning their third son still required their attention. The Qin couple exchanged glances, deciding to navigate the situation with care. Given the current atmosphere, it was best to resolve the matter on the spot to prevent miscommunication and potential repercussions. Qin's father cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone is already aware, we shall not conceal the truth. The engagement was a promise made by the older generation, but in this modern age, young people value the freedom to choose their own romantic paths. Our Qin family will not interfere with our children's decisions." Qin's mother added, "We only hope that our children can take responsibility for their lives and refrain from making choices they may later regret." After speaking, both Qin's father and mother exchanged meaningful glances with Qin Chao. Having just discovered that the Chu family had deceived them, their disdain for Chu Sueki and her parents was palpable, as they felt they had been misled and had their accomplishments usurped. Nevertheless, marriage and love are ultimately personal choices. Qin Chao was already aware of the pertinent information. Whether he believed it or not was entirely up to him. It was a pity, however, that Xinyue had become involved with Wu Tian. They had now handed the stage over to Qin Chao and were eager to listen for any gossip from Ji Fei. After a lengthy wait, they only heard exclamations of surprise and disbelief. The Qin family remarked, "Oh dear, do refrain from lamenting. Do share with us just how shocking it is." Despite the tantalizing hints, Qin Chao remained undistracted, his thoughts a chaotic swirl. The Chu couple enthusiastically approached, saying, "You are indeed open-minded, Qin family. Ah Chao, do share your thoughts." They even urged Chu Sueki to move closer to Qin Chao. Entirely oblivious to the discomfort etched on their daughter's face, Qin Chao opened his mouth, yearning to inquire about the identity of the person who had once saved him. But did it truly matter? A debt of gratitude for saving one's life does not equate to love. Perhaps the usurpation of credit stemmed from an excess of affection. Yet, why was it so difficult for him to voice his thoughts? His hesitation cast a peculiar silence over the gathering, prompting murmurs among the onlookers. Could the situation be shifting? How intriguing! Meanwhile, a visibly anxious Chu Sueki, not having received a response from Qin Chao, urgently tugged at his sleeve, calling out to her brother. Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chu Sueki, the woman he had cherished for many years, before turning to Chu Xinyue. A woman once close yet now distant in reality. The Qin family, engrossed in the unfolding drama, remained unaware of Qin Chao's unease, while Ji Fei seemed momentarily distracted. Wait, what is Qin Chao contemplating? Surely, he isn't seriously deliberating whom to choose, she mused. The Qin family was momentarily caught off guard, only to hear Ji Fei exclaim in frustration, "How shameless! Why does he assume that simply because he wishes to choose, the others will be willing to accept his selection? Chu Xinyue is not Chu Sueki. She has no desire to participate in this. Is he so self-assured that his family is unaware of this?" The Qin family replied. "Now they are." Qin Chao, bewildered by the sudden rebuke, thought, but isn't it my decision to make? Though he ought not to hesitate. The engagement was a matter concerning both parties. Shouldn't his opinion be considered? Suddenly, Chu Xinhua spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Qin Chao looked at her in astonishment, wondering if she was reluctant to let go. A peculiar surge of delight, unnoticed even by himself, welled up within him. The Chu couple immediately grew impatient. Xinhua, stop this nonsense. We will assist you in establishing a connection with the Wu family. One must not be excessively greedy. We understand your penchant for clashing with your sister, but this concerns their lifelong happiness. The Qin family has stated that the children should decide for themselves. Qin Chao refuses to marry you. Must you cling to this hopeless endeavor? Even if you refuse, it is futile. The Chu couple's words to Chu Xinhua were undeniably harsh. Yet, the current Chu Xinhua resembled an impenetrable fortress, impervious to their barbed remarks. She turned her gaze towards Qin Chao, her expression serene, causing a tremor in his heart. Today, I formally announce the dissolution of our engagement, she declared, unexpectedly smiling with relief. Qin Chao, I no longer desire you. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao felt as though a void had opened within him, stunned into silence. This was the moment he had long anticipated, yet it felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. The crowd, though initially surprised, quickly rationalized that Chu Xinhua must have genuinely moved on to Wu Tian. Hence her decisive termination of the engagement. The Chu couple and Chu Sueki breathed a sigh of relief. The Chu family, hypocritical in their pretense, were well aware of Chu Xinhua's true feelings yet feigned ignorance. They had relentlessly pressured her to visit old Madame Chu and retract her engagement, but she had resolutely refused. In moments when Chu Sueki pilfered from her, she had always yielded, but her unwillingness to yield in matters concerning Qin Chao remained steadfast. It appeared she had truly come to terms with everything. Qin Chao, the foolish one, had squandered a sesame seed for a watermelon, and he would come to weep over it later. The Qin family, overhearing these sentiments, were astonished to discover that Chu Xinhua still harbored feelings for the third son. Qin Chao's lips trembled. Indeed, Chu Xinhua had once cherished him, yet now she had entirely relinquished those feelings. It made sense. After all, she had found a backup. Yet, the memory of her expression when she declared "not me" flashed through his mind. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. As Qin Chao regained his composure, he noticed the Chu family gazing at him with eager anticipation, seemingly awaiting his announcement regarding an engagement with Chu Sueki. However, Qin Chao remained silent, a sense of unease swelling within him, accompanied by waves of regret. Meanwhile, Wu Tian could hardly contain his excitement and approached Chu Xinhua, declaring, "You have finally seen the light. From this moment on, you are my fiancée." Qin Chao's gaze flickered, his fist clenching instinctively as he turned to look at Chu Xinhua. Yet, her attention had shifted entirely to Wu Tian, regarding him with a disdainful sneer. "Who are you? Do I know you? Open your eyes and see clearly. I, Chu Xinhua, have never met you in private. You have consistently spread rumors about our relationship in public, and I have every right to sue you." Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving all present aghast. The Qin family, previously ensnared in confusion, instinctively drew conclusions from Ji Fei's thoughts. What does this mean? Were Wu Tian's claims nothing but lies? In Qin Chao's mind, the scene from the courtyard flashed once more. The despairing gaze of Chu Xinhua lingered vividly. In an instant, Qin Chao felt his palms dampen with sweat. Chapter 22. This face belongs to more than just me. Is this a quarrel between young lovers? Yet, the expression on Chu Xinhua's face seemed far from deceitful. Even if Wu Tian were lacking in merit, he was still the young master of the Wu family. What need had he to concoct falsehoods? Chu Xinhua had even claimed she would take action against him. Could that possibly be a lie? The crowd buzzed with speculation, for the situation truly seemed absurd. Wu Tian had not anticipated that Chu Xinhua would outright deny the accusations, and his eyes blazed with fury. "You dare to deny it? Damn it. No wonder you once claimed to fear the Qin family discovering your engagement to me, hiding away, and refusing to go public. Turns out you were merely biding your time. Do you think you can feign ignorance of our past together? Dream on." Chu Xinhua, I am granting you a modicum of respect. You would do well to preserve your dignity, or I shall reveal everything, leaving you utterly humiliated. I am aware of all that you have concealed. Yet, Chu Xinhua's expression remained unperturbed, her smile only growing more derisive. Then by all means speak. Let us see who the truly shameless one is. With that, her gaze swept over to Chu Sueki, who indeed appeared flustered. You. Wu Tian roared, incensed. Mr. Chu, witnessing the brewing conflict, grew concerned about the potential for scandalous remarks to emerge and hastily pulled Chu Xinyu aside. What are you causing such a ruckus for? Stop throwing a tantrum. You may not care for your reputation, but our Chu family still values it. Mrs. Chu stepped forward to grasp Chu Xinyue's arm, saying, if you ruin this joyous occasion, I wonder who will want you afterward. Apologize to Wu Tian at once. She then turned to the Wu family, smiling as she apologized. Our daughter has a bit of a temper. Once she is married, she will surely be more sensible. Please bear with us. The Wu family, while not particularly fond of this girl with a tarnished reputation, found themselves in a quandary. Wu Tian's reputation was even worse, making the comparison seem evenly matched. With the families being of suitable status, a union was deemed favorable. Your eldest daughter appears quite spirited, one remarked, but that's all right. Once the couple is wed, they can smooth things over gradually. Before the two sets of elders could engage in their insincere pleasantries, they were interrupted by Chu Xinyue. What is this? Are we now disregarding personal will and treating women as commodities? Chu Xinyue mocked, shaking off her parents' grasp as effortlessly as if shedding shackles. The onlookers were taken aback by her sudden and harsh words. Well done. If one does not speak firmly, these people seem incapable of understanding human language. Yet they presume to dictate the lives of others. The Qin family members felt that the Chu couple had indeed overstepped. It was painfully clear that Chu Xinyue did not wish for this, and yet her parents persisted, which was disheartening. However, the Chu family remained oblivious. Mr. Chu, recovering from his shock, retorted angrily, how dare you speak like that? Your lack of decorum is becoming increasingly evident. Is this how you address your parents? Mrs. Chu, her tone now tinged with betrayal, lamented, you are the one being unreasonable, acting on impulse. We make decisions for your benefit. Truly, you are ungrateful. You have actually conversed with Wu Tian. Regardless of whether there was discord, there exists an emotional connection. Now he desires to marry you. How can you possibly refuse? Listen to us. Sit down and finalize this engagement. Chu Xinyue responded with a cold laugh. I have come of age. You no longer have the authority to dictate my life. It was rare for Chu Xinyue to speak to them in such a frigid tone. Although she typically appeared aloof, she would usually make an effort to acquiesce to their wishes. Therefore, her current demeanor was nothing short of rebellious. It left her parents utterly astounded. What madness is this? We are your parents, Mr. Chu exclaimed in shock. Chu Xinyue's expression shifted, and with a sneer, she retorted, are you? I thought you were merely the parents of Chu Sueki. This statement caused her parents' faces to flush with embarrassment. Silence. You ungrateful daughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Oh dear. Are you angry now? Why the fury over an unspoken truth? One can't help but wonder if the Chu couple are fully aware of their blatant favoritism, yet refuse to allow Chu Xinyue to vocalize it. Truly reprehensible. The Qin family observed, feeling as though the Chu parents had been struck at a sensitive point that should remain concealed, causing them to fume in place. However, Chu Xinyue was resolute in her refusal to yield for the sake of filial piety. I clearly stated that I do not know this person. Yet you insist on pushing me towards him, indifferent to the potential ruin of my life. How can you trust the words of an outsider over your own flesh and blood? And you dare to claim you are my parents? Who told you to constantly weave lies? We cannot believe you are innocent, Mr. Chu retorted angrily. Indeed, Wu Tian is a man of integrity. Far more deserving of your trust, Ji Fei interjected, her sarcasm causing Mr. and Mrs. Qin to nearly lose their composure. While even the quietly observing Qin Yan almost burst out laughing. This drew the attention of others around them. Qin Xian maintained his composure and added, let us see who is more worthy of trust, Miss Chu or young Master Wu. Everyone paused, recalling Wu Tian's illustrious achievements and contrasting them with Chu Xinyue. Mr. Chu's expression instantly stiffened. Qin Xian's presence was formidable. His words instilled doubt in the minds of all present. Wu Tian, visibly agitated, glanced at Chu Xinyue, and with a sneer, he declared, you have forced my hand. Without hesitation, he rushed to the audiovisual player nearby, which had been displaying photographs of Qin Shi and Qin Yan. In the next moment, intimate images, some nearly requiring pixelation, were projected onto the large screen. Most were taken in hotel rooms, showcasing alluring gazes, suggestive atmospheres, and enticing expressions, resembling the allure of a siren. It was hard to reconcile these images with the currently expressionless Chu Xinyue. The final photograph lingered on a scene of a passionate kiss, capturing a beautiful face with half-closed eyes. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the room. This was irrefutable evidence. It seemed Wu Tian and Chu Xinhua had indeed been involved.
Ha!
I could nearly ravage you, and you still refuse to admit it? Wu Tian's expression was a mask of menace. Yet, Chu Xinhua merely smiled, her laughter ringing out unabashedly. Qin Chao stared at the photograph with a pallid face, a surge of fury coursing through his mind. He could not fathom that such an expression could belong to Chu Xinhua. But if it were not her, then who could it possibly be? In that fleeting moment, he dared not contemplate further. The relentless inner monologue of Ji Fei only exacerbated his turmoil, obliterating all his counter-arguments. Who would have thought? Chu Sueki truly revels in her clandestine escapades. I once doubted her acting prowess. How presumptuous of me. Observing her effortlessly portray the innocent flower, one could hardly detect a hint of frivolity. She is undoubtedly an award-winning actress. Chu Sueki is indeed remarkable, with Qin Chao sequestered for filming. She sought companionship to stave off loneliness, initially believing she could engage in a brief dalliance with someone equally playful, parting ways with dignity, while keeping their secrets. Little did she anticipate being ensnared by a rogue, a turn of events she likely never envisioned. Look at her, she has gone pale. Yet, judging by her parents' expressions, they are utterly oblivious. I wonder if Wu Tian will unveil even greater secrets shortly. If so, it would be glaringly obvious. Ji Fei continued to revel in the unfolding drama. The Qin family, eavesdropping on half-heard thoughts, were left in a state of agitation. What more could there be? Only Qin Chao felt as though his world was crumbling. He had indeed secluded himself for over 3 months without contacting Chu Sueki. If it were truly Sueki, then it would imply she had leveraged Chu Xinhua's name to engage in reckless behavior, allowing Xinhua to bear the blame. How malevolent must one be to commit such an act? At that moment, Qin Chao's worldview seemed to shatter. Had everything he believed been a fabrication? All of this, was it merely an illusion? Chu Xinhua, having had her fill of laughter, spoke slowly. An illusion? You're not suggesting my photograph is digitally altered, are you? Chu Xinhua, you truly are something. The photograph is genuine, but the person is not. Chu Xinhua fixed her gaze on Chu Sueki and remarked, That face is not solely my domain. Dear young Master Wu, when you next engage in a liaison, it would be prudent to ascertain the identity of your companion. If someone claims to be someone else, do not take it at face value. Wu Tian stood frozen in disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the room. Was she not insinuating that the innocent princess, shielded by her family and untouched by the world, was indeed the woman depicted in the photograph? Not only the onlookers but even Wu Tian, upon a swift glance, was gripped by skepticism. Meanwhile, the Chu couple was thrown into a frenzy. Chapter 23. I can no longer bear this. I wish to bear no more. Rebellious daughter, what are you insinuating? Mr. Chu roared in fury,
advancing with the intent to strike.
However, Chu Xinhua deftly evaded, causing Mr. Chu to nearly lose his balance. As he steadied himself, he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Xinhua, his anger palpable. She is your sister. How could you embroil her in your own misdeeds? Mrs. Chu, in disbelief, clutched Chu Sueki tightly, fearful that Chu Xinhua might harm her precious daughter. Tisk, TSK, such blatant favoritism. When those scandalous photographs emerged, the Chu couple merely regarded Chu Xinhua with disdain, covertly blaming her for disregarding their guidance and courting trouble. Upon hearing the mention of Chu Sueki, the reaction of her parents could be deemed the typical response of biological parents. If not for the resemblance, one might genuinely question whether Chu Xinhua was indeed their progeny. The Qin family, listening to Ji Fei's thoughts, shook their heads in unison. The evident disparity in treatment from the Chu couple was glaring. One child was cherished like a precious gem, while the other was treated with disdain, akin to a mere fisheye. How could such parents exist? Chu Xinhua had long grown numb to such circumstances, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed her parents' erratic behavior. Seeing Chu Xinhua's demeanor, it is clear she has grown accustomed to this. It seems the Chu couple frequently engages in such favoritism, leaving their intellect to be inherited by Chu Sueki as a family heirloom. How amusing it is! Surely, the favored child could never be harmed. It is the neglected one who bears the brunt of suffering, Ji Fei remarked. The Qin family quietly nodded in agreement with her words. Qin Chao, however, was lost in memories of the past. Time and again, he recalled a familiar scene. Chu Xinhua standing coldly to the side, while Chu Sueki wept with red-rimmed eyes. The Chu couple fiercely protecting their beloved daughter and rebuking Chu Xinhua for her supposed cruelty towards her sister. It seemed they had never once stood by Chu Xinhua's side. How could a favored child ever be expected to endure such indignities? Yet, in the past, Qin Chao had merely assumed that Chu Xinhua's jealousy stemmed from the lack of affection directed towards her. Now, however, his recollections felt surreal, as if reality itself was unraveling. Chu Xinhua fixed her gaze on Chu Sueki and coldly inquired, "Who is the person above?" Cowering helplessly in her mother's embrace, Chu Sueki trembled, yet feigned innocence. "Sister, what on earth are you saying?" "Indeed, you are beyond redemption," Chu Xinhua retorted with a cold smile. The Chu couple seethed with anger at their precious daughter's disparagement, lamenting their misfortune and the ingratitude of their child. Wu Tian, furious, stepped forward and said, "Chu Xinhua, it seems you truly will not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Very well, I shall ensure your heart is crushed." With a derisive laugh, he tapped his phone, causing the intimate photos to vanish and be replaced by a series of images depicting hospital visits. The slides continued to change until they settled on a consent form for an abortion, bearing the name, Chu Xinhua. "You were pregnant with my child. Yet you secretly chose to terminate the pregnancy." Wu Tian exclaimed. "You owe me for this. And today, there is no escape for you." Chu Xinhua's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Chu Sueki, who was visibly trembling, her fear palpable as a hidden truth was laid bare. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Meanwhile, Qin Chao's complexion turned a shade paler, fixated on the document before him. Regardless of who had been responsible for the pregnancy and subsequent abortion, his world was reeling. At last, the truth has emerged, Ji Fei thought, nearly laughing aloud. The Qin family recognized this as the significant revelation Ji Fei had alluded to, and indeed, it constituted evidence. Now it remained to be seen whether certain individuals would dare to confront the truth. The murmurs of the crowd drowned out the fleeting moment of guilt that flickered across Chu Sueki's face. "Alas, it appears that I am somewhat familiar with this matter. She is a senior from my university. Previously, there were rumors circulating about her tumultuous relationships, and photographs purportedly depicting her undergoing an abortion were disseminated on the campus website." Upon hearing this, people's perceptions immediately shifted. Could it be that there is truth to these assertions? I am astonished that she remains so obstinate, refusing to acknowledge it. In my view, what is wrong with marrying Wu Tian? After all, they were on the verge of having a child. Wasn't it said that her relationships were chaotic? Perhaps there is more than one involved. Wu Tian, under the impression that he had triumphed, arrogantly attempted to grasp Chu Xinhua's arm. Yet she stepped back, turning to address the individual who claimed to be her junior. "Surely, you must understand that if the posts were defamatory, our university's forum would have removed them. Why not mention this? Those posts have long been deleted, and the poster has been silenced." The young gentleman was immediately taken aback, lowering his head in embarrassment. "Why else? He pursued you. You rejected him. That's how men are. When they cannot have you, they seek to tarnish your reputation. He was the one reveling the most in those posts, merely a jester," Ji Fei remarked, while the Qin family members glanced over, seeking to ascertain which family harbored such a lack of decorum, thus minimizing future interactions. Qin Zhao instinctively looked as well, imprinting that face in his memory, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The young gentleman felt a chill run down his spine. However, Chu Xinhua dismissed him entirely, calmly addressing Wu Tian. "I reiterate. How do you prove it is I? With a similar visage, it is quite a simple endeavor to call out my name, is it not? Even now, you refuse to admit it?" Wu Tian was left utterly vexed. Yet, more incensed than Wu Tian were the Chu couple. "You have already been pregnant, engaged in such disgraceful conduct, and you still shift the blame onto your sister?" Mr. Chu was seething with rage. What a travesty. How could I have given birth to such a shameless daughter? "Chu Xinhua, if you remain obstinate, we shall consider you no longer our daughter," Mrs. Chu warned, her heart heavy with sorrow, as if such a declaration could compel their rebellious daughter to cease her madness. Chu Xinhua scoffed. "I have long since wished to no longer be your daughter." That single statement left the Chu couple speechless. "What did you say? How dare you? This is utterly rebellious. A flagrant disregard for authority." At last, Chu Xinhua's tone bore a tinge of bitterness. "What is there to commend about being your daughter? You cannot even discern who the photographs depict. And why are you so astonished? Have you truly never harbored doubts? Others may be unaware, but throughout my life, How many misdeeds have I been subjected to under your name? Is this one instance truly so extraordinary? The Chu couple was momentarily taken aback. As if Chu Xinyue's words had reignited their memories, their expressions shifting to one of perplexity. Fearing that Chu Xinyue might inadvertently reveal something, they attempted to divert the conversation. However, this time, Chu Xinyue did not grant them the opportunity. When my grandmother fell gravely ill, I went to the temple to pray for her, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times at the mountain gate, only to have the media wildly proclaim that it was Chu Sueki who performed this act. In truth, my sister had not even visited our grandmother's hospital room. She had merely been hospitalized for indulging in too much ice cream. The onlookers were astonished. What is happening? Wasn't this commendable act attributed to Chu Sueki? Initially, there was extensive coverage of the ailing younger sister who, in a fervent act of filial piety, collapsed while kneeling to pray for their grandmother, earning widespread admiration and propelling her to fame within elite circles upon her return home. In stark contrast, the elder sister, raised by their grandmother, remained silent and unnoticed, leaving many perplexed. When they encountered the Chu couple, this topic frequently arose, and never did the couple refute it. Qin Zhao recalled that he had specifically visited Chu Sueki during that time. She, with a radiant smile, remarked that it was simply her duty. That moment became a pivotal instance of his infatuation. Now, to learn that it was actually Chu Xinyue's doing? Back then, they advised him not to contest the media's misconceptions, asserting that it was all a matter of sincere filial devotion, cautioning against stirring up trouble for fame and fortune. Chu Xinyue, with a hint of self-mockery, questioned, I truly wish to ask, do you genuinely believe that, or do you merely wish to embellish your sister's reputation with my toil? You cannot bear to see her endure even a modicum of hardship, yet you aspire for her to bask in glory? The expressions on the faces of the Chu couple darkened, and Chu Sueki's eyes widened in disbelief at Chu Xinyue's audacity to resurrect past grievances. What nonsense is this? It was all for your grandmother. Either sister would have done the same. Your sister's frailty would have prevented her from acting otherwise. You only ventured forth because you possess a healthy constitution, Mr. Chu retorted, his indignation palpable.
So,
you are so calculating that your intent was merely to stage a performance for your grandmother's sake? Mrs. Chu hastily raised her voice in response. How absurd! To suggest that the sincerity of one's actions could be dismissed as mere theatrics? Regardless of intent, the fruits of labor belong to Chu Xinyue, and yet others seize the accolades. It is truly remarkable that Chu Xinyue endures such indignities within the Chu household, especially since Grandma Chu's health had deteriorated in her later years, allowing for such grievances to fester. This marked the first occasion that Qin Zhao and the onlookers witnessed the Chu family's biased logic so glaringly, prompting many to align their sentiments with Ji Fei. Was this not preposterous? The endeavors I labor over, unacknowledged by the media, should not result in my accomplishments being usurped by others. Yet, the Chu couple stood their ground.
deeming Chu Xinu overly calculating.
So, you concede that Chu Sueki usurped my role?
Chu Xinu pets?
The crowd snapped back to reality. Did this not imply prior transgressions? The Chu couple, however, insisted that was not an intentional act on Sueki's part. It was an accident. But what of the car accident? It resulted in a child's leg being broken, leaving him with a slight disability. Although the child's family opted for reconciliation, fearing repercussions on her career, she masqueraded as me and reported my name. Subsequently, Chu Sueki feigned a dazed demeanor to silence me, eliciting my sympathy under the guise of fear, yet in hindsight, it was merely an act. You said nothing, merely cautioning me to keep quiet, assuring me that you would manage the child's subsequent care. Ultimately, you forgot. And so did Chu Sueki, leading to the child's parents confronting me directly, a situation I had to resolve. The crowd erupted in astonishment once again. Realizing this incident was among the unfavorable rumors surrounding Chu Xinyue, was it truly another instance of substitution? Qin Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Due to that very incident, he had publicly chastised Chu Xinyue, believing that while the accident might have been unforeseen, failing to provide subsequent compensation reflected poorly on one's character. This incident marked the turning point of his disdain for Chu Xinyue. At that moment, Chu Xinyue seemed poised to utter something. Yet she was abruptly pulled away by Chu Sueki. Just before leaving, Qin Zhao caught a fleeting glimpse of Chu Xinyue's eyes glistening with tears. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he wondered if this was all a fabrication. Sister, why would you finally panicking? Chu Sueki began to weep. Observing their daughter's distress, the Chu couple immediately sought to compel Chu Xinyue to retract her statements. In response, Chu Xinhua boldly declared, "Do you require evidence?" I attended an academic conference that day. The Chu couple fell silent, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they beheld Chu Xinhua's fierce determination. Chu Sueki was equally astonished that Chu Xinhua had taken such a bold step, given that she had previously kept her silence. No matter how much she had bullied her sister, it always ended with Chu Xinhua capitulating, for her utmost priority had been her parents' approval and her sister's dependence.
Yet now,
It appeared as though Chu Xinhua was willing to forsake all of that, resolute in her intent to expose the truth. Before Chu Sueki could react, Chu Xinhua exhaled deeply, as if seeking to cast off all shackles. It was I who represented the Chu family in charitable endeavors, yet credit was attributed to your name. You secured a spot in the prestigious music competition, only to injure yourself deliberately before the event, coercing me to take your place. You offended the Chu family's business partners, and when the repercussions ensued, you implicated me, leaving me to bear the blame for the family's substantial losses and stripping me of my inheritance rights. After I distanced myself from you, you still masqueraded as me at school, wreaking havoc on my relationships with friends, mentors, and classmates, tarnishing my reputation beyond repair. Having laid bare the entirety of her grievances, Chu Xinhua looked upon her sister's tear-streaked face, aware that Chu Sueki would attempt to use her tears to mend the rift. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "What have I done to deserve this? You covet my honor while I bear your burdens, but must I endure this as well?"
em sorry.
But I can no longer carry this weight, nor do I wish to. In Chapter 24, self-justification and severance of ties ensued. After taking a deep breath, Chu Xinhua asserted, "I stand by my words and can provide any evidence required. I will not admit to actions I did not commit, and no one shall usurp my accomplishments." Everyone stood in stunned silence, grappling with the overwhelming impact of her revelations. The perception of the two sisters within their circles had been shaped by a cumulative series of events. If all were falsehoods, then their reputations would surely be reversed. "Why would you do this?" Someone in the crowd could not help but exclaim, perplexed by her actions. "Do you not realize how tarnished your reputation has become?" Chu Xinhua smiled, though her expression was tinged with bitterness. Indeed, she too was at a loss as to how she had arrived at this juncture. Perhaps the idyllic image of a harmonious family had proven too alluring, or perhaps her solitude had caused her to lose herself amidst her concessions, unwittingly playing the role of the tragic heroine. That was not who she was meant to be. In her quest to reclaim her identity, she resolved to sever ties and let go. Who knows, perhaps she had been foolish all along. At that moment, the murmurs and scornful glances of the onlookers converged upon the family of three. The Chu couple seemed bewildered, unable to comprehend why they were the focus of such scrutiny. Although the circumstances, strictly speaking, may seem somewhat unjust to Chu Xinhua, is it truly right for her to air all her grievances, thereby tarnishing Chu Sueki's reputation and dragging the entire Chu family into ridicule? This is nothing short of an unfilial daughter who disregards the interests of her family. "We are all of one blood. What are you doing?" Mr. Chu gritted his teeth in anger. "Did you not see how your sister has been reduced to tears? Those events were not deliberate on her part. Are you now resurrecting old grievances to accuse us of unfairness?" Mrs. Chu interjected. "In any family with multiple children, absolute fairness is an illusion. Is it? I had been deceiving myself with this notion all along," Chu Xinhua retorted with a sneer. "Alas, poor child, this is what they call familial bias. If not for the gross injustices inflicted upon her family, it is likely that Chu Xinhua would have continued to cling to that elusive bond of kinship. Fortunately, she has awakened." The Qin family members nodded in agreement. Based on the recent revelations, the young girl was indeed exceptionally kind-hearted and should not be further burdened. It is a pity, however, that their family also harbors someone blind to opportunity, thus missing a promising match. The Qin family discreetly cast glances at Qin Chao. At that moment, Qin Chao was merely staring blankly at Chu Xinhua, his expression one of utter bewilderment, evoking sympathy. Qin father and Qin mother exchanged a glance, sensing that the time was ripe to address certain matters. Thus, Qin mother spoke. "Mrs. Chu, your assertion is misguided. We have 4 children in our family. While absolute fairness may be unattainable, relative fairness is certainly within reach. We have never witnessed such blatant favoritism towards one child." The sudden interjection from the Qin family caught the Chu family off guard, especially since their engagement had yet to be formalized.
"No.
It is just that this girl has too much pride, which led to this." Chu Sueki, now flustered, wept as she turned to Qin Chao, pleading, "Brother Chao, do you also think me a villain?" "I am not. I can explain everything. I never realized how much my sister cared. I acknowledge that it is all my fault, but it was unintentional. Then let me ask you, was it truly you who saved me? Before Chin mother could respond, Chin Chao spoke up. With that inquiry, the Chu family was momentarily stunned. How did they suddenly arrive at this topic? The onlookers found amusement in the situation. For the original premise of changing the betrothal stemmed from this very act of salvation. The previously aloof Chu Xinyu and now gazed in astonishment at her family, for this was news even she was unaware of. In light of this life-saving favor, Chu Xinyu found herself unable to defend her engagement. She had never shied away from her feelings, yet this revelation rendered her utterly helpless. Now to learn that it was Chu Sweki who had usurped her credit. How tragically ironic. Is it you? Chu Xinyu once again felt a pang of heartache. I was feverish and forgot. You deceived me? All for the sake of your youngest daughter reaping this favor? You actually stooped to such depths. The expressions of the Chu family shifted, for it was impossible to concoct excuses when such deeds were laid bare. Were they to openly admit that they sought to transfer their eldest daughter's fiancé to their youngest out of pity for her? Even they found it difficult to voice their thoughts, which is why they initially kept it from Chu Xinyu. They no longer dared to deny the facts. As the revelations had become too numerous, should the Qin family seek verification, the events of the past were not something they could confidently claim to be foolproof. Having never anticipated the possibility of being investigated, they had not considered the elimination of evidence. Consequently, they fell silent. No, it's me, not my sister. Brother Qin. You must believe me. Chu Sweki. This time I am truly at a loss, she stammered, recognizing in Qin Zhao's gaze that he no longer trusted her. I don't remember. I was ill. Besides, I asked you, and you said you liked me, unrelated to any debt of gratitude. A crimson hue flickered in Qin Zhao's eyes as he spoke again, his tone colder than Chu Sweki had ever encountered. So, the person I like is the real you? Or merely a facade? Chu Sweki's complexion turned pale, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yet, Qin Zhao no longer regarded her pitiable appearance, instead turning his attention to Chu Xinyu. However, she averted her gaze. Everything had come to an end, even with the truth now revealed. It held no significance for Chu Xinyu, merely deepening her disappointment in the three individuals involved. As she observed Chu Xinyu's averted gaze, Qin Zhao felt as though his heart had been pierced, realizing he had truly lost something of great importance. What is happening right now? Who can provide me with an answer? Who is the person that has been with me for 3 months and caused the loss of my child? Wu Tian's mind was in turmoil as he angrily pointed at the Chu family. You must give me an explanation, whether it be the sister or the younger sibling. I refuse to be toyed with. Before the Chu family could collect themselves, Chu Xinyu spoke to Wu Tian. I've said so much already. Can you not make a judgment? Wu Tian's gaze shifted from Chu Xinyu to Chu Sweki, and suddenly he raised his hand to grasp Chu Sweki, demanding, Is it you? Is it? From May to July this year, you were with me almost every night. If it wasn't you, where were you during those nights? Startled, Chu Sweki immediately hid behind her parents, insisting, It wasn't me, it couldn't have been. I was at home, always obediently at home. The Chu couple appeared pale, their expressions shifting. Finally, they exchanged glances and then looked at Chu Xinyu, gritting their teeth in silence. They decided not to mention the past. This matter could not possibly involve Sweki, as she had been at home during that time, and they could testify to it. Mr. Chu suddenly spoke up. Mrs. Chu nodded in agreement, adding, During that period, Xinyu was not at home, and we had no idea where she had gone. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian cast a dubious glance at Chu Xinyu. The crowd was equally perplexed, for they could hardly fathom that parents would go so far as to harm one daughter for the sake of another. Chu Xinyu regarded her parents with an icy gaze that seemed capable of freezing the very air. For my sake, you would resort to perjury? She questioned incredulously. What perjury? If you have any grievances, direct them at us. Must you ruin your sister's reputation to find satisfaction? Mr. Chu warned. Your tarnished reputation should not drag your sister down with you. Whose fault is my tarnished reputation? Chu Xinyu responded with a bitter laugh. Mr. Chu fell silent. Yet he gazed at Chu Xinyu with a simmering resentment, for in his view, had she not caused such a stir and had she willingly accepted the engagement, they would not have been compelled to present such disgraceful evidence, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Chu family. If the current Chu Sweki were to acknowledge everything, would that not utterly ruin her reputation? All of this was instigated by Chu Xinyu, and she ought to bear the consequences. Admittedly, the previous actions were indeed improper on their part, yet your sister remains innocent. She has been shielded by us to such an extent that she understands nothing of the world. Furthermore, your sister's frail health since childhood is partly due to the nourishment you siphon from her. You owe her that much, as Mrs. Chu ominously hinted. Chu Xinhua retorted with a smile. I comprehend your intentions. You are fully aware that during that period, I was conducting research in the mountains and could not provide evidence for myself. Thus, you plotted to fabricate testimony against Chu Sweki, believing you could pin her transgressions upon me. So you have already concluded that it was indeed she who was with Wu Tian. She has committed all these acts under my name. Why should you disregard her actions and expect me to bear the blame? As Chu Xinhua confronted them, the couple from the Chu family exchanged furtive glances. In the past, she could concoct excuses to deceive herself, maintaining a facade of familial harmony. However, this time her parents, casting aside all pretenses, had made the unequivocal choice to protect Chu Sweki, betraying her in the process. The cruelty of it all was overwhelming. Chu Xinhua felt as though she were traversing a desolate winter landscape, utterly isolated, while Chu Sweki remained sheltered by her parents, revealing only a gaze filled with resentment and an ungrateful demeanor. It is often said that parents lacking virtue breed discord among their children. It is no wonder that Chu Sweki can so brazenly harm others, for this is the fault of her peculiar parents. They truly wished to reserve all that is good for their youngest daughter, even if it meant usurping it from the elder. The absence of nurturing has bred a lack of affection, allowing for unrestrained demands without fear of harm. Did they truly believe that Chu Xinhua's well-being was inconsequential? How could such biased and blind parents as the Chus exist? Listening to Ji Fei's bewilderment, Qin Xian was not particularly surprised. From an economic perspective, this represented the problem of sunk costs. The Chu couple had invested an inordinate amount of emotional energy into Chu Sweki, while Chu Xinhua was regarded as a distant relative. Naturally, their affections varied. Perhaps in the beginning, they recognized their neglect towards Chu Xinhua, yet human nature instinctively seeks to evade its own faults. They were unwilling to confront the reality of their indebtedness to Chu Xinhua, and so they increasingly mistreated her to prove their righteousness, even searching for flaws in her to mask their own guilt. This led to a pathological state where they ignored Chu Xinhua's grievances while magnifying Chu Sweki's discontent.
Now,
they found it even less possible to turn back, for to do so would imply that they, as parents, had erred. Indeed, the next moment Mr. Chu declared, Xinhua, cease your antics. You often oppose your parents at home and harm your sister. Have we ever reprimanded you for that? Previously, we dismissed it as mere childishness. But that should be sufficient. Madame Chu stepped forward, grasping Chu Xinhua's wrist, her tone heavy with urgency. You must not act recklessly this time. Otherwise, we shall truly be unable to forgive you. Be obedient. If you have any grievances, we shall discuss them when we return, and you shall receive your due compensation. Chu Xinhua was acutely aware of their feelings, and given the gravity of the situation, it was expected she would recognize the boundaries. Yet, Chu Xinhua suddenly murmured, defying my parents? Ji Fei could not help but scoff internally. Indeed, it is defiance, for when the younger sister falsely accused the elder, the latter merely defended herself. And that was seen as insubordination. Harming my sister? Yes, indeed, for not yielding all her possessions to her sister, which caused her to cry. Was that not a blow to her tender heart? The Qin family found amusement in the unfolding drama. However, Qin Chao was lost in memories, each recollection piercing his heart like arrows. Reckless? Chu Xinhua gazed intently at the Chu couple and declared, I do not seek your forgiveness or compensation. I demand my innocence. The Chu couple was taken aback, glancing at each other anxiously, eager to find a way to silence her. But then, Chu Xinhua turned to Wu Tian and proclaimed, I am willing to go to any hospital for examination to prove whether or not I have ever had a miscarriage. At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted. One must possess immense courage to make such a statement, especially as the esteemed daughter of the Chu family. How could she live with such a revelation? Would anyone in the circle dare to wed such a fiercely outspoken woman? Nevertheless, it was indeed irrefutable evidence. Of course, it is undeniable. She remains an unblemished maiden. The Qin family had anticipated this. As long as she was prepared to go to such lengths, no matter how the Chu family attempted to argue, their claims would fall apart. It could only be said that the Chu family was foolish, never considering that Chu Xinhua would go to such extremes to vindicate herself. But for one push to the edge, what did a semblance of dignity matter? She sought only her purity. I dare to act. Do you dare? Chu Xinyue's gaze shifted to Chu Sueki, who was left utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that Chu Xinyue would truly take such a step. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had fixated on Chu Sueki like a serpent, for Chu Xinyue's bold declaration had irrevocably confirmed her innocence. You are insane. Do you comprehend what you are saying? We will not allow you to demean yourself in such a manner. Mr. Chu was agitated. Madame Chu was in tears, lamenting, My daughter, how have you changed so drastically? If they had to choose to protect one, they would undoubtedly safeguard Chu Sueki. Thus, Chu Xinyue felt no lingering affection for them. As their expressions turned increasingly disdainful, an uncontrollable hatred surged within her, and she finally spoke. Since I am so contemptible in your eyes, from this moment forth, I declare that I sever all ties with the three of you. Henceforth, I shall disassociate myself from the Chu family. Chapter 25, The Ultimate Revelation. Silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness. With one revelation after another, they had consumed more than they could bear. To annul the engagement and extricate oneself from the Chu family, that was a radical departure indeed. It was often said that illegitimate children desperately sought to infiltrate their circles. Yet it was unheard of for a lady of high standing to relinquish her status and exit the social sphere. Such words must stem from an immense resolve. Yet, observing the actions of the Chu family, it is evident that if Chu Xinyue does not depart soon, she may be exploited beyond imagination. You ungrateful daughter. Mr. Chu seems at a loss for words to express his anger. Chu Xinyue, we gave you life and raised you, and this is how you repay us? Mrs. Chu weeps. You gave me life, but you did not nurture me. If given a choice, I would rather have never been born than to be treated as a mere tool to support Chu Sueki. The Chu couple gazes at Chu Xinyue in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Sister, please stop this nonsense. Even in anger, you cannot utter such words. Do you not fear breaking our parents' hearts? Chu Sueki suddenly rushes forward, gripping Chu Xinyue's wrist with a force that causes her to wince. If you do not wish to marry Wu Tian, then simply do not. Breaking up is sufficient. There is no need for such theatrics. Chu Sueki stares intently at her, her complexion pale as death, as if clinging to a lifeline. Yet her tone is filled with anguish. I acknowledge my previous mistakes. Indeed, I took your identity for various reasons. Therefore, I do not blame you for wanting to shift this burden onto me, as I understand your feelings for Brother Zhao. You are reluctant to break off the engagement and seek revenge on me. But it is all right. I am not bothered. Let us return home and discuss this. Indeed, only those capable of long-term bullying their own sisters possess such a formidable mindset. Even in such dire straits, she still struggles, grasping at the hope that Chu Xinyue might retract her words. It seems that Chu Xinyue must constantly indulge them to maintain their delusion.
Chu Sueki.
Can you not comprehend human speech? Chu Xinyue coldly retorts, shaking off Chu Sueki's grasp. I have proven myself. What about you? Chu Sueki's face contorts with rage, her eyes flashing with madness. As a daughter of the Chu family, how could she endure such proof? Sister, do you wish to drive our parents to their graves? Or are you attempting to humiliate me in this manner? I am innocent. I do not even know him. If you push me further, I will take my own life. With that, Chu Sueki unexpectedly lunges toward the nearby buffet table, seizing a pair of scissors used for crab shells, and raises them to her neck, crying and screaming. Is this not sufficient proof? The scene terrifies everyone present. The Chu couple panics, crying out in despair. This is your fault. Look at what you have done. You are going to kill your sister. Mrs. Chu strikes Chu Xinyue. Mr. Chu turns to vent his anger at Chu Xinyue. Are you satisfied? Is this the outcome you desired? You must apologize to your sister. It is you who is with Wu Tian. You cannot deny it. Do you truly wish to witness your sister's demise? Chu Xinyue stands there, staring at Chu Sueki, her expression a mixture of sorrow and disbelief. A semblance of laughter mingled with tears. This cycle repeats endlessly, despite her own suffering and injustice, whenever Chu Sueki cries and creates a scene. It is as if nothing has transpired, and she is the one who is wronged. Why must she endure all of this? Will she never escape? In that moment, Chu Xinyue felt a suffocating despair, rendering her speechless. The onlookers merely assumed she was startled by her sister's actions, and they collectively recoiled in shock. The expressions of the Qin family darkened, only to be replaced by astonishment in the next moment. Before anyone could react, a figure flashed behind Chu Sueki, and with a resounding clap, a tray was swung from left to right. In an instant, Chu Sweki's head was struck, causing her to stagger and fall. The scissors she held flying from her grasp. All present gaped at the woman who had appeared so suddenly. The Qin family murmured, "When did Fei Fei go over there?" Ji Fei, having set down the trembling tray, thought to herself, "Fortunately, I discerned her sinister plot in advance." She intended to feign a suicide to shift blame while also attempting to morally bind Chu Xinhua. How naive. It is rare for a young lady to seize control of her own life. She must not be undone by such a selfish demon. In this scenario, should Chu Sweki harm herself in any way, Chu Xinhua would bear the brunt of public scorn for a lifetime, despite her innocence in the matter. The outside world would only spread rumors of her being overbearing, pressuring her sister into despair. The Qin family's expressions turned grim. If an incident were to occur at their banquet, it would be impossible to explain, yet they were fortunate to have Ji Fei. Qin Xian's countenance darkened as he gestured, and the family bodyguards rushed in, subduing the still-dazed Chu Sweki before anyone could comprehend the situation. "What are you doing?" the Chu couple exclaimed in alarm. Qin Xian replied coolly, "Your daughter exhibits suicidal tendencies and unstable mental health. For her safety, we are obliged to restrict her actions until you leave the Qin residence, to prevent her from inadvertently harming our guests." Others finally exhaled in relief, praising Ji Fei's decisive intervention and Qin Xian's swift measures. They were merely spectators, eager to avoid any gruesome events. It was indeed true that appearances could be deceiving. Chu Sweki was evidently troubled. The Chu couple's faces were ashen as they witnessed their daughter being treated like a mental patient. "We are all family, how can you?" "Chu Xinhua has already called off her engagement with my brother. Our families are no longer connected." Qin Xian pointedly refrained from mentioning Chu Sweki and Qin Chao, signifying the Qin family's stance. The Chu couple nearly faltered at this revelation. They had vehemently denied it earlier out of fear that Chu Sweki would be ensnared by that unlearned individual, jeopardizing their connection to the golden son-in-law, Qin Chao. However, the current situation seemed beyond salvaging. Brother Chao, save me!" Chu Sweki, regaining her senses, cried out in pain and desperation. Yet, Qin Chao did not look at her. Instead, he focused on Chu Xinhua, who appeared peculiar, staring intently at the scissors that had slipped to her feet, her entire demeanor emanating a chilling pressure. Wu Tian rushed over, grasping Chu Sweki's chin. "Is it you who is with me? Let our daughter go." Mr. Chu surged forward, shoving Wu Tian aside, and rebuked Wu family. "Why do you not intervene?"
Ha!
No matter what, our Wu Tian would never masquerade as someone else to deceive others for affection, nor would he resort to self-harm when unmasked. Thus, it is not our concern. It is your responsibility to manage your child, is it not? The faces of the Chu couple flushed crimson in an instant. Wu Tian chuckled. Wu Tian shall not be trifled with so easily. You deny it, do you? Well, I possess even more explosive photographs that I shall unveil forthwith. I refuse to believe that every inch of your twin bodies is identical." His words sent a shiver through the crowd. They had indeed captured such compromising images and were prepared to reveal them. How could one maintain their dignity after such an exposure? As Wu Tian reached for his phone, Chu Sweki finally lost her composure, shouting, "You're lying. You never took any such photos." Meanwhile, Chu Xinhua remained utterly unresponsive, a stark contrast. All eyes turned with intensity towards Chu Sweki, who, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, wore a vacant expression. The Chu couple appeared ashen-faced. "Indeed, I have not. I was deceiving you, Chu Sweki. Now, how will you wriggle out of this one?" Wu Tian grinned maliciously before turning to Chu Xinhua, saying, "I apologize. I was misled by your deceitful sister into troubling you. I extend my apologies, but it is not my fault. After all, you both look alike." Chu Xinhua's lips quivered slightly, offering no response, nor did she exhibit any joy at being absolved of suspicion. Chu Xinhua seems to be in a state of depression. Has she been worn down by her family? Qin Zhao gasped. It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Chu Sweki began to scream. "Brother, do not look at her. Look at me. I am innocent. Mother, father, you must testify for me. Prove it was my sister, not I." Despite the Chu couple's bias and protective instincts, they realized the situation was irretrievable. Yet, Chu Sweki was unwilling to accept this sudden turn of fate. Her reputation was in tatters, utterly ruined. Her true nature finally surfaced as she shouted at Chu Xinhua. "Admit it, Chu Xinhua. In the past, whenever I took something from you, you always meekly accepted it. Didn't you?" Chu Xinhua gazed at her sister and replied, "On what grounds? What gives you the right?" It is because of you that I suffer from such frailty. You have no idea of the torment I endured, living in the hospital, taking medication, undergoing surgeries, battling death daily. All of this is your doing. If I were healthy, I could surpass you in every way. Therefore, all my misfortunes should be borne by you. You were destined to be beneath me, to serve my every need." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. They gazed at Chu Xinhua with sympathy and cast disdainful looks at Chu Sueki. Ultimately, their gaze settled upon the Chu couple. When Madame Chu had previously broached the subject, the crowd had assumed it was merely a pretext to persuade Chu Xinhua, hoping to instill a sense of guilt in her to yield. Little did they realize that even Chu Sueki harbored such bizarre sentiments. In that moment, one could almost envision them, inadvertently lamenting before the ailing little girl, blaming her suffering on the nutrients absorbed by her twin sister. They shifted their misfortunes onto another innocent child, allowing the sick one to harbor resentment. As the saying goes, when parents lack virtue, their children do not harmonize. At that moment, the Chu couple stared in shock at Chu Sueki. They believed that facts were one thing, yet in their hearts, Chu Sueki was innocent and charming. Even if she acted foolishly due to her childhood ailments and a different environment, she could not be blamed. However, the sudden revelation of Chu Sueki's true nature exposed her malevolent heart, shattering the fantasies of the Chu couple.
Ah.
No wonder you always seem to speak on my behalf while actually adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, you would fabricate lies to tarnish my reputation and harm me. It turns out you harbor hatred towards me, attributing all your misfortunes to my existence, Chu Xinhua muttered. It was not merely a matter of vying for parental affection. Chu Sueki genuinely despised her, wishing to torment and destroy her. Perhaps she did not even love Qin Chao. She simply desired to seize the person Chu Xinhua cherished. The color drained from Chu Sueki's face, her body trembling in fear, yet she refused to back down. It is indeed your fault. You bear the same face as mine. A divine message that you owe me, making it easier for you to repay your debt. Chu Sueki gazed at the identical visage, lost in thought. You may deny it now, but there will come a time when you cannot escape me. You lunatic. Ji Fei's inner voice resonated with the sentiments of everyone present. They could hardly fathom how the Chu family could raise such a pathological individual. Yet the next moment, they heard Chu Xinhua's trembling voice declare, "No, you will not replace me again." Perhaps she had been tormented by such events to the point of trauma. Chu Xinhua suddenly picked up a pair of scissors from the ground, poised to slash her own face. Gasps filled the air. In a flash, a figure appeared, swiftly intercepting the scissors. The crowd, still in shock, realized it was Qin Chao who had saved Chu Xinhua. Otherwise, a cut from those scissors would have left her with at least one scar. It was not that Qin Chao was particularly quick, but rather that Ji Fei had sensed Chu Xinhua's intentions and gasped, allowing Qin Chao to act first. Chu Xinhua, taken aback by the intervention, stared blankly at Qin Chao. Noticing blood seeping from his palm where he grasped the scissors, coldly she commanded, "Let go. I no longer wish to clean up her mess, nor do I want to have my belongings taken or bear the blame for her. I have had enough. I want to completely distinguish myself from her." Chapter 26. He was blocked. "Oh dear, miss, if you want to distinguish yourself, why destroy the face of that troublemaker? Why harm yourself instead?" Ji Fei exclaimed, unable to contain her agitation. The Qin family members couldn't help but think that the one deserving of harm should be that malevolent individual. However, they could not allow Chu Xinhua to inflict harm. Such a pure and innocent person should not be forced into a situation that would taint her. The Chu couple stood in a daze, their expressions vacant, barely able to maintain their footing. Their hearts must have struggled to withstand the day's upheavals. Meanwhile, Chu Sueki stared with bloodshot eyes at the duo of Chu Xinhua and Qin Chao standing together. Chu Xinhua continued to confront Qin Chao, feeling utterly powerless. For no matter how she changed her appearance, Chu Sueki always found a way to make her the same. She was truly at a loss. Seeing Chu Xinhua's nearly shattered expression pained Qin Chao deeply. "You have resolutely decided to cast everything aside, so why inflict harm upon yourself for those who are inconsequential?" Qin Chao remarked, the intention to depart from them rooted in the desire to cherish oneself. "What, then, are you currently engaged in?"
Ah.
Has the third one finally spoken sense, breaking free from naivety and regaining intellect? Ignoring Ji Fei's jibe, Qin Chao turned to seek solace from his family. For he understood that no matter what he said, Chu Xinhua would be impervious to reason, particularly since he had just opposed her. Ji Fei stepped forward. Gently resting a hand on Chu Xinyue's shoulder, you have already performed admirably. Do not punish yourself for the missteps of others. Indeed, my dear, it is not worth it. Qin's mother promptly stepped in to offer encouragement, while Qin Yan approached to assist in restraining Chu Xinyue. Just moments ago, Xiaoxi had complimented you, saying you are beautiful. That beauty belongs solely to you. I believe everyone present will eventually distinguish between you all, ensuring that past misunderstandings do not reoccur. Qin's father stated solemnly. Feeling the warmth emanating from the encircling Qin family, Chu Xinyue's eyes glistened with tears. Others, unable to remain silent any longer, joined in the persuasion. We can differentiate now. It is abundantly clear. Even if future events arise that may cause confusion, we will discern wisely. In the past, we lacked understanding, but we are not foolish anymore. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhao snatched the scissors away. Chu Xinyue inhaled deeply and said, "Thank you. I was impulsive." In truth, Chu Xinyue was merely experiencing a bout of depression, and it was the provocation that led to her loss of control. Once she regained her composure, such foolishness would not recur. Looking at the three before her, she declared, "All that needed to be said has been said. It is over. My daughter." Chu's mother called out uneasily. Chu Xinyue replied coldly, "I have stated I am no longer your daughter." "Enough, do not speak further," Mr. Chu interjected, his brow furrowed. Seeing their persistent demeanor as if she were merely an ungrateful daughter made her stomach turn. No matter what she conveyed, they seemed perpetually incapable of comprehension. They believed severing ties was merely a fleeting outburst, yet they failed to grasp that her affection for them had been eroded by years of favoritism. It was not a whim of anger. "Do not contact me again. I wish to never see you. If you insist on forcing me to assume the role of your daughter, then proceed to sue me. I will comply with the court's ruling regarding alimony." And nothing more. Her words were articulated with such clarity, indicating she had thoroughly contemplated this. The Chu couple stared at Chu Xinyue in disbelief, beginning to comprehend that she was indeed serious. In that moment, they were struck with panic, their previous bravado evaporating, leaving them feeling utterly drained. Hadn't the former Chu Xinyue been able to endure any grievance and tolerate any injustice? Today was merely about her assisting her sister and enduring a minor inconvenience. Why must it lead to an irrevocable severance? Yet, Chu Xinyue was no longer providing them with the luxury of confusion. She bowed to the Qin family and said, "I apologize for disrupting your gathering. I am truly sorry." The gathering was nearing its end. "You have not disrupted anything," Qin Zhao quickly replied. Chu Xinyue cast a glance at Qin Zhao and simply stated, "I take my leave. I will see you off." Qin Zhao almost blurted out. Chu Xinyue retorted coolly, "There is no need." After speaking, she turned and left, leaving only Qin Zhao seemingly frozen in place. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for her, the path leading toward her new life. The calls of the Chu couple echoed in the air, filled with anger and sorrow, yet they failed to make Chu Xinyue turn back, as she vanished from their sight. When the Chu couple finally turned around, they discovered that Chu Sueki had fainted. However, no one felt any sympathy for them. The Chu couple, in a state of disarray, took Chu Sueki away, with Wu Tian trailing behind, persistently entangling himself with them. The uncles and aunts from the Wu family offered their apologies to the Qin family, acknowledging that this incident was indeed instigated by Wu Tian, which had created an awkward situation for everyone involved. Alas, we too are victims. It is beyond my comprehension how the Chu family could be so blind. Let us pretend we heard nothing. Perhaps you may still become in-laws. The two matriarchs exchanged insincere pleasantries. Wu's aunt awkwardly remarked, "Such a woman must never enter our home." I truly wonder if Wu Tian genuinely likes her or if he is merely reluctant to let go. Your child, however, is much better, especially your fourth daughter. Qin's mother's expression darkened at once, preparing to retort, when she overheard Ji Fei chattering nearby. "Do you not know why your Wu Tian is so relentless? It is simply because he finds it challenging for women to conceive. Initially, he felt spurned and sought to reclaim his pride, particularly due to Chu Xinyue's influence, wanting to embarrass Qin Zhao. However, after the conflict, his audacity to return and create such a spectacle stems from the realization that Chu Sueki had once carried his child. He must seize the opportunity with the woman who could make him a father." Qin's mother's expression became subtly complex, torn between the urge to mock and the need to maintain her composure. Behind her, Qin Yan coughed. Qin Chao scoffed. Qin Xian, however, remained silent, casting a resigned glance at Ji Fei. What kind of filth are we watching? The Wu family members, feeling out of place, could no longer stay and departed alongside the other guests. This banquet was undeniably worthwhile for all who attended, as the news would soon spread throughout the social circle, leaving those unable to attend or not invited lamenting their misfortune. They could only imagine how delightful it would have been to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. That night, the upper echelons of society were destined to be sleepless. Once the venue was cleared, the family sat together in silence, quietly enjoying a second meal. For the banquet had not been satisfying enough. Yet, their glances frequently drifted toward Qin Chao. Unable to withstand their scrutiny, Qin Chao finally spoke up.
Sigh.
Do you still intend to pursue Chu Sueki? Qin Yan asked curiously. Qin Chao grimaced. Am I mad? That was all a facade. I do not actually like Chu Sueki. Then you must fancy Xinyue? Qin's mother probed with intrigue. Qin Chao was momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate a response. Of course he likes her. He regrets it immensely. A voice chimed in. Qin Chao shot a flustered and anxious glance at Ji Fei, who was blissfully enjoying her meal, utterly oblivious to the attention directed at her.
Cough.
Liking her is futile. She no longer desires you, Qin Xian stated bluntly, striking a blow to Qin Chao's heart. His breath caught in his throat. At last, Qin's father patted Qin Zhao's shoulder, his paternal affection unspoken, shaking his head as he escorted his well-fed wife upstairs to rest. Qin Yan cradled the now content Qin Shi in her arms and took him to bed. Observing that Ji Fei had nearly finished her fruit, Qin Xian spoke up. Ji Fei, let's head upstairs. There's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Your studio. It's profitable. Ultimately, the lively restaurant was left with only Qin Zhao. Leaning back on the sofa, he lost himself in thought until his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was his younger sister. Her astonished voice came through the line. Third brother, what is going on? Is the rumor circulating in our circle true? Have you broken off your engagement with Sister Xinyue? And you mistook the person, so Sister Sueki is truly the villain? No wonder I've always preferred Sister Xinyue. Qin Zhao, unwilling to exacerbate his wounds, contemplated ending the call, feeling quite vexed. However, he then heard Qin Rong's voice. What a pity. I always believed Sister Xinyue would become my sister-in-law. After all, she's the woman you've known the longest and spent the most time with. Qin Zhao was taken aback. Really? I had no recollection of that. Yes, you grew up together, childhood sweethearts. You never wanted to include me in your games. Only inviting Sister Xinyue. I remember when we played games, you made me your daughter and her your wife, even swearing that when you grew up, you would marry Sister Xinyue and provide her with a complete home. You even kissed her cheek then. It was Grandma and Grandma Chu who suggested the engagement after witnessing that. Qin Zhao stood in stunned silence, then a bitter smile crept onto his face. It turned out the engagement arose from him, a unique promise between them. He had once made her such a commitment, a complete home, a promise of great significance. How could he have forgotten it? He felt like a fool. Brother, are you crying? Qin Rong's surprised voice broke his reverie. Qin Zhao covered his face with one hand and replied, Your memory is remarkable. Tell me more about our childhood. Actually, I don't recall much. We weren't in the same grade. Qin Rong murmured softly, I just remember that after you started school, you seldom played with Sister Xinyue or me anymore. You said boys should play with boys. One time, you even got upset because your classmates teased you about your engagement, making you feel quite ashamed. After that, I hardly saw Sister Xinyue at home again. Then it seemed like all of a sudden you began to focus solely on Chu Sueki. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth, realizing that was due to a life-saving debt. He naturally remembered events from their adolescence. His family had urged him to visit the Chu family because of the engagement. However, the truth was that the two families only had a verbal agreement, lacking even a formal engagement ceremony. Thus, in Qin Zhao's mind, their bond as an engaged couple was tenuous at best. They had never even dated. It was merely a title. He had always felt justified in admiring others without betraying Chu Xinyue. Most visits were primarily to check on the ailing Chu Sueki. Yet, each encounter with her family resulted in incessant praise for Chu Sueki and complaints about Chu Xinyue, while Chu Xinyue merely sat quietly, listening. At that time, Chu Xinyue had indeed been wronged many times, yet whenever he confronted her about Chu Sueki, she never truly defended herself. It seemed that prior to his arrival, she had failed to justify herself to her parents, and upon witnessing his affection for Chu Sueki, she felt no inclination to argue further, only displaying an expression of indifference. Qin Zhao could not help but ponder whether, had Chu Xinhua defended herself a few more times, he might have awakened to the truth and chosen to believe her. At least, initially. However, with no defense from her, his misunderstandings towards her accumulated, ultimately transforming into an unconditional trust in Chu Xueki. Gradually, it was as if he had been brainwashed. He was unable to blame Chu Xinhua for her demeanor in such an environment. It was he who failed to recognize her plight. Indeed, he felt foolish for having lost a treasure. He realized his mistakes and did not wish to let go. Did he still have a chance? Qin Zhao could hardly contain his impatience, longing to reach out to Chu Xinhua, even regretting not having insisted on accompanying her earlier. He should have been bolder. When he called, there was no answer. He sent a message. Do you have a place to stay? If you need help, just let me know. I still owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Please let me know that you are safe. There was no response. He called again, but suddenly the line was disconnected. Sending another message, he saw the ominous red exclamation mark. He had been blocked. Chapter 27. A job with less work and more pay. Due to the previous agent's downfall, Ji Fei found herself unemployed at home. Although she had decided to take it easy and enjoy life, the monotony of it all soon became unbearable. She was off to school, while Qin Yan had been assigned by their father to re-engage with the hospital's affairs in the company. Their mother was busy with various afternoon teas with her old friends, leaving Ji Fei with no friends, no job, and nothing to do. After much contemplation, she concluded that she could not waste her advantageous looks and should return to the entertainment industry. This would not only allow her to be close to the latest gossip, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, always ready for the next spring, but would also enable her to earn a substantial income to build a divorce fund for the day Qin Xian would choose to abandon her for his first love. She found this prospect quite delightful and mentioned it to Qin Xian. He assured her he would help arrange a new studio for her. Yet Ji Fei was taken aback when he suggested she interview agents herself. Those willing to come and interview her were hardly formidable agents. That aside, in the murky depths of the entertainment industry, those with good character were a rarity. Even if they concealed their true selves well, they felt as exposed as if they were bare. During the interviews, no one spoke a word. As time passed, Ji Fei began to worry that Qin Xian would grow impatient, yet he remained silent, watching as fewer and fewer agents expressed interest. Ultimately, Qin Xian simply packed Ji Fei off to Qin Zhao's studio. Upon arrival, Ji Fei was utterly bewildered. In the office, there were only two individuals. Qin Zhao lounged on a nearby sofa, engrossed in his phone. When he noticed her entrance, he lifted his head in acknowledgement. Strangely enough, since the last incident, his demeanor towards her had improved significantly. Indeed, the hardships of love can foster personal growth. Qin Zhao stiffened momentarily, restraining himself. Seated at the conference table was his agent. Hello, Teacher Ji. I am Gao Hao, manager of Teacher Qin. Instructions have been received from Mr. Qin, and from now on, I shall guide you through the entertainment industry. Here is your contract. Upon signing it, you will become the second artist of our studio. Gao Hao, a middle-aged man with glasses, wore a cheerful smile that, while appearing friendly, could easily mask a cunning nature typical of the industry. Ji Fei glanced at Gao Hao and then at Qin Chao in the distance, who emanated an air of resentment. Have you agreed? Wasn't it previously a matter of great reluctance? Ji Fei inquired candidly, concerned that Qin Chao might begrudgingly accept the situation and later become awkward. Who is being awkward? Qin Chao retorted through gritted teeth, visibly uncomfortable. That was then. Now that you are my second sister-in-law, having you by my side will ease my elder brother's concerns. Is that so? Ji Fei responded, a chill running down her spine. Has he taken leave of his senses? Qin Chao harbored doubts about his elder brother's intentions in placing Ji Fei in his care. Was it truly to ensure her well-being, or to test his patience?
Gao Hao,
Feeling the tension, glanced around uncomfortably. Previously, Mr. Qin had indeed mentioned this arrangement, but Qin Chao had outright rejected it, even asserting he would resign if she were admitted. Clearly, the relationship between uncle and niece-in-law was strained. Thus, Gao Hao was puzzled as to why this top-tier celebrity suddenly seemed amenable to having his sister-in-law in his studio. In truth, Qin Chao wished to express gratitude to Ji Fei for her handling of the Chu Xinhua matter. Without her intervention, he feared he might have acted foolishly. However, given their past animosity, he found it challenging to act amicably. So when his elder brother inquired again, he acquiesced, believing Ji Fei would be better protected with him by her side, as her identity in the entertainment realm remained a secret. Ji Fei remained skeptical. Though you are the owner of the studio, I will not blindly follow your directives. I will decide what work I undertake. Is that acceptable? Gao Hao beamed. Rest assured. You may first peruse the contract. Only then did Ji Fei lower her gaze to examine the contract. After a cursory glance, she was astonished. She could freely choose her projects, take breaks whenever she pleased, and most importantly, the revenue distribution was entirely in her favor. In her previous studio, the income was divided unequally, yet here she would receive all earnings, essentially serving as a name without incurring service fees, completely pro bono. Do you not receive a salary? Ji Fei inquired incredulously. Gao Hao chuckled. Our salaries are naturally provided by Teacher Qin. He thought little of it, considering it a gesture of filial piety from a younger brother to his sister-in-law. Ji Fei, realizing this, stared at Qin Chao in disbelief. Qin Chao believed Ji Fei would have no further objections and resumed his focus on his phone. However, Ji Fei's inner voice echoed. He has indeed become indifferent following his loss. Nothing seems to matter to him anymore. Qin Chao took a deep breath. Will you sign or not? Such a favorable opportunity must not be squandered. Sign promptly. Though Ji Fei maintained a facade of calm, her spirits soared within. She felt as if she were singing joyfully, albeit out of rhythm, with a tune all her own. For a versatile top-tier talent skilled in singing, dancing, and acting, this was a veritable assault on her ears. Gao Hao, smiling, took the contract and asked, "What type of work does Teacher Ji wish to pursue?" "I have researched and found that you primarily engaged in print advertisements." Ji Fei remarked, "Oh, past experiences are irrelevant. Now I simply desire a position with minimal effort, yet substantial remuneration." Gao Hao struggled to maintain his composure at her words, while Qin Chao wore an expression that spoke volumes. "Why do you look at me like that? Isn't this the ultimate dream of every worker? If you had the choice, wouldn't you wish for the same?" Gao Hao, momentarily taken aback, found a semblance of truth in her reasoning. Naturally, Qin Chao, born with a silver spoon, could not comprehend this perspective but felt little inclination to argue with Ji Fei. "Very well. Let us seek a position that aligns with your criteria." Qin Chao continued, "By the way, let's exclude the option of pursuing a singing career." Ji Fei responded with confusion.
Huh?
Gao Hao, seasoned in the industry, immediately donned a practiced smile and said, "Understood. No problem at all." As Qin Chao observed that matters were nearing resolution, his enthusiasm waned, leaving him somewhat dejected. "I shall take my leave now. I entrust the remainder to you, Gao Ge." He then turned to Ji Fei, inquiring, "Is that acceptable?" Ji Fei nodded in affirmation. Look at his widowed expression. He must be sorrowful over his inability to contact Chu Xinyue. Qin Chao cast a weary glance at Ji Fei, truly disinterested in further debate, as if the very essence of his spirit had been drained that fateful night. Should I inform him that Chu Xinyue is preparing to study abroad? No, it's futile. The world offers no remedy for regret. Late-blooming affection is a fleeting whimsy, and indeed, the drama of chasing after a beloved is not easily enacted. Qin Chao's countenance darkened, his breath quickening. Was she truly leaving? In recent days, not only had he been unable to reach Chu Xinyue, but even visiting her school yielded no results. He was unfamiliar with anyone in her social circle, rendering him utterly helpless, reduced to monitoring her various social media accounts for any updates. Yet, Chu Xinyue was not the type to share her life online. It felt as though, without her initiating contact, she would vanish from his world, leaving him bereft of even the chance to lament. By the time he realized his mistake, she would have already turned her back, never to glance his way again. If it was this challenging even within the same city, what would become of him should she go abroad? Qin Chao's expression grew grave, and he turned swiftly to depart. This time, he would wait outside her school's laboratory day and night until he could see her. There was so much left unsaid. He wished to avoid any lingering regrets. As Gao Hao noticed Qin Chao's intent to leave, a thought struck him. What about tonight's wine tasting event in the industry? Qin Chao paused, as if recalling something, his face falling cold as he declined. Gao Hao was not surprised. Recently, Qin Chao had turned down nearly all engagements, opting instead to search for someone at the university. As his manager, he understood the situation all too well. On one hand, it was a relief not to deal with the troublesome Chu Sueki, who, despite not being his client, consistently left him to clean up her messes, coaxed into the deepest pitfalls by her softest pleas, with no recourse for explanation. The newly appointed Ji teacher, although not without her own complexities, seemed far more agreeable than Chu Sueki. On the other hand, the lucrative cash cow had ceased to yield, struggling in the quagmire of romance. For someone as sentimental as Qin Chao, it remained uncertain how long it would take for him to recover, leaving his manager feeling quite helpless. As for the recently mentioned wine tasting event, he was aware that Qin Chao would not attend, as the invitation was initially extended to facilitate connections for Chu Sweki. Naturally, Qin Chao wouldn't take unnecessary actions. However, Gao Hao had just thought of leveraging this occasion and remarked, "I believe this event would be beneficial for Teacher Ji to attend. Although we lack funds, it serves as a stepping stone for the future. Technically, Teacher Ji is a newcomer in our studio and needs to be recognized by industry professionals. Otherwise, job opportunities will be scarce if we solely rely on our initiative to seek them out. Initially, I intended for you to accompany Teacher Ji. But since you prefer not to go, I can take her instead. However, the event is in another city, which may require an overnight stay." Qin Chao glanced at Ji Fei and said, "It's up to you. Just inform Ergo. I have matters to attend to and am quite busy, so if you go, let Gao Go accompany you." Ji Fei signaled with a gesture. Qin Chao turned and walked out. Ji Fei curiously asked Gao Hao about the location. Gao Hao chuckled. "Yunmu Hotel. How familiar it sounds. Of course, it's a renowned hotel."
Yi Fei exclaimed.
"No, that's not the familiarity I meant. Oh, I remember now. It's the venue for the research sponsorship event shared by Chu Xingyue on her moments." Suddenly, a loud thud startled Ji Fei and Gao Hao, prompting them to look back. They saw Qin Chao with one foot out the door and the other still inside, seemingly unable to exit in time as the door swung back and caught him. The contrast to his celebrity image was too stark. Ji Fei burst out laughing. Gao Hao urged, "Hold it in." "Ahem, what's the matter, Ah Chao?" "I forgot something," Qin Chao replied, sporting a red mark on his forehead from the door. He walked distractedly towards the sofa, his gaze repeatedly darting towards Ji Fei. She could see Chu Xinyue's moments. When did they exchange contact information? Neither his sister nor Ergo had Chu Xinyue's contact, while his younger sister had it, but had blocked her after a few exchanges. How had Ji Fei managed this? It felt as though a shortcut lay within reach, yet it was overlooked. The contact was added when Ji Fei lent address to Chu Xinyue. Since Ji Fei hadn't initiated conversation with her, Chu Xinyue forgot to block her. Moreover, the event link was shared as required, and Chu Xinyue hadn't anticipated it would be seen. Meanwhile, Gao Hao continued discussing hotel arrangements with Ji Fei, mentioning a plethora of dining and entertainment options, suggesting that Teacher Ji could treat it as a vacation, as it would not be exhausting. "I must check. Indeed, Chu Xinyue and her classmates have already departed to secure sponsorships and will likely stay at the hotel tonight. It would be a perfect opportunity to invite her to join us. I quite like her." Thankfully, Qin Chao isn't going, otherwise it would be impossible to arrange a meeting with Chu Xinyue. Sigh, it's not that saw isn't willing to help. It's simply that you two are fated to be apart. Qin Chao. Chapter 28. Gleaning information everywhere. After a brief exchange with Qin Xian, he boarded the studio's prepared van. Accompanied by his manager Gao Ge, the new assistant Xiao Tao, and the styling team, they arrived at the Yunmu Hotel in the neighboring city, a bustling entourage. Gao Ge, faced with this little-known actress, orchestrated such a grand spectacle that an uninformed observer might think it was the return of the Qin dynasty. When acquaintances approached to greet them, the sight of a radiant and stunning beauty left them in astonishment. Those in the industry with a keen ear knew that Qin Zhao had parted ways with Chu Sweki, and they were taken aback to see him swiftly rallying his team to support another woman. This was indeed significant news. Moreover, the observant would find Ji Fei somewhat familiar, having graced various magazines and adorned numerous billboards associated with the Qin Corporation, which rendered her connection to Qin Zhao even more intricate. As Gao Ge arrived, someone inquired about Teacher Qin's whereabouts, noting his recent absence. "This is our studio's newly signed artist, Ji Fei. I hope everyone will extend their guidance to her," Gao Ge introduced. "Care to clarify the nature of her relationship with Teacher Qin?"
Someone asked.
"It is not of a romantic nature. Her status is quite distinguished. Belonging to the upper echelons of society, merely dabbling in this field for fun," Gao Ge explained, making it clear to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Those who are astute would undoubtedly uncover her true identity. At the tasting event, all social niceties were left to Gao Ge, while Ji Fei simply followed behind, raising her glass with a polite smile, familiarizing herself with faces and names. This level of protection naturally elevated the perception of Ji Fei's status among the attendees. As a result, the event became a showcase of Gao Ji's social prowess, while Ji Fei amused herself, reveling in the spectacle. However, in gatherings like these, the influential often outnumber the entertainers, and gossip was limited. As time wore on, Ji Fei found little of interest to observe. Just as boredom set in, she turned her head and was nearly startled into spilling her drink. To her astonishment, Chu Sweki suddenly appeared, striding toward them with urgency. In that fleeting moment, Ji Fei understood why Chu Xinhua had once desired to mar her own visage. The mere presence of that face could instantly blur the lines of identity. A fleeting disorientation that must surely repulse Chu Xinhua. But what was the reason for her arrival? Chu Sweki was headed straight for Gao Ge, spotting him from afar. She presumed Qin Zhao was present as well, only to find Ji Fei at his side. She hesitated for a moment, but dared not offend Ji Fei. Instead, anxiously inquiring of Gao Ge, "Is Brother Zhao here?" Gao Ge, though impatient, maintained a professional smile. "Not at the moment." Yet, Chu Sweki was unconvinced, insisting, "He must be here but refuses to see me." Though her voice was not particularly loud, her outburst drew the attention of many onlookers, which displeased Gao Ge. Should the media capture this moment, it would surely become a trending topic, and the previous rumors surrounding the two had already caused him enough distress. As a manager, he could not allow his artist to be embroiled in such turmoil. Understanding that Chu Sweki was not one to heed advice, Gao Ge resorted to a delaying tactic. "Teacher Chu, perhaps we should discuss this outside." "Very well, take me to see Brother Zhao," she replied. Gao Ji's expression stiffened as he turned to Ji Fei. Ji Fei shared in his concern. Chu Xinhua's luck was truly unfortunate, for if the two sisters were to cross paths, she dreaded the chaos that Chu Sweki might unleash. Noticing Gao Ji's gaze upon her, Ji Fei declared, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I plan to take a stroll. Little Tao can accompany me."
Gu Yinu did.
And soon they departed the venue, leaving behind a crowd yearning for gossip, yet left to merely gaze longingly. The Yumu Hotel is comprised of 3 distinct buildings, one for entertainment and leisure, another for accommodation, and a third designated for gatherings and meetings. After parting ways with Gao Hao and the others, Ji Fei returned to her hotel room to change her attire and simultaneously sent a message to Xinhua. "Xinhua, I am currently attending an event at the Yumu Hotel. I believe I just saw you. Are you here as well?"
There was no reply.
Ji Fei was uncertain whether Xinhua had not seen her message or simply chose not to respond, considering that she was the sister-in-law of the Qin family. Perhaps Xinhua wished to distance herself entirely. Nevertheless, Ji Fei kindly reminded her, "By the way, I also spotted Chu Sweki at the event. I hope you do not encounter her." Still, there was no response, and Ji Fei felt she had done all she could. She then took Xiaodao by the hand and rushed towards the entertainment area. Upon arriving in the lobby on the first floor, they were met with a throng of onlookers, all captivated by a spectacle. How could they possibly miss this? Ji Fei and Xiaotao abruptly halted, eagerly leaning in to glimpse the unfolding drama. To their astonishment, a man was kneeling, embracing a woman's legs. Both appeared to be in their 20s. The man shouted, "Xiaoya, I love you. I cannot live without you. If you leave me, I will die." The woman, with tearful eyes, responded, "Aji, there are so many people watching. Please don't do this. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. My love for you is too intense, too consuming. It was in a moment of impulse that I acted out." "Why did you have to get so close to that man?" "Don't be ridiculous. You know full well that he is my professor. You always jump to conclusions without reason. I do not wish to discuss this further. We have already broken up. I do not want to break up. Please grant me a chance to make amends. I beg you." The man's voice rose with desperation. The woman, feeling aggrieved, replied, "This is not the first time you have irrationally become jealous and harmed those around me. You have left me indebted to so many people. My friends have warned me about your psychological issues, suggesting that you cannot change. They urged me to end this relationship, and I did give you a chance, but this time you have crossed a line. I am entirely disappointed in you. You have no idea what those men are thinking. I only acted to protect you. You are utterly illogical. I should have heeded her advice and severed all ties with you. I was wrong. I was wrong. As long as you can forgive me, I will do anything you ask. I will punish myself." With that, the man began to slap his own face. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and after a moment, the woman could no longer contain herself. She grasped his hands tightly, her heart evidently aching for him. "Stop. Our issues are not so simple. I know you still care about that incident. I have already cut ties with her. But my friend claims she has seen you together again. She insists you are deceiving me and that I should not look back. The man's face contorted with anger. That is utter nonsense. Let her provide evidence. Did you not say that your friend was having relationship troubles? She is merely envious of what we have. She would never. She is a wonderful and accomplished person. You cannot speak of her that way. She has always been there for me, comforting me during our arguments. For your own good. Would she sow discord between us? Although I acted impulsively, all my actions stemmed from jealousy and love for you.
Can you deny that?
Has she dismissed my feelings for you as well? She simply cannot bear to see you thrive.
No.
Though she professes otherwise, her eyes betray her uncertainty. After all these years together, would you rather place your trust in a stranger than in me? I may have my flaws, but my love for you is genuine. We once shared a harmonious bond, yet since you began associating with her, you have changed. You were once so obedient, but now you constantly pick at my faults. Surely, she has been whispering in your ear, leading you astray. It is not that everything she says is reasonable. You are too controlling, leaving me without freedom. I cannot even decide what to wear for myself. Others have advised me, yet I am too close to the situation to see clearly. The woman spoke with a pained expression. Those are trivial matters. My intention is to care for you. Moreover, there is something you are unaware of. Your friend has feelings for me. The woman gasped in shock. What? That's impossible. She clearly. Every time I seek you out, she watches me intently, constantly urging you to break up with me. Is that not the behavior of someone harboring a crush? She seeks to tear us apart, but I have no interest in her and will not grant her that opportunity. The man declared with righteous indignation. The woman stood frozen, seemingly struck by this possibility. She is so beautiful, like a superstar. Why would you not be attracted to her? I love you. Even if a celestial being were to strip before me, I would remain indifferent. I will go back and ask her. If it is true, I will forgive you and grant you another chance. If it is false, then we shall part ways. I refuse to suffer for you any longer. The woman struggled briefly before pushing the man away and fleeing. The man, having knelt too long, felt his legs numb, which prevented him from pursuing her. What are you staring at? Get lost. He finally realized the crowd surrounding him, witnessing his disgrace, and his anger surged. Ji Fei and Xiao Tao mingled with the onlookers, gossiping as they wandered. Fei Jie, do you think they will reconcile? Xiao Tao inquired curiously. They will, Ji Fei speculated, without knowing the specifics. She could not rely on the system and decided to indulge in the gossip. Then does that mean you believe what the man just said is true? Xiao Tao questioned, puzzled. But I feel that man is not a good person. Whether true or false is uncertain, but judging by the woman's demeanor, a reconciliation is merely a matter of time. Ji Fei remarked, if the man speaks the truth, there is nothing more to discuss. However, if he is lying, I can only extend my sympathy to the woman as friend. Xiao Tao added, indeed, she was merely trying to help. Yet the man twisted it into a tale of a villainess secretly in love with him, causing discord.
That is not the most terrifying part.
Xiao Tao, munching on a crepe, looked over in confusion. Ji Fei, with a candied hawthorn skewer in her mouth, mumbled. The most dreadful aspect is that the woman has shifted all the blame onto her friend, leading the man to harbor resentment solely towards her. If they reconcile afterward, that friend will find herself in a most precarious position. This is what we call a ghostly friend, Xiao Tao. In the future, keep your distance from such individuals. Xiao Tao eagerly nodded, affirming her desire to make friends with wide eyes. However, in the next moment, she gasped, exclaiming, that woman. Ji Fei turned her head and spotted the woman named Xiaoya walking into a nearby CAF. The CAF boasted large glass windows facing the bustling walkway outside. Yet Ji Fei's attention was not on the woman. Instead, her eyes widened in astonishment as she fixated on the 2 rows of elegant seating inside. In the vibrant CAF, for individuals, seemingly imbued with an academic aura, sat together, sipping coffee and discussing matters of significance. Our project is too advanced. Domestic investors tend to be rather conservative, so success this time appears unlikely. Once we go abroad, we can only seek foreign venture capital, one of them remarked. Although we aim to collaborate with foreign research institutions, the professor still hopes to retain control within our team. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so diligently seeking investment domestically. Should we consider other strategies? Another suggested. Xinhua, you are not from the Chu family. Just as someone was about to respond, they were abruptly interrupted. The 3 seated companions exchanged awkward glances with Chu Xinhua. My apologies for speaking out of turn, the person quickly apologized. Chu Xinhua, with her neatly cropped hair reminiscent of a boyish athletic cut, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and dressed in a simple white blouse, sat in stark contrast to the bustling environment. Despite the crowd, no one would associate her with the rising star, Chu Sweki. As they conversed, a melodious male voice suddenly resonated from the elegant seating behind them. Would it be convenient for me to join the discussion? I am quite interested in your research project and am willing to invest. While the others looked up in confusion, a tall man, clad in a hat, sunglasses, and a black mask, leaned casually against the back of the sofa, one hand pulling down his mask to reveal an appealing mouth as he spoke slowly. May I sit? The group, realizing who he was, widened their eyes. Casting furtive glances toward Chu Xinhua, they knew that her fiancé was the renowned star, Qin Chao, and had seen him from a distance on several occasions. Curiosity had been piqued by the surrounding buzz on social media, suggesting a closer relationship between her fiancé and her twin sister. Not long ago, when Chu Xinhua returned, she had resolutely decided to accompany her team abroad for research. When the professor inquired about her personal matters, she claimed to have resolved everything. It was then they learned she had ended her engagement and severed ties with her family, leading them to speculate that her former fiancé was now involved with her sister. After all, they were busy researchers, rarely seen, while those in the entertainment industry met daily. They felt a sense of pity for Chu Xinhua. Having known her for so long, even if they were not sensitive, it was evident she harbored feelings for someone, which was why she had rebuffed all advances. Yet, it seemed that Chu Xinhua required no consolation from them, and they could only refrain from mentioning it. However, the appearance of her former fiancé, the top star, under such circumstances, raised questions. What had he just said? He wanted to invest? Clearly, his intentions were directed toward Chu Xinhua. Were they contemplating a reconciliation? Even the most stoic of researchers could not suppress the stirrings of curiosity at this moment. The female researcher seated beside Chu Xinhua rose abruptly and maneuvered to the opposite side, where the three of them held their coffees, scarcely daring to breathe. Upon glimpsing the transformed figure of Chu Xinhua, Qin Chao felt his heart race uncontrollably, though she was not his usual type. He had never been so certain of his feelings. How he had missed her, how deeply he was stirred. Xinhua, Qin Chao began, his voice tinged with anxiety. Mr. Qin, while you may be a celebrity, the investments we require are substantial, and it seems you lack the requisite means, Chu Xinhua interjected suddenly, not even sparing him a glance. She was not one to let emotions dictate her decisions, especially when it concerned their entire team. Regardless of Qin Chao's intentions, they needed investment, and his desire to invest was a matter of business. Qin Chao faltered momentarily, then asserted, "Rest assured, your research holds significant value. My second brother will surely be interested. I am not approaching you as a celebrity, but rather as a representative of the Qin Group." The group erupted in excitement. They had never considered the Qin Group, as it seemed unrelated to their work. If Mr. Qin is genuinely interested in investing, he should speak directly with our professor. There is no need for discussion with us. Chu Xinhua stated, her expression indifferent, before addressing the person opposite her. Senior, could you kindly escort Mr. Qin to meet the professor? Panic surged within Qin Chao.
No.
I wish to speak with you, he protested. Chu Xinhua's demeanor darkened as she finally turned her gaze upon him, her evident impatience piercing through him. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears. He could not endure her scrutiny. Am I not allowed to speak with you? There is so much I wish to convey. Are you resorting to coercion through wealth and power? I see you have learned that tactic as well. Qin Chao's expression fell, and after a few seconds, he succumbed to Chu Xinhua's gaze, not wishing to provoke her further. After all, securing the investment would eventually afford him opportunities to learn of her whereabouts. Very well. I shall meet your professor, he conceded, standing dejectedly. You need not worry. I will manage the investment matter. Chu Xinhua was momentarily taken aback. Given Qin Chao's temperament over the years, it seemed unlikely he would yield to this extent. This realization left her momentarily disoriented, reminiscent of the young Qin Chao who, when he had angered her, would similarly hang his head, acquiescing to her every word. Regaining her composure, she sensed the tumult within her heart and hastily lowered her gaze to sip her coffee. Qin Chao gazed longingly at Chu Xinhua, ultimately rising to leave, though he found it difficult to part. However, as he lifted his head, he let out a startled gasp, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared through the glass wall. The group was momentarily startled, their attention diverted outside, where they too were taken aback. Two young women, laden with bags, stood by the glass wall, with the most striking among them staring intently at them, her eyes wide with curiosity. Are these Mr. Chin's fans? Someone inquired. Chu Xinyue was taken aback, recognizing the girl who met her gaze, Ji Fei, her sister-in-law. Chapter 29. How perceptive you are. Ji Fei instructed Xiao Tao to return their purchases while she squeezed in to join the fray. In the elegant seating area, 3 eager researchers sat across from the trio of Chu Xinyue, Ji Fei, and Qin Zhao. Ji Fei unceremoniously took the center seat, a choice that aligned perfectly with Chu Xinyue's intentions. Hello there. Ji Fei greeted with a warm and sunny demeanor. I was just out shopping and feeling a bit weary. Intended to pop in for coffee. What a delightful coincidence to find you here, and even more surprising that you're present too. Ji Fei smiled brightly at Qin Zhao, her words laced with implication. The live-action version of a romantic pursuit. Qin Zhao's expression stiffened. Yet, thanks to Ji Fei's interruption, he was afforded a moment of respite from the discomfort he had been enduring, for which he felt a measure of gratitude toward her. Chu Xinyue maintained a cordial attitude towards Ji Fei. Weren't you all supposed to come together? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Ji Fei quickly clarified. I sent you a message, but you probably missed it. I'm attending this industry event as a new artist from Qin Zhao's studio. As for why Qin Zhao is here, you'll have to ask him. He clearly declined to accompany me, yet here he is. Her tone carried a note of playful complaint, prompting the trio of researchers to exchange knowing glances. With Qin Zhao remaining silent, their curiosity intensified. Did this not imply he was here for Chu Xinyue? Feigning ignorance to the unfolding drama, Chu Xinyue took out her phone to check the message Ji Fei had mentioned. My apologies, I've been in meetings and had my phone on silent, completely forgot to switch it back. Just as she spoke, her expression shifted abruptly. Ji Fei took a sip of her coffee, unfazed by Chu Xinyue's sudden change in demeanor. Despite the obstruction to his view, Qin Zhao was discreetly observing Chu Xinyue and immediately sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Chu Xinyue asked, her brow slightly furrowed as she looked towards Ji Fei. Ji Fei chuckled softly, then turned to Qin Zhao, speaking in a hushed tone. Oh, it's nothing much. I just encountered Chu Sweki at the event and thought you should be cautious. Although her voice was low, everyone present could hear her, which brought an abrupt stillness to the atmosphere. Qin Zhao's expression darkened as he anxiously turned to Chu Xinyue. I wasn't aware she was here. I've blocked all her contact methods long ago. However, Chu Xinyue, with a stoic expression, withdrew her gaze, stating, That's a matter between you two. There's no need to involve me. Ji Fei, reveling in the unfolding drama, added, She's here looking for you, but has temporarily been distracted by Gao Ge. Do you want to handle it? Qin Zhao shot Ji Fei an irritated glance, then picked up his phone to message Gao Hao directly. There's no need for my involvement. Gao Ge knows I won't be seeing her again, and will find a way to send her away. How noble of you to uphold your principles. Ji Fei teased. Qin Zhao cast a furtive glance at Chu Xinyue, but she remained unresponsive, causing a pang of disappointment in his heart. Ji Fei, intrigued by their meeting, inquired further about their conference. Upon hearing about Qin Zhao's actions, she expressed surprise. I initially thought you were simply going to persistently pursue her, but you're actually venturing into investment? Qin Sanxiao, are you truly prepared to spend lavishly for a fair lady? Noticing Ji Fei's familiarity with their affairs, Chu Xinyue interjected, Our project won't yield profits in the short term. And it's not aligned with the operational direction of the Qin Corporation. The Qin Group is under the stewardship of Mr. Qin Xian. I believe that if Mr. Qin truly intends to discuss matters, we can approach him directly, sparing the need to trouble the third young Master Qin. Ji Fei cast a sympathetic glance at the waning figure beside her, observing Qin Zhao's face, which was ashen. Indeed, Chu Xinyue's cold response was not a mere pretense. She had genuinely let go and wished to avoid further entanglement. Qin Zhao's heart already ached, and Ji Fei's unspoken sentiments felt like daggers piercing deeper. Nevertheless, he grew increasingly resolute, subtly tugging at Ji Fei's garment, exchanging frantic glances. What is it? Are your eyes cramping? Qin Zhao mused. I have a request. I shall endure. If my second brother hears your report, it must follow company protocol. However, if I hear it first and ascertain the circumstances, I could facilitate an internal recommendation, thereby saving considerable time, as I am also a board member. Aren't you in a hurry? Chu Xinyue glanced at Ji Fei, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Only Ji Fei could validate their situation. Is that truly the case? Ji Fei, taken aback, never expected to find herself at the center of such drama. Indeed, indulging in gossip carries its risks. One must tread carefully, lest one unwittingly ignite a conflagration. Though I am quite tempted, second sister-in-law, it seems your phone has vibrated. Someone may be trying to reach you, Qin Zhao interjected urgently.
Yifei blinked, surprised.
Did it truly vibrate? Upon checking, her eyes widened in astonishment. A transfer notification, 500,000. Note: don't interfere. Is such a trivial matter worth 500,000? Is money so easily earned? What do they take me for? Ji Fei mused. Well, someone certainly has an eye for talent. She set her phone down, adopting a serious demeanor. I truly do not know. Qin Zhao exhaled in relief, yet he sensed Ji Fei's stifling laughter within. Indeed, fortune does fall from the heavens. I had no inkling. My marriage with Qin Xian is merely a fade. How could I possibly know their internal processes? Qin Zhao, you truly are a fool. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Qin Zhao, causing him to momentarily falter in his breath. He had inadvertently accepted the notion that Ji Fei and his second brother shared a harmonious relationship. In truth, his concerns were genuine. He feared Ji Fei might meddle unnecessarily, fervently trying to forge connections. Given his second brother's current attitude towards Ji Fei, it was possible he might indeed make an exception for her, hence his attempts to deter her. Meanwhile, Qin Xian, diligently working in the Group S office to generate revenue for the family, felt an inexplicable warmth in his ears. Chu Xinyue, upon hearing the response, had no choice but to relinquish her inquiries. She was not curious about why Qin Zhao was so insistent. She merely wished to sever all ties with him. Not realizing how challenging that would prove to be, reminiscent of the difficulty she faced when she once sought to draw near him. Fearing that Chu Xinyue would suggest he speak with the professor, Qin Zhao quickly turned to the three individuals before him. I need not meet the professor. I would not comprehend what he says. You may simply brief me on the prospects and your future plans. I overheard you mentioning plans to go abroad. What sort of funding would that require? In truth, Qin Zhao's primary concern lay in the prospect of going overseas. Upon hearing the words going abroad, Chu Xinyue visibly relaxed, clearly feeling that no matter how arduous the present circumstances were, her departure was imminent. The three individuals across from her dutifully offered some remarks. Upon grasping the pivotal information, Qin Zhao's expression tightened with anxiety. So, your professor and the entire research team are set to go abroad for research, with a duration of at least 5 years? Not merely 5 years. Xinyue has mentally prepared herself to permanently relocate overseas and never return. Qin Zhao's breath hitched. A millennium awaits your return. Accompanied by Ji Fei's off-key singing, a chill enveloped Qin Zhao. Perhaps sensing his distress, one of the female companions among the three spoke up with a hint of compassion. We three had decided to go from the outset. Xinyue was initially hesitant, but now she has made her decision. There is one member whose plans are still uncertain. A flicker of despair crossed Qin Zhao's gaze, the pain in his eyes becoming increasingly evident. It was all his fault. The implication of the female companion was clear. Chu Xinyue's intention to leave might stem from their recent fallout, and it was quite possible she could be persuaded to return. Given the nature of their team, which often experienced tumultuous relationships characterized by breakups and reconciliations, Chu Xinyue, fully aware of her well-meaning companion's intentions, could only offer a resigned glance. Her eyes shifted to Qin Zhao, who bore a sorrowful expression. She was momentarily taken aback. It was surprising to see such a look on him. However, Qin Zhao quickly regained his composure. He was not one to easily surrender. He turned abruptly to face Chu Xinyue, his eyes ablaze with fervor. As if he had a multitude of words to express. Chu Xinyue paused, realizing that this was the Qin Zhao she had always known, radiant and full of brilliance. Qin Zhao then proceeded to inquire about specific details, primarily seeking any possibility of inviting foreign institutions back to their homeland. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, hope began to wane, compelling Qin Zhao to contemplate alternative solutions. Just then, someone approached, accompanied by a surprised feminine voice. Oh, is that you? The voice seemed to recognize Qin Zhao. Out of courtesy, he removed his sunglasses, leaving only his hat, with his mask lowered to his chin. Instinctively, Qin Zhao wished to lower the brim of his hat, but he noticed the researcher across from him hastily stood up to usher the newcomer to a seat. Be quiet. Don't expose us. We are discussing serious matters. But how could it be? This was Qin Zhao. Hello, Qin Chao greeted politely. Ji Fei, having just finished her last bite of dessert, looked up and nearly choked on the still-melting chocolate. She widened her eyes in disbelief. What a coincidence. Xiaoya, why have you been gone so long to fetch a document? Your face is damp, and your eyes are red. What happened? The concerned inquiries from her companion failed to capture Xiaoya's attention. Naturally, Ji Fei, sitting nearby, merely chuckled. However, Chu Xinhua, seated beside Ji Fei, sensed an unusual atmosphere and cast a curious glance towards her. Chapter 30. Encountering something unsightly. My face was soiled, so upon returning, I first went to the restroom to cleanse myself. Consequently, Xiaoya provided a vague explanation, still astonished at encountering a top-tier celebrity here. Chu Xinhua, however, noticed the details. The corners of Xiaoya's eyes were tinged with red, clearly indicating she had been weeping. Recalling past events, she immediately expressed her concern. Xiaoya, speak honestly. Has that man pursued you again? Upon hearing this, the other 3 researchers present exchanged anxious glances with Xiaoya. 2 of the men furrowed their brows, seemingly recalling some unpleasant experiences. Xiaoya, upon hearing Chu Xinhua's words, felt a tremor in her heart and with a complex expression replied, Xinhua, you. Seeing something dirty makes me want to vomit. Suddenly, Qin Chao, who could only hear Ji Feixin's thoughts, was perplexed by this abrupt statement. Chu Xinhua and the other 3 displayed disapproval at Xiaoya's words. The other 2 men hesitated to speak, having previously faced suspicion and even violence. They dared not utter another word for fear of inciting more trouble. However, their female companion spoke up, suggesting, Xiaoya, has he been pursuing you again with some exaggerated performance? You mustn't be deceived again. You cannot afford to be soft-hearted with such a man. Yet, Xiaoya lowered her head and whispered, our years of affection make it truly difficult to sever ties. Perhaps this time he will genuinely change. His expression is unlike before. Chu Xinhua frowned, responding, Xiaoya, you must understand that his behavior indicates a propensity for violence and deep-seated jealousy. Initially, he indiscriminately targets outsiders, and in the future, he may turn his fists against you. If you truly intend to forsake your opportunity to study abroad for him, then that is truly. Before Chu Xinhua could finish her sentence, Ji Feixin suddenly pressed down on her hand, interrupting her words. Chu Xinhua was taken aback. Before she could look at Ji Feixin, she sensed Xiaoya's intense dissatisfaction emanating from across the room. Xinhua, why would you say such things about Aji? Do you wish for me to view him as a demon? I have known him since childhood. I understand him better than anyone else. What you say is quite inappropriate. Although 2 individuals were advising her, she directed her ire solely at Xinhua, disregarding Ji Feixin's thoughts. Qin Chao, keenly perceptive, immediately sensed the tension. How can you speak like that? Xinhua means well. If you disagree with her perspective, basic courtesy should still prevail. The Qin family has always been protective, and Qin Chao, in particular, regarded Chu Xinhua as his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared speak disrespectfully would receive no leniency from the 3rd young master of the Qin family. The sudden shift in demeanor from someone who had just been speaking amicably was quite alarming. This was especially true for Xiaoya, who was entirely unfamiliar with Qin Chao, causing her to tremble in fear, staring at him in disbelief. No, I hold no malice. Neither does Xinhua. A look of confusion and distress flitted across Xiaoya's face, as if silently questioning, who knows? Why do you defend her? You are unaware of the full context. Xiaoya felt aggrieved. However, her utterances were unsettling. Qin Chao was tempted to retort, I'm not defending her. Should I defend you instead? What nonsense is this? I do as I please, you insufferable person. Qin Chao. As Qin Chao was about to retort, he was interrupted by Chu Xinhua. Though her tone was somewhat fierce, the transition from Mr. Qin to Qin Chao made him feel as though his very bones had softened, electrified throughout his being. He yearned for her to call his name a few more times. It had been far too long since he had heard her voice utter it. Qin Chao gazed at her with an expression that conveyed, if you call me, I shall comply. I am quite obedient. This left Ji Fei, who was seated between them, feeling a prickling unease as she instinctively recoiled. It was only in her urgency that Chu Xinhua called out to him, for after all, Xiaoya was a member of their group, and it was inappropriate for an outsider like Qin Chao to lecture her. Xiaoya, our group is soon to go abroad. You must consider your own matters carefully. Chu Xinhua had urged numerous times, her fatigue evident. Were it not for the potential dangers posed by Xiaoya's circumstances, she would not have meddled so persistently.
Now,
Facing reproaches only added to her frustrations. Chaoya's gaze flickered, her eyes betraying a hint of skepticism towards Chu Xinhua, despite the latter's impending journey abroad. "Forget my personal affairs. I apologize for causing discontent among you all," Chaoya murmured softly, and the atmosphere began to ease slightly. Others joined in to discuss different topics, diverting the conversation. It was then that Chaoya mustered the courage to inquire, "So, Mr. Qin, are you here to invest?" What would prompt a celebrity to consider investment? Although Qin Zhao held no particular fondness for her, he intended to respond with an air of grandeur for Chu Xinhua's sake. However, Ji Fei, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected, "Oh, it's because he is Xinhua's former fiancé." Her words plunged the room into an eerie silence. The others had been cautious to avoid such terms, and Ji Fei's blunt revelation shattered the atmosphere. Chu Xinhua looked at Ji Fei in astonishment, while Qin Zhao frowned. Firstly, he despised the term former. Secondly, he thought, "Sister-in-law, please do not cause trouble. Mentioning this now will surely upset Xinhua." Uncertain of Ji Fei's motives, he contemplated how to persuade her to behave herself. Meanwhile, Ji Fei triumphantly mused, "What do you think? Stunned, aren't you? Xinhua's former fiancé is Qin Zhao. Do you comprehend the significance?" Realizing this was Ji Fei's aim, Qin Zhao questioned whether she was targeting Chaoya. "Former fiancé?" Xinhua asked. Chaoya's mouth fell agape in disbelief, completely bewildered. When Chaoya entered Chu Xinhua's social circle, Qin Zhao had ceased all communication with her. And the other researchers, aware of the situation, had made a point to avoid bringing it up. Consequently, Chaoya remained oblivious to the connection between the two before her. Now, her gaze oscillated between them in disbelief, her instincts leading her to deny the truth as she pointed at Ji Fei and Qin Zhao, stammering, "You two are not a couple?" Qin Zhao immediately wore an expression of rejection. "I am Xinhua's former prospective sister-in-law. I am his second sister-in-law," Ji Fei clarified. Chaoya's expression grew even more nuanced. Not only was he a former fiancé, but also a family member had come to speak with Chu Xinhua. Was this an attempt at persuasion? Chu Xinhua, feeling uncomfortable, replied, "We are no longer involved. He merely happened to pass by." Overhearing our conversation and expressing interest in investment projects, Qin Zhao cast a mournful glance at Chu Xinhua, refraining from voicing any further comments. Indeed, Ji Fei resumed, "Qin Zhao has utterly failed to capture the heart of Xianyu and has been unceremoniously cast aside, left to desperately contrive chance encounters." The crowd once again gazed at Ji Fei in astonishment. While this was indeed the truth, her candidness was rather unexpected. Qin Zhao, albeit not feeling any shame in this matter, found himself puzzled by her demeanor, as if she were deliberately flaunting something. Ji Fei, undeterred by the gradually paling face of Chaoya, turned to the dazed Chu Xianyu with a bright smile. "Ah, an exceptional female researcher, so strikingly beautiful. What manner of remarkable men will ever catch your eye? Surely they must be more handsome, wealthier, more capable, and possess a more illustrious background than Qin Zhao." Qin Zhao felt as though he had been struck by a barrage of arrows. What is the meaning of this? He wondered. The trio of researchers could no longer contain their laughter. Indeed, Xianyu was quite remarkable, and many pursued her, but she paid them no heed. The moment Qin Zhao heard this, anxiety surged within him. Meanwhile, Chu Xianyu regarded Ji Fei with a mixture of helplessness and confusion. Yet Ji Fei had already turned her attention to the now flushed and pale Chaoya, who appeared as if she wished to vanish into thin air. "So, your ex-boyfriend's words were certainly misguided. Xianyu wouldn't even cast a glance at my little uncle, a celebrity of considerable renown. She could never harbor a secret affection for him." This statement fell like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence, questioning their own senses. "What?" the trio of researchers exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Who was doubting whom's affections? Chaoya trembled with embarrassment, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chu Xianyu looked incredulously at Chaoya, while Qin Zhao's expression darkened considerably. "That wretched boyfriend of yours pales in comparison to Xianyu. Placing them in the same context would only ruin the composition. How could he dare to think Xianyu harbors feelings for him? It's absurd that you nearly believed such nonsense, questioning Xianyu's intentions. Truly, love can cloud one's judgment." Chapter 31. Where's my knife? Initially, Ji Fei intended to merely observe the unfolding drama, but she was unprepared for the farce to unfold so close to home. The Xianyu she knew was resolute and brave, battling her own demons of depression, striving to break free from all shackles, and finally embarking on a new chapter in her life. Yet, through the lens of others, she was portrayed entirely differently. Reflecting on the dialogue between those two, Ji Fei felt a wave of nausea wash over her. In her mind, she fervently critiqued the events she had just witnessed, though others could not hear her inner turmoil. Beside her, Qin Chao's aura darkened, his gaze at Chaoya simmering with barely contained fury. Nothing incited greater ire than seeing one's beloved misrepresented by some other foolish man. Had the other party been a man, Qin Chao would have already thrown a punch. Could this be a misunderstanding? One of the female researchers questioned incredulously. How could Kong Ji entertain such notions? Of course, she was not defending Chaoya or questioning Ji Fei. She merely found the situation utterly absurd. Yes, just spouting nonsense, I assure you.
Gaoya exclaimed.
Her face flushed, though part of her rational mind still recognized right from wrong. Ji Fei feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, so you knew. That clarifies things. Just now, when you were arguing in the lobby, you intended to employ a delaying tactic to hold off your ex-boyfriend, which is why you feigned skepticism about his words, claiming you needed to consult Xinyue. I thought you genuinely misunderstood Xinyue and were kindly trying to prove your point. It's fortunate you didn't believe him. Ha ha ha." With a forced smile, Ji Fei shamelessly unveiled someone's embarrassment, entirely unconcerned about the heightened awkwardness she created in the atmosphere. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at Chaoya. At that moment, recollection surfaced regarding Chaoya's demeanor towards Chu Xinyue upon her return, and their expressions grew increasingly grim. Compared to Kong Ji's slander, Chaoya's suspicions were even more exasperating. Chaoya had never anticipated Ji Fei would speak so boldly. She gazed at her in shock, her expression morphing into one of extreme grievance, as if she were being deliberately targeted. Chu Xinyue's face was already quite pale, her disgust rendering her speechless regarding her ex-boyfriend. Chaoya had bowed, dared not meet Chu Xinyue's gaze, her voice trembling with a hint of sobbing as she protested, "I didn't mean it that way. I was merely being dismissive." Humph. Chu Xinyue was rendered speechless in her fury. An inquisitive male researcher could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Dismissive? Shouldn't you staunchly defend Xinyue instead? Just as she consistently responds to your pleas for help. If it weren't for your repeated quarrels with your boyfriend, she wouldn't even know who he is. One only hears of toads yearning for swan meat, but never of toads fantasizing about swans delivering it to their door. Xiaoya, your ex-boyfriend might be delusional." Another male researcher finally joined in the mockery. Chaoya felt herself the target of collective scorn, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, appearing pitiable. At that moment, as Ji had stated with unwavering certainty, "I merely..." But Qin Zhao could no longer restrain himself, delivering a cold laugh, unwavering? "Someone I would need to beg on my knees to obtain affection from, can harbor a crush on your ex-boyfriend? Where does he derive such confidence?" Ji Fei interjected. "Could it be he harbors ulterior motives?" Having just been disgusted, Chu Xinyue froze at these words. All her previous anger washed away, leaving only a sense of panic. This marked the first time Qin Zhao openly expressed his feelings for Chu Xinyue. Yet, she remained oblivious, continuing in her fury. "Why not summon him here, so I can see just how remarkable this man is and learn from him?" Observing the chilling demeanor of Qin Zhao and the fists clenched on the table, the trio of researchers trembled slightly. There was no doubt that once the individual was called forth, the righteous fist of justice would not hesitate to strike that shameless man. "And you, do you know how to write the words ingrate?" Chaoya, feeling thin-skinned, found it nearly impossible to breathe under Qin Zhao's pointed mockery. "I didn't think of it that way. I was simply flustered and didn't react at the moment. I didn't do it on purpose. It could have been handled privately, but why?" She did not reflect on her actions, but instead harbored resentment towards Ji Fei, questioning how such an embarrassing incident could be brought to light in a public setting. Moreover, she had already witnessed the existence of Qin Chao. Even if he wished to prevent her from misunderstanding Chu Xinyue, he should have exercised some restraint and considered her dignity. How could she navigate her future interactions in such circumstances? Sensing the resentment emanating from Chaoya, Ji Fei maintained an elegant smile, withholding her full expression for the sake of preserving the girl's pride. In this world, surely good deeds must be rewarded. One must not allow the ungrateful to squander kindness. Since Qin Chao had taken on the role of a protector, Ji Fei naturally receded to the background, indulging in her boredom as a mere observer. But as she began to partake in the gossip, she was immediately revolted. What she encountered were the scandalous revelations concerning Chaoya. This person is something else. It turns out that every time she quarreled with her ex-boyfriend, her confidants were not solely from their research group, but also various sisters from afar. She simply offloaded all the negative energy bestowed upon her by that scoundrel onto others, only to return to him in a harmonious state after purging her emotional turmoil. To have a friend like her, one must have committed great sins in a past life. Goodness. After taking so long in the restroom, she was actually clandestinely contacting other sisters to discuss her suspicions regarding Chu Xinhua. Coincidentally, a sister from afar could only hear the news filtered through Chaoya's lips, leading to a biased conclusion that Chu Xinhua intended to sow discord between them and steal her boyfriend, branding her as a scheming vixen. And Chaoya even responded with a pitiful expression, asking, "Really? How utterly revolting." The other party even praised Chaoya, suggesting that a woman of Chu Xinhua's caliber desiring her man was a testament to Chaoya's allure. Chaoya replied with an awkward and bashful emoji. My goodness! Does she genuinely believe that? Where does this vanity stem from? This is absurd. How despicable must she be to harbor such delusions? They even remarked that as long as Chaoya did not break up with that scoundrel, she would forever be the legitimate partner, while others would merely be concubines. A concubine? To consider Chu Xinhua a concubine? Chaoya responded with a tearful emoji. Where is my knife? Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated, startling everyone present. Ji Fei snapped back to reality, only to find Qin Chao's expression akin to that of a man on the brink of violence. He had uncontrollably slammed his fist onto the table. At that moment, he was glaring fiercely at Chaoya, who was babbling incessantly in her defense. Chaoya felt the palpable hostility directed at her, freezing in place, her face as pale as a ghost, tears streaming down her cheeks. You! Qin Chao was livid. Qin Chao.
Chu Xinhu interjet aberly.
Qin Chao halted as if tethered by a leash, wanting to articulate his thoughts, yet finding himself at a loss. Casting a look of grievance towards Chu Xinhua. She has humiliated you. Chu Xinhua was taken aback. She was not attempting to stop this. Is this commotion truly necessary? Do you wish to attract attention? Indeed, their altercation had already drawn the gaze of many onlookers. Ji Fei gently patted Qin Chao, signaling him to compose himself. Though she was unsure of the root of his agitation, perhaps it was due to his deep concern. However, she fully concurred with the notion of humiliation. It seemed certain individuals simply did not deserve the courtesy of face-saving. Chapter 32. What a pity it is to be so easily deceived. With a cheerful smile, Ji Fei interjected, the Qin dynasty was simply a bit too impulsive. I was present at the time, and I believe you were just flustered and didn't know how to react. Chaoya was momentarily speechless. Tears halted. She never expected Ji Fei to come to her defense. Wasn't it she who instigated this whole situation? Could it be a moment of conscience? Yet the next moment, Ji Fei continued, after all, anyone with a discerning mind can see that Xinhua would never be attracted to someone like that. Xinhua is not one to harbor peculiar tastes. Her aesthetic is quite normal. If she wouldn't even look at celebrities, there is no way she would be interested in an unattractive man. Moreover, she has no inclination towards masochism. Encountering a violent man would likely send her running in the opposite direction. Therefore, you must understand that Xinhua has no interest in your ex-boyfriend. While it is often said that two people cannot share the same bed, I firmly believe there is a fundamental difference between you and your ex. It's impossible that your ex-boyfriend fantasizes about other men competing for his girlfriend while you harbor thoughts of other women vying for your boyfriend. Your boyfriend may have issues, but you certainly do not. Chaoya was taken aback for a moment, ultimately succumbing to her emotions and bursting into tears. Oh dear. Why are you crying? I am merely trying to help you. Ji Fei exclaimed. Is there too much water in your head, causing it to overflow? Besides, the one who should be crying is Xinhua. Here I am trying to assist, yet I am inexplicably slandered. How utterly unjust. The trio of researchers stood in stunned silence, with the two men unable to contain their laughter, erupting into snorts. Ms. Ji, you truly speak so candidly, one of the female researchers remarked awkwardly, wishing to lighten the atmosphere before they drew attention from onlookers. Ji Fei innocently shrugged her shoulders. Some matters must be addressed straightforwardly. It is far worse to harbor any pricking thoughts. If you are too shy to speak up, it matters not to me as an outsider. With such individuals, one cannot afford to beat around the bush. Private discussions are futile. She aimed to confront Chaoya's self-delusions directly, compelling her to face her absurd notions. It felt as though Chaoya was capable of such antics. Xinyu, just to be safe, perhaps you should reiterate your stance on this matter. Xinyu frowned at the pitifully weeping Chaoya and slowly spoke. To avoid any misunderstandings, please refrain from mentioning your affairs with him in my presence in the future. My only sentiment towards your ex-boyfriend is disdain, so you need not worry. Xinyue's declaration was tantamount to a slap in the face for Chaoya. Suddenly, a surge of anger swelled within her. Was it really necessary to gang up on her over a mere misunderstanding between Kangji and herself? Was she not a dignified lady, deserving of respect rather than such reprimands? Xinyu, this is simply a misunderstanding. We could clarify things instead of being so confrontational. Why allow outsiders to humiliate me? Are we not friends? Not anymore. I will not associate with those who offend me, Xinyu replied without hesitation. Since the moment her life began anew, she had prepared herself to prioritize self-love above all else. She would no longer compromise for anyone. Chaoya's expression froze, and she ultimately fled in tears. It seems no one anticipated such a sudden severance of ties. The atmosphere grew awkward for everyone involved. Although Chaoya had indeed overstepped her bounds, we are still a team. How shall we coexist moving forward? Someone lamented. Is she truly irreplaceable in your research project? Qin Zhao inquired. Not really. She primarily serves as our assistant, came the reply. Then let her go, Qin Zhao responded coldly. Such a person will only bring you trouble. Everyone was hesitant, having spent considerable time together. Nevertheless, Qin Zhao had made up his mind. As an investor, could he not decide on a dispensable candidate? He could not allow such a person to irritate Xinyu. In doing so, Qin Zhao inadvertently discovered the correct approach to wielding his influence as a capital magnate. He resolved to seek out their professor to clarify matters, all the while subtly suggesting the possibility of keeping the research project within the country. Under Qin Zhao's urging, the others attempted to contact the professor, only to find that he had returned to his hotel room to rest after a long day. Out of respect, Qin Zhao decided to visit the professor the following morning. The hour was already late, and the group proceeded toward another building.
En route.
They unexpectedly encountered a heated argument between Chaoya and Kangji. From a distance, the content of their dispute was unclear, but it was evident that Chaoya shouted, "Because of your reckless words, Xinyu has severed ties with me. How am I supposed to remain in this team?" They were right. You are nothing but a paranoid individual, seeking to monopolize me and leave me isolated. We are through, and this time it's final. With that, Chaoya ran away in tears, oblivious to the others present. Just as Kangji emerged in pursuit, he happened to confront them. His eyes, nearly bloodshot with fury, swept over them, lingering momentarily on Xinyu. Qin Zhao was instantly provoked by that glare and was about to charge forward when Kangji turned and fled, leaving him no chance to respond. For the time being, be cautious. I sense that fellow is rather dangerous, Qin Zhao admonished, furrowing his brow. In truth, if not for Chaoya, they would rarely have any interaction with him. Someone grumbled. Let us go. Xinyu, weary of meddling in others' affairs, led the way into the elevator. Once everyone had entered, the person who had pressed the button inquired, "Which floor do you reside on?" Qin Zhao replied directly, 17th floor. To everyone's surprise, they exclaimed, "What a coincidence." However, Xinyu frowned at Qin Zhao, a flicker of resistance igniting in her eyes. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qin Zhao acknowledged the coincidence, having conducted his research prior to arriving, yet he insisted, "Indeed. It just so happens that the last available room is on this floor." When others asked Ji Fei, she was about to answer, but Qin Zhao interjected with the same response. Qin Zhao harbored a slight ulterior motive. Perhaps adding a sister-in-law would soften Xinyue's aversion towards him. The group marveled at the coincidence. Ji Fei raised an eyebrow at Qin Zhao. Fearing Ji Fei might contradict him, Qin Zhao swiftly pulled out his phone, feigning innocence. "Sister-in-law, Gao Good just informed me that there is an issue with your room, and you have been temporarily reassigned to the 17th floor. He then thrust his phone screen forward, revealing the transfer interface, 500,000.
Ding.
Funds received. Regardless, the second brother remarked that Ji Fei has a fondness for money, a weakness that should facilitate her cooperation. In truth, Qin Xian merely intended to express gratitude towards her with a monetary gift. Indeed, Ji Fei soon chimed in with a playful tone. "What a coincidence.
Ha.
I also reside on the 17th floor. I didn't expect to find you here among familiar faces. Shall we have a late-night snack together later?" Just as Qin Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief, he was met with Ji Fei's mischievous laughter.
What a fool I am.
I had planned to mention that I live on the 17th floor. In this pursuit of love, how could I not indulge in the drama? I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I didn't get a close-up view of this spectacle. Am I not taking advantage while pretending to be innocent? Qin Zhao gasped, swallowing back a taste of blood. How had he forgotten Ji Fei's penchant for stirring up excitement? As the elevator doors slowly closed, a figure darted from the corner of the lobby, missing the lift and gazing longingly as it ascended to the 17th floor. Chapter 33. Alas, I wager this is futile. To avoid any slip-ups, Qin Zhao showcased his acting skills, fostering a congenial atmosphere as he suggested playing cards and having a late-night meal with the two male researchers. Naturally, Chu Xinyue did not indulge him and turned to retreat to her room alone. The others exchanged glances. Well aware that Qin Zhao was intentionally seeking an excuse to linger a bit longer with Chu Xinyue. With the main character having departed, everyone turned inward, planning to return to their quarters. To their surprise, Qin Zhao genuinely intended to treat everyone to a late-night meal. The trio of researchers was taken aback, initially contemplating a polite refusal. Qin Zhao interjected, I should have invited you all for a meal long ago. Years ago, I failed to fulfill the obligations of a fiancé by inviting my fiancé's friends to dinner, and now that the engagement has been dissolved, it's a case of too little, too late. Ji Fei, left with no other option, couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Qin Zhao's smile faltered under the weight of her words. The trio felt quite awkward. After all, Chu Xinyue had just retreated to her room, signaling her desire to avoid any personal entanglements with Qin Zhao. Although they believed the two were quite compatible, they respected boundaries and did not wish to place Chu Xinyue in an uncomfortable position. One can be enthusiastic without morally coercing others. Seeing their hesitation, Qin Zhao quickly pivoted his excuse, stating, I genuinely wish to learn more about the members of your group to ensure meticulous attention to detail in future investments. While this was likely a pretext, given their stance, further refusal could offend the financier. Thus, they were swept along by the atmosphere into the male researcher's room for a late-night feast. Qin Zhao ordered a lavish spread for all, instantly dissolving any perceived distance. He even encouraged them to forego reservations for autographs and photos, even if they were not his fans. Being associated with Qin Zhao, a top-tier celebrity, would surely yield a flurry of likes on social media. Before long, Qin Zhao contacted Brother Gao to arrange 2 rooms on the same floor. He cleverly selected a room directly opposite Chu Xinyue's. Eventually, Gao and Xiao Tao arrived, successfully covering for the ruse. However, it was evident that Gao had pulled Qin Zhao aside for a private conversation, likely regarding Chu Sueki, a topic that Qin Zhao was clearly eager to avoid. With Qin Zhao's stance, Gao Hao felt liberated to sever all external ties and resources previously extended to Chu Sueki. Ji Fei was enjoying a delightful barbecue with Xiao Tao when Qin Zhao approached, speaking softly, accompany me later to deliver food to XINU. Was he too timid to go alone, using Ji Fei as a buffer? Ji Fei promptly declined, as she had never intended to facilitate a connection between Qin Zhao and Chu XINU. Qin Zhao, gritting his teeth, insisted, I just transferred $1 million. The money is still warm. Ji Fei firmly replied, that's a separate matter. This is a different price. Qin Zhao was momentarily speechless, incredulous at how this principled, money-driven person who had just swindled him displayed no remorse. Ultimately, he had no choice but to transfer the money again, grumbling, at this rate, I might develop a conditioned reflex. Every time I ask for a favor, I end up paying. Ji Fei smiled as she accepted the money. Indeed, it seems that a prodigal son returns only to exchange gold. But is he foolish? Anyone else would be a better choice to accompany him than I. And they would readily agree. Yet, he chooses me, granting me the front row seat to this spectacle. It's the first time I've encountered someone paying for an audience. I'm starting to find third brother increasingly agreeable. Qin Zhao, upon hearing her thoughts, felt a pang of confusion. Why did he insist on bringing Ji Fei? Could it be that, deep down, he considered her family? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Never mind as long as he had company. After selecting some food for Chu XINU, Ji Fei suggested, this eggplant is quite good. I don't eat eggplant, Qin Zhao replied nonchalantly. Ji Fei was taken aback. You remember her preferences? Yes, he shrugged off the compliment. Ji Fei couldn't help but feel surprised, given their previously distant relationship. She had assumed Qin Zhao would only remember things related to Chu Sueki. Upon arriving at Chu XINU's door, Qin Zhao knocked. A moment later, a cool voice emerged from within. Who is it? It's me and second sister-in-law, bringing you some supper. There was a brief silence, indicating Chu XINU's hesitation, before she finally opened the door. However, As soon as the door swung open, her gaze fell on Ji Fei, and her tone noticeably softened. Thank you. But I'm not hungry for supper, so please don't waste it. Clearly, Chu Xianyu had no intention of inviting them inside. Ji Fei instantly understood that Chu Xianyu was resolutely guarding her space. Before Qin Zhao could react, Chu Xianyu unexpectedly addressed Ji Fei, by the way. Sister Ji Fei. Ji Fei was taken aback. The formality in Chu Xianyu's address felt much warmer. Chu Xianyu continued earnestly. Thank you for your assistance regarding Chaoya. I will remember this kindness, and if you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. With that, Chu Xianyu displayed a serene and genuine smile, sincerely conveying her gratitude. Had Ji Fei not witnessed and exposed the truth about Chaoya and Kangji, Chu Xianyu would still be in the dark. She had long wanted to thank Ji Fei, but had been unable to do so with Qin Zhao present. Seizing this opportunity to express her appreciation, Ji Fei waved her hand dismissively. It was a small effort. It's merely a stroke of luck that I happened to uncover their true nature. Otherwise, as you continued to assist, that violent man would have eventually targeted you. Chu Xinyue furrowed her brow, sensing a similar premonition. Initially motivated by pity, she realized her misjudgment. Indeed, the saying holds true. Those who evoke pity often harbor contemptible traits. Ji Fei lamented. Qin Zhao recalled the sentiments conveyed by Ji Fei and could not help but clench his teeth, exclaiming, people like Chaoya are both wicked and foolish. Squandering your goodwill, you have committed no wrongdoing. Actually, you have, Ji Fei remarked, picking up a skewer of grilled meat and nibbling as she spoke.
Hey.
Qin Zhao interjected, directing his gaze towards Ji Fei. She continued, when you first advised her to break up, and she agreed only to reconcile later. You should have recognized that she is not the type to heed counsel. At such moments, you ought to avoid entanglement in her romantic dilemmas instead of persistently persuading her. Some individuals genuinely require guidance, while others do not. They merely seek emotional release and validation of their thoughts. Thus, in dealing with such people, one must relinquish the urge to assist and respect their fate, lest you suffer the consequences of their choices. Chu Xinyue, taken aback by Ji Fei's insights, nodded in agreement. Yes, you make a compelling point. Qin Zhao, somewhat astonished and even a tad appreciative of his suddenly enlightened sister-in-law, pondered whether Ji Fei had acquired some unique ability to perceive the lives of others. No, that could not be right. A truly enlightened person would not be so avaricious. As he mused, Ji Fei flashed a bright smile and said, just like me, I generally neither advocate for separation nor reconciliation. With that pointed remark, Chu Xinyue paused momentarily before responding. Right, I shall follow Sister Ji Fei's example from now on. Ji Fei chuckled, waved her hand dismissively, and retreated.
Chu Xinyue.
Avoiding eye contact with Qin Zhao, murmured, it's nothing. I need to rest now, and proceeded to close the door.
Wait.
Qin Zhao, in a moment of urgency, reached out. With a muffled grunt, he realized his hand had been caught in the door. Startled, Chu Xinyue quickly released the doorknob. However, before she could shut the door again, Qin Zhao had already propped it open with one hand, denying her the chance to close it.
Xinyue.
I have something to say to you. Qin Zhao's tone was urgent, his gaze intense as he looked down at her. Chu Xinyue felt as though an invisible weight bore down upon her. The aura that belonged solely to Qin Zhao enveloped her, causing a sense of discomfort. She frowned, meeting his gaze with cold indifference, which pained Qin Zhao, but he remained resolute. TSK, this relentless pursuit will not work on Chu Xinyue. Foolish. Ji Fei's voice echoed in Qin Zhao's mind. He was taken aback. How could he still hear Ji Fei's thoughts after she had left? A glance revealed that the door to the adjacent room was ajar, with multiple figures visible through the gap, clearly a gathering of onlookers indulging in the spectacle. Qin Zhao's face flushed crimson. Once proud and accustomed to admiration, he found himself in an embarrassing situation under scrutiny. Yet, he resolved not to lose the opportunity to converse with Chu Xinyue. Just as he was about to speak, he overheard Ji Fei voicing her skepticism.
Sigh.
I wager it's futile. It's not over yet. He hasn't even started. Qin Zhao protested. Don't be so pessimistic. It is not merely a matter of adopting a lowly demeanor to erase the wounds of the past. At this moment, Chu Xinyue awaits Qin Zhao to utter the words that must be spoken, bringing an end to everything. Should he fail to articulate them properly, it would signify his utter downfall. Qin Zhao was suddenly taken aback, staring in astonishment at Chu Xinyue's frosty visage. Although he had anticipated the conversation would not unfold smoothly, he was unprepared for the lifelessness that permeated the atmosphere. It was akin to a condemned man delivering his final plea before sentencing, and he felt a tightening in his throat from the tension. Nevertheless, he could not ignore the fact that he still owed Chu Xinhua 3 phrases. Chapter 34. A man's tears are lightly shed. With this thought in mind, Qin Chao's gaze grew resolute. Sensing the shift in his expression, Chu Xinhua also composed herself. What do you wish to say? Qin Chao replied solemnly, thank you. Chu Xinhua was momentarily taken aback, likely not expecting this to be his opening statement. Qin Chao continued. Thank you for seeking me out all those years ago, for carrying me away. You saved my life, and I am grateful. Chu Xinhua paused, her resistance waning. I accept your gratitude. However, I have no recollection of that time, so I do not feel that you owe me anything. It is all in the past. Yet, he did not wish for it to remain in the past. A pang of anguish gripped Qin Chao's heart, yet he pressed on. My life cannot be repaid with mere words of thanks. If my investment in your project makes you uncomfortable, please regard it as my way of repaying the debt of life you bestowed upon me, without any burden on your conscience. Chu Xinhua hesitated. She could not allow personal feelings to obstruct the progress of the project. Even if it brought her displeasure, she would find her own means to resolve it. However, Qin Chao's words at that moment softened her heart. Ultimately, she nodded. Being repaid for a life saved was reasonable and just. Qin Chao exhaled in relief. I also wish to say, I am sorry. Chu Xinyue's expression shifted slightly, her resistance evident. You have nothing to apologize for. From your perspective, you have done nothing wrong. A flicker of sorrow crossed Qin Chao's eyes. I understand that my apology may not hold any weight for you. I have no right to seek forgiveness for the harm I caused you during my deception. What I truly wish to apologize for is having forgotten the promise I made in childhood, for not steadfastly standing by your side and believing in you. I broke my word. I am sorry, Xinyue. At last, Chu Xinyue's eyes shimmered, and she inhaled deeply, preparing to respond. But before she could speak, Qin Chao interjected. One final thing. I love you. May I have another chance? This time, I promise I will not falter. Chu Xinhua froze, her breath catching as she gazed at Qin Chao, meeting his tear-filled eyes. In all her memories, she had never seen him cry, not once. You are mistaken, she began, her voice initially wavering, yet gradually gaining strength and calmness. You believe you should love me simply because you have discovered your own deception. I understand your remorse. But please do not deceive yourself in an attempt to compensate for it, nor drag me into your web of self-delusion. No, I speak from my heart, Qin Chao urged earnestly. Chu Xinyue admitted that she was taken aback by Qin Zhao's confession. It was once a dream she had nurtured long ago. Yet now it held no allure. What significance does sincerity hold? With a faint smile, Chu Xinyue replied, I must tell you, I no longer love you. So, I shall not grant you any opportunities. Qin Zhao, you are exceptional and charismatic. You will encounter a better companion. I will cherish the bond of childhood friendship from across the ocean and wish you well. This is my heartfelt sentiment. Please cease your entanglements. I have found my peace. And you should do the same. As Chu Xinyue turned to close the door, Qin Zhao stood despondently at the threshold, lost in a daze. Ji Fei shut the door and turned around, noting the somber expressions of those present. It was understandable. Witnessing such turmoil felt akin to being forced to swallow a bitter gourd. I have never seen Qin Zhao like this. It seems he may take a long time to recover. Ga Hao began to worry about the future of their studio. Xinyue is resolute. Once she sets her mind to something, she will not waver, remarked a female researcher. The group sighed, awkwardly waiting until they confirmed that Qin Zhao had retreated to his room before emerging. The female researcher shared a room with Chu Xinyue, and upon entering, she found Chu Xinyue lost in thought by the floor-to-ceiling window. Deep down, you still care for him. After all those years of affection, it cannot simply vanish. Chu Xinyue turned and smiled, remaining silent. The female researcher quickly waved her hand dismissively. Let it go. Let it go. Once we go abroad, a girl as wonderful as Xinyue will surely attract a plethora of handsome suitors. It's only a matter of time before she encounters someone she truly loves. Meanwhile, Ga Hao felt compelled to check on Qin Zhao, while Ji Fei had initially planned to take Xiao Tao back to rest. However, Gao had detained her. Teacher Ji. He is family. Shouldn't we pay him a visit? I have never faced a heartbroken Qin Zhao before, and I feel utterly at a loss. What if he resorts to alcohol? What if he misuses medication? What if he becomes despondent? Is your imagination running wild?
You faded blade.
Taken aback by Gao Hao's concerns. After a moment's contemplation, she decided, well, he is a valued client. Let us go see him. If he is in despair, we can at least call for an ambulance. Gao Hao, possessing a key, knocked on the door but received no response, prompting him to unlock it directly. Once inside and confirming there was nothing inappropriate to witness, Ji Fei followed suit. Upon entering, they found Qin Zhao fixated on his phone, incessantly tapping away. Ah Zhao, what are you up to? Gao Hao cautiously inched closer and discovered that Qin Zhao was researching Chu Xinyue's team's projects, the country they would be heading to, and information about research institutions, among other things. Oh, it seems he hasn't given up. Qin Zhao disregarded the surrounding voices, obsessively searching for various pieces of information. His demeanor calm and composed as though nothing could bring him down. Alas, Chu Xinyue has made up her mind. Unless extraordinary measures are taken, there is no hope for this lifetime. Indeed, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Some fates, once missed, are lost forever. Qin Zhao stiffened, tears pooling on his phone screen. Gao Hao's eyes widened in horror, and he turned to leave. Since you're all right, we shall take our leave. He dared not witness his boss in tears. Ji Fei, equally astonished, gazed at the scene, wondering how he had shifted from being fine to suddenly weeping. My goodness, what a striking sight it is to see such a large man weep. As Gao Hao pushed Ji Fei out the door, the sound of Qin Chao's sobs reached their ears. They exchanged a glance at the entrance, and Gao Hao awkwardly remarked, "This floor is full. I'll take the one below. If there is any commotion tonight, could you keep an eye out?" Naturally, Ji Fei nodded in agreement. As she returned to rest, a message from Qin Xian arrived. Have you arrived at the hotel room? Yes, your brother is here too. He came to pursue Chu Xinyue, but was met with a harsh rejection. Typically, Ji Fei wouldn't share much with Qin Xian, but given the dramatic turn of events today, she felt compelled to divulge. Oh, he probably wanted to give up. But he cried. The weight of Qin Xian's silence was deafening, and Ji Fei felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Gao Ge is worried about him. He asked me to be mindful of any noise tonight. Don't concern yourself with him. Nothing significant will occur. Just focus on getting some rest. Oh, brother. Ji Fei chuckled, then promptly transferred today's earnings to Qin Xian before washing up and retiring for the night. However, she was soon awakened groggily by Xiao Tao.
Teacher Ji.
There is some noise next door. Observing the bright-eyed Xiao Tao, who seemed unaffected by sleep, Ji Fei thought how wonderful it is to be young, capable of enduring sleepless nights. It was merely the sound of knocking next door that roused Ji Fei. Only after an extended period did she begin to hear it. Confused, she pondered what could be happening at such an hour. Surely Gao Ge wasn't seeking someone again? Draping herself in a robe and stifling a yawn, she was about to open the door when she heard the sound of a door opening next door as well. Brother Chao, I miss you so much. Ji Fei jolted awake. Only one person called Qin Chao that way. Her curiosity piqued. She paused her action to stealthily peer through the door crack. Indeed, she spotted Chu Sweki at the threshold, while Qin Chao appeared equally astonished upon opening the door. How did you get here? Please leave, he warned in a hushed tone, not wanting Chu Xinyue to witness him standing with Chu Sweki in such an awkward predicament. Ji Fei could not see clearly but could hear Chu Sweki weeping. Brother Chao, even though I have deceived you about many things, I truly love you. We have been in love for so many years. Can you simply declare that you do not love me? This question struck a nerve with Qin Chao. Both Chu Xinyue and Chu Sweki were skeptical. Did he need to bare his heart to prove his feelings? Taking a deep breath, Qin Chao replied, Not only do I not love you, but I now feel disgust at the sight of you. You have deceived me for so long. All I feel is revulsion. If you do not leave, I will call security. Chu Sweki fell silent. Have you been drinking? That is none of your concern. You don't love me, but you love my sister? Yes. Suddenly, Chu Sweki flung off her coat, revealing a nearly sheer nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves. Then, I can be a substitute for my sister. All I need is one night with you, Qin Chao.
Hold me.
I must admit, Chu Sweki had an uncanny ability to mimic Chu Xinyue, even adopting her tone perfectly. Her behavior ignited a blaze of fury within Qin Chao. As she lunged toward him, attempting to embrace him, he forcefully kicked her away.
Get lost. Ah.
In truth, the Qin dynasty seldom resorted to violence against women unless pushed to the brink of endurance. This time, he was genuinely cornered. Such a predicament was indeed unavoidable and inevitably stirred commotion. In an instant, two adjacent doors swung open, revealing the researchers, who, upon witnessing an alarming sight, promptly recoiled. The door opened on Chu Xinyue's side was handled by a female researcher, who gasped at the sight of the nearly bare Chu Sueki, causing Chu Xinyue's expression to stiffen as she hurried to close the door. "Sister, why must you covet my man? You have no shame." Chu Sueki cried out in distress. "Are you planning to seduce Qin Chao and share his bed tonight?" Qin Chao was beside himself with rage, about to step forward when a sudden gasp pierced the air. Naturally, only Qin Chao could hear this exclamation, halting him in his tracks. He turned to see Ji Fei, who had unexpectedly emerged from her hiding spot, staring at him and Chu Sueki in disbelief. Caught off guard, he heard her inner voice resonate. "Oh my goodness. An infectious disease. Chu Sueki has contracted an illness from Wu Tian. If she has been with Qin Chao for so long, could he be infected too? How should I address this?" Thankfully, Xinyue is unaware. Qin Chao, stunned by the implications of Ji Fei's thoughts, could only gaze at her quizzically, then at the incredulous Chu Xinyue. In a moment of heated desperation, he bellowed, "I haven't touched her. I'm still a virgin." The corridor fell utterly silent. Chapter 35. Astonishing. The top star appeared in the middle of the night. Those in the corridor, whether they had opened the door or were eavesdropping silently, found themselves momentarily at a loss. They attributed Qin Chao's abrupt and disjointed declaration to the presence of a woman seeking affection, interpreting it as a desperate attempt to prevent Chu Xinyue from misunderstanding him. However, it was difficult for anyone to believe that a man as charming and well-suited for romantic pursuits as Qin Chao remained a bachelor. Even Chu Xinyue had tacitly accepted that he and Chu Sueki were already involved. After all, they had spent considerable time alone together, and sometimes their parents hinted to her to accept this reality sooner rather than later. Thus, the credibility of this situation was quite low. Upon realizing he had exposed himself, Qin Chao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish on the spot. Yet, upon seeing Chu Xinyue's distinctly skeptical expression, he felt a surge of urgency. This was no longer merely a matter of reputation. It could potentially escalate into serious health concerns. Forcing aside his embarrassment, he disregarded the ashen-faced Chu Sueki and rushed toward Chu Xinyue. However, in his flustered haste, he stumbled and fell to his knees before her door. Instinctively, Chu Xinyue bent down to assist him, only to be grasped by Qin Chao's hands, leaving her no time to rise. His gaze locked onto hers with a fervent sincerity. "Our engagement has yet to be annulled. How could I possibly have touched her? I assure you, I am completely innocent and untainted. You must believe me." The onlookers were left dumbfounded. With such earnestness, and on his knees no less, surely he must be telling the truth. "My impression of the illustrious star Qin Chao has been utterly shattered. How astonishing it is that he possesses such principles. One would never expect that amidst the dazzling chaos of his glamorous life, he remains untainted by its allure. To claim he is a virgin is a statement that even his fans might find hard to believe." Coughing discreetly, I captured the moment, hoping it would go unnoticed. The absurdity of the scene was simply too delightful to resist. Ji Fei finally erupted into a tsunami of laughter, her mirth echoing through the air. Qin Chao, disturbed by the cacophony of thoughts surrounding him, felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. He could not afford to be distracted at such a crucial moment, and his gaze towards Chu Xinyue grew even more fervent, as if to bolster his credibility. On the other hand, Chu Xinyue appeared to be entranced, her expression blank until a wave of heat washed over her, compelling her to withdraw her hand. The sight of a man fervently declaring his virginity was far too explosive for her to handle. After finally drawing a line beneath their tumultuous connection, she could no longer maintain her composure. She swiftly retracted her hand and slammed the door shut. A flustered exclamation escaped her lips. "No. This has nothing to do with me." It was a scene reminiscent of a hasty retreat. Qin Chao hurriedly knocked on the door, insisting, "I speak the truth. You must believe me." Just then, Chu Sueki erupted in anger, her eyes nearly bloodshot as she glared at him. "Is that all you see in your eyes now? That wretched Chu Xinyue? Was all your care over the years merely a fade? How heartless you are." Qin Chao halted, turning to face Chu Sueki, his previously sincere gaze transforming into a cold, steely stare. "Why have you come to find me tonight?" he questioned, suspicion coloring his tone.
Chu Sueki's Stipend.
A flicker of something unusual crossing her features. "Ah, so that's it. How malicious. Ji Fei, still reveling in the unfolding drama, decided to investigate this scandal further. It was revealed that Chu Sueki had been avoiding Wu Tian, only to be jolted by news of his illness, prompting her to seek medical attention and discover she had indeed contracted the disease. She blamed Qin Chao for her predicament, believing his reluctance to engage with her had driven her to seek solace elsewhere. She lamented that had it not been for him, she would not have sunk to such depths, nor would she be facing abandonment by him now. Thus, she intended to drag him down with her. Qin Chao's expression turned icy as he swiftly retrieved his phone, ready to call Gao Ge to address the matter. Panic seized Chu Sueki as she implored, "Do you truly hold no regard for our past? Even if I were to serve as your sister's substitute?"
Ha!
"You are unworthy," Qin Chao replied coldly. "But your sister has no use for you now. Her nature is not one to look back. At least my face could still offer you some consolation."
Chu Sueki Edgar Lim Ferdantico.
Qin Chao's voice was frigid as he declared, "In my lifetime, aside from that one moment of weakness, when I mistook you for someone else, you have always been entirely different in my eyes. Do not belittle yourself by dragging others down with you." The harshness of his words twisted Chu Sueki's expression in anguish. Qin Zhao continued, "Chu Sueki, I warn you, with that face of yours, just be yourself and refrain from impersonating XINU. If I catch you doing it again, I assure you, you will regret it." Chu Sueki trembled uncontrollably, not out of fear, but out of hatred. How she loathed it. Indeed, Chu Xinyue was her natural nemesis. As long as she existed, Sueki could never live peacefully. Just as Qin Zhao finished speaking, Gao Hao rushed in, accompanied by his assistant, his expression a mix of anger and concern. He had already shown her some leniency during the day, and now he was irritated. What if someone captured this on camera? "Miss Chu, if you do not cooperate, we will call security to handle this. Do you wish to trend on social media?" Chu Sueki fell silent, surprisingly refraining from crying or causing a scene as her assistant led her away. However, the glance she cast back was filled with palpable resentment. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhao leaned in and whispered to Gao Hao about the contagious disease. Gao Hao's face turned ashen, staring incredulously at Qin Zhao.
"You."
His reaction incited Qin Zhao's irritation. "I didn't touch her. Why does no one believe me?" Ji Fei observed the unfolding drama, recognizing that Gao Hao was likely worried about Qin Zhao falling for Chu Sueki's manipulations tonight, hence his inquiry. With a sigh of relief, Gao Hao finally descended to deal with Chu Sueki. Left alone with Ji Fei in the corridor, Qin Zhao recalled the chaotic events and couldn't help but approach her. "Did you capture anything just now?" Ji Fei immediately denied it. "Of course not." Qin Zhao replied tersely, "I'll transfer you some money. Just delete it." Ji Fei's expression shifted to one of regret. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I already shared it in the group." "What group?" Qin Zhao exclaimed. "The Qin family group." Qin Zhao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but quickly realized the implications of his family seeing that footage. He could practically envision constructing a castle with his toes out of sheer embarrassment. He hastily pulled out his phone, only to find there was no family group, just a temporary one. Well, before bed, aside from Qin Xian reaching out to her, both Qin Dad and Qin Mom, as well as Qin Yan, had expressed concern for her solitary stay, inquiring about her situation. Ji Fei found responding to each individually tedious, so she created a group chat to unleash the gossip she had withheld from Qin Xian. The responses were overwhelmingly enthusiastic, and Ji Fei was quite pleased, promising to relay any first-hand information immediately. How serendipitous. Such explosive news had to be shared. Who could possibly sleep soundly without doing so? Qin Zhao looked at Ji Fei, who sheepishly revealed her phone. "Time's up, I can't retract it, everyone has seen it. I didn't expect everyone to enjoy staying up late." The screen showed minimal content, the top post being Ji Fei's. Shocking. A top-tier star kneels before his fiancée in the middle of the night, loudly declaring his love. The video had been sent out. The responses flooded in. Qin Dad. Biological mom? Qin Yan. The screen reflected Qin Zhao's contorted and distorted handsome face. Chapter 36. Brother, I've been bullied by your wife. It was truly unexpected that Ji Fei possessed a talent for marketing. JF9N, feeling rather guilty, stated, "I did not intend for this to happen. We are all family, and we genuinely care about you, and XNYU. Moreover, one might consider that if you and XNYU were to develop a relationship in the future, this video could serve as a cherished memory." QNZHO retorted, "I appreciate your sentiments." Though he suspected that they would indeed end up together, he decided to humor them for the moment to avoid their ire. QNZHO exclaimed, Your apology lacks sincerity. At that moment, noticing the shift in Q and ZHO's expression regarding CH Q, J, F9, and quickly sought to change the subject. What should I say? This is a matter of life and death. I cannot remain silent. Yet how do I explain my source of information? Q and ZHO shot J, F9, and a disgruntled glance, but took the initiative to alleviate the tension. CH Q is in trouble. GO just informed me that he fears she might act out impulsively, so it would be wise to keep her distance from her. Q and ZHO managed to keep both GO and J, F9, and in the dark about the true situation. J, F9, and was taken aback. Surprised that someone was already aware of the issue, which brought her some relief. With a cheerful smile, J, F9, and remarked, "Fortunately, you managed to avoid a calamity." Q and ZHO's face turned pale.
Just go to sleep.
Out of sight, out of mind. J, F9, and shrugged. Why are you so angry? Is being a virgin truly embarrassing? Your family has a history of such. Your brother is still a virgin too, and he doesn't seem to mind. I understand now. It must be a family trait. Q and ZHO stared at J, F9, and in disbelief. What did I just hear? Did she just expose something? Was that incident from years ago really a fabrication? No, the real issue is that my second brother is in the same boat as me. He seemed to realize that the exclamations in their group chat were not solely directed at him. At least he has a brother to share this with. It was the only consolation for the night. Meanwhile, far away at the QN residence, Q and She-en, having just completed his official duties, suddenly felt a sense of unease. It was as if he heard whispers emanating from the usually quiet Q North family estate. Were they still awake at this late hour? Confused, Q and She-en checked his phone's memos before bed, only to find a video shared by his mother. Curiosity piqued, he opened it. When Q and ZHO finally returned home, exhausted, he received a call from Q and She-en. Given the late hour of the call, Q and ZHO suspected that his brother had indeed seen the video. However, he felt a tinge of embarrassment before others, yet with his brother, he could be more relaxed. After all, Q and She-en had been in the same predicament for longer and was even married. With a peculiar sense of competitive spirit, Q and ZHO straightened up and answered the phone. Q and She-en intended to check in on his younger brother, who had been crying and kneeling, but was met with a complaint instead. Did you see the video?
Yes.
Brother, I feel bullied by your wife. You seem quite lively, though. Brother, you've changed. Are you still my real brother? Why does it seem like after just one outing with JF9N, you've become rather unorthodox? Yes, you are indeed my brother. Just now, my sister-in-law mentioned our family's virginity trait. With an urge to reprimand his brother, Q and She-en hung up. Wait, brother, I have something important to discuss. Q and ZHO, no longer seeking emotional equilibrium, seized the opportunity to mention a business investment. Upon hearing Ji Fei's mention, it was decided that he would come to pick you up tomorrow, while also addressing this matter. You need only agree. There is no necessity for you to make an appearance personally, for I can handle it. This is an uncharted territory for the Qin group. Qin Zhao. Feeling a sense of urgency, express that your presence would be inconvenient. Do not overshadow me, as I wish to use this method to enhance my standing in front of XINU. Qin Xian fell silent for a moment, realizing that he could not coerce the other party. What do you take me for? I would never do that, he asserted. So, you truly will not give up? Qin Zhao pondered. I do not wish to relinquish this. I genuinely like her. Why have I only now come to realize how deeply I have cherished her? Qin Xian listened, somewhat at a loss for words, as he discerned the tremor of sorrow in Qin Zhao's voice. After a considerable pause, the latter managed to calm himself. By the way, regarding Chu Sueki, Qin Zhao briefly outlined the situation, then darkly remarked, if she seeks to harm me, I shall ensure she cannot find footing in the upper echelons. Qin Xian was taken aback by the malicious nature of the situation, a chill emanating from him. Very well. I shall handle it. The following morning, Qin Zhao, with an audacity that belied the circumstances, approached the professor as if nothing were amiss, and scheduled a meeting in the hotel's breakfast buffet. Naturally, the members of the research team accompanied him, with the exception of Chaoya, who had left to stay with her sisters after an uncomfortable night, avoiding the others. The professor, oblivious to this, beamed with joy upon hearing about potential investments, eagerly introducing the project to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao expressed his enthusiastic endorsement, assuring them that once they prepared the necessary documentation, he would take them to the Qin group for formal signing. The group was almost incredulous, feeling that everything had unfolded too easily, aside from the professor. Their gazes inevitably shifted towards Chu Xinhua. They all understood that this was due to her influence. Chu Xinhua felt a twinge of discomfort, yet was somewhat consoled by the professor's opportunity to fulfill his lifelong ambition and contribute to the nation's scientific achievements. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced up, noticing the sunlight streaming through the glass window, illuminating someone's shoulder. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she offered a serene smile, saying, "Thank you." Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, not deriving joy from her amiable demeanor. After the myriad events of the previous day, she could have chosen to evade, resist, or even feel awkward, yet her tranquility struck him as a formidable blow, shattering his illusions. He understood that while Ji Fei's words may have been harsh, they were grounded in truth. The prospect of them being together seemed nearly impossible. Yet, he could only retreat, cherishing even a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the exuberant Xiao Tao, indulging in the buffet, happened to spot them. Her newfound habit of gossiping prompted her to message the still slumbering Ji Fei. "I've seen Teacher Qin and Miss Chu." Upon waking and reading the message, Ji Fei jolted upright, hastily inquiring which Chu. "The beautiful researcher sister," Xiao Tao replied. Ji Fei chided himself for momentarily thinking it was Chu Sueki. After regaining his composure, he felt a sudden urge to join the scene of unfolding drama. "Save me a seat. I shall arrive shortly." However, it seemed they were finishing their meal. Ji Fei did not respond, leaving Xiao Tao to clutch her phone, anxiously monitoring the situation. After a consensus was reached regarding the investment, the professor, filled with excitement, expressed a desire to return promptly to present his report, prompting everyone to prepare to depart from the hotel after breakfast. Xiao Tao, feeling helpless, sent a message to Ji Fei. However, it wasn't long before Ji Fei called.
Stop them.
"There's danger." His voice, frantic and urgent, echoed through the phone. Taken aback, Xiao Tao rushed out to find them. But the hotel's labyrinthine layout left her unaware of which route they had taken to return. At that moment, Ji Fei happened to emerge from the elevator, his face pale as he spotted a group approaching. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed a dark figure swiftly closing in behind them. Unable to discern the assailant's identity, he shouted, "Xinhua, watch out behind you." Everyone froze, instinctively turning to look. Only Qin Chao reacted swiftly, leaping forward to shield Xinhua with his towering frame. In a split second, the blade that was meant to strike Xinhua instead landed on Qin Chao's shoulder, blood instantly staining his white shirt. By the time Xinhua turned to see, Qin Chao was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Her pupils constricted in horror. "Qin Chao." The hall erupted with screams. Two male researchers, regaining their composure, hurried forward to confront the assailant still brandishing the knife. "It's you, Kongji. Have you lost your mind?" A female researcher supported the terrified professor, retreating hastily. "Shameless wretch. I'll kill you. Let us see how you gossip after this." The figure in the black hooded sweatshirt glared furiously at Xinhua. It was Chao Ya's ex-boyfriend. His eyes bulged with rage as he shouted, "If it weren't for you, Xiaoya wouldn't have left the country. You're the reason. We can't be happy." However, several security personnel quickly surged forward, surrounding Kongji. Behind them, Xiao Tao, who had alerted them, followed closely. Kongji, in a frenzy, wildly swung his knife, attempting to break through the encirclement, but the security guards gradually pushed him away from the crowd. Qin Chao, weakened from blood loss, had collapsed onto the ground. Xinhua, utterly disoriented, momentarily envisioned the boy who had fallen down a hillside, covered in blood. Her face paled in desperation as she pressed down on Qin Chao's shoulder to staunch the bleeding, her voice trembling as she urged, "Call an ambulance. Quickly." The hotel manager, drenched in sweat, rushed over upon seeing the injury and promptly retrieved a walkie-talkie to contact the medical team. "Our hotel has its own medical department, highly professional. They will arrive shortly, so rest assured, we will handle this." He simultaneously called for an ambulance, just in case. Concerned onlookers gathered around. Fortunately, it's not a major artery. The muscle is injured, but the wound isn't deep.
Stay calm.
Yet, Xinhua's hands continued to tremble, and Qin Chao could feel her anxiety as he sat there weakly. His lips lost their color, but he managed a faint smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm fine." As Chu Xinhua bit her lip, she found herself at a loss for words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It was all my fault. Had I not meddled, this situation might have been avoided." The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. Such unfortunate events truly befall the unluckiest among us. Qin Chao could only awkwardly pat her with his other hand, offering clumsy comfort. It has nothing to do with you. They are the ones at fault. At that moment, Ji Fei approached with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing her, Qin Chao immediately expressed his heartfelt gratitude.
Sister-in-law.
I cannot thank you enough. His appreciation for Ji Fei was genuine. Had it not been for her timely warning, Chu Xinyue's life might have been in grave peril. The mere thought of such a possibility left Qin Chao uncertain of how he might continue to exist in the next moment. He had never before understood so clearly that Chu Xinyue had become an irreplaceable part of his life, more precious than his own existence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Xinyue turned her gaze toward Ji Fei with gratitude, and others around them echoed their sentiments. However, Ji Fei remained pensive, her gaze drifting, offering no response. Qin Chao, assuming she was merely startled, was about to reassure her that he was unharmed when he caught a glimpse of Ji Fei's bewildered thoughts. Strange. Why is it Kangji? Qin Chao was taken aback. But I distinctly saw Chu Sueki lying in wait in the hall, intending to infect Xinyue with a syringe. Ji Fei, upon waking, had recalled Gao Hao's knowledge of Chu Sueki's contagious illness and, out of curiosity, had consulted the system regarding the impending fate of Chu Sueki. If Kangji's arrival was accidental, then surely Chu Sueki must still be lurking in some shadowy corner, poised to strike at any moment. Qin Chao's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively tightening his grip on Chu Xinyue. She, mistaking it for a reaction to his injury, did not resist but instead inquired with concern, "What is it?" Meanwhile, Qin Chao anxiously scanned his surroundings. In the next moment, a scream echoed from afar down the corridor, the very direction Kangji had fled. The voice was unmistakably feminine, and the faces of those present turned pale. Had someone been inadvertently harmed? Just then, personnel from the medical department arrived to tend to Qin Chao's wound, and the anxious hall manager rushed forward with a doctor toward the commotion. Two male researchers, intrigued, followed suit. Given the potentially life-threatening nature of the situation, Ji Fei hesitated to approach, remaining vigilant for any sign of Chu Sueki. Despite losing significant blood and feeling somewhat lightheaded, Qin Chao forced himself to remain alert, even more so than Ji Fei. However, it was not long before the manager returned, his face ashen, accompanied by the two male researchers. Their frantic glances fell upon Qin Chao and Chu Xinyue. By this time, Qin Chao's wound had been treated to staunch the bleeding. What happened? He inquired. Did they escape? The manager replied, "We apprehended someone, but others were injured in the process." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Chu Xinyue. If I am not mistaken, this young lady must share a familial connection with Miss Chu Sueki. Although they should not pry into the privacy of their clients, the resemblance was too striking to ignore. At the mention of such a connection, Chu Xinyue instinctively scowled in distaste. Have you encountered Chu Sueki? Qin Chao pressed. Ji Fei was quite astonished and couldn't help but conduct a check through the system. Oh my heavens! This is truly difficult to assess. Qin Chao, equally perplexed, listened as the male researcher finally expressed his astonishment. Chu Sueki was attacked by Kangji. When I arrived, I heard Kangji shouting, clearly in a fit of madness, mistaking Chu Sueki's face for that of Xinu. So, what does this signify? Previously, Chu Sueki wielded Chu Xinu's identity without regard for the harm it would inflict upon her, yet now she is treated as if she herself is Chu Xinu. Enduring such an unfortunate incident, the crowd stood in stunned silence. The manager quickly interjected, Miss Chu Sueki is severely injured and will undoubtedly require an ambulance. Therefore, Miss Chu Xinu, could you please accompany us? With a face as pale as water, Chu Xinu pondered for a moment before rising to follow the manager. Do not concern yourself. You are no longer part of the Chu family. Do not get entangled, Qin Chao thought. There was no way he would allow Chu Xinu to come into contact with such dangerous individuals. Moreover, it was uncertain how the Chu couple would treat Chu Xinu upon discovering the reason behind Chu Sueki's injury. Qin Chao grasped Chu Xinu's arm and reported a series of numbers to the manager, directly contacting Chu's parents. The manager hesitated but, under Qin Chao's stern gaze, picked up the phone to make the call. Chu Xinu let out a silent sigh. She truly wished to sever any ties with that family. Once the manager reached Chu's parents, he was about to depart when Qin Chao suddenly spoke. Advise your medical personnel to exercise caution. Chu Sueki has a contagious disease. He named the infection, and instantly, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Such explosive news was casually disclosed in public, completely disregarding the individual's privacy? Qin Zhao scoffed. Given what he intended to do to Chu Sweki, he cared not a whit about discretion, also preventing that madwoman from endangering other medical staff. Chapter 38. This time, I will eliminate future threats. Chu Xianyu was dumbfounded. How could this be? Wu Tian is infected, Qin Zhao stated, then immediately changed his demeanor. I only just learned of this. However, what I said last night was true. If you do not believe me, I can get checked. Chu Xianyu was rendered speechless by Qin Zhao's shocking revelation. At that moment, the manager seemed to recollect something, his face paling as he hurriedly left. The nearby researcher, catching up, exclaimed, "Wait, so the syringe she was holding contained a liquid resembling blood? Was she planning this last night as well?" The crowd turned in horror towards Qin Zhao. Last night, the target was you, Qin Zhao, but now the intended victim is indeed Xianyu. Truly a madwoman.
Yufei lamented.
Qin Zhao snorted dismissively, who knows? In any case, we must remain vigilant whenever she appears.
Zhu Xin Iwe does it?
Struggling to comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. Due to the violent nature of the incident, they were required to remain and cooperate with the police until questioned, before being permitted to leave the city. Qin Zhao, with a significant wound requiring stitches, was directly taken to the hospital, accompanied by Gao Hao. When Ji Fei emerged from the police station, he spotted a tall man in a gray coat standing before a black business vehicle, a black suit visible beneath. Dressed meticulously and standing with an imposing demeanor beneath thick, long lashes lie deep-set eyes, akin to cold stars, fixated intently on the entrance of the police station, patiently awaiting someone's arrival. Although Ji Fei harbors no particular feelings for Qin Xian, she cannot deny that his presence instills a profound sense of security. As if her heart has found its rightful place, Ji Fei approached with a light step, and rather than wait, Qin Xian moved closer, his long legs carrying him swiftly to her side. He lowered his gaze, sweeping over her for a few seconds before inquiring, "Are you injured?" Ji Fei waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. What brings you here? Didn't Tikao arrange for a lawyer to handle things? Once Qin Zhao's wound is stitched up, he can be transferred back. Did he not inform you?" Noticing Ji Fei's relatively cheerful demeanor, Qin Xian deduced that she had not been frightened. Unable to contact her, he had succumbed to the effects of anesthesia. "Shall we head to the hospital now?" Ji Fei asked. Qin Xian nodded. She called for Xiao Tao to join them, only to see Chu Xinyue hastily approaching, addressing Qin Xian. "I apologize, Qin Zhao was injured because of me. I am aware of the circumstances, and it is unrelated to you. As a gentleman, it is his duty to protect a lady. Miss Chu need not take it too much to heart. The investment matters will remain unaffected," Qin Xian stated, with a professional demeanor. Ji Fei looked at him in surprise. He refrained from framing it as a life-saving favor, not wishing to impose any emotional burdens on Chu Xinyue, who had rejected Qin Zhao. Chu Xinyue understood his sentiment and lowered her gaze, remembering his unfortunate brother. Qin Xian continued, "We're going to the hospital to pick up Qin Zhao. Would you like to join us?" After all, with his brother having risked his life, he hoped to see him a little happier. This time, Chu Xinyue did not hesitate to nod, but just then, her phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. Yet the moment she answered, the shouting from the other end made her recognize it as her father's voice. Having blocked all contact with the Chu family, this was likely a call made from someone else's phone. "Xinyue, you unfilial daughter. Running away from home in a huff is one thing, but now you've dragged your sister into such dire straits. You know your sister is in poor health, and yet you entangle yourself with such individuals, forcing her to shield you. Even if you harbor resentment, do you wish for your sister's demise? Come back, now. Look at the misfortune you've caused.
Xinyue.
Hurry to the hospital. Your sister has been stabbed multiple times by that lunatic. Please come quickly to see her." The urgency and desperation in her parents' voices caused Chu Xinyue to furrow her brow. Was Chu Sweki gravely injured? Though she had hardened her heart towards her family, she had never contemplated retaliation. If Chu Sweki were to perish due to her actions, it would feel as though she were haunted by her for the rest of her life, a nightmare come to life. Almost losing her footing, Chu Xinyue was steadied by Ji Fei. To her surprise, Ji Fei seized the phone and hung up, finally powering it off. "Sister Ji?" Chu Xinyue stared blankly at Ji Fei. Ji Fei offered an excuse, stating, "There is certainly nothing to worry about. Otherwise, the police would have informed us immediately. The Chu couple is undoubtedly eager to vent their frustrations on you. Hence, I recommend you return with your team, seclude yourself, and refine the investment report. Ignore anyone who attempts to contact you. Once the ties were severed, we must regard matters of life and death as irrelevant. You cannot go. How many times have your parents deceived you? They are merely waiting for the opportunity to exploit you. Chu Xinhua pondered for a moment before replying. But what about Qin Chao? Upon hearing Ji Fei's thoughts, Qin Xian furrowed his brow, aware that if any trouble arose, his younger brother would undoubtedly create a disturbance. He interjected, "We will speak on your behalf. Upon our return, you are always welcome to visit him." Ultimately, Chu Xinhua departed with her team, her phone persistently switched off. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and Ji Fei had just arrived at Qin Chao's hospital room when Qin Chao awakened. The moment he noticed Chu Xinhua was absent, disappointment clouded his features, and his spirits plummeted. Gao Hao, unable to bear witnessing Qin Chao's despondency, remarked, "Qin Chao was injured while saving her, and she cannot even visit him?" Qin Chao instantly responded coldly, "Gao Ge, do not speak in such a manner. I understand why she has not come. She must be afraid that I would use this favor to manipulate her feelings. How could I ever do such a thing? I must contact her and clarify my intentions." Ji Fei raised an eyebrow, noting the brothers shared a similar mindset. However, when Qin Chao picked up his phone, he recalled that he had been blocked and felt disheartened. Qin Xian gently patted Qin Chao on the head, saying, "She intended to come." Qin Chao's eyes brightened instantly. "Indeed, even if she does not accept you, she possesses a sense of obligation." In that moment, Qin Chao felt as if he had been struck by an arrow. "If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then refrain from speaking." Qin Xian responded, "Then why hasn't she arrived?" Gao Hao, intrigued, inquired further. "Because the Chu couple is in this hospital," Qin Xian replied. And Qin Chao erupted in anger. Are they blaming Xinhua for this incident and planning to make her miserable again? It is not merely about making her miserable. They intend to summon Xinhua as a backup donor. Qin Chao's complexion changed dramatically, startling Gao Hao. Qin Xian frowned slightly, then heard Ji Fei's internal monologue filled with scorn. Chu Sueki sustained 3 stab wounds, and the urgency to summon Chu Xinhua arises from the fact that 2 of those wounds have harmed her kidneys. Chu Sueki has had weak organs since childhood, and while she is not in immediate danger of organ failure, she cannot withstand the toll over the years. Therefore, they have resolved to have her contribute a healthy kidney to Chu Sueki. Moreover, they have inquired about skin grafting, as the final wound marred Chu Sueki's face, leaving her disfigured and in need of skin restoration. However, given Chu Sueki's frail constitution, they are contemplating harvesting skin from Chu Xinhua, as being twins significantly reduces the risk of rejection, making it the most suitable option. How utterly bizarre are these parents? As if everything their children possess is their rightful entitlement to divide as they see fit. It is appalling. As Ji Fei continued to express his disdain, he suddenly witnessed Qin Chao spring to his feet from the hospital bed.
"A Chao."
Gao Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Xian furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Enough of this, I will handle it." However, Qin Chao was already consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. "It's just an arm injury, I can still move. Damn it. This time, I will eliminate any future troubles." With that, he charged out of the hospital room. Chapter 39. They are living parents, not the living embodiment of death. Ji Fei internally scoffed at Qin Chao's intense anger. She realized that the Chu couple's search for Chu Xinhua had incited such wrath. If they were to discover the bizarre notions held by the Chu couple, they would surely be infuriated beyond measure. Following along to witness the spectacle, they quickly arrived at Chu Sueki's hospital room. Indeed, they had not even been placed in the intensive care unit, yet they were deceitfully telling Chu Xinhua that Chu Sueki was on the brink of death, completely disregarding any ill fate that might befall their precious daughter. At that moment, the Chu couple was frantically trying to reach Chu Xinhua, their tempers flaring, their mouths spewing curses. How could that ungrateful daughter be so heartless? Her sister is in such dire straits, and she doesn't even come to see her. What do we do? Is Xinhua truly determined to ignore us? If she is so cold-hearted, even if we find her, she would never consent to donate to Sueki. It was her fault to begin with. If she refuses, she will be utterly heartless. I shall confront her at school and see how our institution accepts someone of such low character. Indeed, one has witnessed the diversity of species. Such thoughts, brazenly expressed without an ounce of stealth, reveal a complete lack of self-awareness. If Qin Chao overhears, he may react even more severely than if Chu Xinhua were to catch wind of it. As expected, Qin Chao was seething with fury and charged forward. Without awaiting a response, he seized Mr. Chu by the collar with his uninjured hand and slammed him against the wall.
Ah!
Mr. Chu cried out in agony.
Gao Hao.
Startled, quickly scanned the surroundings for onlookers. Having never witnessed Qin Chao in such a state of rage, he deemed it wise to abandon any attempts at intervention and instead opted to keep watch. After the initial pain, Mr. Chu recognized his assailant and was momentarily stunned, hardly able to fathom being treated in such a manner by a younger generation. Qin Chao, it's you. What are you doing? Qin Chao, let go of your uncle. How can you? Mrs. Chu, momentarily taken aback, rushed to intervene but found herself unable to budge Qin Chao, who was akin to an enraged bull. Desperate, Mrs. Chu sought assistance, noticing that her brother and sister-in-law were standing not far away. Qin Xian, Ji Fei. You must help quickly. Ji Fei blinked and leisurely turned to sit on a nearby bench, feeling a bit fatigued from the recent commotion and content to observe the unfolding drama. Mrs. Chu, astonished, fixed her pleading gaze on Qin Xian, hoping the heir of the Qin family would not be so indifferent. Qin Xian glanced at Ji Fei beside him, then took a seat as well, addressing Qin Chao. Be careful not to exacerbate your injuries. Our parents will be worried. As he spoke, he noticed Ji Fei had begun to surreptitiously record a video. Perhaps our parents' concern will pale in comparison to the thrill of this spectacle, he mused. Mrs. Chu opened her mouth, at a loss for words, and clutched her head, nearly fainting from the stress. Mr. Chu, furious, found himself nearly suspended by the collar in the powerful grip of Qin Chao, unable to struggle, his face flushed with anger. We are your elders. Have you lost your mind? I am appalled by your actions. How dare you presume to be fit parents? Fortunately, Xinyue has severed ties with your family, otherwise, she would surely be tormented by you. The Chu couple stared in disbelief at Qin Zhao. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet Qin Zhao had already taken such a stand for Chu Xinyue. What nonsense are you spouting? You were injured too, weren't you? Can you honestly claim that all this is not due to Chu Xinyue? As an elder sister, not only did she fail to protect her younger sibling, but she also dragged her down. If it weren't for her, would Sweki's face and kidneys have encountered such issues? Even if she is unwilling to make sacrifices, she should at least rectify her mistakes. Could it be that she has foreseen something and is intentionally avoiding us, choosing not to save her sister? How could she be so heartless? Faced with such parents, Qin Zhao seemed to finally grasp the suffocating sensation that had plagued Chu Xinyue for over 20 years. His hands trembled with rage, his eyes glaring as if he were on the verge of striking someone. Ji Fei could not suppress her mockery. So, according to you, you intend to take a piece of skin and a kidney? It perplexes me how Chu Sweki cannot use her own skin to recover from her disfigurement. As for the kidney issue, why must it come from Chu Xinyue? It's not as if Sweki is on the brink of death. Do you harbor such disdain for Chu Xinyue that you cannot bear to see her prosper? What nonsense! We are her parents. How could we wish her ill? Sweki is frail and cannot withstand constant upheaval. The situation of twins is the most stable and suitable for transplantation. This is a matter of necessity. A family should support one another. Qin Zhao's blood boiled as he retorted fiercely, support one another? Pray tell, what has Chu Sweki done to assist Chu Xinyue since her birth? The Chu couple appeared as if they had been choked, desperately racking their brains yet unable to produce a single example. Qin Zhao sneered, it has always been Chu Xinyue unilaterally supporting Chu Sweki. Last time, the true face of Sweki was laid bare. How could you still cherish her and treat Xinyue so poorly? Qin Zhao found it utterly incredulous. He and the Chu couple had been equally deceived by Sweki's faade. The thought of it now made him feel nauseous. And he was astounded that the Chu couple showed not a hint of remorse. Were they to continue doting on Chu Sweki? Would all those years of their lives not have been in vain? Qin Xian, rarely sharp-tongued, interjected with a piercing remark. Ji Fei nodded in agreement. Convincing the older generation to admit their mistakes is more arduous than prying open their coffins. A fleeting moment of doubt and guilt crossed Mr. Chu's face. But he quickly stiffened his resolve, declaring, ultimately, this is a family matter. Here we go again, the old routine. When reason fails, they resort to emotions and attitudes. Qin Xian found Ji Fei's words amusing and suddenly chimed in. Family? So, have you undergone compatibility testing? At this, everyone was taken aback, as if a spark had illuminated their minds. Who could be a more suitable match than the twins? Surely, as parents, you would be the most likely candidates. Wouldn't you? Qin Xian stated coolly. The Chu couple's minds seemed to stall, unable to process the implications. Ji Fei was momentarily overwhelmed with disgust. Alas! My dear husband, how could you harbor such doubts about uncle and aunt? Even if their hearts are as twisted as the cosmos, they are still the parents of their daughter. When misfortune befalls her, it is only natural for them, as her guardians, to seek to assist rather than burden their offspring. Can one truly expect a daughter to compensate for another? It is simply implausible. Qin Xian was stirred by the term husband, responding reflexively. Is that so? Indeed. It must be that the matching was unsuccessful, prompting them to assist Chu Xinhua. They could not possibly allow their youthful daughter, who has yet to experience love, marriage, or motherhood, to bear two significant scars, losing her freedom to dress and her vibrant health, forced to live with caution. Your reasoning is sound. Exactly. They are her living parents, not the Grim Reaper. Even a ferocious beast would not harm its young. Chapter 40. Their obedient little sister was ravaged by a wild boar. Ji Fei's sarcasm reached its zenith, her mocking tone echoing throughout the corridor, each word striking the two like a whip. The sense of humiliation doubled, far surpassing mere insults. The color drained from their faces, teetering on the brink of fainting from rage. Yet Ji Fei continued, Am I not correct, uncle and aunt? It is truly unfortunate that your matching failed. Gao Hao felt compelled to give her a thumbs up. It was immensely gratifying to hear. Madame Chu could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground, trembling, her eyes bloodshot, and avoiding the gaze of anyone present. Yet she remained unwilling to acknowledge their error. It was not that they had grown old. Rather, they had simply grown accustomed to the idea that Chu Xinhua should be the one to sacrifice. How shameless you are, Qin Zhao remarked coldly, releasing Mr. Chu, allowing him to lean against the wall in disgrace. Being reprimanded by a junior felt as humiliating as a slap to the face. Mr. Chu finally fell to the ground, utterly humiliated, yet still shouted, It is not for you outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the Chu family. Leave, all of you leave. Ji Fei retorted, Oh, I not only wish to meddle, but I also intend to promote your family's character within our circle, so everyone can witness your true nature. Not on your life. What do you intend to do? Madame Chu screeched in response. Oh, weren't you just so self-righteous? Did you not believe you were in the right? Why then? Do you appear so unable to face the truth? Gao Hao could not help but join in the mockery. Previously, he had suggested they evaluate Chu Xinyue's character. Perhaps they should first reflect on their own. Madame Chu was left utterly speechless. Ji Fei and Gao Hao exchanged glances, silently applauding one another. In the midst of this, Qin Xian interjected, He just lent a hand, after all. Mr. Chu exclaimed, You are all insane. What does this have to do with you? Chu Xinyue has already broken off her engagement with your Qin family. Qin Zhao replied coldly, Being rejected is my own inadequacy. I deserve it. But mark my words. I will see to it that Chu Xinyue's matters are addressed thoroughly. The Qin family looked down upon the couple with a fierce demeanor and declared, There is something you are yet unaware of. Your precious daughter has contracted a disease from Wutian.
Today,
She was harmed because she sought to use a syringe to harm Chu Xinyue, deliberately positioning herself there, only to reap the consequences of her actions. Does she not revel in impersonating Chu Xinyue? She deserves this fate. Upon hearing these words, the Chu couple was rendered speechless. What illness? How is it transmitted?
No.
This is impossible. Lady Chu cried out. Suddenly, they recalled the peculiar attitudes of the doctors and nurses, as if they were concealing something from them. Moreover, the police had stated that there were crucial matters to question Chu Sueki about, unrelated to the incident of violence. If what Qin Zhao asserted was indeed true, then Chu Sueki was intentionally spreading disease, a criminal act. If that were the case, do you still believe that Chu Xinhue should come to her aid? Then you would truly be less than beasts. The Chu couple's faces flushed crimson, their expressions shifting dramatically, clearly shaken by the revelation. Qin Zhao paid no heed to their reactions. He was there to make his stance clear and deliver a warning. Remember my words. Keep your beloved daughter at a distance and never allow her to enter the world of Chu Xinhue again. Do not meet. Do not communicate. If I discover that you dare to approach Chu Xinhue, even once, I will exhaust all my connections and resources to ensure that your family becomes a perpetual object of ridicule in society. You will understand what it means to be a pariah, reviled by all. Even without relying on the power of the Qin family, his own capabilities were sufficient to accomplish this. Such was the gravity of Qin Zhao's words that Gao Hao could not help but straighten his back. Trembling, the Chu couple found themselves filled with resentment at the threat, yet a sense of dread began to creep in. Is it truly necessary to sever our familial ties over this? Must you resort to such extremes? Do not flaunt your aged faces speaking of kinship. Have you ever provided for her? She desires no connection with you whatsoever. Can you not have some dignity and acknowledge the reality? Do you truly believe you can maintain a parental facade? Qin Zhao's upbringing had thoroughly collapsed before the couple. Mr. Chu was so enraged that he could not articulate a coherent response. Lady Chu, in tears, turned to Qin Xian and said, "Is this the manner of education upheld by your family? To openly threaten and intimidate an esteemed elder of a long-standing friendship? Our two families have been connected for 4 generations." Qin Xian responded with an impassive expression. "I too wish to inquire, is your family as upbringing such that your daughter, afflicted with a contagious disease, would come to knock on my brother's door in the dead of night? What did she intend to accomplish?" His tone remained steady, yet it pierced through the couple like an icy arrow. Suddenly, the Chu couple realized something, their expressions shifting dramatically. It must be a misunderstanding. Qin Xian rose and stated, "What was just conveyed was my brother's warning. Now, it is a warning from the Qin family. Should you defy my brother's wishes again, I will mobilize all the resources of the Qin group to suppress all of the Chu family's enterprises until you are expelled from your home.
For
For the sake of our family's historical ties, I advise you to remain compliant. We do not wish for matters to escalate into a public spectacle. I shall inform the Chu family's second uncle of our position." The Chu couple appeared as though their very souls had been siphoned away. Their faces turned ashen as they glanced at Qin Xian and then at Qin Zhao. Under the overwhelming intimidation, they were finally rendered utterly speechless. Not long after, Chu Sweki awoke from anesthesia, her rare encounters with suffering prompting her to wail, especially upon feeling the deep, bone-exposing scar that traversed half her face. Her love was shattered, her career obliterated, her life in ruins. In her screams, she could see her parents present, yet they did not approach her as they had in the past to offer comfort. Realization dawned upon Chu Sweki as she stared at them in shock. "Have you contracted a contagious disease? Do you wish to infect your sister and Qin Chao as well? Why, daughter, why have you become this way? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? It is all your fault. You should never have given birth to me if you were going to have Chu Xinyue. I want to infect them. If only Chu Xinyue had called off her engagement sooner, not dragging me along, I would have been with Qin Chao openly by now. If it weren't for Qin Chao's stubbornness in refusing to touch me, I wouldn't have sought out Wu Tian. It's all they're doing. I will not die in peace without them accompanying me to the grave." With a resounding slap, Mr. Chu struck Chu Sweki, reopening the wound on her face, causing it to bleed anew. Chu Sweki gazed incredulously at her father. "You hit me. You have never struck me before." Mrs. Chu attempted to intervene, but was at a loss as to whom she should restrain. Mr. Chu stood there, stunned, staring at his own hand, recalling how many times it had struck Chu Xinyue. He let out a hollow laugh, more pitiful than a sob. Soon after, they received a call from the current head of the Chu family, whose furious tone conveyed a warning. They should act as if Chu Xinyue did not exist and refrain from shamelessly approaching her again, or they would be expelled from the Chu family. After hanging up, the couple sat in silence for an extended period, their eyes vacant, attending to their daughter as they had for many years abroad, yet their inner peace was utterly shattered. From that moment on, the Chu family of 3 vanished completely from Chu Xinyue's world. Shortly thereafter, once her phone was operational, Chu Xinyue took the initiative to contact Qin Chao, eager to ascertain the state of his injuries. At home recuperating, Qin Chao felt an exhilarating surge of energy, as if propelled from his seat. He was no longer on the blacklist. He had been liberated. Hooray! Confirming that Chu Xinyue would soon visit him at the Qin household, Qin Chao dashed downstairs, creating a commotion that startled his mother, Qin Yan, and Ji Fei, who were engrossed in a drama. Upon inquiry, everyone became equally excited, anticipating the unfolding events. Qin Chao eagerly ventured out to greet her. The 3 awaited her return, only for Qin Chao to return moments later, fuming and dragging someone along with him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Qin Rong, who was supposed to be returning home today. What had transpired? One was seething with anger, while the other appeared utterly distressed. Ji Fei could not resist the urge to speculate. It seems Qin Rong has secretly found herself a boyfriend. Qin Yan. When Qin Chao went to pick her up, he saw Qin Rong standing with a blonde man, in full view of the public. The man was smoking and blowing smoke in Qin Rong's face while one hand encircled her waist, the other sliding up her skirt. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chao erupted in fury. Qin Yan, wait. We are equally furious. Our obedient little sister has been accosted by a wild boar? Chapter 41. What sort of allure can be derived from mere professional duties? Although the memory inheritance existed, this was still the first encounter for Ji Fei with Qin Rong. Qin Rong possessed a charming and endearing appearance, with a delicate nose and cherry-like lips. Her round, doe-like eyes radiated a clarity distinctively belonging to university students, and her fair, plump skin appeared soft and inviting. To describe her more accurately, she resembled a sheltered princess from an ivory tower, easily discernible as naive and sweet. Third brother. Didn't you injure your hand? Please don't pull me. Qin Rong weakly protested. Qin Zhao directly deposited Qin Rong in front of their mother.
Mom.
I just saw my little sister entangled with a delinquent in a dubious manner. Please interrogate her thoroughly and ensure she isn't deceived by unsavory characters. Upon hearing this, Qin Rong immediately felt a mix of grievance and urgency to explain, but her tone remained soft and lacking in authority. Third brother. You cannot speak of Qingyu in such a manner. He is not a delinquent. How can you judge a person by appearances? Just because he has dyed hair, earrings, and tattoos, does that make him a bad person? At this point, Qin Rong's eyes reddened, as if her artistic creations had been deemed worthless. She dared not argue further, yet couldn't help but mutter quietly, many artists in your entertainment circle are like that too. Third brother, aside from not having tattoos, you have dyed your hair in a multitude of colors. Am I speaking of appearances? I am speaking of behavior. Just look at him. Qin Rong's face flushed with embarrassment. Third brother. Qin Zhao could no longer articulate his frustration. His anger simmered as he turned away. I don't have the time to discuss this with you now. I am going to pick up XI on you. With that, Qin Zhao rushed out. Qin Rong, feeling dejected, lowered her head but still managed to politely greet, Mother, elder sister. Second sister-in-law, I am back. Please do not heed third brother's baseless accusations. Qingyu is a good person. The Qin family was relatively open-minded, as evidenced by their views on the children's marital issues. However, having already learned the specifics from Ji Fei, they could not help but view the situation through tinted lenses as Qin Rong's family. Given his appearance combined with such behavior, it painted a rather dubious picture. They found it hard to imagine their little darling standing alongside such a boy. Qin Ma exclaimed anxiously, when did you begin secretly dating without our knowledge? What kind of person is he? A student, or is he already working? How long have you known him? Qin Yan furrowed her brow and added, Little sister, didn't we agree that you would inform the driver to pick you up before boarding the plane? Did he bring you back? You didn't even notify us upon your return? Or has he taught you not to tell your family, having been deceived and hurt by men in the past? Qin Yan was particularly vigilant and sensitive in this regard. Standing in the living room, Qin Rong felt as though she were undergoing an interrogation. Despite only Qin Ma and Qin Yan wearing serious expressions, while Ji Fei appeared to be a mere bystander. Yet the pressure on Qin Rong was immense, especially as it was her first experience with romance, leaving her internally flustered. He is Qing Miao's brother. We have known each other for quite some time. Qin Rong quickly clarified. You all trust Qing Miao, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Ma and Qin Yan felt a slight sense of relief, reassured that he was not an entirely unknown individual. Qing Miao? Oh, Qin Rong's university roommate, a dear sister. Shared a close bond with her, and often visited the Qin family. Just as Qin Rong was about to nod in agreement, she was taken aback to discover that her usually indifferent sister-in-law was aware of Qing Miao's identity. It seemed that her sister-in-law had indeed been keeping a secret watch over her, which brought Qin Rong a flicker of joy. However, upon turning to glance at Ji Fei, she noticed that Ji Fei was completely disregarding her, appearing as though the previous conversation had not involved her at all. Qin's mother, in a state of urgency, inquired, When did you two start dating? Why haven't you informed the family? You know that we wouldn't interfere with your romantic life, but we ought to be aware. Qin Rong hastily replied, I never intended to conceal this from you. It was during this recent excursion that I agreed to date him. As she spoke, a blush crept over her cheeks. She recalled how he had pursued her while she had hesitated. Yet during this trip, she discovered his true character. He was genuinely kind and responsible, adeptly caring for the entire team and bravely tackling any challenges that arose. As Qin Rong spoke, her eyes sparkled with affection and sweetness, clearly enamored in her first love. Nonetheless, both Qin's mother and Qin Yan held reservations, aware that love can often blind one's judgment. Qin's mother curiously asked, Is he also an art student at your school? Qin Rong replied honestly, no, he isn't. He was temporarily hired by our professor to assist with our fieldwork. Just as Qin Rong finished her explanation and others were about to inquire further, a sudden voice interrupted. So, everything remarkable that Qin Rong just mentioned is merely part of his job? Qin Rong was instantly taken aback, staring at Ji Fei, while Qin's mother and Qin Yan also realized what was unfolding and were about to intervene. In a flurry, Qin Rong exclaimed, "But he treats me with such kindness and tenderness. Even when I fumble or make mistakes, he remains incredibly patient." Unaware of the underlying tension, she assumed Ji Fei was merely voicing a critique of her boyfriend, prompting her to hastily defend him. Though Ji Fei found it odd that Qin Rong had suddenly turned her attention toward her, she dismissed the thought, believing that Qin Rong was simply seeking validation for her affection. Qin's mother and Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us put this aside for now," Qin's mother said quickly. "Your father and second brother are not here at the moment. We can discuss it when they return tonight. You've just arrived home, so rest for now." Qin Rong obediently nodded, and Qin Yan promptly accompanied her sister upstairs, intending to find an opportunity to discuss Ji Fei's situation. Moments later, Qin Rong sat dazed on her bed, her eyes wide as she looked at Qin Yan. "Elder sister? You?" Qin Yan sighed. "You'll understand once you experience it for yourself. I just hope you won't be taken aback, and that Fei won't notice.
For now.
Only our parents and us siblings are aware." Qin Rong pondered. If that is truly the case, why not let the sister-in-law know that we can hear? Qin Yan sighed and said, "Such an unfathomable matter concerns us deeply. We worry that if Fei learns of it, it may rebound adversely upon her. Moreover, a reasonable person would not wish for their innermost thoughts to be overheard, would they? Although we have indeed garnered much assistance from this situation and indulged in some gossip for amusement, your second brother has been secretly seeking the true exceptional masters, hoping to discover an effective solution. At the very least, we hope that Fei's thoughts will remain undisclosed in the future. It suffices for her to relish her own secrets." Qin Rong, perplexed, nodded obediently. Qin Yan patted her head and, adopting the gravest of tones, instructed, "Remember, this is Fei's secret. Never utter a word of it to outsiders. If mishandled, it could spell danger for her." Given the rare seriousness with which her elder sister spoke, Qin Rong nodded earnestly, though she remained skeptical about the situation. Qin Yan, still uneasy, inquired about the progress of her romantic relationship. Upon learning that no boundaries had been crossed, she felt a sense of relief. Just then, Qin Rong's phone rang, and her expression made it clear that it was her boyfriend calling. As Qin Rong eagerly awaited the conversation, Qin Yan intended to give her some space, when suddenly, a wailing sound echoed from downstairs. Was that Qin Zhao's voice? Chapter 42. Traveling abroad is not like attending a funeral. Are plane tickets really that expensive? As Qin Rong and Qin Yan ascended, Qin Zhao joyfully entered with Chu Xinyue. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, under the enthusiastic signals from Qin Zhao, Qin Ma took the opportunity to create some space for the two. Once the light bulbs vacated the area, Qin Zhao hurriedly arranged an array of fruits and snacks before Chu Xinyue. This gesture left Chu Xinyue momentarily disoriented, reminiscent of the Qin Zhao from her childhood, who would eagerly share everything with her. "Don't trouble yourself, your injury," Chu Xinyue began, but Qin Zhao quickly interjected, flashing a goofy smile. "I'm fine. Didn't I just say? My wound heals rapidly." With a reassuring nod, Chu Xinyue continued, "I actually came to discuss another matter today." "Go ahead," Qin Zhao replied, adopting an attentive demeanor, as if all his patients were now dedicated to her. With a furrowed brow, Chu Xinyue stated, "I hope our group's plan to collaborate with other research institutes abroad remains unchanged." Qin Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Chu Xinyue, resolute, asserted, "Conducting our research abroad will facilitate our work. Your investment proposal has caused the professors considerable hesitation. Since we have already broached the subject, I hope you will consider this." Qin Zhao, feeling anxious, quickly retorted, "I did not intend to use my investment as leverage to keep you by my side. How could I possibly hinder your new path in life?" At this juncture, Qin Zhao lowered his gaze, his spirits distinctly dampened. "I confess I am selfish. But if I could remain in the country to conduct research without interfering with your studies, even with additional investment, I would be willing." Chu Xinyue's gaze flickered momentarily. Yet she remained steadfast. In research, intricacies cannot be resolved by money alone. Otherwise, none would willingly leave their homes for 5 years. We cannot allow the Qin group to incur losses either. I hope you will retract the additional conditions. We wish to go abroad. As Qin Chao gazed upon Chu Xinyue's serene visage, his lips quivered ever so slightly. Very well, I understand. I shall inform my brother, he uttered.
Chu Xinyu.
As if fulfilling a mission, was unwilling to linger for even a second longer. Thank you. I will return now to notify everyone to prepare for departure abroad. We cannot afford to delay our research any further. With that, she rose to her feet. Qin Chao, in a flurry of concern, hastily stood as well. You are injured. There is no need for farewells, he protested. Chu Xinyue smiled gently at him and said, I hope all will be well for you in the future. Qin Chao suddenly spoke up. Is there truly no chance left for me? Not a single opportunity. Chu Xinyue regarded him, noting the redness of his eyes. She appeared at a loss with his current state, yet a wise person learns from past mistakes. Her wounds had yet to heal. How could she possibly turn back now? I only wish to live my life well and focus on my research. If circumstances allow, I may not return in 5 years. I plan to settle overseas for long-term study and research, so it will be difficult to meet again. Not harboring any resentment towards Qin Chao, she did not wish for him to foolishly wait. She would not be coming back. Having expressed her thoughts, Chu Xinyue turned resolutely and departed. However, Qin Chao felt as if his feet were encased in lead, unable to move an inch, tears brimming in his eyes. Oh no, not again. Am I about to cry? I must quickly stop Qin Ma before she notices and comes to comfort me, which would only make things worse. Qin Chao's previously muddled mind, upon hearing that voice, plummeted onto the sofa, bursting into tears. Since he had already been seen, suppressing his emotions was futile. He might as well weep freely. Why is this such a blow? It's not the first time Chu Xinyue has rejected me. Qin Chao lamented. Wah. You don't understand. This is a definitive rejection. She is leaving the country, perhaps never to return. I can't comprehend his thought process. While I believe it's better for them to part ways and start anew, why does he act as if it's a matter of life and death? Qin Chao exclaimed. The pain of losing a loved one is akin to the agony of life and death. Is going abroad akin to a funeral? Are plane tickets prohibitively expensive? I recall that the Qin family possesses a private jet. Qin Chao sobbed. Whoa, huh? Is it absurd to feel such sorrow while remaining on the same planet? Qin Chao cried out. Is he truly foolish, or is he merely fixated on his despair, oblivious to his own folly? At that moment, concerned for their brother, Qin Yan and Qin Rong approached the corridor, intending to inquire, when they saw Qin Chao suddenly spring to his feet, dashing outside, tears trailing behind him. Before long, everyone in the estate heard his anguish shout echoing through the air. Chu Xinyue, remember this. If one day you find yourself hurt, weary, and seeking companionship, know that I am here, existing for you. Move forward and embrace your new life. Not long after, Qin Chao returned, his tears now dried. He picked up his phone and dialed. Second brother, remove the additional conditions. Let them go abroad. Yes, I'm fine. Do not concern yourself with me. If their project investment fails, I will shoulder all the financial burdens. He made another call, Gao Ge. I believe my studio can transition overseas. Would you like to join me in exploring the international entertainment market? He truly comprehended that if he continued to entangle himself with Chu Xinyue, he would only evoke her memories of past suffering. He did not wish to become the source of her unhappiness. Uncertain of whether he would ever have the opportunity to reclaim this precious girl in this lifetime, perhaps it would prove futile, he yearned to quietly remain by her side, hoping to be the first to arrive whenever she was in need. This was the only thing he could do at present, and the sole desire that filled his heart. The others listening to Qin Zhao's phone call were left in a state of astonishment, with Ji Fei being the most shocked. Wait, isn't that her current workplace? She hasn't even completed a single task, nor has she earned a penny. Is she really going to be unemployed? As Qin Zhao, who was fervently mapping out his future career, heard this, he was immediately reminded of the burden that still lingered in his studio. As Brother Gao had also mentioned Ji Fei during the call, Qin Zhao glanced toward the individual in the distance, assuring her, rest assured. My transfer of work won't be so abrupt. I will ensure everything is arranged before I leave. Brother Gao has also stated that he will secure more work for you before my departure, and once your reputation is established, everything will fall into place. Ji Fei replied. Being laid off isn't so bad. To be honest, I wasn't particularly eager to work. The others who overheard her thoughts could hardly contain their amusement. Meanwhile, Qin Rong, standing above, unexpectedly caught wind of Ji Fei's musings. lacking the experience to discern the nuances between spoken words and inner thoughts, and from her perspective, she could not ascertain whether Ji Fei had actually spoken, given that Sanji's response was not out of place. Upon returning home, Qin Rong's phone erupted with incessant ringing. As numerous calls flooded in, she hurried to answer. "Why didn't you pick up my call?" The voice on the other end questioned sharply, only to soften upon realizing the harshness of their tone. "I was worried when I couldn't reach you. Please don't let this happen again." Chapter 43. I suggest you break up. Qin Rong paused for a moment. Qingyu had never spoken to her so sternly. However, recognizing the concern behind his words, she quickly replied, "I apologize, Qingyu. I was held up by something and couldn't answer." "Is your Sango making things difficult for you because of our situation?" came the concerned tone. "Rest assured, Qingyu, I am fine. My Sango merely has a temper. He was upset because I didn't inform the family about my relationship in advance. Once I officially explain things to them, it will be fine." A voice filled with disdain echoed from the phone. "At your age, who still cares? Rong, remember that you are an adult, an independent soul. You can make your own decisions without needing to inform others about everything. I am the youngest in the family, and they are just concerned for me." Qin Rong replied with a naive smile. "By the way, my elder sister just told me." Suddenly, her voice faltered. She instinctively wanted to share a delightful tidbit with her beloved, but, recalling her sister's warning, she abruptly ceased. "What? It's nothing." A slightly aggrieved voice responded from the other end. "Are you keeping something from me? There shouldn't be secrets between couples. After all, we are meant to accompany each other throughout our lives, being the most significant presence for one another. Look at how open I am with you. I share everything, and you should do the same for me. It makes me sad to think that I love you more deeply." Qin Rong's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly explained, "No, it's not that." Qin Rong hesitated momentarily, her innate upbringing preventing her from voicing her thoughts. While she could readily share her own secrets with Chengyu, the matter at hand concerned her sister-in-law. Her uncertainty elicited a sense of unease from the other party, who ventured, "I understand now. Is it that your family looks down upon me? Do they believe I am unworthy of you?" Qin Rong was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could you think that? You are undeniably exceptional." The other party scoffed. You are the young lady of the Qin group, and in the eyes of your family, I am but a lowly individual." In an instant, Qin Rong grew anxious, fearing her boyfriend might misconstrue her family's sentiments and feel disheartened. She quickly reassured him. "Our family does not concern itself with such superficial matters. What matters is that we are fond of each other." "Is that so?" "Nevertheless, it does not matter if they disapprove. Our love is what counts. I am determined to be with you, and no one shall separate us," he declared with confidence. Qin Rong felt a rush of shyness, softly responding with a couple of affirmations. That evening, the family gathered for their first meal together. Qin Rong joyfully acknowledged her nephew. Qin Shi, showering him with gifts and treats, elated that she was no longer the youngest in the family. It was only after Qin Yan took the little ones upstairs for rest that the adults congregated on the sofa to converse. Naturally, the topic of discussion revolved around Qin Rong's romantic relationship. Upon returning, Qin Ba and Qin Xian had gathered information from various sources and had a general understanding of the situation. It was evident that Chengyu had left a rather poor impression on Qin Zhao, leading to a direct complaint. The reason cited was that his behavior in public was frivolous and disrespectful towards women, a sentiment easily understood by men. However, they refrained from passing judgment, recognizing that young couples in love often express their affections openly, which could also be interpreted as being unable to contain their emotions. Thus, they chose to set the matter aside for the time being. Qin Ba pondered aloud. "You mentioned that your professor was temporarily hired and had so much free time to spend with you. Does he not have a formal job?" Qin Rong replied. "He is planning to start his own business and open an art gallery. He is currently self-studying relevant knowledge in anticipation of our graduation, intending to assist us in organizing exhibitions and distributing our artwork." Her words momentarily stunned the family, with the exception of Ji Fei.
Kima cuestión.
"Did you not always say that art is priceless and that your works would only be exhibited for free, never sold?" Qin Rong paused before laughing. That was just youthful naivety. The more my paintings sell for, the better they must be. Moreover, Chengyu said that the profits could be used for charity, which is far more meaningful." A silence enveloped the room. It wasn't that what he said was incorrect. Society often holds such views, but there was an underlying sense of discomfort. As the Qin family pondered this, Ji Fei's thoughts wandered elsewhere. "So he is currently unemployed?" How does he support himself? Upon hearing this, Qin Rong immediately turned to Ji Fei, her eyes filled with disbelief. It was indeed true. As the rest of the Qin family processed this revelation, they quickly cleared their throats, subtly reminding Qin Rong. Yet Ji Fei's words had also triggered a realization among them. Then what does he live on? Qin Zhao questioned sharply. Surely he is not relying on his family, or worse, on you? Qin Rong felt a surge of anxiety, her body tense as she sat on the sofa. Third brother, why do you speak so harshly? Besides, we have only just begun our romance. How could I possibly inquire about his livelihood or finances? That would be quite peculiar. However, I am aware that he rents a place outside and occasionally takes on short-term jobs from our college, primarily to immerse himself in and learn about this industry. Didn't he study a major unrelated to this field? Qin father inquired. Qin Rong timidly shook her head. He had not attended university, but rather a vocational school. Not only did he not attend college, but he also never completed high school. Now, at 22, he has already spent many years transitioning from school to society. Ji Fei did not exhibit contempt. Rather, he merely elucidated the facts that Qin Rong had not elaborated upon. Yet, Ji Fei's remarks caused the members of the Qin family, aside from Qin Xian, to change their expressions. Although the Qin family had never interfered in their children's romantic affairs, this disparity was indeed monumental. Their little princess remained so innocent and genuine. It was apparent that from this moment on, the hearts of each family member were weighed down with concern. Upon hearing Ji Fei's thoughts, Qin Rong bit her lip, her small eyes darting back and forth with worry. Academic credentials do not define character. Moreover, his decision to discontinue his studies was not due to a lack of diligence, but because of his family's financial constraints, as they had to support Miao Miao's art education. Surely, you do not look down upon him as if he belongs to a lower class and oppose my relationship with him? The Qin family found themselves at a loss for words. Their usual principles clashed with their concerns for their youngest daughter. Suddenly, Qin Xian spoke up. Why do you think that way? Qin Rong was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend why Qin Xian posed such a question. The others were equally bewildered. Qin Xian's expression remained impassive. The former Qin Rong would never have entertained such thoughts about their family. Who led you to believe that? Though his words were not harsh, they rippled through the room, causing a subtle shift in the demeanor of those present. No one, isn't this just common logic? Qin Rong noticed Qin Xian's serious countenance and immediately panicked. Oh dear, foolish girl, your evident anxiety reveals all. I need not investigate further to know that your boyfriend has mentioned this to you, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Rong became even more flustered. It seems you cannot lie, given how distressed you appear.
Please stop.
I'm even more anxious, Qin Rong exclaimed, but before the young girl could regain her composure, Qin Xian bluntly stated, you two are incompatible. I suggest you break up. Chapter 44. Am I not just muddling through? Qin Rong's eyes immediately reddened, her nose tinged with pink. Perhaps due to her sensitive disposition, she was unable to utter a single word of rebuttal as tears began to well up, her lips trembling in distress. How tragic. It's truly heartbreaking to see the little sister cry. Qin Xian is too harsh, someone commented. Qin Xian replied, I merely offered a calm suggestion. Today I have witnessed two members of the Qin family in tears, someone remarked. Qin father and Qin Xian both inquired, who else? Qin Zhao coughed lightly. Are all of their family members so prone to tears, especially over matters of the heart? I'm about to cry, Qin Rong admitted. Qin Zhao and Qin Yan exchanged glances, both looking skyward in a display of shared apprehension. Qin father and Qin mother. No, absolutely not. We have neither, perhaps nor maybe. Qin father suddenly poked Qin mother with a hint of grievance, silently suggesting, you bullied me into tears when you were younger. Qin mother shot back with an angry glare. You were the one who made me cry first. As the only man in the Qin family who had never wept over matters of the heart, Qin Xian sat upright at this moment. Perhaps Qin Xian had cried before. After all, he had been dumped, haha.
Oh.
How I wish I could witness the sight of such a lofty flower shedding tears. It would surely be hilarious. I must capture that moment when he cries again. Ji Fei found herself increasingly amused. Next to her, Qin Xian's expression darkened, seizing the opportunity to echo Qin Rong's words. If you disagree, you may express your opinions. Maintain emotional stability and refrain from crying. I have not shed a tear since I turned 6, and you ought to learn from me. Do not emulate your third brother, who weeps at the slightest emotional provocation. Qin Zhao interjected. Hey, what did I do? Am I being targeted while lying down? Qin Rong lamented. I want to cry. Yet my mood is in turmoil due to my second sister-in-law's chaotic sentiments and my second brother's peculiar reprimands, preventing a single tear from falling. Ji Fei could not help but twitch her lips. Has he lost his mind? Why should a delicate, soft girl learn from a steely man like him? Qin Rong whimpered. Exactly, my second sister-in-law is right. Qin Xian retorted. No, I merely wish to emphasize that I have never cried over another woman. Pay attention to the main point. Furthermore, wishing to see me cry is utterly impossible in this lifetime. The atmosphere lightened a bit with this diversion. Qin Rong sniffled, managing to hold back tears, and expressed her grievance. Since there is no disdain for him in this family, what is inappropriate about it? Qin Xian replied earnestly.
Your values do not align.
You believe that the essence of human interaction lies in mutual respect, devoid of distinctions of status. Yet he emphasized this very point upon the onset of your relationship. Did he not recognize the disparities between you prior to pursuing you? Could it be that his profound affection for me has rendered him insecure and overly sensitive? He may care, but if he genuinely cherishes you, he would not bring it up in your presence. His behavior only serves to place us in opposition before he has even met your family, much like how you began to confront your family on his behalf before we had a chance to speak. Qin Xian spoke persuasively, compelling those around him to listen intently. Perhaps it was because the relationships of the eldest sister and third brother had been fraught with difficulty. As the sole member of the family unperturbed by emotional entanglements, he finally relinquished his principle of complete non-interference. Qin Rong was momentarily taken aback, as if she grasped something, yet she could not help but want to retort, pondering deeply. Second brother, compared to Qingyu, you are far more exceptional and intelligent. How can you impose your standards upon him? For a brief moment, Qin Xian was indeed stumped by his innocent little sister. The others, upon hearing this, seemed to find merit in her argument. In truth, regardless of one's background, with proper nurturing and diligent effort, one should not be dismissed. Values too require refinement. Who would have thought this little white rabbit could be so articulate? It's rare to see Qin Xian at a loss. How amusing. Qin Rong felt a sense of pride, having received praise. Qin Xian looked helplessly at Ji Fei, pondering how one could undermine their own comrades.
Ji Fei innocently blinked.
Realizing that Qin Xian was at his wit's end with Qin Rong and had turned to her for assistance. How desperate could one be? What could she possibly say? Was she to divulge the tidbit she had just witnessed, that the young man subconsciously wished to position the Qin family in opposition? The members of the Qin family gasped in disbelief. Qin Rong immediately panicked, exclaiming, No way. How could Qingyu think that? Ji Fei, ever astute, refrained from speaking indiscriminately. Yet she could not ignore her silent musings. Is it intentional or merely incidental? Qin Rong had only mentioned wanting to inform her family about her relationship. Yet Qingyu had asserted that the Qin family treats her like a child, which is not typical in a healthy family dynamic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached this age without having smoked, dyed her hair, fought, or frequented internet cafes and bars. Qin Rong appeared momentarily stunned, as if she had just grasped the implication of those words. Was she truly casting her family in opposition? But surely, Qingyu was merely defending her. And he was not entirely wrong. She had indeed not experienced those things. Miao Miao had remarked that such a youth would be incomplete. But is it possible that many normal 20-year-old university students have not encountered such experiences either? Qin Rong's mind raced, and she thought, is that so? Moreover, why must she endure the same experiences as him to be considered normal? After all, she had attended high school. Could one not argue that her family was abnormal for not allowing him that opportunity? Qin Rong was left speechless, her mind in a tangle. Could it be that she felt insecure and sensitive, seeking to undermine others to bolster her own confidence? Ji Fei continued her internal monologue, leaving Qin Rong in a daze. Noticing the sudden silence in the room, Ji Fei realized they were all waiting for her to speak. Reluctantly, she attempted to mediate, saying, Ahem. Since we are not familiar with Qin Rong's boyfriend, it would be wise to arrange an opportunity for the family to meet him. However, Qin Rong, visibly shaken, rose and declared, I'm tired. I'm going back to rest.
Oh.
Just a moment ago, she was boldly confronting Qin Xian. What caused her sudden retreat? Qin Rong left in a daze. The others naturally began to disperse, but before Ji Fei could stand, Qin Ba patted her shoulder with a satisfied expression. Ji Fei was taken aback. Following him, Qin Ma, Qin Yan, and even Qin Zhao each gave her a pat. Ji Fei silently examined her shoulder to ensure it was clean before glancing at Qin Xian, who also gave her a reassuring pat. Well said, he commented. Ji Fei was perplexed, wondering, what did I say? Wasn't I merely mediating? With a head full of questions, Ji Fei returned, passing by Qin Rong's room, where she could hear her speaking on the phone. Ah, first love, how easily can one sever such ties? Meanwhile, Qin Zhao and Qin Ba had ventured into Qin Xian's study. In truth, when Qin Rong first chose to live on campus, Qin Xian had conducted a cursory investigation into her roommate, Cheng Miao, ensuring that her family was a typical four-person household with no criminal record, stopping short of probing into anyone's privacy. After all, discerning the goodness or malice in a person was a lesson for Qin Rong to learn on her own. However, as the subject of scrutiny, one must be thoroughly examined. The men of the Qin family convened and devised a plan. The following morning, Qin Zhao intercepted Qin Rong, who was attempting to evade their breakfast gathering. Why are you running away? He inquired. I'm not. I merely wish to return to my room to eat, she replied. Unlike the previous night's days, Qin Rong now seemed intent on avoiding everyone. Qin Xian's expression darkened perceptibly. Ahem, Qin father interjected, if you do not wish to part ways, we shall not compel you. Since he is currently unemployed, let him join our company, allowing your second brother to gain a closer understanding of your boyfriend. Qin Rong gazed at Qin Xian in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Qin Xian nodded, affirming, what your second sister-in-law has suggested holds merit. We must understand the situation before offering our opinions. Elation flooded Qin Rong's face. Wonderful. I will inform him immediately. If he is willing, when shall he start? Observing his younger sister's eagerness towards another man, the three men of the Qin family felt a twinge of discomfort. Today will suffice. I will speak with the HR department, Qin Xian declared before rising to depart. Overjoyed, Qin Rong returned to make a phone call. When Ji Fei emerged for brunch, she learned of the developments and received a grateful acknowledgement from Qin Rong. Ji Fei had merely made a casual suggestion. However, Qin Xian and the others' approach proved quite effective. Yet, by midday, the sound of anguished sobs emanated from Qin Rong's studio. When Qin Mother and Ji Fei arrived, they found Qin Rong collapsed in her mother's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Mother, Chengyu has broken up with me. He said he cannot stand being insulted by your second brother. He told me to never seek him out again.
Sobi.
Chapter 45. Laughter? What identity? The current prince consort? Qin Rong's tears shattered Qin Mother's heart, who shot a piercing glare towards the door. At that moment, Qin Father, hearing the commotion, was about to step inside. Upon seeing his daughter in tears, his hands trembled with concern. What is happening? Your second brother would never insult anyone. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding? Through her sobs, Qin Rong managed to explain. Second brother suggested Chengyu work as a driver for the company. Qin Father was momentarily taken aback, and so, Qin Mother quickly grasped the implication. Is it possible that Chengyu is discontent with this position? Qin Rong choked on her words. Father, you suggested he join the company. Chengyu prepared so earnestly, only to be offered a mere driver-esque position. You cannot fathom how disappointed and angry he is. He questioned whether I looked down upon him, whether I sought to humiliate him, and his intention was to end our relationship. He told me that I had succeeded, instructing me never to contact him again. And then he blocked all my numbers. I reached out to Miao Miao, but she is angry with me too, saying her brother has never been this furious. She believes I am unworthy of him, and that we should act as if we never dated.
Qin Rong lamented. Why?
Why did you deceive me? I thought you genuinely wished to know him. Did you intentionally seek to sabotage my romance? Is what Chengyu said true? Do you not trust me, seeking to control my life? Perhaps due to the anguish of her first heartbreak, her sorrow rendered her speechless, only able to vent her emotions. Qin Father and Qin Mother were bewildered. Qin Rong had always been the obedient and thoughtful child, and witnessing her outburst left them at a loss, compelled to console her. With a solemn vow, they asserted that such was not their intention, nor was it the sentiment of their other siblings. It was undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Observing Qin Rong on the verge of tears, Ji Fei felt a sense of discomfort, especially since this very morning the girl had expressed her gratitude and endeavored to share delightful treats with her, brimming with aspirations for the future. How had everything turned so abruptly? This breakup descended upon them like an unexpected tempest, leaving one utterly astounded. Had it not been for the revelations from the gossip system regarding the split, Ji Fei would have thought herself ensnared in a mere dream. Chengyu was indeed furiously enraged, nearly unleashing a torrent of insults upon Qin Rong, as if he had suffered a grave humiliation. Ji Fei scrutinized the situation from Qin Xian's perspective, only to find herself increasingly at a loss for words. To be fair, I too had overlooked this. I nearly allowed Qingyu's fury to lead me astray. Is this fellow jesting? Upon hearing this, Qin Rong, amidst her tears, nearly sprang to her feet. Already distressed by the rejection, she could hardly bear to hear anyone speak ill of brother Qingyu in her presence. Even the gentlest of creatures would retaliate under such provocation. Fortunately, Qin's parents, seasoned in experience, promptly restrained Qin Rong, aware that Ji Fei must have uncovered something significant. Perhaps they need not await Qin Xian's explanation to grasp the truth. Indeed, Qingyu had been in high spirits when he attended the interview, and Qin Xian had briefed the Human Resources Department. Yet, who could have anticipated that the individual recommended by the president was a complete novice? Lacking academic credentials is one matter, but to have been part of society for years without any substantial work experience? Does this imply he has merely squandered his time? Qin's parents were left bewildered, gazing at Qin Rong in disbelief. It was no wonder that Qin's father had sensed something amiss from the outset. His initial subconscious assessment of Qingyu's potential had led him to overlook the implications of the role of a driver. Rong, be honest with your father. Does he truly lack work experience? Otherwise, the HR department would not have relegated him to the role of a mere driver. Qin's mother felt her head spinning. Is this true, Rong? Initially, they had assumed that the other party was merely in the entrepreneurial phase, and thus unemployed, never suspecting that he had not held a legitimate job since graduating from school. What else could this be but a life of idleness? It appears that my parents have also sensed something amiss, saving me the trouble of pointing it out. Qin Rong was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly exclaimed, "That is merely because he is a talent overlooked by fate. Brother Qingyu is undoubtedly capable, yet due to his academic background, he cannot secure a good position. He is discriminated against and has not encountered a mentor. It is simply a matter of bad luck." As her parents' expressions grew increasingly dubious, Qin Rong felt her confidence wane with each word. Overlooked talent? How amusing! Does he possess any skill? Lacking any specialty, were it not for his driver's license. Even the HR department would struggle to place him, and he would only be fit for a cleaning position, for he does not possess the physicality required for security work. Upon hearing her beloved so harshly belittled, Qin Rong felt a mix of anger and sorrow, glancing at Ji Fei, her sister-in-law. Ji Fei mistakenly believed Qin Rong was seeking her assistance. "Do you wish for me to speak on your behalf?" "I truly cannot speak with a clear conscience in this matter, dear sister. The drivers are merely accommodating due to the directives of the president. After all, it is the Qin Group, where a driver can earn tens of thousands monthly, enjoying exceptional benefits. Many aspire to join, yet he dares to perceive it as an affront. Ironically, he even invoked the name of Qin Xian in the Human Resources Department, questioning their awareness of his status. What status, pray tell? The prince consort of the current dynasty? He audaciously claimed that Qin Xian intended to appoint him as a manager. Good heavens, is he delusional? Does he not ponder what merits he possesses? Is it merely his thick skin and lack of shame? Even a prince consort must step aside in the face of incompetence. If the Qin Group were to favor nepotism and allow connections to run rampant, it would have long since collapsed rather than flourishing as it has. Suddenly, one cannot help but feel sympathy for Qin Xian, who, in an effort to assist his sister in assessing a suitor, has inadvertently become the subject of ridicule, potentially tarnishing his reputation within the Qin Group. This backdoor maneuvering is indeed unfortunate. Ji Fei passionately expressed her thoughts, maintaining an impassive countenance, as she intended to craftily placate this newly blossomed romantic mind. However, she was interrupted by Qin Rong's distressing wail, which escalated into a more profound breakdown. "He just wants to prove himself worthy of you. Please do not misconstrue him."
He is not like that.
This time, neither Qin father nor Qin mother offered her solace, standing instead with disapproving expressions. Rong, this man is inadequate," Qin father stated bluntly. "He is overambitious, self-important, and oblivious to his limitations, exhibiting poor character." Qin mother could not hold back either, lamenting, "We intended well, yet our intentions have been so misconstrued. Your second brother is right. Our values diverge, making him unsuitable." Hearing her parents' words only deepened Qin Rong's distress, causing her to sob uncontrollably, her face turning crimson. "No one understands the true Qingyu. He is genuinely a good person. If only you would engage with him, you would surely appreciate his worth. Father, mother, can you please plead with my second brother to grant Qingyu a job? Give him a chance to prove himself." Chapter 46. Not a lovesick fool, but a wild vegetable excavator. while they dote on their daughter. The Qin parents uphold their principles in crucial matters. Rong, the Qin group's hiring standards will not be compromised for anyone's status. Your second brother has already made ample concessions regarding that young man. When Fei joined the Qin group, she merely established a small studio under a subsidiary, operating at her own expense. Major investment projects in the entertainment industry did not grant her any favors. Otherwise, how could your sister-in-law, as the president's wife, merely be a low-tier model taking still photographs? Qin father declared sternly. Ji Fei mused, I suppose that was meant as a compliment?
Indeed.
It is true that she relies on her looks, lacking professional prowess, which precludes her from engaging in serious projects. Yet even so, she has carried out her work with dedication, never tarnishing the company's reputation. Without the requisite skills, one cannot undertake delicate tasks. What is wrong with being a driver? If one lacks experience, one cannot expect to ascend rapidly. Shouldn't one progress step by step? Qin mother also admonished. If Chengyu were the type to take incremental steps, he would have already acquired work experience. It is his incessant desire for rapid advancement that has led him to this predicament. Ji Fei expressed her dissatisfaction, believing that the man in question was inadequate and that parting ways was for the best. As Qin Rong listened to the remarks made by others, it appeared that she could no longer find any justification to salvage her current situation. Ultimately, overwhelmed by her emotions, she burst into tears and locked herself in her bedroom. Subsequently, upon learning that Chengyu had never actually joined the company, Qin Xian reached out to Ji Fei to inquire about Qin Rong's well-being. Ji Fei conveyed the truth without reservation. Qin Xian, however, exhibited little reaction, simply stating, I understand. Ji Fei felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Xian, who, in his rare attempt to assist his sister, had inadvertently stirred up trouble. Regardless, both our parents and I believed the fault lay with that man. It would be best for you to focus on your work and not get involved. There was a brief pause on the line, which I did not dwell upon, for such an outcome was expected. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. But Ji Fei had the distinct impression that Qin Xian's tone carried a hint of amusement when he spoke those words. Ji Fei mused. Could it be that this was a deliberate arrangement designed to make the other party reconsider? She was astonished to discover this cunning side of Qin Xian. That evening, Qin Rong continued to seclude herself in her room. As everyone returned home, they were informed of the events from earlier in the day. Qin Zhao scoffed derisively. To break up without hearing an explanation is clearly the act of a stubborn individual. Our little sister has been overly sheltered by us, too soft-hearted, easily swayed by others' opinions. If it weren't for that boy's disdain for the job of a driver, she wouldn't have perceived any issue at all. Honestly, breaking up might be for the best. With time, she'll naturally come to terms with it. I could introduce her to several charming young men from the entertainment industry. She could choose from a variety of charming types, be they playful pups or spirited young wolves. Surely, they would be preferable to a petty thug. Ji Fei felt a sudden thrill, her instincts tingling, and her eyes sparkled as she reported a list of names to Qin Zhao. Can we select from among these? Playful pups, spirited young wolves, oh my. Qin Zhao replied, I am choosing for my sister, not for her. Why are you so eager? Sensing a sudden chill in the air, Qin Zhao cast a furtive glance and noticed that the second brother's expression was somewhat green. What do you intend to do? Qin Zhao asked on behalf of his brother. Recently, there are some dramas featuring handsome actors. It would be nice to see them in person, Ji Fei said with carefree laughter. Qin Yan, who had also followed the same dramas, nodded in agreement. Qin Zhao immediately objected. With our looks, do you really need to look at anyone else for aesthetic pleasure? This is a matter of novelty, Ji Fei replied with a serious demeanor. Even if you two are handsome, it's not the same. It's the shy and unassuming charm of a stranger blushing from being teased that makes it interesting. These fellows have all shown their upper bodies on television and are in excellent shape. Who knows, we might even have a chance to feel their abs. The more she contemplated, the more her smile broadened. Qin Yan coughed. I'll go check on my sister. Qin Zhao chimed in. I'm going too. That little brat. Refusing to eat dinner. Does she wish to rebel? As they spoke, they slipped away swiftly. Ji Fei was left in a state of confusion. Wait. We haven't even decided which charming young men to comfort my sister with yet? Turning around, she found Qin Xian staring at her with a completely expressionless face, though there was something in his gaze that seemed perilously dangerous. Ji Fei blinked, not thinking too much, and followed the pace of the two ahead to check on Qin Rong's situation. Qin Xian let out a deep sigh and was about to leave when he heard the footsteps of Qin's parents approaching from behind. Qin's father stepped forward, patting Qin Xian on the back. Everyone has an innate desire for beauty. Young girls, tend to idolize. According to the youth of today, Fei Fei is just a bit too fickle. However, if Fei Fei continues to be so carefree, she will truly lose interest in you. Leaning closer to Qin Xian's ear, Qin's father whispered, "You might end up without a wife." Qin's mother also stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance, and added, "Let us be fair. Can you truly say you are without fault? You cannot blame Fei Fei. How can a husband not allow his wife to be touched? She can only seek substitutes elsewhere." Qin Xian protested. What did he say? He said nothing at all. She, Ji Fei, has never experienced it. How would she know she isn't to be touched? Unable to dwell on it any longer, Qin Xian felt her mind spiraling into disarray. Upstairs, Ji Fei arrived to find Qin Zhao standing at Qin Rong's door. Seething with anger. "Yes, I absolutely despise that little ruffian and firmly oppose your relationship." A muffled voice emanated from within. Yet one could sense the fervent defense of something precious. "You, who cannot find love for yourself, cannot bear to see others in bliss. I still believe you are unworthy of Sister Xinhua."
Je fei kodle remarkt, kvin ronk defeats kvin jin.
Qin Yan intervened, stopping the furious Qin Zhao from kicking the door, and sighed, "Rong Rong, she is your elder sister." Inside, the sorrowful Qin Rong had hoped her sister would side with her. Yet even Qin Yan could not hold back, stating, "To be honest, I never quite approved of you being with that boy. It is best for girls not to settle for less. It's not about being materialistic. But in a patriarchal society, it is challenging to find a man who can maintain a balanced mindset when the woman is stronger." Recalling someone, disgust began to cloud Qin Yan's eyes as she continued. If you were to be with him, he would undoubtedly face criticism and humiliation in the future. And he may very well seek to assert his masculinity by belittling you. As soon as Qin Yan finished speaking, Qin Rong cried out, "Sister, you cannot assume everyone is like the one you entrusted your heart to." Qin Yan replied, "But based on his behavior today, he will hardly be the kind of person who can maintain a balanced mindset, nor would he be willing to compromise for you. You are being too harsh on him. You cannot impose such high standards. I am the one with him, not you. Wasn't it you, sister, who boldly pursued your own path? Why is it unacceptable for me?" Qin Yan was rendered speechless. Qin Rong defeats Qin Yan. Both Qin Yan and Qin Zhao turned to Ji Fei, their expressions indescribable, and then, in unison, made a gesture inviting Ji Fei to speak. "I refuse to engage in this. First loves are the easiest to entangle in, to become obstinate. And discussing it further is merely a waste of breath. Besides, since it was he who proposed the breakup, and given his pride, he certainly won to look back. There is no point in offering comfort. The outcome is already determined." Woo woo woo. Qin Yan and Qin Zhao, Qin Rong, Ji Fei wins. In the week that followed, Qin Rong remained at home, nursing the wounds of her recent heartbreak. Although she still felt sorrowful, she was not one to harbor resentment and had long reconciled with her family. However, there were no signs of rekindling her relationship with Chengyu. When school resumed, she listlessly returned to campus with her suitcase. One afternoon a month later, while enjoying tea in the back garden, Qin Ma received an unexpected phone call. "Hello. This is Professor Wang. It has been a while since we last spoke. What's the matter?" Initially cheerful, Qin Ma's expression shifted dramatically.
What?
"You say Rong Rong has given up on applying for the Overseas Art Exchange program."
How could that be?
"We had no knowledge of this." "All right, I understand. I will ask her about it." "Thank you for your concern, Professor." Qin Ma, now anxious, immediately reached out to contact her daughter. Qin Yan, who was waiting anxiously nearby, understood the significance of the program. It was the primary reason her sister had chosen to attend this school. Despite the hardships, Qin Rong had diligently maintained her position in the professional rankings, so it was incomprehensible that she would abandon the opportunity to study at a prestigious art institution abroad. When the call connected, a male voice answered. "What kind of note is this?
Who are you?"
"Isn't this my daughter Qin Rong's phone?" Qin Rong had assigned her family contacts the names of world-renowned paintings, making it difficult for others to discern. Just as Qin Ma finished speaking, the caller abruptly hung up. Panic surged through her as she feared something had happened to Qin Rong. "My goodness! How could I have overlooked this? I missed out on a crucial piece of information. What is going on? This is far too bold." Overwhelmed by shock, Ji Fei failed to notice that the two individuals beside her had turned to look at her in unison. Qin Rong has learned to keep secrets from her family? She had already reconciled with Chengyu 3 weeks ago. The reason she opted out of studying abroad is that Chengyu refused a long-distance relationship. It was either he or the opportunity. Oh, this isn't just infatuation. This is a complete disregard for reason. Chapter 47. Mother, are you going to hit me? Listening to Ji Fei's thoughts, the usually mild-mannered Qin Ma and Qin Yan were both incensed. This time, they didn't even have time to inform the men in the family and hurried off to the academy, with Ji Fei in tow. Just as they arrived at the school gate, Qin Rong's call came through, sparing them the trouble of searching for her. With trembling hands, Qin Ma held the phone, grappling with the shocking transformation of her once obedient daughter, who had seemingly turned into a stranger overnight. Qin Yan took the phone, switched it to speaker mode, and Ji Fei leaned in with curiosity. Mom, are you looking for me? Unexpectedly, Qin Rong's voice was so forthright. It seems she has indeed been deeply influenced. Such a version of Qin Rong was even more difficult for her mother and sister to accept. Who just called you?
Qin Ma demanded.
A male classmate. Which male classmate? Mom, what are you doing? Qin Rong's tone bore a hint of irritation, as if she resented her mother's excessive scrutiny. Completely oblivious to the fact that Ji Fei had exposed her, Qin Ma was nearly speechless with anger. Rong, where are you right now? Qin Yan interjected. Big sister? I'm in the art studio at school.
Ah.
Feeling guilty? Lying? Perhaps she is on a date with Chungyu. I'll take a look. Qin Yan coldly stated. We are right at the entrance of your school. Since you're in the art studio, be at Professor Wang's office within 10 minutes. We will be waiting for you there. Sister. Qin Rong instantly panicked. Upon hearing Professor Wang's name, she naturally realized that her secret was exposed. How could you come without informing me? Did you inform us beforehand? Qin Yan retorted, adopting the stern demeanor expected of an elder sister. Be there in 10 minutes. With that, she hung up the phone and helped Qin Ma walk towards the campus. 10 minutes? She probably won't make it. Qin Yan surmised that she was indeed on a date, likely outside the school, and her disappointment deepened. Just then, Ji Fei, who had been trailing behind, unexpectedly interjected. She is currently cleaning her rented apartment. Qin Yan and Qin Ma halted, exchanging incredulous glances. It was not hard to imagine that it was Chungyu's apartment, and their precious fourth miss of the Qin family would typically be immersed in her artwork at this hour, her face smeared with paint, oblivious to everything around her.
But now?
What was she doing? Are you out of your mind? Qin Yan and Qin Ma exclaimed in unison. Indeed. This romance seemed to have completely clouded her judgment. However, the next moment, they realized their naivety. The situation that could leave Ji Fei aghast was far from simple. Not only are they reconciled, but Qin Rong has also moved out of the dormitory to cohabit with Chungyu. It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck them. Qin Ma's legs gave way beneath her.
Mom.
Qin Yan exclaimed, quickly supporting her mother. Ji Fei, who had been spectating, rushed over to assist. Who would have thought that Qin Rong's unilateral decision to not study abroad would impact Qin Ma so severely? If she finds out they are not only back together but also living together, all for that little scoundrel, won't she be furious enough to require hospitalization? Qin Ma was truly at a loss for words, her voice trembling as she addressed Qin Yan. Go to Rong's dormitory and help her check out immediately. Checking out seems appropriate. I suspect Qin Ma feels that Qin Rong's upbringing has gone awry and needs to be brought home for proper guidance. Qin Yan's face darkened with anger as she entrusted Qin Ma to Ji Fei. She turned to summon the driver to head to Qin Rong's dormitory, employing every connection and resource at her disposal to ensure that Qin Rong would return home that very day. Subsequently, Ji Fei accompanied Qin Ma to meet Professor Wang, a middle-aged woman. Whether out of a desire to nurture talent or due to the stature of the Qin family, Professor Wang sought to counsel Qin Rong about her irrational behavior, which had prompted her to contact Qin Ma. Professor Wang was perceptive. Upon seeing Qin Ma, she began to hint at the possibility of Qin Rong being in a relationship. Since returning from the field trip, she had been unfocused and neglectful of her assignments. And on several occasions, Professor Wang had noticed boys escorting her. While it was normal for someone of her age to date, it should not come at the expense of her future, especially since she was a gifted artist. Qin Ma's expression hardened. Indeed, rest assured, this child has strayed from the right path, and we will certainly correct her course. Originally waiting for Qin Rong to arrive, it was instead Qin Yan who completed her tasks and returned, prompting a breathless Qin Rong to rush in. Mother, elder sister, second sister-in-law, Professor Wang. Qin Rong maintained her politeness, but the expressions of those present were far from pleasant, especially those of Qin Ma and Qin Yan. Qin Ma pointed at the application form on the table and stated, "You have met all the requirements of your department. Now, fill out the application form." Qin Rong's complexion shifted, and she finally spoke. Mother, I am of age and wish to choose my own path. I do not wish to go. Hearing such words directly, Qin Ma was infuriated to the point of eerie calmness. For the sake of a mere ruffian, you would abandon your long-held dreams? Qin Rong's face paled as she attempted to respond, but was interrupted by Ji Fei's sarcastic remark. It seems Qin Ma has already deduced the situation. As a woman, she understands that the first option capable of shattering a woman as strong will and altering her temperament in the short term is indeed the sweet poison of a man. Qin Rong swallowed her words. Then Qin Yan interjected, Rong, I just visited your dormitory. There was dust on the desk and bed. Do you truly believe you can deceive us? No wonder you haven't returned home these past 3 weekends. We genuinely thought you were engrossed in painting. Rong, you have disappointed us terribly. Qin Rong's complexion turned ghostly pale. Living with a man was an immense challenge for a girl like her. And now that it had been uncovered, she trembled with genuine fear. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. It's just that during your reconciliation, Chungyu mentioned that the Qin family would do everything to separate you, hence you kept it from us. How obedient you are, unafraid of encountering ill-intentioned individuals. Who would have imagined that after 20 years of family, you would choose a boyfriend of merely 1 month? Qin Rong felt utterly humiliated, unsure of how to position her hands and feet. Upon hearing this truth, the expressions of Qin Ma and Qin Yan darkened considerably. So, you still haven't awakened to the reality of the situation? You still believe it is us who are making things difficult for you, and that little ruffian?
Qin Ma lamented.
He is not a ruffian. You have all misunderstood him, Qin Rong began, but before she could finish, Qin Ma raised her hand. Had Qin Yan not intervened, that elegant matron would have indeed struck her beloved daughter. Mother, let us deal with this matter first before teaching the younger sister a lesson. Qin Rong was left stunned, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, are you going to hit me? Throughout her life, even Qin Xian had been punished. But Qin Rong had never faced such wrath from her mother. This was her first encounter with such fury, leaving her utterly bewildered. Qin Ma's eyes also reddened. She genuinely wished to awaken her daughter. How had she suddenly come to feel as though she no longer recognized the daughter she had labored so hard to bring into the world? Professor Wang timely intervened to ease the tension, saying, Why don't we allow Qin Rong to submit her application first? Tomorrow is the deadline. Any later, and it will be too late. Qin Yan quickly nudged Qin Rong, urging her to go, lest she further provoke their mother. Yet, Qin Rong merely swayed slightly, as though her feet were nailed to the ground, remaining utterly still. Chapter 48. One who does not listen once will never heed counsel. Qin Yan was astonished that, at this juncture, Qin Rong remained so obstinate. She gazed at her incredulously, questioning whether she truly intended to sacrifice her promising future and squander her innate talent for a man devoid of responsibility and accountability. Talent is inherent. Even if I do not go abroad, my skills will enable me to achieve greatness without leaving the country. As Qin Rong attempted to assert herself, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Qin's mother looked at her daughter with equal shock. During this time, have you been diligently painting? Qin Rong's face instantly reflected guilt. Even Professor Wang, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Qin Rong, you possess talent, yet you are not a genius. Your gifts require considerable time, financial investment, hard work, and study to cultivate into accomplishments. I had believed that, based on your previous dedication, you understood your situation and these truths. With the professor's words weighing heavily upon her, Qin Rong felt even more humiliated and instinctively sought to defend herself. The former Qin Rong would have certainly grasped this truth, however. The words now echoing in her mind were not her own, but those of her utterly credulous boyfriend, Chungyu, who had convinced her otherwise. Qin Rong had become the most fervent disciple of Chungyu, blindly adhering to his irresponsible assertions as if they were sacred tenets. The phenomenon of love-induced folly truly was alarming. Enraged and embarrassed, Qin Rong cast an angry glance at Ji Fei, insisting she was not without judgment and that Chungyu's reasoning held merit. She believed her decision was made of her own volition. Seeing Qin Rong's gaze turn toward her, Ji Fei thought it was due to her silence, anticipating that Qin Rong expected her to speak in her defense. Ji Fei promptly averted her eyes. What a jest! My principle in dealing with those ensnared by romantic delusions is this. If you refuse to listen once, I shall never offer counsel again. Only those who are truly close to you would endure the risk of frustration while attempting to rescue you from a pit of your own making. I have no desire to meddle and end up alienated. Qin Rong was taken aback. She had assumed Ji Fei's prolonged silence was an attempt to educate and criticize her, to compel her to reconsider. Instead, she discovered Ji Fei had no intention of intervening at all. This revelation further fueled Qin Rong's rebellious spirit. Were her family truly attempting to pull her back? A flicker of reason emerged, but the resolute visage of Chen Yu flashed in her mind, and her rationality waned once more. Professor Wang sighed, addressing her. Qin Rong, are you concerned that going abroad and engaging in a long-distance relationship might lead to a breakup? While this was indeed the case, Qin Rong felt an inexplicable shame in response to the professor's inquiry, as if such a rationale belittled her artistic endeavors. Mother, sister, professor, I apologize for disappointing you, but I do not wish to give up. We have only just reconciled, and this relationship is hard one. I must cherish it. The determination in Qin Rong's eyes resembled that of a person courageously standing against the world for the sake of love. This declaration nearly drove the two members of the Qin family into apoplexy. Ji Fei was grateful to remain an onlooker, otherwise, she would undoubtedly be unable to restrain the impulse to deliver a chastising blow. Even the bystander, Professor Wang, struggled to maintain his composure at that moment. In the fervent belief of youth, when one holds love in the highest esteem, Qin Rong finds herself grappling with the complexities of affection. To genuinely love someone often brings a sense of indebtedness. The right person will invariably wish for your bright future rather than being shackled by selfish desires. It is not that he is holding me back. Rather, he loves me and yearns to be with me. Qin Rong is anxious to speak on Chengyu's behalf. Look around. There's a glaring example beside us. Is Qin Rong blind? Consider Qin Zhao, who, despite being deeply entrenched in love, even across distant lands, and fully aware that the other person has chosen a lifelong commitment to scientific pursuits, still wishes for at least occasional meetings, even relocating his career for that purpose. How does your so-called true love compare? If you genuinely cherished him, how could you possibly use that as a threat to end things? Ji Fei's astute remarks finally allowed the Qin family to exhale a sigh of relief. However, Qin Rong felt stung by the sarcasm, her rebellious spirit igniting a fierce need to counter every point made. Love requires compromise and mutual sacrifices. Chen Yu and I are in love. It's not a one-sided affair but a mutual choice. I willingly choose to yield for him. How splendid! But what has he yielded for you? Qin Ma could no longer remain silent. Qin Rong retorted, if it weren't for his feelings for me, he would never have compromised his dignity to reconcile after such humiliation. In that moment, the silence from everyone around was deafening. Professor Wang feared that this office might witness a calamity, as these were individuals he could not afford to offend. Thus, he could only offer a heartfelt plea. You must reconsider sacrificing such a splendid educational opportunity. While it is not certain that your future is doomed, to catch up with this current trajectory, you will likely need to exert tenfold the effort. Please prioritize self-love before loving others. Ji Fei expected Qin Ma and Qin Yan to continue their discourse, but it appeared they had truly grown weary and disheartened. They simply took the application form and led Qin Rong away, preparing to return home. It was only upon entering the car that Qin Rong realized all her belongings left in the dormitory had been gathered. Her expression shifted as she asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Yan replied, "The dormitory has been cleared. You will be living at home from now on." Qin Rong immediately grew anxious, only to be interrupted by Qin Ma. Our family has never had a precedent for cohabitation before marriage. What does that have to do with anything? You are clinging to outdated notions. This is a new era. Qin Yan interjected, unable to hold back. You are still a university student. Without a marriage contract or even having met each other's parents, do you understand what cohabitation signifies? Even if you truly have a future together, are you not concerned about being looked down upon by his family and not receiving the respect you deserve? They will not see your love as noble, but will view you as lacking in self-respect. Qin Yan was the most qualified to speak on this matter. Her own unintended pregnancy had left her unable to hold her head high with her ex-husband. She had awakened countless times from nightmares filled with regret, wishing to spare her sister from walking the same path. Elder sister. Tears streamed down Qin Rong's face, overwhelmed by words that surpassed her capacity to endure, her body trembling with sobs. Yet, she resolved to maintain her dignity, biting her lip fiercely, making no sound but gazing intensely at Qin Yan, as if silently reproaching her for the pain she inflicted. Qin Yan, too exhausted to continue the conversation, found her sister Qin Rong even more stubborn than she had been in the past. The atmosphere within the car was suffocating, and they exchanged not a single word until they reached home. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Qin's mother contemplated forcibly confiscating Qin Rong's phone, yet was hindered by the family's long-standing customs against such actions. Qin Rong dashed to her room, locking herself away. In truth, the family values had nurtured children with kind hearts, allowing them to live joyfully and without worry. If one were not overly astute, a life of smooth sailing would rarely lead to grave errors. However, the children of the Qin family faced dismal fates in matters of love, and they all stumbled in this regard. Qin's mother and Qin Yan began reaching out to other family members. JFI, having nothing else to occupy her time, returned to her room, only to find the door to the open balcony ajar. As she approached to close it, she spotted a crumpled piece of paper soaring through the air from the neighboring balcony. The paper, glimmering with golden specks, resembled the application form for the most illustrious future in the arts. JFI blinked and quietly shut the door. Before long, the men of the Qin family returned home, ready for another round of intense scrutiny. This time, however, Qin Rong appeared resolute in her determination to be a valiant warrior for love, prepared to resist to the very end. JFI settled into her seat at the periphery, her curiosity piqued as to how this confrontation with a love-stricken mind would ultimately unfold. Chapter 49. The other party doesn't love you at all, so you are purely naive. The first to crack was Qin Zhao. Damn it. I told you that scoundrel was no good. You actually moved in with him? What are you thinking? Qin Zhao's anger was palpable, each word laced with expletives. Even in the face of his sister's pale expression, he showed no signs of relenting. Tell me honestly, when you lived together, did he ever bully you? He demanded, his fury boiling over. The others present exchanged awkward glances. They had previously known of the cohabitation but had refrained from probing further. Although, as an older brother, he should not intrude on her privacy, the thought of that scummy man being close to his sister made him uneasy, reminiscent of the nausea he felt during family dinners a decade ago. Feeling utterly humiliated, Qin Rong could not meet their eyes, yet she spoke with unwavering conviction. Yes, we live together, but we have separate rooms. He truly loves me and promised not to do anything before marriage. He just wants to spend more time with me. He is genuinely a good person. As an adult, she believed that whatever might occur with her boyfriend was entirely her own affair. Many of her classmates were in similar situations, and in comparison, she felt that Chengyu cherished her immensely, which she regarded as a rarity. However, her response left the others dumbfounded. While one might expect such an answer to be gratifying, any normal man who cohabits with a woman likely harbors ulterior motives. Thus, Qin Zhao's first instinct was to assume that Qin Rong was lying. Yet the next moment, JFI's inner thoughts echoed from afar. Could it really be true? How strange. The expressions on the faces of the others mirrored one another. They felt as though they had encountered a ghost. That scoundrel who had dared to touch a girl's thigh in public was supposedly engaged in a pure love. JFI shared the collective bewilderment and could not help but seek out gossip to uncover the details. The atmosphere grew tense as the conversation shifted. Qin Rong felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the unexpected turn of events. It was certainly not the case. She remembered a moment when Chengyu had held her close, an experience abruptly interrupted by Cheng Miao. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Meanwhile, though Ji Fei couldn't ascertain the other party's capabilities, she uncovered something else entirely. My heavens! The collective gasp from the crowd heightened the tension as they leaned in, straining to listen closely. Qin Rong, still unfamiliar with Ji Fei's situation, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She recalled her sister-in-law's previous demeanor and had harbored doubts. If her sister-in-law truly knew everything, how could she harbor disdain for someone as wonderful as Chengyu? Lost in her thoughts, Ji Fei exclaimed in an incredulous tone, "No. Qin Rong has been blinded by ignorance." Qin Rong was taken aback by the insult. Chengyu said, "I treat you well. Just look at other girlfriends who move in together, doing laundry and cooking for their boyfriends, and entrusting their finances to them. Good women are like that. But you are my precious one. I don't mind your immaturity or naivety." Thus, feeling inadequate, Qin Rong moved in with him. Ji Fei continued. Chengyu remarked, "When I asked you to hand-wash my jerseys, you managed to ruin them. What girl doesn't know how to do laundry? I never got angry or looked down on you. From now on, the jerseys are mine. I'll wash them for you. Where else can you find a boyfriend who dotes on you like this?" Consequently, Qin Rong apologized and felt a sweet sense of affection. She was being cherished by her boyfriend. My eyes. I can't bear to watch. My moral compass has been shattered, and my intellect has been ground into the dirt. The expressions of those around her mirrored that of a traffic light, their eyes burning with incredulity directed at Qin Rong. This was no longer a familial gaze. It was akin to observing some extraordinary species. Qin Rong froze, reflecting on the couple's dialogue, which initially felt sweet. Yet, after Ji Fei's sarcastic imitation, a wave of shame surged within her. She sensed something was amiss, but felt more indignation for her boyfriend being ridiculed. Her voice trembled as she attempted to defend herself. "You love-struck fool." Qin Zhao could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Rong. "I'm not," she retorted, flustered. Yes. A love-struck person is one who shares mutual affection. Clearly, the other party harbors no love for you, rendering you a complete fool." Qin Zhao unabashedly remarked, "Did our mother, in the throes of childbirth, forget to bring your brain into the world?" Lacking Qin Zhao's combative spirit, Qin Rong faltered, her courage collapsing midway through her defense. Tears welling up, she insisted, "No, he loves me. What about you? Do you have any successful examples in love? You have no right to lecture me on this matter." In her desperation to validate her stance, she began to attack her 3 siblings. Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions varied, and their parents, unable to endure any longer, prepared to intervene. "What she says is true. Indeed, you have no grounds to criticize." The other members of the Qin family exclaimed, Hey, which side are you on?" At that moment, Qin Rong felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that the entire family possessed a naive and sweet disposition. They were either being deceived, Qin Yun, Qin Xian, Qin Chao, or were on the path to being deceived, Qin Rong. Could it be hereditary? One could only wonder about Qin father and Qin mother's youthful days. Suddenly, both Qin father and Qin mother felt a shiver run down their spines. This topic was best left untouched. Qin mother cleared her throat and said, "Since we cannot reach an understanding, Rong, you shall remain at home for a while." Qin Rong, in disbelief, retorted, "Are you going to confine me? I am an adult. You cannot do this. Shall we watch you continue cohabiting with that dreadful man?" "Unless you cease to be my child," Qin mother declared, unleashing her ultimate argument. Despite her rebelliousness, driven by infatuation, her fundamental nature remained unchanged. Qin Rong wept in sadness and disappointment, yet dared not voice further objections. Qin father, with a stern expression, stated, "Enough of this. Let us set aside other matters. Complete the application form, and it will be submitted tonight." "I refuse," Qin Rong suddenly interjected.
Pardon?
Qin father's tone grew colder. "I do not wish to go abroad." Qin Rong seemed to have become more defiant towards other issues due to her earlier concession to her mother. She had already discarded the application form. Qin father gasped. You. Qin Chao could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "Has that little hoodlum performed an eye extraction surgery or a brain polishing procedure on you?" Qin Rong stubbornly remained silent. Suddenly, Qin Xian spoke up, "All right." Just as Ji Fei hesitated to disclose the location of the crumpled paper, she was interrupted by this voice. All eyes turned to Qin Xian, who had finally spoken. Qin Rong, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Second brother, are you willing to understand me?"
No.
"I merely respect your choices regarding your future," Qin Xian replied solemnly. "Whether you cherish or squander it, as long as you are clear about your decision, it is your choice. Do not blame your family later for not advising you." Qin Rong's heart skipped a beat, as if something precious were slipping away, prompting her to grasp at it desperately. Aside from Qin Rong, who appeared somewhat dazed, the other members of the Qin family seemed to comprehend Qin Xian's meaning. One must inevitably pay a price for the foolishness of youth. Due to the existence of the Qin family, this price might not be excruciating, yet it would impart an everlasting lesson to Qin Rong. After being confined for 3 days, someone finally came to visit her. Chapter 50. He cooked a meal for me. They did not seek out Qingyu, as he had yet to earn that privilege. However, they were utterly unprepared for the arrival of Cheng Miao, led in by the butler. It was evening, and everyone was present. Eyes fell upon the newcomer. A girl of considerable beauty, her demeanor polite and proper. The kind of appearance that would put parents at ease about their children playing together. Previously, the Qin family had treated her favorably, often gifting her presents. But ever since her brother began dating Qin Rong, she had fallen from their grace. Standing awkwardly in the hall, she felt the weight of their unfriendly gazes. Among them, one particularly piercing stare caught her attention. It seemed to belong to Qin Rong's sister-in-law, though she had hardly seen her before. The peculiar gaze she cast was oddly unfocused. Qin Ma intended to impart a few words from an elder's perspective, but before she could, the hurried footsteps of Qin Rong echoed through the air. Meow meow, Rong Rong. The reunion of these close friends was unmistakably warm. Qin Zhao immediately unleashed his mocking prowess, questioning the integrity of a man who, while his girlfriend valiantly fought for their love, remained conspicuously absent, opting instead to send his sister. What a cowardly and despicable man he must be. Qin Rong quickly interjected. I don't want you to make things difficult for Cheng Ge. It was my decision to keep him from coming. Cheng Miao, caught in an awkward position, explained, I merely came to check on Rong Rong. My brother is worried about her, and knowing you might be upset if he appeared, he refrained from intruding. It was indeed his fault for cohabitating without informing the Qin family, but he is genuinely enamored with Rong Rong. I apologize on his behalf. She then bowed to the Qin family. The Qin family, not wishing to burden another girl, chose to remain silent. Qin Rong promptly took Cheng Miao back to her room. In the living room, Qin Zhao continued to ridicule the elusive Cheng Yu, the only one present who had inadvertently encountered him before. According to Qin Zhao, while Cheng Yu appeared somewhat decent, his demeanor was undoubtedly that of a rogue, indicating he was no good. Yet, it seemed that such a bad boy possessed an irresistible allure for the virtuous girl. The Qin family lamented and fretted, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Since meeting Cheng Miao, Ji Fei, seated on the sofa, had remained quiet. When Qin Xian brought over yogurt for Ji Fei and noticed her increasingly furrowed brow, he could not help but inquire, What troubles you? Ji Fei's lips twitched as she glanced at Qin Xian and then at the others. It's nothing. However, her expression conveyed a deep complexity. The Qin family exchanged glances, sensing an ominous premonition. How should I inform them? Perhaps I should request the bodyguards to enhance security at home. That should suffice. The Qin family responded, Security? What's going on? Speak clearly. We're quite anxious. I feel as though I've been struck by the harshness of human nature. The depths of malice truly surpass imagination. The Qin family grew tense, questioning why the gravity of the situation had escalated so dramatically. I never anticipated it. Always thought it was merely a run-of-the-mill, greasy young man with a rich girlfriend. But it seems there's a more sinister plot afoot, with a malevolent spirit seeking to ascend over the naive and sweet. The Qin family gasped. Isn't that a rather terrifying interpretation? Are you suggesting that Cheng Miao is even worse than Cheng Yu? Qin Xian's expression shifted at that moment. Just then, a commotion arose from upstairs as Qin Rong escorted Cheng Miao down, presumably preparing to depart. The way the others gazed at Cheng Miao grew increasingly scrutinous. Feeling a twinge of unease, Cheng Miao was about to bid farewell when Qin Xian suddenly spoke. Qin Rong has relinquished her spot as an international exchange student. It appears it has conveniently been passed on to you. Ji Fei was instantly alert, admiring Qin Xian's keen perception in identifying the crux of the matter. The others, upon hearing this, directed sharper glances towards Cheng Miao. Could this truly be the reason? Faced with the commanding aura that Qin Xian exuded, Cheng Miao struggled to maintain her composure. Indeed, I found myself positioned right behind Rong Rong, yet I had previously advised her, only to witness Cheng Miao wear an expression of helplessness. It subtly underscored that it was not Rong Rong who was usurping a spot, but rather Qin Rong herself who had relinquished it, merely seizing an opportunity. Qin Zhao scoffed. What a coincidence. Surely, you two siblings conspired together. One deceives my sister in matters of the heart, while the other orchestrates her admission. Indeed, it was a premeditated scheme, a joint endeavor to dupe the naive and innocent. Yet, their intentions were far more intricate. The members of the Qin family grew, increasingly anxious. What more could there be? Cheng Miao's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, as if she had suffered a grave indignity, gently tugging on Qin Rong's sleeve. She soon realized that Qin Rong's complexion had darkened, her gaze wavering. Upon regaining her composure, she hastily interjected, My choices have nothing to do with Miao Miao. Eldest brother, third brother, please do not put Miao Miao in a difficult position. This is what one might call a fool who, despite being deceived, helps the deceiver count their ill-gotten gains. Qin Rong's momentum was immediately punctured by the mockery. Casting a furtive glance at Ji Fei, why did everyone assume that what the second sister-in-law said must be true? Such enigmatic matters are hardly definitive. She chose to place her faith in her friend, enduring silently, feigning ignorance. Seeing that Qin Rong remained steadfast, Cheng Miao realized she had not wavered. Yet another proposal remained unaddressed. With a sudden flash of sincerity, she spoke. The exchange student situation was indeed a coincidence. I understand the grievances others harbor against me due to my brother's relationship with Rong Rong. I also recognize that my brother may not be worthy of her, but he genuinely cares for her and wishes to cherish her for a lifetime. I implore you to grant them a chance. Do not cruelly separate them. Qin Zhao was instantly incensed, retorting, "Genuinely care? Have you demonstrated any sincerity? You are all a bunch of deceivers. Spare us the pretense in our home. Let it be known today, our Qin family shall never permit such a scoundrel to be Qin Rong's boyfriend. It is utterly inconceivable." At this proclamation, Qin Rong froze. Though Qin Zhao acted impulsively, the silence from the others suggested this sentiment echoed the family's collective stance. Cheng Miao's gaze flickered, turning toward Qin Rong, a sly smile creeping upon her lips. Surely, this would compel a resolute decision. Why must you all be so unyielding? Even if you do not harbor affection, will you not grant even a modicum of opportunity? Qin Rong's eyes brimmed with tears. Cheng Miao quickly supported her, offering silent solace, as if two isolated souls were jointly combating malevolent forces. Initially, I had no intention of voicing concerns that might worry you, but your actions have been excessively harsh. Do you not understand? During my previous overseas trip, had it not been for Cheng Yu's timely rescue, I might have faced dire consequences.
What?
Qin father and Qin mother immediately sat up in shock. What transpired? It was then that Qin Rong recounted the gradual opening of her heart to Cheng Yu. In her earlier days, Qin Rong was absorbed in painting. Without supervision, she often found herself so engrossed that she would forget to eat, occasionally succumbing to dizziness or, in severe cases, fainting from low blood sugar. One night, while alone in the studio, she became so entranced in her work that she ultimately collapsed from hunger. It was Cheng Yu who discovered her and carried her back to the dormitory. Upon awakening, I was enveloped by the delightful aroma of food, as if an invisible hand had pulled me from a dark and frigid abyss. I had heard that he seldom cooked, yet on that day, he prepared 3 dishes and a soup using the meager utensils of our rented abode. In the days that followed, he kept a vigilant eye on me. Whenever I neglected to eat, he would bring me meals of his own making. He had never shown such care for his own family, only for me. Such a remarkable person. If I were to let him slip away, who else would treat me with such tenderness? As Qin Rong became lost in her own sentimental musings, Qin Zhao could no longer contain his disbelief. Is that all? Our housekeeper can whip up 7 dishes and a soup. Qin Rong immediately countered, That's not the same. It's the warmth that matters. Those meals are infused with concern and affection. Even if they are not the most exquisite, I can taste the difference. It was my first experience of such care. Qin Yan chimed in, Sister, have you forgotten? When we were children, our mother also attempted to cook for us. But she was a culinary disaster. Once, you even suffered food poisoning from her cooking, which is why we forbade her from the kitchen. What do you mean by first experience and care? Haven't we received enough love from our family? The entire family turned their gaze upon Qin Rong, and the judgment in their eyes rendered her speechless. She was about to retort when she heard Ji Fei's exaggerated laughter. This is hilarious. So, this is what you consider a romantic spark? For this, Qin Rong is contemplating eloping with that greasy man behind the family's back. She even seemed oblivious to the fact that the meal was merely takeout, repackaged by the scoundrel. Chapter 51. Quite the disturbing game. A silence, eerie and profound, fell over the room. The Qin family almost rose in unison from the sofa.
What?
Elopement. Ji Fei felt a tremor on the sofa, but when she looked again, everyone remained seated, their eyes fixed on Qin Rong, likely bewildered by her foolish claims. At that moment, Qin Rong's face was a mask of panic. She hadn't anticipated that her unformed plan would be revealed to her sister-in-law. She had no genuine desire to elope. She lacked the courage for such a bold act. She had merely been swayed by Cheng Miao's incessant chatter, causing her to waver. She still hoped to reason with her family, yet their recent resolute stance had indeed provoked her. She thought that if she were to abandon all restraint, her family would have no choice but to accept Cheng Yu. Once they accepted him, they would not confine her or pressure her to go abroad. In time, both parties would come to understand that Cheng Yu was not as dreadful as they imagined. However, at that moment, confronted by her family's incredulous gazes, Qin Rong felt utterly humiliated, so much so that she nearly overlooked Ji Fei's subsequent remark. Unaware of the brewing chaos, Cheng Miao nudged her, hoping to prevent this fool from being swayed. Yet, this action drew Ji Fei's attention. Ji Fei smirked inwardly. The takeout was ordered by this ghostly friend of hers. The knave merely knows how to heat it up and pretends to be a chef once Qin Rong awakens. Qin Rong's already tumultuous mind received another jolt.
No.
It couldn't be fake. It was impossible. Qin Rong surprisingly claimed to have felt care and affection from the meal. for which she ought to extend her gratitude to the chef of that Chinese fast food chain. As the 3 dishes and a soup amounted to no more than 30 yuan, a true bargain. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as Ji Fei's words were so coherent that they stirred her skepticism. I seem to recall that this chain also exists domestically, perhaps while she is at home. I should order it for her daily, allowing her to genuinely experience care and affection for an entire month. I refused to believe she wouldn't resent it. Qin Rong swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. Cheng Miao hurried to steady her, bearing a sorrowful expression. Please, do not trouble Rong any further. Perhaps it seems trivial to you that my brother cooks for her, but it is a sincere gesture from him, one he reserves solely for her.
Ha!
Is that not simply because he cannot cook at all? Cheng Miao continued, indignant. Even if I harbor no fondness for my brother, I implore you not to trample upon another's genuine feelings. Such resolute and defiant words, if not for Ji Fei's candidness, might have led them to be deceived. At this moment, hearing the girl's outlandish claims brought nearly everyone to the brink of laughter. Just then, Qin Xian interjected, very well, if that is your stance, then please invite your brother to come over. This statement rendered the emotionally charged Cheng Miao momentarily speechless.
What?
You want your brother to come here and personally cook a meal? If we find his sincerity genuine, we shall not obstruct you, Qin Xian said, his dark eyes glinting with depth. Ha, this is hilarious. Qin Xian is quite the character, although I cannot fathom his intentions. Inviting him to cook could indeed unravel the web of lies. Someone chuckled, wiping their brow with laughter. Cheng Miao's expression shifted dramatically, her body stiffening. At a loss for words. In her panic, Qin Rong seized her like a lifeline. Have Cheng Yu come. If he just prepares one meal, we can be together. Cheng Miao's complexion paled. Rong, you know my brother's temperament. He would never agree. Why not? Can't he cook for me? Does he not wish to be with me? Cheng Miao's expression darkened instantly, for her brother understood that this was a roundabout way to vex him. The notion that cooking a single meal would be a concession was absurd. Although he loved her, he would not endure such humiliation. And how can you bear to see him subjected to such mockery? Do you not love my brother? At this, Qin Rong's expression shifted once more, as if ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion. Qin Zhao scoffed. How is it that my sister cohabiting with him and caring for his daily needs is not an affront, yet asking him to cook for us is deemed insulting? You cannot apply such double standards. Their cohabitation was their affair. His cooking for them was merely a source of anxiety for Cheng Miao, who found herself at a loss to remedy the situation. Qin and Qin's parents dismissed the antics of the clowns. Rong, look at this. Such a modest request is met with refusal. Is this the man you have chosen? You claim he loves you. In what manner does he express that love? Is it merely verbal? Love that speaks but does not act? Unwilling to exert even the slightest effort to earn our approval as parents, you are solely focused on deceiving us with your clandestine romance and cohabitation, exhibiting a blatant lack of responsibility and accountability. In the eyes of your father and me, he does not even qualify as a suitable man. Throughout your relationship, has he ever mustered the courage to stand up for you, even once? It has always been you who has fought, sacrificed, and compromised. He merely desires to reap the rewards without contributing. Are you truly prepared to choose such a person? Before Qin Rong could respond, Cheng Miao became agitated, exclaiming, You cannot speak of my brother in such a manner. The heartfelt defense momentarily left the Qin family members in stunned silence. However, the next moment, they heard Ji Fei remark, Indeed, it is true love. Such protection is quite peculiar.
Wait.
What did they just hear? True love? Between whom? All eyes turned in astonishment toward Cheng Miao, who appeared to be on the verge of tears, his emotions boiling over. This could be interpreted as a defense of family, but could it also suggest something more bizarre? Qin Rong was equally shocked, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she shook her head, unable to comprehend this absurdity, even suspecting that Ji Fei had lost her mind. Yet suddenly, a voice shattered the strange atmosphere. Though you two are not blood relatives in this blended family, it seems your bond surpasses that of biological siblings. Qin Xian's indifferent observation struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone fell silent, contemplating the unexpected revelation. With the information he had gathered and Ji Fei's sentiments, it became clear that this pair of step-siblings shared a connection of an entirely different nature. Thunder. The revelation hit hard. Rong, did you know they are not blood relatives? Qin Ma asked incredulously, only to find Qin Rong in a stupor, seemingly in a trance, clearly unaware of the secret. Moreover, Ji Fei's words had struck her with such force that she was rendered incapable of processing any information.
Why are you only saying this now?
Qin Ba inquired of Qin Xian. When the family was restructured, they were still quite young, and after moving, they presented themselves to the world as one united family. I always considered this detail insignificant, never anticipating such a bizarre turn of events, believing that growing up together would naturally forge a bond akin to that of siblings.
Now,
The Qin family finally grasped why Ji Fei's expression had been so complex upon meeting Qing Miao. It was akin to a roller coaster of emotional twists. If these siblings were indeed a couple, what then was Qin Rong's role in this tangled relationship? Chapter 52, A Conspiracy Aimed at Qin Rong. Why are you suddenly discussing this? How can you intrude into someone else's private matters? Cheng Miao's forehead glistened with perspiration. Her reaction revealed not indignation, but rather a profound sense of guilt. Yes, Qin Zhao replied with a mischievous smile. Cheng Miao's complexion paled, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ji Fei was equally astonished, pondering, as Qin Xian suddenly uncovered something, suspecting an abnormality in their sibling relationship. Yet, they have been so discreet that no one has noticed. How could he uncover even the faintest trace? Impressive. Qin Xian, I feel quite ashamed for not having investigated further. It is my fault for not contemplating enough. The Qin family, no. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Qin Rong is truly unfortunate to have encountered such a pair of eccentric siblings. Though they share a mutual fondness, the complexities of their blended family dynamics pose a significant obstacle, yet solutions are not entirely elusive. However, having lived together with their parents since childhood, they resemble a typical family, and thus, they fear facing their parents and friends, refraining from opposing societal gossip and innuendos. Long-term secrecy is not a viable solution, for Chengyu is perpetually unproductive, and the family eagerly anticipates his maturation following marriage, leading them to pressure him relentlessly. Naturally, Cheng Miao is averse to the thought of a stranger usurping her brother, thus devising a rather nefarious scheme. A chill swept through the crowd as their gazes turned toward Qin Rong. Her expression was one of numbness and confusion. It felt as though she were listening to someone else's tale, an impossible reality for her. Fatefully, Qin Rong became Cheng Miao's roommate, appearing so innocent and gullible. Moreover, she was aware that Chengyu detested pampered daughters of wealthy families, which is why she chose Qin Rong as her future sister-in-law. How absurd! Is it necessary to drag an innocent person into your peculiar machinations? Cheng Miao's rationale was simple. Since I cannot be with my brother, I shall find someone naive and easily manipulated who can also assist my brother. She could not bear the thought of her brother toiling away for a living. After all, she too was caught in the throes of infatuation, contemplating how to deceive other women into supporting her brother. One word: outrageous. The others were taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Cheng Miao. At such a tender age, her intentions were insidious, sending shivers down their spines. Indeed, the more one observed her, the more she resembled a lunatic. Cheng Miao, already feeling guilty, sensed the increasingly peculiar stares from the crowd and felt an urge to flee. Just as she was about to retreat, Qin Rong grasped her arm. Cheng Miao, startled, looked at Qin Rong, only to find her eyes vacant and unseeing, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Could she have sensed something awry? Unlikely. She was far too dim-witted. Rong, I grew up alongside my brother. Although we share no blood ties, he is my closest kin, and you are my dear friend. I merely wish to assist you both. But if your family complicates matters for us, I shall take my leave. Indeed, she had been attempting to help. Initially, I found it rather peculiar that, despite the numerous eligible suitors within her social circle, Qin Rong would settle for someone so lackluster. The Qin family members straightened, incredulous. How could such a fine young woman be so blind? Surely, it could not be merely for a meal. That would be far too simplistic. They were reluctant to believe that Qin Rong truly lacked discernment. Cheng Miao, astute as she was, never proactively promoted Chengyu, but with her friend acting as an insider, Chengyu could feign any interest, habit, or style. Every smile and gesture meticulously crafted to captivate Qin Rong. For instance, during that meal, Qin Rong likely marveled at how much Chengyu truly cared for her, knowing her preferences, but how could he possibly know? All of this was orchestrated by Cheng Miao, with Chengyu reluctantly complying, which is why he is so emotionally unstable. There are many things he is unwilling to concede. Little did Qin Rong realize that those sleepless nights filled with passionate words of affection were actually Cheng Miao chatting with her using Chengyu's phone, thus effortlessly winning her heart. The arrangement of living together but in separate rooms does not stem from genuine affection. It is Cheng Miao's doing. Although Qin Rong was the one who found the sister-in-law, Cheng Miao still did not wish to witness their intimacy firsthand, insisting that Cheng Yu must not touch Qin Rong until she had gone abroad. This woman is rather formidable in her own right, attempting to juggle both career and love. She deceives Qin Rong into relinquishing her opportunity for further studies while simultaneously seeking to solidify the marriage between Cheng Yu and Qin Rong. After all, compared to other dubious women, Qin Rong would always be a hindrance to her and Cheng Yu's illicit path. In Cheng Miao's eyes, Qin Rong is merely a dual-purpose pawn, a shield and a ticket for studying abroad. What a twisted and perverse mindset, as if engaging in a relationship with her brother behind her best friend's back brings her some form of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the Qin family was filled with righteous anger. It was all a scheme directed at Qin Rong. The audacity of these siblings to toy with her was astounding. Thus, one must exercise caution in choosing a boyfriend, and even more so in selecting friends. Qin father, with a grim countenance, stated, "Qin Rong, your friend is about to leave. Will you let her go?" Cheng Miao was taken aback, questioning the implication of such words. How could she possibly prevent her from leaving? Yet, upon turning, she saw Qin Rong's eyes ablaze with fury, her pupils trembling, shaking her head gently as if grappling with an unbearable truth, constantly in denial. Cheng Miao felt an inexplicable surge of fear and instinctively wished to withdraw her hand. Rong, my brother would never cook for anyone else. He only prepares meals for you. So do not think of making things difficult for him. It would be an affront to your relationship. I shall come to find you again. With that, she truly broke free and fled. Qin Rong, incensed, leapt up but was restrained by Qin Xian, who directly addressed Qin Rong. We suspect you have been deceived from the very beginning. Are you unwilling to acknowledge it? The color drained from Qin Rong's face as her unfocused eyes swept across the room, and she silently retreated step by step to her chamber. The other members of the Qin family understood the struggle that Qin Rong faced. They had initially wrestled with disbelief, for the entire narrative had merely been the account of Ji Fei, lacking any evidence to substantiate it, unless they caught the two in the act or if the individuals themselves confessed. Thus, it was difficult for Qin Rong to accept the truth. But was she truly unwavering? Ji Fei could not contain herself, purposely replating the 3 dishes and a soup from that chain restaurant, deceitfully telling the aunt that she had personally cooked for the discontented 4th sister. The aunt praised her profusely, while others, though they too offered compliments, bore expressions that were quite telling. 3 days later, Qin Rong fled the estate. It remained uncertain whether it was the 3 dishes and soup that provoked her or if her mind was still clouded, leading her to consider eloping. However, from the surveillance footage, it was evident that no one was there to meet her, indicating that it was not a true escape. The Qin family swiftly pinpointed the whereabouts of Qin Rong, yet they refrained from apprehending her directly. Their intention was to observe her actions. Chapter 53. Still hoping for a fool to part with their money. In a modest parking lot, Qin's father, mother, and the recently returned Qin Xian sat in a car alongside Ji Fei, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. From their vantage point, they could see Qin Rong's silhouette lurking behind the corridor, seemingly awaiting someone. Was she, once again, seeking out Cheng Yu? Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Qin's parents. Qin Xian observed and spoke softly. Perhaps she is here to confront him or to bring closure. After all, Qin Rong's demeanor no longer bore the yearning for love. Instead, it was marked by an icy resolve. Nearby, elderly residents gathered, engaged in spirited chatter, their voices growing increasingly boisterous. Truly, the community served as the strongest information network, with every detail of gossip escaping no one's notice. Growing weary of waiting, Ji Fei began to eavesdrop on their mundane discussions. Yet, the atmosphere within the car shifted drastically as the topic turned to Qin Rong. It seemed she was aware of their scrutiny, lifting her gaze towards the gossipers. What? Cheng Yu's mother truly said that? But hadn't she previously remarked that the decision of marriage was still uncertain? Cohabitation was trivial. Her precious son needed companionship before marriage. And it mattered not who he brought home. Such audacity. Any girl who followed her son would surely be unfortunate. In my view, such a girl, living carelessly with a man, is simply debasing herself, lacking in dignity. If she does not respect herself, why should others hold her in regard? Oh, what a time we live in. These remarks darkened the countenance of the Qin family members. Although they were aware that such rumors were inevitable, hearing them spoke of deep sorrow. Ji Fei squinted at Qin Rong, Sensing that her expression now starkly contrasted with the one she wore while discussing such matters with the Chin family. However, hadn't Ching-yu's mother previously displayed affection towards the girl, treating her as a cherished daughter? Mere theatrics, she scoffed, mimicking Ching-yu's mother's tone. She is a young lady from a wealthy family, infatuated with our Ching-yu, so much so that she insisted on residing with us. In my opinion. So, what if she is a lady of privilege? Ultimately, she will still serve our family, otherwise, I would not permit her through our door. The others erupted in laughter, unsure whether to mock the naive girl or to deride Ching-yu's boastful mother. Ching-yu's mother even flaunted that it would not be long before they wed, claiming the girl was impatient, fearful of losing her boyfriend, hence her decision to cohabitate. Her son, who could hardly distinguish grains or labor, possessing only a handsome face, idled away his days with lofty dreams, who would find him appealing. Yet, she bragged that her son was capable, asserting that marrying the girl would incur no bride price because she would willingly contribute, perhaps even providing a substantial dowry to ensure her son treated the girl kindly. Alas, I am aware of this. I last heard it from Ching-yu's sister, who mentioned that the young lady's family not only intends to support her sister's studies abroad but also feels compelled to procure a car, a house, and employment for Ching-yu. Are they deluding themselves? Do they consider others to be fools? This is quite dubious, particularly since they are already cohabiting prior to marriage, thus diminishing the value of their relationship. If word gets out, any future prospects would be akin to entering a second marriage. Should an unforeseen pregnancy occur, the young lady's family would have no choice but to accept this union with great reluctance. It is astonishing that within just 3 weeks of cohabitation, so many rumors have circulated, largely propagated by Ching-yu's mother and Cheng Miao, who seem intent on tarnishing Qin Rong's reputation. If they were to add elopement into the mix, and if Qin Rong were to act even more foolishly, she would indeed find herself in an inextricable situation. Ji Fei turned around to see that Qin's mother was valiantly holding back her tears, while Qin's father comforted her, lamenting that it was his failure to discipline Qin Rong strictly, allowing her to grow up so naively. No, it is my fault for being overly protective. It is entirely my error, Qin's mother choked out. Qin Xian furrowed his brows, asserting that this was not their fault. One must endure certain experiences to attain growth. The Qin family has provided them with abundant material resources, yet they have not faced struggles, having always been sheltered by external accolades, and with such harmony at home. They are naturally susceptible to suffering in interpersonal relationships. Ji Fei was at a loss for words and could only remark, fortunately, Qin Rong seems to have awakened. Although to Ji Fei, Qin Rong's realization appeared to stem only from the fact that the other party refused to condescend to come to the Qin household for a meal. Or perhaps she had discovered the secrets surrounding that meal. It's likely that she had not suspected anything amiss elsewhere. As soon as Ji Fei finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards her, their expressions having softened considerably. What is it?
Yifei говорит, позалод.
Suddenly, Qin Xian interjected. Rong has left. Ji Fei turned to see that, indeed, Qin Rong had answered a phone call and dashed out. The driver hastily followed, quickly returning to the school.
Oh.
It turns out that the scoundrel's family is at the school, accompanying Cheng Miao to handle the exchange student procedures, but they need to save money in advance. The Cheng couple has ordinary jobs and cannot afford it unless they sell their house, so Cheng Miao is counting on Qin Rong to cover the expenses. It seems they had not anticipated contacting Qin Rong until today. Is this an urgent plea for her to pay? The Qin family wore grim expressions and secretly vowed that should Qin Rong remain oblivious, they would not hesitate to break their daughter's legs. Soon, Qin Rong burst into the office, where she found a family of 3. The Cheng couple, whom Qin Rong had personally attended to before, were present. Rong, you've arrived. Cheng's mother was the first to greet her. However, recalling the disparaging words Cheng's mother had uttered behind her back while feigning intimacy, Qin Rong felt nauseated. She evaded Cheng's mother's attempt to take her hand and moved towards Cheng Miao. Rong, I was worried you wouldn't make it out. Cheng Miao remarked as if the events of that day had never transpired, hurriedly attempting to persuade Qin Rong. Rong, the situation is urgent. Could you assist me? I have everything prepared. I just need a little financial help to cover the costs, and I promise to repay you later. The staff responsible for processing the paperwork exchanged knowing glances upon hearing this. After all, Qin Rong had relinquished her spot out of love, deferring it to her boyfriend's sister. And now she was expected to pay? It was hard not to think that the girl had lost her senses. The gaze she cast was unlike any that had ever pierced Qin Rong before, yet this time, as her eyes swept across the room, She discerned the disdainful mockery of others with utmost clarity. A suffocating weight pressed upon her chest. "Where is Chengyu?" Qin Rong managed to ask, suppressing a wave of nausea. Cheng Miao found Qin Rong's demeanor peculiar. She had not referred to him as Brother Chengyu. Nevertheless, she spoke. "I heard you were coming and figured you hadn't had lunch yet, so brother went home to prepare a meal for you. He'll bring it back shortly. He said he wouldn't let you go hungry, given how time-consuming it is here." Leaning in closer, she whispered, "Look, whatever he makes for you is fine. But do not be foolish enough to ask him to cook for your family. That would be a grave disrespect to my brother." As soon as Cheng Miao finished, she noticed Qin Rong glaring at her, her expression fierce enough to suggest she might leap forward and attack, prompting Cheng Miao to instinctively step back. Meanwhile, the Qin family, consisting of 4 individuals, was en route to the office building when they spotted a man briskly entering the hallway, carrying something. Upon closer inspection, he appeared quite presentable. "Oh, Ji Fei, what's going on?" Qin Xian inquired. "Ah, it truly is Chengyu. The scoundrel has finally shown himself." Chapter 54. Clarity of thought. Rong. "What troubles you? I will not lend you any money. Do not even think about that opportunity," Qin Rong suddenly replied coldly. Cheng Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Rong.
What do you mean by that?"
The parents of Cheng grew tense at once. Cheng's father frowned. "Aren't you my son's girlfriend, or at least my daughter's close friend? What's wrong with helping out? Why speak so harshly? If we hadn't been pressed for time, we wouldn't need your assistance. It's not as if we want to repay you." He cast an irritable glance at Cheng's mother, saying, "And you think you can still marry my son under these circumstances?" Cheng's mother, equally displeased, interjected, Rong. "We consider you family. Are you throwing a tantrum because Chengyu hasn't sought you out lately? You should consider your family's attitude. If they do not show respect, my son cannot be expected to pursue you. Even if you feel upset, you cannot jeopardize Cheng Miao at such a critical moment. It's disappointing for supposed close friends." After speaking, she wore a light-hearted smile, adding, "Causing a fuss at other times is one thing, but during such an urgent situation, it's best to refrain. How much backbone can a woman possess who moved in with my son after less than a week of dating?" Cheng's mother felt entirely in control, assuming an authoritative demeanor. Qin Rong's expression stiffened as she looked at Cheng's mother, while she could not muster an overtly fierce countenance. Her visage bore a hint of menace. "Your son's character dictates the respect my family affords him. Does he truly believe he deserves our regard?" The word struck Cheng's family dumbfounded. Cheng Miao stared at Qin Rong in disbelief, reaching for her sleeve only to be rebuffed. "I came today to break up with Chengyu and retrieve the painting I left in his rented room, not to serve as your scapegoat." The declaration was nearly a shout, echoing throughout the office and corridor. The 4 members of the Qin family, just emerging from the elevator, stood frozen in shock.
"Ah,
Is your mind finally clear?" The faces of the Qin family suddenly glowed with a rosy hue. It was their first time hearing Qin Rong's thunderous shout. However, their hearts quickly sank, for Chengyu had just stepped through the doorway. They hurriedly followed him.
Rong, what are you saying?"
Chengyu questioned, suppressing his anger. At last, Qin Rong laid eyes on Chengyu. Previously, she had found him to possess a charmingly rogue appeal, exuding an effortless coolness. Yet this free-spirited individual, who devoted his heart and soul to her, now appeared to her as nothing more than an ill-mannered, arrogant ruffian. She recognized that she had been too infatuated, as if under some spell. However, the series of shocking revelations that night had shattered her world. Once she regained her senses, she realized everything had been traceable, and she felt utterly foolish. The things she had deemed alluring were merely illusions, crafted by her own rose-tinted perceptions. She had sacrificed her future and ruined her prospects for someone so unworthy, and she was appalled by her own naivety. Reflecting on it now, she must have been bewitched. How could she have ever found such repulsive behavior appealing? The thought itself made her want to retch. Seeing Qin Rong fixate on him in silence, Chengyu was at a loss for words. After all, during their time together, he had always been in a position of superiority, merely teasing her occasionally, and never displaying tenderness. His gaze shifted to Cheng Miao, who quickly signaled with his eyes, urging him to appease her. Remembering Qin Rong's earlier words, he understood that if he failed to soothe her now, it could jeopardize the funds for Cheng Miao's overseas plans. Growing somewhat impatient, Chengyu lifted the food container he had brought, saying, "Here, don't be angry. You must be hungry. I made this for you. Eat first, and we can talk later." Each time he employed this tactic, it would remind Qin Rong of the moment he had rescued her. causing her to forget her worries and obediently remain by his side. This time, however, Jean Rong accepted the food container, but before anyone could react, she flipped the lid open, raised her arm, and struck Qing Yu's face with it forcefully. With food splattering everywhere, she added insult to injury. A shriek echoed throughout the floor, drawing more onlookers to witness the spectacle.
Ah!
Qing Yu screamed in pain, desperately trying to brush the scorching food from his face. The Chung family stood there, stunned, frozen in place. Qing Yu, unable to contain his temper due to the pain, instinctively revealed his true nature, raising his hand to retaliate. Yet, as his hand descended, it was seized by a grip as strong as iron. Before he could identify the assailant, he was sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick. Gasping in surprise, he looked up to find a formidable couple standing behind Jean Rong. The one who had kicked him was familiar. After all, he had made sure to research the basic information about his benefactor before his visit to the Qin group.
Now.
With that benefactor standing before him, the air of authority was palpable, and a cold gaze swept over him, causing Qing Yu's legs to tremble, rendering him unable to stand. All of his anger dissipated in an instant. He recognized that he could not afford to offend such individuals. The Qin family rushed to assist Qing Yu, and his mother, seeing her precious son in distress, was the first to voice her outrage.
How can you lay a hand on him?
You two are utterly uncivilized. My son made that meal out of goodwill. Ahem. It appears that the plastic bag containing the food might belong to a Chinese fast food chain. Ji Fei leaned against the door, engaging in self-reflection. Not long ago. My sister lacked an appetite, and I foolishly claimed I would cook for her. Little did I know, my culinary skills were abysmal. So I ordered takeout from this very establishment, pretending it was my own creation. Ji Fei blinked and chuckled. Your son seems to have had the same thought as me. However, it is rather foolish. If one wishes to deceive, at least a different bag should have been used. This remark elicited laughter from the onlookers who had been secretly observing. Cheng Mu's face instantly flushed. She was well aware it was takeout, and was taken aback by being exposed so openly. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, it's merely a reused bag. Her obstinacy was more tenacious than a duck that had been dead for days. Shall I call for takeout right now to compare? Ji Fei continued to jest. What does it matter to you?
Cheng Mu snapped.
Cheng Miao awkwardly grasped Cheng Mu's hand, urging, stop arguing. They are from the Qin family. Cheng Mu was immediately silenced. Cheng Miao surmised that it was likely Ji Fei's inadvertent revelation that had incited Qin Rong's anger. Rong, even if my brother deceived you regarding his cooking, his feelings for you are genuine. After all, you are living together. You must sense that, right? Upon hearing this, Ji Fei realized the gravity of the situation and hastily took out her phone to record. Her action triggered a chain reaction among the onlookers. Ji Fei did not intend to capture any scandalous material on Qin Rong but was concerned about the potential for gossip. After all, Qin Rong was of sound mind and would be able to clarify matters later if there were no complete video evidence, given Cheng Miao and Cheng Mu's propensity for rumor-mongering. Complications might arise. Although the Qin family was not easily intimidated, it was still rather distasteful. Thus, Ji Fei decided to harness the power of the crowd. The more such videos circulated, the harder it would be for the Chung family to stir trouble. To Ji Fei's surprise, Qin Rong immediately launched into a sensational declaration. Living together? You mean tricking me into being a caretaker for your brother while forbidding any romantic relationship between us? The crowd was stunned, awkward, bewildered, and inquisitive. Chung family parents were oblivious to the situation, while Cheng Yu and Cheng Miao stared at Qin Rong in disbelief, astonished that she dared to speak so candidly. Qin Rong stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the two, and exclaimed, You have been fooling around behind my back. You are truly disgusting. Chapter 55. Will the challenge to excitement be fully implemented? Her words struck like a thunderclap, rendering the room silent. One could hear a pin drop as everyone stood frozen in place. What had they just heard? Fooling around?
Disgusting? Them?
Were they referring to Cheng Yu and Cheng Miao? Were they not siblings? Goosebumps erupted on everyone's skin as they incredulously gazed at the four family members. Cheng Yu and Cheng Miao, confronted with Qin Rong's accusation, initially found themselves utterly bewildered, only to feel the searing gazes around them as if they were being consumed by the fires of hell. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? I understand now. You are so jealous that you have even become envious of sibling affection. You must be delusional. Cheng Miao's expression was a mix of panic and fury. Cheng Yu's face turned ashen, and he immediately shouted, Qin Rong, if you continue like this, we shall part ways.
Ha.
I was already intending to break up with you. Just the sight of you makes me feel nauseous. Jealous? You think you're worthy? You're nothing but filthy insects lurking in the gutter, forever entangled together, waiting for the sun to come and turn your sordid existence to ashes. Chin Rong's eyes reddened as she bellowed, as if she were expelling all her pent-up frustration. Oh my, what a ferocious little bunny. When she truly loses her temper. Her words are piercing. Look at Cheng Yu and Cheng Miao. Those two fools are utterly stunned. Probably never expected that a meek person could go mad when pushed to the brink. Not only were their eyes wide with shock, but the Qin family also gazed at Qin Rong in disbelief, astonished at the transformation of their daughter. For a brief moment, Cheng's parents wore expressions of doubt, but they quickly united against her. You little girl, your words are nothing but slander. How dare you fabricate such rumors? Be careful, or we shall take legal action against you. This is madness. How can you tarnish the reputation of our respectable family with such filth? Are you trying to ruin our children with your baseless accusations? The onlookers began to react. If this was indeed slander, it was utterly outrageous. How could one speak such things about family? It seemed like an entirely nonsensical accusation. Moreover, some wives would even feel jealous if their boyfriends were merely near a female mosquito. Given the previous extravagant actions of the goddess Qin for her boyfriend, I suspect she might become jealous over anything. Perhaps if the siblings had a closer bond, she might even come here to create a scene out of jealousy. This is bad. If this continues, the crowd will surely think Qin Rong has gone mad. Whatever she says from here on will lose credibility. But how could Qin Rong possibly know about this matter? The Qin parents were anxious. They understood that Qin Rong's words stemmed from hearing Ji Fei's innermost thoughts. But such revelations in this context could not expose Ji Fei's situation. However, if they did not provide some rationale, others would surely deem Qin Rong unhinged. Just as they were growing increasingly desperate, Qin Xian spoke in a deep voice. You are all part of a blended family. They are aware there is no blood relation between them. Have you not noticed anything unusual? Why did the sister move to university, while the brother insisted on renting nearby? Clearly, the brother has no job. Why not live together with the parents to save expenses? With a single statement, the cause, logic, and points of suspicion were all encapsulated, instantly reversing the situation. Everyone felt as though their minds had been cleaved open, clarity flooding in. If they were indeed siblings, instinctively, everyone would find it impossible to accept. However, if it were a blended family, there had been plenty of dramas revolving around such scenarios before, and suddenly, everyone began to entertain the possibility of this gossip, especially with that last remark. Indeed, why move close to the sister? I have a biological brother, and he wouldn't look after me. Being nearby would only feel confining. Are they perhaps planning to engage in some clandestine activities behind their parents' backs? In light of the recent revelations, one cannot help but question why his girlfriend has lived with him for such an extended period without any incidents occurring. It is no wonder that suspicions arise. Perhaps Qin Rong witnessed something that incited her recent frenzy. Who wouldn't go mad under these circumstances? Sharing the same academic discipline with them. I have never encountered a situation involving a blended family. Cheng Miao, a close friend of Qin Rong, was instrumental in bringing her and her brother together. If the events are indeed as they seem, it is utterly repugnant. Were I in Qin Rong's position, I would be tempted to confront these two despicable individuals.
Hey.
Can we get a clear answer regarding the blended family situation? An onlooker could not restrain themselves from shouting. Inside, the Chung family, consisting of 4 members, began to shift uneasily. Cheng's mother cast a wary glance at her stepdaughter Cheng Miao, while Cheng's father scrutinized his stepson Cheng Yu, their expressions shifting from one of disbelief to apprehension. Subtle hints began to coalesce in their minds, as every action leaves a trace. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. The individuals at the center of this turmoil dread confronting such a scenario. Qin Rong, just because I do not lay a finger on you, you resort to slander? Cheng Yu, gripped by fear, began to lash out at Qin Rong. Cheng Miao joined in the fray, accusing, my brother's restraint is a mark of respect for you. Who would have thought you were so intolerant? Casting doubt on us, and even prompting your brother to investigate our family's privacy? You truly are unhinged. Faced with their menacing visages, Qin Rong felt an urge to both laugh and cry. They could not confront societal judgment, yet felt emboldened to perpetrate wrongdoing against others. I saw it, she suddenly declared, her gentle tone betraying an icy certainty. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Dare you claim that you have not engaged in anything within the room I temporarily occupied? Her words stunned both the Chung and Qin families into silence. The Qin family struggled to accept the possibility, for if it were true, why had this revelation only come to light now? Even if Qin Rong were naive enough to be deceived, she would never stoop to the level of self-deception. No, she has never seen it with her own eyes. I understand now. She is trying to deceive them. Look at those two, their shifty eyes betraying their guilt. Their minds must be a blank slate at this point. It seems Qin Rong's fabrications have hit the mark. They indeed must have done something in the room she occupied temporarily. Are they truly willing to push this challenge to its limits? Tears welled in Qin Rong's eyes, fueled by indignation. It was not merely her anger, but also the recollection stirred by Ji Fei's earlier words, which had unearthed certain inconsistencies. Why, upon returning occasionally, had she noticed something amiss in her room? As art students, they were inherently more attuned to compositional details. Especially since that room had been arranged and maintained by her own hands, how could discrepancies arise? Unless someone had taken advantage of her absence to use the space. The mere thought of such a possibility ignited a desire to incinerate that very room. As Qin Rong spoke with such unwavering conviction, and given that they had indeed crossed lines, both Cheng Yu and Cheng Miao found themselves momentarily stunned, at a loss for how to refute her claims. The gazes exchanged between Cheng's parents turned increasingly hostile.
No.
You are spreading lies. You are talking nonsense. My brother and I are innocent. Do you have any evidence? If not, I will sue you. You will owe me compensation. Though Cheng Miao's expression had betrayed her completely, she still vehemently denied the accusations.
Yet.
The surrounding crowd began to lose faith in her protestations. At this moment, Qin Rong took out her phone and said, "Have you forgotten? I have a habit of recording my painting process, so I secretly set up a surveillance camera in that room. Would you like to watch the video? I can show it to everyone." Chapter 56, Youth Has No Price Tag, Slapping Scoundrels. All eyes were eagerly fixed on Qin Rong's phone. What explosive gossip. Wait, how can she speak with such certainty? Could it really be true? I want to see, but what if it dirties my eyes? Yet I am compelled to look. The Qin family was equally astonished, staring at Qin Rong in disbelief. However, Qin Rong indeed had this habit. Her home studio was equipped with surveillance devices. Cheng Miao was aware of Qin Rong's inclination but did not expect her to have brought it to that shabby rented apartment. As she illuminated her phone, his mind could no longer focus on anything else, and he rushed forward in a frantic attempt to snatch it away. Qin Xian stepped forward to block Cheng Miao, while Cheng Yu seized the opportunity to lunge at Qin Rong to grab the phone. In the next instant, Qin Rong abruptly withdrew her hand, swinging her other arm in a wide arc, delivering a resounding slap to Cheng Yu's face. Cheng Yu, all bluster but no substance, staggered from the blow. Still unable to process what had happened, only to be met with another slap from Qin Rong. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Qin Xian, too shocked to intervene, allowed Cheng Miao to rush forward, exclaiming, "Who told you to hit my brother?" This resulted in another series of sharp slaps. The crowd murmured, Qin, the campus goddess. The naive flower has unleashed a thunderous quartet of slaps upon the scoundrels. Observing the two red marks on Cheng Yu and Cheng Miao's faces, a hush fell over the crowd. Indeed, scoundrels can lead to growth. Youth has no price tag. Let's boldly slap the scoundrels.
Kudos to you.
Ji Fei could not help but applaud Qin Rong, and soon others joined in, some whistling and shouting, "Well done." As the two scoundrels stared blankly at Qin Rong, she smiled with a mix of pity and mockery, saying, "I deceived you. Thank you for your guilty self-incrimination." Her words ignited a wave of laughter throughout the crowd. The two, akin to foolish clowns, glared at Qin Rong with venomous eyes, seemingly intent on revenge. However, before they could act, their companions charged forward. Cheng Fu landed a punch on his stepson's face, followed by a flurry of kicks. "How dare you mess with my daughter? I brought you both into my home. And this is how you repay me. Truly heartless." Cheng Mu had seized her stepdaughter's hair, relentlessly slapping her. "You little hussy, it must be you who seduced my son. Otherwise, how could he possibly behave like this? It's all your fault, you shameless creature, just like your mother. You've brought disgrace upon our family."
Dad.
"Don't hit my brother." "Brother, save me." "Mom, don't hit my woman. Let her go, you old fool." The four of them were entangled in chaos. In an instant, the family that had just united against a common foe was embroiled in a fierce dispute. The Qin family quickly shielded Qin Rong. retreating to avoid any collateral damage. Meanwhile, the office staff felt compelled to intervene, wishing to witness the spectacle unfold, but fearing the consequences should matters escalate. Here lies the procedure for applying for the exchange student program. If you lack funds, gather some quickly. The deadline is at 6 o'clock this evening. Do not cause a scene here, or I shall summon security. The staff reprimanded sternly. With a single utterance, they brought the family back to reality. I understand now. You are merely exploiting my son to secure a spot abroad, along with the necessary funds. You cannot go now, so continue to indulge in your fanciful dreams. Who says we cannot go? Once we return, we shall sell the house. My daughter is determined to leave, distancing herself from your son to avoid his covetous gaze. You shall not. That house is promised to my son. He is still expected to care for you in your old age. If the house is given to her and she departs, who shall you rely on in the future? At least she is my blood. Unlike your son, who greedily covets my wealth and my daughter. Such avarice. The parents began to quarrel. Cheng-yu, visibly agitated, watched as his parents neared blows, but felt powerless to intervene. The most anxious was Cheng-miao, who glanced around in despair and ultimately shot a fierce glare at Qin-rong. Suddenly, Qin-rong seized her phone and composed a text message, gesturing for Cheng-miao to read it. Cheng-miao furrowed her brow in suspicion as she looked down to read. Her expression changed drastically upon seeing the message. In truth, your brother has secretly dated me several times without your knowledge, instructed me not to tell you. Ji-fei happened to stand just behind Qin-rong and caught sight of the message's content. She savored it momentarily before glancing at Cheng-miao and Cheng-yu. Cheng-miao, pale-faced, grasped Cheng-yu's hand and implored, "Brother, no matter what, allow me to go abroad. If I remain, we shall be subject to incessant gossip. This opportunity is rare." "You must stop, mother." Cheng-yu, momentarily dazed, countered, "If you leave, what will happen to me? I, too, shall be the subject of ridicule. And with the house sold for your sake, how shall I secure my own future? You do not intend to abandon me, do you? Brother, how could you think that of me? You are more cunning than anyone. How can I trust you?" The once affectionate siblings, faced with their own interests, finally erupted into a quarrel. That message was the spark that ignited Cheng-miao's doubts about Cheng-yu's feelings for her. As she began to focus solely on her own future, Ji-fei felt that Qin-rong's words held truth, recalling the initial encounter with them and the images that had unfolded. If it were merely a pretense to support his sister, how could he have behaved so intimately in private? This proved that Cheng-yu was not the honest man he appeared to be. With Qin-rong as his girlfriend, the allure and status of their relationship surpassed the affection he had for Cheng-miao over the years. It was merely a fleeting desire, lacking the courage to act upon it. Ultimately, how much genuine affection could someone of such despicable nature possess? In the end, the staff could no longer tolerate the chaos and summoned security to disperse the crowd. Thus, this farce came to a close. Qin-rong had left her artwork in the rental unit. Initially, Cheng-yu attempted to be uncooperative, but Qin-xian called the police for assistance. When the authorities arrived, the ownership of the items was indisputable. Ultimately, Qin-rong returned home, clutching her paintings, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, the Chung family had descended into chaos, with Chung Fu sustaining visible scratches and ultimately selling the house, despite breaking bones, to reclaim his daughter's opportunity to study abroad. Cheng Miao vowed earnestly that once she embarked on her academic journey, she would immediately commence selling her paintings, ensuring she repaid her father. Cheng's father eagerly anticipated her emergence as a prominent artist, while Cheng's mother and Cheng Yu found themselves at odds with her, yet reluctantly resigned to the unfolding reality. However, the following day, Cheng Miao received a disheartening phone call informing her that the foreign institution had unexpectedly decided to reduce its enrollment. As she was the last on the list, her qualification was summarily revoked, and the funds would be returned in full. For the Chung family, this news struck like a bolt from the blue. Their home could not be repurchased at the original price, and the remaining funds would barely suffice to acquire a dilapidated, small dwelling for the family of four. Cheng's mother and Cheng Yu reveled in their misfortune, feigning discord. Yet their joy was short-lived when Cheng Yu encountered unsavory characters and was severely injured, leading to substantial medical expenses. Ultimately, they could not even afford the shabby home. The family was forced to coexist in cramped quarters, embroiled in daily quarrels. Cheng Miao longed to return to her studies. Yet the video of her misadventures had circulated widely on the campus forum, leaving every student privy to her plight. Unable to bear the piercing gazes of her peers, she had no choice but to withdraw from school. In the end, The family was left uncertain about their next move. When Qin Zhao recounted these events to Qin Rong, she remained lost in the depths of her own tragic experiences. Upon hearing the tale, she could not help but exclaim, could it truly be that evil begets evil? Just as Qin Zhao was about to nod in agreement, he heard the inner voice of Ji Fei resonate. Of course not. It is your father and brothers who have come to serve as the harbingers of justice. Should the virtuous Qin family endure the malice of such petty individuals? That would be utterly intolerable. Power should be wielded when necessary, so they may learn humility. Qin Rong paused, and a smile finally graced her face. That evening, she descended to join the family for dinner, and afterward, she earnestly bowed and apologized, expressing remorse for her previous folly. Ji Fei commented, when one is ensnared by the folly of love, it can be truly exasperating. One wishes to cast them out to forage for wild vegetables. Yet, upon regaining clarity, their transformation is remarkably swift. They are indeed worthy of guidance. The Qin family cleared their throats to mask their embarrassment, while Qin Rong gazed at her savior, Ji Fei. With stars in her eyes, she discreetly turned to her elder brother, asking, I wish to express my gratitude to my sister-in-law. Do you know what she likes? Qin Xian initially intended to say it was unnecessary, as the family had already concocted various justifications to present Ji Fei with red envelopes for rescuing the fourth sister. It seemed that if this continued, Ji Fei would soon accumulate the 2 billion needed for a divorce. Fortunately, the funds had been transferred to him. However, he then overheard Qin Rong muttering, I know that the former sister-in-law was quite enamored with you. Anything related to you would suffice. But it seems that is no longer the case. She has changed significantly. Qin Xian felt as though he had been struck in a knee. Sister, is it? What should I gift her? Qin Rong remained oblivious to the unintentional wound she had inflicted upon her elder brother. When she failed to glean an answer from him, she turned to her elder sister, obtaining the correct response. The sister-in-law no longer favors the elder brother, she now favors wealth. Having recently endured the trials of a tumultuous romance, Qin Rong reflected, sister-in-law possesses great wisdom. Qin Yan, who was also thriving in her career, nodded in agreement.
Subsequently,
Ji Fei received a monetary transfer. Postscript. Thankfully, my sister-in-law ordered takeout for me to regain my senses. This is my token of appreciation. Thank you, sister-in-law. The amount exceeds 2 million. Chapter 57. How can a life of surrender not be considered a dream? At this moment, Ji Fei was in Qin Xian's study, examining the investment income report he had brought back. Though she understood little, she feigned supervision. While ostensibly focused on the report, her gaze had wandered elsewhere. The white bathrobe was slightly ajar, and the light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the well-defined contours of his physique. The rising and falling of his chest muscles, restrained by some unspoken force, contrasted with the damp strands of hair framing his face, resembling an ink painting. His profile, bathed in light, appeared as if filtered through a lens. Oh dear, the allure of beauty. Why does the CEO exude such an effortless yet exquisite charm when he sheds a suit? My desire to divorce is waning. Merely having him before my eyes is a delight. Qin Xian, initially at ease, suddenly stiffened. Why was she thinking about divorce again? But in 2 months, his first love will return. It will be a whirlwind of emotional entanglements, her grievances, his misunderstandings, and his reluctance. I would merely be a tool caught between them, playing a supporting role in their drama. I prefer not to partake in my own misfortune. Qin Xian took a deep breath. He longed to press Ji Fei's head down and instruct her. Cease your divergent thoughts. How did she come to these conclusions? Surely, there would be inquiries. She ought to delve into his memories instead. Yes, it was his first love, but it was far from the ethereal ideal. During university, they admired each other. Yuji pursued him, and he, not averse, went along with it. Given his slow emotional nature and aversion to intimacy, their years together consisted solely of attending classes, studying, and engaging in academic activities. They had never shared a single passionate kiss. Yet, he had witnessed Yuji hinting at their sweetness to others. Secretary Jean had heard much of it too. The entire school seemed to revel in their supposed romance, as though it were profound, when in truth it was not. Eventually, when Yuji abruptly announced her intention to break up and study abroad, he accepted it naturally and wished her well. His subsequent lack of romantic involvement was due to his commitment to the family business. A CEO had little time for daily courtship. Yet, others speculated he was still haunted by his initial infatuation, which was far from the truth. To be precise, He questioned whether that period even qualified as genuine love, especially after witnessing several foolishly impulsive romances among his friends. Naturally, Qin Xian's disposition prevented him from tugging at Ji Fei's ear to emphasize his circumstances. He believed that one day, her insatiable curiosity would lead her to the truth, and she would realize he would never divorce for an outsider, allowing her to embrace her role as Mrs. Qin. Together, they could earnestly nurture their marriage. For instance, he had already heeded his parents' advice, learning to indulge Ji Fei's little whims during their private meetings to foster their relationship. Yet, she often vexed him. In truth, Ji Fei felt quite wronged. She was not a nosy intruder. Unless there was intriguing gossip, she merely indulged her curiosity. Otherwise, she would not pry into matters deeply. After all, to her, Qin Xian was merely a familiar face that conformed to her aesthetic sensibilities, and if one were to stretch it a bit further, one might even consider him a friend, though they were destined for divorce sooner or later, if she were to delve too deeply into his life. What if her heart began to sway? That would certainly lead to complications, especially since she was quite aware of Qin Xian's personal charm. Ji Fei had long grown accustomed to living alone. She was adept at self-preservation and evasion. Thus, it was challenging for her to genuinely open her heart to anyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single in her previous life. Just as Ji Fei found herself unable to resist the urge to poke at someone's abdominal muscles, her phone vibrated.
What?
Why does it seem that my recent financial luck is rather unreasonable? Is it truly worth this much, just because I ordered takeout? Why does it still end up being an odd amount? Ji Fei instinctively turned her phone screen towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow, likely realizing that she had given him all her spare change. During this period, she intended to focus on her art at home in preparation for examinations, rendering it unnecessary. It served as a means to eliminate her distractions. How embarrassing. She expressed that it was her goodwill, so he ought to accept it. Ji Fei happily replied with a thank you, wealthy lady emoji, and then turned her head back to Qin Xian. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, and the irritation sparked by a previous annoyance vanished without a trace. Qin Rong was also quite resolute, although she could have begged for another chance to reclaim her position. She chose to rely on her own abilities to take the exam. Ji Fei remarked that Qin Rong believed losing her spot was genuinely losing it, a punishment for her foolishness. Yet, now that she had come to her senses, she would not easily relinquish her dreams. Without a position, she resolved to take the exam herself, determined to enter her coveted realm of artistry. Even if the journey was 100 times more arduous, she refused to surrender. For her, this challenge was not necessarily a misfortune. The more difficult the path, the more she would cherish it, lest she be deceived by some scoundrel in the future. Qin Xian, after a brief pause, smiled faintly, expressing his belief in her potential, for she genuinely loved painting. Upon returning home, Ji Fei couldn't help but ponder that everyone seemed to possess their own dreams. In comparison, did her lack of aspiration stem from her previous financial struggles? If she had been born into wealth, would she have had something special she yearned to achieve? Perhaps it was time for her to strive for personal fulfillment, to seek out her own dreams, considering she had amassed a modest fortune by now. A few days later, she found herself thinking, no, I regret it. How can a life of leisure not be considered a dream? I simply wish to excel at doing nothing. As the transition of the studio approached, Gao Hao finally remembered Ji Fei. Consequently, she was whisked away by Qin Chao and Gao Hao to the studio, where they arranged various courses, striving to transform Ji Fei into a seemingly promising artist before their departure, in hopes of attracting a capable agent. According to their plan, they would first lure someone in with promises of high salaries and then grant them the authority to recruit other artists, thereby maintaining the studio, allowing Ji Fei to continue her lackadaisical ways. Ji Fei endured this charade for 3 days, but on the 4th morning, at 8 o'clock, she had yet to indulge in a delightful return to slumber when she was abruptly awakened by the sound of Qin Chao's knocking. As she sat down to breakfast, Ji Fei found herself lost in thought, once again repenting her fleeting desire to abandon her blissful, laid-back existence. Why couldn't a life of indulgence and leisure be lived forever? Now, she contemplated simply forsaking her aspirations in the entertainment industry to pursue wealth instead. Having wallowed in self-pity, she lifted her gaze only to realize her dining companions were none other than Qin Chao and Qin Rong. It appeared that Qin Xian and Qin Yan had risen at 6. Their exceptional talents and relentless efforts clearly justified their affluent status. In a hurry, Qin Rong finished her meal, exchanged pleasantries, and dashed off to the art studio for seclusion. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you, Qin Chao remarked, observing her as she chewed on her salad for an eternity, looking as if she desired nothing more than to lay her head on the table and sleep.
Yifei.
With frustration bubbling within her, suddenly recalled something. How curious. What brings you here today? Chapter 58. These melons, if not consumed on sight, I shall regret for a lifetime.
What?
Qin Chao seemed distracted, responding absently as he typed a message. Ji Fei smirked slyly. I recall today is the day Chu Xinhua departs. Did you not accompany her to the airport? Without lifting his head, Qin Chao replied, their flight is at 6. I went to see them off before coming to fetch you. Ji Fei was taken aback. You actually went to see her off. Recently, Qin Chao had seemingly made no effort to seek out Chu Xinhua apart from the addition of a crescent moon emoji to his official Weibo name. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to shifting his work focus. Yet, Ji Fei was aware that he had secretly visited Chu Xinhua, though he never dared to reveal himself.
Oh.
So you discreetly went to see her off, cleverly using the company's name to secure them all first-class tickets. Qin Chao rolled his eyes, knowing she was just trying to poke at his heart. Then, from a distance, he watched Chu Xinyue's serene demeanor, allowing himself a genuine smile. Knowing her departure was a source of true happiness for her, while he, heartbroken, retreated to the restroom to compose himself. Ahem. Are you ready yet? Don't think you can skip class. Shut your mouth. You're about to shatter my heart. Oh dear. He's flustered now. Indeed, thoughts of past sorrows have breached his defenses. It is said he is going abroad to work behind the scenes, yet the truth lies in his fear of being seen by Xinyue on stage. Knowing that his presence would discomfort her, is he overestimating himself, believing he would surely find fame abroad? Damn it. Can this mouth ever stop? Give her extra classes. However, he cannot genuinely believe that his silent vigilance is deeply romantic. Should Xinyue discover his persistent attachment, she would likely not be moved. He does not seek to touch anyone's heart. He is simply at his wit's end, his heart having already followed her. He wishes to exist beneath the same sky, stealing glances at her from afar, for otherwise, he would be left in a state of confusion. As Qin Chao drifted into daydreams, contemplating how increasingly distant Xinyue had become, he felt a sharp pang in his heart, struggling to breathe. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Fei had already finished her meal and approached him, only to glance down at his phone screen. Goodness, it was filled with a flurry of green message bubbles, accidentally catching sight of a familiar avatar. It belonged to Chu Xinhua. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What are you eating? How are you resting? Is everything progressing smoothly? A series of concerned words, along with personal reflections, poured forth, a veritable outpouring of affection. Isn't this a form of harassment if we don't meet? Ji Fei remarked incredulously. Not a single reply. Could it be that she has opted for silence? Qin Zhao snapped back to reality, dismissing his phone. It was not her. Ji Fei continued. I'm not blind. Clearly, he's just. What? He's not at fault. He's concocted a fake account pretending to be Xinyue and keeps sending messages. Self-entertainment? Does he think he's jotting down a diary? Qin Zhao turned his back to Ji Fei and hastened the steps, his demeanor growing increasingly awkward. He was a man of deep emotions, and even if he restrained himself from bothering her, he required an outlet. Otherwise, he would inevitably collapse and confront Chu Xinhua. He had vowed to never again create uncomfortable memories for her, so he resorted to sending messages to himself, taking solace in that. In truth, he only dared to send festive greetings in their group chat, never daring to contact her privately. Just a lovesick fool, Ji Fei quipped. I am not. Qin Zhao retorted. I am fully aware of my actions. I am not lovesick. No, he isn't, Ji Fei replied. Lovesickness refers to those in a relationship. His situation merely qualifies him as a devoted admirer, the most humble of invisible suitors. I will be devoted, Qin Zhao exclaimed. Perhaps when Chu Xinhua finds someone, he will only dare to silently wish her well and weep in solitude. It's just poetic justice. I'll cry for you right now, believe it or not. Qin Zhao, feeling emotionally drained, led Ji Fei, who was wielding a metaphorical knife to his heart, to the studio, only to be urgently summoned by Gao Hao. What's wrong? Qin Zhao inquired, noticing Gao Hao's grave expression. Ji Fei sensed that he was not involved, seizing the opportunity to settle onto the sofa for a brief nap, having risen far too early. Weren't you supposed to help me cancel all my engagements? Initially, it was to pave the way for you, so they specifically reserved a set of slots for us. Canceling your group was already quite awkward. Such a large variety show would not have agreed to proceed without considering the Chin Group's reputation. However, the list was leaked, and your participation has gained some traction online. It seems the Chu family is concerned about you misunderstanding and implicating them, hence they've been suppressing the trending topic, emphasizing that Chu Sweki has retired due to illness, but it has proven ineffective.
We must act now.
Qin Zhao urged, feeling anxious. Even though he believed that Chu Xinyue, now abroad, would not see the news, or if she did, wouldn't he care, he could not tolerate even the slightest chance of being associated with Chu Sweki. If seen, it would surely disgust Chu Xinyue. Directly addressing the public relations issue would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. At such a juncture, it is better to be forthright than to conceal. Just announce your participation, but not alongside Chu Sweki. Gao Hao's gaze drifted to the dozing figure. This is an excellent opportunity. We can postpone by a maximum of 2 months. Not only will it allow you to bid farewell to the domestic entertainment scene, but it will also give her a chance to make an appearance. Truly advantageous. Gao Hao nodded, satisfied with his crisis management skills. The studio intends to take away 2/3 of the personnel. Even if they recruit new talent, prospective artists must consider the future potential of your entertainers. Thus, it is imperative for Ji Fei to make a significant impression. Half dreaming, Ji Fei shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find 2 individuals scrutinizing her. What is it? I haven't been slacking. I've merely been awaiting instructions, Ji Fei promptly asserted. There's a variety show that requires a Zhao to participate alongside you, Gao Hao explained, outlining the details. Ji Fei blinked. What variety show? Gao Hao replied, my acting.
Cut.
Isn't that the show that combines acting lessons, group popularity, and features a semi-live format where tasks are completed in elaborate ways? Ji Fei summarized. Precisely. The viewer engagement skyrockets during its airing, and it could catapult you to fame, Gao Hao encouraged. But I don't know how to act, Ji Fei countered. You'll learn from various seniors. Even picking up 1 or 2 tips will be immensely beneficial. It's also a chance to meet many seasoned professionals and expand your network. Gao Hao sincerely considered Ji Fei's future. If she intended to occasionally coast along and earn some money, it would be best to leverage her visual appeal. Becoming an easily cast actor or occasionally participating in variety shows, all of which require popularity. Wouldn't I just be subjected to harsh criticism? Ji Fei inquired skeptically. The initial episodes feature pure newcomers and the audience tends to be supportive. Any small progress will be met with encouragement, and those who develop later on fare quite well. Of course, some do take the dark horse route, benefiting from the traffic's fleeting fame, Gao Hao explained. It all hinges on your choices, after all. There's a live segment with no script, making it difficult to fabricate drama. Ji Fei pondered for a moment before shaking her head in refusal, feeling that it would be arduous and not particularly appealing. Turning to Qin Zhao, she remarked, I must bear the consequences of my own choices. Qin Zhao, anticipating Ji Fei's rejection, understood that this particular show would indeed be laborious, unsuitable for someone like her, who preferred a more laid-back existence. Let me handle all the strenuous tasks, Qin Zhao proposed. Please. It's live streaming. If I remain motionless, your fans will surely berate me, Ji Fei protested. All our appearance fees will go to you. Have you forgotten? This is the variety show you negotiated for Chu Sweki, hence you are appearing for free, with no fee involved. I've seen the contract. Ji Fei pointed to the document Gao Hao had just handed her. Gao Hao chuckled awkwardly. Qin Zhao, exasperated, remarked, Aren't you interested in making money? In this industry, popularity equates to income. I do wish to earn money, but this program might propel me too quickly. I am not a transmigrated heroine. Why must I exhaust myself to the point of distress? I would prefer to be an inconspicuous bystander, a wealthy spectator in this world, simply enjoying the entertainment of others. Thus, a more conventional path would suffice. Just as Qin Zhao was about to concede, a spark of inspiration struck him. This show is notorious for its intense drama. The first few episodes utilized a semi-live format, leaving out many exhilarating moments that viewers missed, resulting in a plethora of unsolved mysteries. Ji Fei sat up straight, frowning at Qin Zhao. Is that true? This time, aside from our duo, the remaining 4 groups are exceptionally dramatic.
Ding.
Ji Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded with a soulful resonance.
Oh?
Is that so? Gao Hao swiftly caught on and raised his voice in agreement. The hidden marriage of the film emperor and the once beloved on-screen couple. the foremost ancient fantasy male god and his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. The devoted husband persona of an esteemed actor overshadowed by the circle of socialites who blacklisted the most beautiful Yang Guifei. And a fledgling star forced to team up with her ex-boyfriend's mother after just breaking up. Ji Fei shivered with exhilaration, waving her small hand. I must sign. If I don't get to savor these juicy tidbits in person, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 59. Are all the groups this explosive? Gao Hao acted with remarkable swiftness. After coordinating with the production team, he promptly sent out 2 announcements from the Qin Dynasty Studios account. The first declared that the studio had signed its second artist, Ji Fei. The second announced that Qin Dynasty would bring Ji Fei to participate in my acting cut. Instantly, both the studio's and his personal Weibo accounts exploded with activity, tagging Ji Fei and causing her account's view count to surge dramatically. Who is this small-time celebrity that my brother is personally bringing along? Wasn't he recently getting quite close to the emerging star Chu Sueki? Purportedly to look after a family friend's sister? How long has the internet upstairs been down? Chu Sueki has long since retired. I had already heard rumors of an artist frequently visiting the Qin Dynasty studio. The focus is, how could our brother's studio possibly sign a second artist?
Who exactly is she?
What makes her so special? 10 minutes. I need all her information in 10 minutes. As Gao Hao anticipated, the sudden appearance of such a stunning beauty in the public eye, especially as one of the studio's 2 artists, drew more attention to Ji Fei and her relationship with Qin Dynasty than to the retired Chu Sueki. 10 minutes later, no one could unearth comprehensive information about Ji Fei. Even the encyclopedia entries were incomplete. There were only details of her past magazine shoots and advertisements, along with some whispers of her intricate connections to the Qin group. Gao Hao refrained from clarifying Ji Fei's identity. Sometimes, the more speculation there is, the greater the attention. Of course, he had already instructed Xiao Tao to monitor the situation closely, ready to quash any unfavorable rumors before they could escalate. In truth, Ji Fei's prominent Weibo account had been entirely entrusted to Gao Hao for management, while Ji Fei herself indulged in gossip under a secondary account. After a considerable time, she finally opened her main Weibo account, which had been purged of all but work-related posts, now filled solely with recent class videos and beautiful photographs. This attracted some fans captivated by her looks, though there were, of course, plenty of tedious haters. However, the traffic here soon diluted, as other participating groups also made their official announcements, coinciding with the production team's first formal promotion, causing a surge in popularity. As Gao Hao had said, each group was exceptional. Ji Fei reveled in the gossip on Weibo Square, thoroughly absorbed, even though the authenticity of these tidbits remained uncertain. The joy in consuming them was undeniable. The first group, the aloof film emperor and a former actress from the screen, who were originally fellow students within the same company. When their relationship was at its peak, the junior was dispatched abroad to develop her career in the entertainment industry. After several years of development that failed to make a significant splash, she has returned to the entertainment industry, marking her re-entry with a powerful comeback. She has once again harnessed the momentum of the live variety show that propelled her to fame in her earlier days. Accompanying her is an actor of award-winning caliber, offering her steadfast support, which undoubtedly positions them as the most popular duo among the 5 guest groups. The nostalgic allure of her return has reignited the passion of her former fans, who now dominate half of the show's viewership. Certain paparazzi have already released photographs capturing the 2 of them entering and exiting various public venues together, showcasing a tall man casually embracing a petite woman to evade the cameras, moments of laughter shared over a meal, and even instances where the woman inadvertently tumbles into the man's arms. Although these candid shots are taken from obscure angles and are quite blurry, they perfectly encapsulate the ambiguous atmosphere surrounding them. It evokes a sense of a beloved figure returning, a sudden glance back revealing that the harbor of success and fame is still open for her to dock. Ji Fei chuckled heartily while perusing the various leaked images. She could hardly fathom the implications if it were to be revealed that the award-winning actor is, in fact, a married man, engaging so intimately with another woman. That would surely lead to a wave of online backlash. Despite Gao Hao and Xiao Tao being preoccupied with their respective commitments, and even Qin Chao attending a meeting, the gossip still elicited an enthusiastic response from everyone. Gao Hao adjusted his glasses and remarked, if he has managed to keep a marriage secret for so long, he certainly possesses some clout. To dare to form such a pairing implies acceptance of this kind of publicity, which, while beneficial for the female party, offers little to the male. Ultimately, the decision-makers within their company are the actor himself. So, do you really think they're involved? Xiao Tao inquired. After all, Sometimes misinterpreted images can be quite misleading. I can't see what value that actress holds that would warrant such actions from the actor. Perhaps there are other complications at play. Gao Hao shrugged. Ji Fei marveled at how tolerant the wives in the entertainment industry must be, able to endure their husbands being so close to other women. It is said that the actor's wife holds shares in the company and in the world of entertainment. It often means everyone plays their own game. Once a divorce occurs, it can be quite damaging, making it unnecessary to escalate matters. Gao Hao continued, "It's a pity. Really, after all, the actor is quite handsome, and I initially considered becoming a fan of his. But with such a scandal, I think I'll pass." The second most talked about duo is another pair of male idols. Each is renowned in their respective domains, one dominating the realm of ancient fantasy dramas, while the other reigns over youthful campus romances, both hailing from the same agency. As they approach their 30s, both are contemplating a shift in their careers, which is why they have chosen to participate in this variety show together, aiming to attract attention. However, insiders are well aware that the current girlfriend of the campus idol was, 5 years ago, the underground girlfriend of the fantasy drama star. Though much time has passed, the mere thought of past and present lovers collaborating on the same stage is enough to raise eyebrows.
Yifei exclaimed.
I can't wait to witness their public personas contrasting with their private realities. It's bound to be entertaining. The third group's popularity is linked to a recently released film, which also serves a promotional purpose. The television drama revolves around the tale of Yang Guifei. The seasoned actor portrayed Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, captivating audiences during the film's release. Viewers expressed concern that his remarkable performance might lead him to be ensnared by the actress playing Yang Guifei, notorious for her reputation as a celebrated mistress. Her notoriety preceded her, as each film she starred in was accompanied by scandal, often linked to either the leading actor or the director, casting a shadow over her career. Once ostracized by the circle of wives in the industry, her exotic allure and commendable acting skills rendered her irreplaceable in the entertainment realm. She remains the singular individual who, when publicly branded a seductress by a legitimate spouse, graciously responded with a smile and a thank you, seemingly taking pride in her ability to enchant men. This time, she found herself opposite a venerable actor renowned for his devotion to his wife, sparking curiosity about the ensuing clash of wills. Ji Fei felt a momentary astonishment upon viewing a photograph of the actress. Gao Ge mentioned that the seasoned actor's wife would be present on set, leaving Ji Fei to ponder the nature of the tense atmosphere that might ensue. The final group, despite initially appearing to have the least popularity, drew attention as the public was eager for the unfolding drama. What should have been a harmonious mentor-mentee relationship between a former national television actress and an emerging starlet was complicated by a man, transforming it into a near mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic. The mother, concerned about her son's current girlfriend's character, insisted that she participate in a variety show alongside the young woman. However, before filming commenced, the two actresses had already parted ways, leading to widespread embarrassment among netizens. Surprisingly, neither withdrew from the announcement. Anticipation built regarding their potential interactions. Observing the public sentiment, it seemed many favored the new starlet, particularly since her ex-boyfriend was a quintessential mama's boy, with his mother notorious for driving away numerous prospective daughters-in-law. This time, however, it was the starlet who initiated the breakup, leading to speculation that the mother's persistence in the show was a form of retaliation. After all, in her eyes, her son could do no wrong, and it was always others who were cast aside, especially someone as unassuming as a fledgling actress. Ji Fei had watched works featuring the new starlet and found her performances quite commendable, noting her prolific output. Upon hearing Ji Fei's praise, Gao Hao could not help but scoff. Do you think everyone enters the industry to languish? She is diligently striving to earn a living. Yet, it was apparent that she was indeed being subjected to significant pressure. Chapter 60. The invisible wife clashes with the visible one. After indulging in a round of gossip, Ji Fei found herself without new information, left only to await further developments. Upon returning to the Qin household that evening, everyone was already aware of the upcoming variety show they would be participating in. This is Fei Fei's first foray into live variety shows. I will be watching intently, exclaimed Qin Ma, brimming with excitement. Qin Yan and Qin Rong joined hands, equally thrilled to declare their intent to follow along. I don't recall you being this enthusiastic when I was set to appear, Qin Zhao remarked, bemused. Qin Ma rolled her eyes, retorting, You aren't as charming as Fei Fei. Do not feel anxious. Should anything arise, let Qin Zhao handle it. If you find it unenjoyable, you may return at any time, Qin Ba stated firmly. Just as Qin Zhao was about to interject, Qin Ba added, "The penalty fees will be covered by the third child. Is he my biological son?" Qin Zhao replied incredulously as Ji Fei smiled and acknowledged each remark warmly. "Regardless of the difficulties, I shall persevere until the end." The crowd was taken aback. This was not a sentiment one would expect from the current Ji Fei. So many juicy tidbits await my live consumption. The hidden marriage of the movie emperor, the ongoing affair, two formidable male rivals, the devoted wife persona, the fox spirit. My mother and ex-girlfriend. If I can survive this, I can indulge to my heart's content. I can hardly imagine the joy these next 2 months will bring. The Qin family gasped in astonishment. Is there truly that much to savor? It sounds enticing. They wondered why their thoughts could not be transmitted through live streaming. Their curiosity was piqued. Consequently, except for Qin Xian, everyone turned their attention to Qin Chao, causing him to shiver slightly. "Third brother, I'm almost done with my painting. If you have some free time, may I assist you?" Qin Rong promptly inquired. Qin Chao's mouth twitched. "Sure. Come whenever you have time." "Splendid." Qin Rong gleefully claimed a point. "Can we visit the set?" Both Qin Ma and Qin Ba eagerly chimed in. Qin Chao squinted at his parents. Having worked in the entertainment industry for many years, he had never seen them visit the set before. "You can, but not every day." Qin Ba and Qin Ma high-fived in celebration. As one of the only 2 family members diligently working, Qin Yan found herself at a loss. As she still had a child to care for, she could only hold Qin Shi and look pitifully at Qin Rong and her mother. The 2 ladies offered reassuring glances, promising to share everything. As for Qin Xian, who had remained silent and was overlooked by his family, diligently serving as a moneymaker, he felt he could not partake in the festivities. It was as if he were a bystander forever unable to break through the crowd, feeling melancholic. "By the way, Gaogo informed me that no brand has provided outfits for you yet, so you will need to prepare your own clothing," Qin Chao remarked to Ji Fei. Ji Fei pondered for a moment. "I have plenty of clothes in my wardrobe. I'll just have the stylist come over to assess what suits me." "That won't do. For such a significant program, you must wear the latest seasonal collection, ensuring that our partners from the Qin group provide outfits," Qin Ma immediately defended. "I happen to be taking Xiao Shi shopping. How about we go together tomorrow?" Qin Yan suggested. Ji Fei immediately turned to Qin Chao, smiling brightly. "Then I shall skip class tomorrow." Finally, I can openly skip a day of class." Qin Chao stared at her in disbelief, but he could only acquiesce, considering it a small indulgence for the diligent efforts of the past few days. Qin Rong lamented, "I need to paint. Otherwise, I would join you." Qin Ma patted her daughter's hand. "We can go together next time." Then, with a gleam in her eye, she turned to the tea-drinking Qin Xian. "Qin Xian, could you spare some time tomorrow to accompany us shopping?" Qin Xian was taken aback. Qin Yan also received her mother's signal. After all, they would be heading to the mall under the Qin group, right next to their office building. Without much thought, Qin Xian replied, "Sure. I'll take care of some company matters first, and then join you." Ji Fei found herself pondering, why would they need a man along for their shopping excursion? Qin Xian cast a glance at Ji Fei, adding, "I'll go, and pay for you all." What a compelling reason, that is. The following day, Ji Fei finally had the luxury of waking up at her leisure, free from the burdens of the world. After a light breakfast, she accompanied Qin Ma and Qin Yan, along with little Shi, to the city's most upscale shopping mall. After exploring a couple of children's clothing stores, they found themselves nearing lunchtime. They selected a restaurant, and as they entered, they brushed past a woman. Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise, stopping the woman in her tracks. "Wanjia, what brings you here?" Ji Fei glanced over to see a woman around Qin Yan's age, wearing a bright red knitted hat, her complexion somewhat pallid, and an embarrassed expression gracing her face as she faced Qin Yan. "What a coincidence, Qin Yan," Wanjia replied, her voice tinged with discomfort. "Unfortunately, you shouldn't be here," Qin Yan said with an unusual severity. "Oh, come on, don't be so harsh," Wanjia chuckled lightly. "I'll just grab what I need and head back. I want to delay your meal. See you." With that, she swiftly departed. "Don't run off so quickly," Qin Yan called after her, exasperation evident in her tone. Qin Yan, not one to socialize widely, was questioned by Qin Ma, who was curious about the woman. "Who is she?" "A patient from our hospital," Qin Yan replied, her mood turning somber. "When I took over the hospital, she had just been admitted, so I've known her for quite some time." She paused, then added, "Let us not dwell on it. Time to eat." The hospital Qin Yan managed was a private establishment, catering to the affluent. So, her melancholic demeanor likely stemmed from the challenging nature of the patient's illness rather than financial concerns. Shifting the conversation, they began to place their orders. Shortly after, Qin Xian arrived. Once they finished their meal, they split up for their respective shopping endeavors. Qin Ma decided to accompany Qin Yan and little Shi to the children's clothing section, leaving Qin Xian to accompany Ji Fei to the women's wear. Qin Xian quickly grasped the situation, his expression shifting to one of slight discomfort. Ji Fei, realizing the intention of the Qin family, felt quite pleased by the arrangement. What could be better than shopping with a handsome companion who would also cover the expenses? With that thought, she eagerly began her shopping spree with Qin Xian. However, as they entered the first store, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Jia once more. At that moment, Wang Jia seemed to be engaged in a heated debate, standing beside a flustered sales associate while facing a woman adorned with sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. "Wang Jia, I need this for my show. Can't you just let it go for me?" the woman insisted. "Wang Jiani, my belongings are mine alone. I reserved them. No one can take them from me." Ji Fei paused, her mind racing. Wait, Wang Jiani? That name sounded familiar. Wang Jia, Wang Jiani? The wife and junior of the hidden actor Sheng Wenyue? What a coincidence. Qin Xian interjected suddenly. Yes, the actress who is rumored to be married to the reclusive actor Sheng Wenyue. Wait, wife. Wang Jia? Ji Fei stared at Qin Xian in disbelief. How do you know her? Qin Xian lowered his gaze to Ji Fei. If you are to participate in the show, I must keep track of your collaborators. No, knowing Wang Jiani is one thing, but even Gao Hao might not know who Wang Jia is. Qin Xian averted his eyes uncomfortably, observing that the two women appeared to be escalating their argument. Ji Fei, her attention piqued, leaned closer to Qin Xian, her curiosity ignited. Are they really arguing? What's going on? It's gossip. The hidden wife clashing with the visible one. Chapter 61. The scandal is smoking hot. It appears that this is not what Sister Wang Jia had reserved. Rather, it was simply that Sister Wang Jia managed to acquire it first. Perhaps it is fundamentally unsuitable for you to wear, yet I have already resolved to purchase it. Wang Jiani remained unhurried, her expression radiant with a smile, exuding an air of confidence. So, it is not a mere coincidence. You have come intentionally to compete with me. Wang Jia's complexion turned pale, clearly infuriated. How shameless. Although Wang Jiani wore sunglasses, one could still perceive a fleeting distortion in her expression. I did not seize anything. Some possessions are destined for certain individuals, and forcibly claiming them is futile. As Wang Jiani spoke, her hand gently caressed the mermaid-style gown, her eyes brimming with affection. Is she referring to the dress or to a person? The sales associate, holding the gown, was already drenched in sweat. It was evident to anyone that a verbal duel was unfolding between these two formidable women, both of whom were not to be trifled with. One could almost hear the sales associate internally crying out for rescue. Qin Xian observed Ji Fei, who was attempting to conceal herself behind the counter, filled with excitement, and glanced at the sales associate nearby, who wore an awkward smile as she prepared to assist them. Qin Xian could only helplessly gesture to the sales associate, indicating that they should wait until his wife finished her drama. The sales associate sighed in relief and stood aside to discreetly watch the unfolding spectacle. For this was clearly a conflict between the wife and the mistress, a scenario she frequently encountered in her line of work. As she pondered, her keen senses detected something unusual behind her, and upon turning, she was taken aback. Goodness! Two ladies accompanied by a child were crouched behind a distant counter. Observing the scene, they waved at her, as if she were obstructing their view, since those who could enter the booth surely held a certain status. The sales associate dutifully complied with their directive, clearing the path for spectators. Qin Xian, sensing something amiss, turned to look and was immediately met with a sight that left him in disbelief. His mother and older sister were gesturing for silence, while only little Cici appeared bewildered, unsure of what was happening. It turned out that Qin's mother and Qin Yan had intended to discreetly observe the interaction between the two, only to overhear a scandalous revelation, one of whom was known to Qin Yan. How could they possibly refrain from witnessing such drama? The quarrel continued unabated. Ji Fei had gleaned some conclusions from the unfolding events. The online persona of Wang Jiani, portrayed as beautiful, kind-hearted, and intellectually gifted, indeed seemed to be a carefully crafted image. Her audacity to challenge the legitimate wife in person, coupled with her formidable demeanor, suggested that Wang Jiani and Sheng Wenyue were indeed entangled in an affair. Having seen her in person today, Ji Fei was determined to ascertain the truth. The Qin family members immediately perked up their ears. So this is the tale of a childhood friend overshadowed by an unexpected rival. The two had been in love for many years and married for 3, only for Sheng Wenyue to encounter a junior colleague upon her entry into the company. Initially, they collaborated on a project portraying lovers, but as the filming progressed, something felt distinctly amiss. Their families perceived Sheng Wenyue's special attention to Wang Jiani, and to preserve familial harmony, they stifled any burgeoning feelings before they could fully emerge, taking the decisive step of sending Wang Jiani abroad to cultivate her career in the entertainment industry. Wang Jiani found herself at a standstill, having chosen the path of ambition over love. However, her career abroad failed to flourish, leading her instead to marry a foreign director, only to be met with treachery. After enduring 4 years of torment, which culminated in a miscarriage, she returned home, seeking to rekindle her career under the guidance of a now powerful leading actor. Moreover, Wang Jiani felt that Wan Jia had irrevocably altered the course of her life. Had she not been sent away and allowed to develop her potential, she believed she would have ascended to the status of a celebrated actress, rather than remaining an awkward newcomer. Thus, her return was not only to reclaim her career, but also to retrieve the man she believed was rightfully hers. How audacious! Is it truly the case that mistresses now possess such unmitigated confidence? Wasn't this all a result of her own choices? Qin Ma and Qin Yan, upon hearing Ji Fei's thoughts, were equally incensed, particularly Qin Yan, whose expression darkened as she understood Wan Jia's circumstances, evoking her sympathy. At that moment, Ji Fei finally saw Wan Jia's message. Gasping in surprise, her heart momentarily silenced as she regarded Wan Jia with a complex expression. Alas! While matters of the heart are often beyond one's control, how could one bear to harm someone with whom they have shared years of love and companionship? It was unclear what Sheng Wenyue truly thought. Although he seemed to have rebuffed Wang Jiani's emotional overtures, he consistently defended her and strategized on her behalf. Was this not a sign of lingering connections, merely awaiting the right moment to unveil infidelity? Indeed, this variety show was bound to reveal scandalous revelations. Qin Ma and Qin Yan could hardly contain their indignation, wishing to expose any potential betrayal on the spot. Unfaithful men deserve no rewards. Qin Xian also furrowed his brow, reflecting on the disheartening reality that, once one enters the sanctity of marriage, infidelity should never occur. Such behavior is indicative of a man's lack of self-control and moral integrity, traits that render him utterly worthless. As they indulged in gossip, the situation escalated elsewhere, prompting the sales associate to hastily reference the store's policies. Despite the complexity of the circumstances, the resolution was clear. As long as Wan Jia made her payment, she could take the dress. Initially, it was anticipated that Wang Jiani would create a scene, yet upon hearing the associate's price, she smiled and remarked, "Is it truly that expensive? Can Wan Jia afford it? Are you jesting?" Wan Jia finally felt a surge of satisfaction as she produced a black card for the cashier, who, relieved, promptly began the transaction. However, moments later, the cashier's expression froze, and she awkwardly approached Wan Jia, stating, "Madam, your card has been declined after several attempts." It appears to be inactive. Wan Jia's already pallid complexion drained of all color. Only Sheng Wenyue had the power to halt her card. Wan Jia, short on funds? Wang Jiani seemed to relish the unfolding drama, a blush gracing her fair complexion, revealing her beauty and vibrancy. It appeared that some things were simply not meant to be yours. "I apologize, madam," the cashier said, visibly uncomfortable. Wan Jia appeared as if she had been struck by an invisible hand, nearly losing her footing. However, she refused to concede defeat. Gritting her teeth, she rummaged through her belongings for all her cards and cash, which were meager since she rarely used them. The price of that dress was exorbitant, and even combined, she could not afford it. The onlookers were astonished, initially believing victory was within reach, only to witness a dramatic twist. What a reversal! How utterly devious! Wang Jiani had long known that Wan Jia's cards had been frozen, as Sheng Wenyue had handled the matter in front of her, declaring it a lesson for Wan Jia. The Qin family was taken aback. "What? It can be done this way? I am incensed. I must see what this ostensibly virtuous and aloof film emperor is thinking to commit such a foolish act." Chapter 62. This dress, I shall seize it. Yet, before Ji Fei could investigate further, Wang Jiani herself revealed the truth. After relishing Wan Jia's humiliation, she smugly proclaimed, "Who asked you to deceive me into attending that gathering, where those men relentlessly poured drinks down my throat, nearly leading to disaster?" My senior brother asserted that since you have the means to orchestrate such a scenario, your cards should be frozen, rendering you incapable of harming anyone again. Wang Jia's expression shifted dramatically. I did not. That was not my doing. Wang Jiani, however, retorted with a cold smile. I have no other adversaries. The sole one wishing for my misfortune here is you. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?
It was you. You orchestrated this.
You staged a performance, feigning compliance with Wang Jia's summons to the gathering in front of Sheng Wenyue. Midway, you sent a message to Sheng Wenyue claiming something was amiss, requesting someone to rescue you. It was all a self-directed play. Ji Fei finally caught up with the unfolding drama and could not help but express her disdain. I never imagined that this was not merely about being a simple mistress. Her scheming is profoundly intricate, portraying herself as nearly humiliated to elicit sympathy and trust from Sheng Wenyue. Sheng Wenyue is rather dim-witted as well. After the incident, he confronted Wang Jia but would not listen to her explanations, seemingly accepting that she was at fault. Indeed, once a heart sways, intellect tends to follow suit. He came to question her merely to compel Wang Jia to admit her mistakes. Upon witnessing her furious refusal to concede, he left in disappointment and coldness, initiating a silent treatment and freezing her cards. The Qin family, initially taken aback by the dialogue, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to wanting to curse but finding no outlet. Yet this was their private matter, one they could hardly interfere with. Alas, after such an uproar, many in the industry are now aware that Wang Jiani is aligned with Sheng Wenyue, deterring any thoughts of pursuing her. And Sheng Wenyue, seizing this as justification, steadfastly supports Wang Jiani's return to the spotlight as a means of atonement. It is no wonder rumors abound, and their company remains indifferent. Ah, the scoundrel. He certainly knows how to craft noble excuses to protect his little lover. How contemptible. Even Qin Ma and Qin Yan could not help but echo her disdain. Wang Jia likely never anticipated that her cards would be frozen due to this incident. After all, she had angrily asserted her innocence. To be questioned was a profound insult to her. She believed that Sheng Wenyue understood her, that he recognized she could never be that person, and that she was willing to trust him and Wang Jiani would not cross boundaries. It turns out that from the very beginning, Sheng Wenyue had never trusted her, believing she would harm Wang Jiani. The prolonged silence over these days was a form of punishment. Wang Jia, unable to comprehend how years of friendship could not yield even the simplest trust, was solely focused on not wanting to embarrass herself in front of Wang Jiani. She would rather die than face that humiliation. As Wang Jia found herself short on funds, she attempted to reach Sheng Wenyue by phone. But no matter how many times she called, there was no answer. Consequently, she turned to his assistant, who answered her call. After an unclear conversation, Wang Jia hung up, her expression turning ashen. Ji Fei, witnessing the situation, could not help but thump her chest in exasperation. Indeed, one cannot rely on a man's card. My foresight was accurate. Just look at the antics of this so-called husband. How absurd. Halting his wife's card for the sake of another. It's laughable. Clearly, this is shared marital property. Yet it seems only he has the authority to wield it. Is this fair? Qin Ma and Qin Yan nodded in agreement, questioning whether these executive husbands often wield such power to discipline their wives. The collective reputation of husbands was under siege, since Wang Jia cannot afford it. I suppose I shall have to let it go, Wang Jiani mocked. I have no money. Do you think you are wealthy? Wang Jia retorted, recalling that Wang Jiani had returned with nothing, without even a job, and wondered how she could possibly purchase such an expensive dress. It seemed she merely wished to compete with her. Wang Jia stubbornly held her ground. Wang Jiani smirked, producing a membership card for the attendant. Recognizing it as a supplementary card of their super card, the attendant promptly began the verification process. However, Wang Jia's countenance shifted dramatically. She remembered that this store often provided private clothing for celebrities, and Sheng Wenyue possessed such a super card. Since Wang Jia seldom bought such attire, he had never provided her with a supplementary card. If she wanted to make a purchase, using the black card would suffice. Wang Jia's gaze began to tremble, fearful of the impending revelation. Finally, the attendant awkwardly announced, "This is Mr. Sheng's supplementary card, and it can be used for direct purchases." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. So, it was because of the program that Sheng Wenyue, knowing Wang Jiani lacked funds for clothing, arranged a supplementary card for her to use. How outrageous. The wife lacks a supplementary card, yet the mistress possesses one from her husband. This is an affront to the legitimate spouse. Wang Jia's breath caught in her throat, And in the next moment, Wang Jiani smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did your senior not provide a supplementary card for Wanjia? How shameless!" Ji Fei exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Qin Yan and Qin Ma echoed, "Shameless indeed." But the situation grew even more outrageous. Wang Jiani draped the dress over herself, posing in front of the mirror for a photograph, which she promptly sent out. She then recorded a voice message. "Senior, how does this look?" Her phone vibrated, responding almost instantly. Just moments ago, Ranjia had been unable to reach him, told by the assistant that he was busy, and now her pupils dilated in shock. Wang Jiani pressed her phone screen, and a cool, resonant voice infused with a hint of warmth came through. "It looks splendid. Perfect for you." Wanjia's form wavered, her body trembling with rage. "Scoundrel. How utterly despicable." Qin Yan and Qin Ma lamented, "Truly, the depths of scorn have been reached." Wang Jiani responded, "What did you say?"
A senior brother?
"I believe this is suitable for my sister-in-law, and I intend to gift it to her, especially since she must be quite upset due to our recent affairs." Soon, Sheng Wenyue replied, "There's no need to give it to her. It doesn't suit her. You would wear it better. And she should be the one apologizing to you." "Whose gland isn't gland?" Qin Xian interjected. "Exactly," echoed Qin Ma Qin Yan. "I apologize. I initially intended to present this as a gesture of goodwill, but since senior brother disagrees, I shall let it go." However, before Wang Jiani could bask in her triumph, Wanjia suddenly made a move. With a resounding slap, she struck Wang Jiani's cheek, causing her sunglasses and phone to tumble to the ground. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then collectively exhaled, finding the scene oddly satisfying. "Serves you right."
Ah!
Wang Jiani exclaimed in disbelief. "You hit me?" She instinctively raised her hand to retaliate, only to hear a loud shout, "Hey, are we still conducting business here?" Ji Fei interrupted Wang Jiani's counterattack, providing the sales staff with the opportunity to rush in and mediate. Wang Jiani caught a glimpse of a man and a woman standing nearby, but her focus remained on Wanjia. Seeing the tears of anger welling up in Wanjia's eyes, she refrained from retaliating and coldly remarked, "Since senior brother believes I look better in this dress, I shall take it." Wang Jiani understood how to provoke others. Every appearance she made in that dress would wound Wanjia anew. Yet, in the next moment, the rude woman who had shouted earlier declared, "That dress? I'm taking it. It's said that this mall belongs to my husband, huh?" Chapter 63. Forget it, let it go. Ji Fei certainly would not recklessly leap into action as a defender. What if she were to face humiliation? Therefore, before taking any steps, Ji Fei quietly inquired of Qin Xian, "Are you the owner of this mall?" Qin Xian paused, replying affirmatively. "So, I can do as I please?" Ji Fei asked, to which he responded, "Pretty much." "Then I shall seize that dress." Qin Xian, realizing Ji Fei's intent, promptly sent a message to his assistant. He sensed that if Ji Fei did not act soon, the two individuals behind her would be unable to contain themselves any longer, given their warm-hearted nature. As Ji Fei boldly shouted, Qin Xian could hear the collective gasp from behind. The people ahead, taken aback by Ji Fei's sudden outburst, looked on in disbelief. Not expecting such an unexpected intervention, Wanjia regarded Ji Fei with suspicion. Momentarily at a loss until she spotted Qin Yan further back, the hospital executive who had come to check on her during her solitary hospital stay, smiling and waving at her. It dawned on her that she had encountered them during lunch earlier, though it was quite embarrassing to be seen in such a disheveled state by acquaintances. She understood that these individuals were there to support her. Wang Jiani, on the other hand, gazed at Ji Fei in astonishment, perplexed by her intentions. "Do you know Wanjia? Are you helping her? A friend of Sister Jia?" she probed. Wanjia replied, "I do not know her." Wang Jiani turned to Ji Fei, utterly speechless. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, although Ji Fei's online photos were primarily professional model shots, showcasing a significant disparity between her glamorous appearance and her everyday self. At this moment, while still a beauty, she bore no makeup, exuding a lively energy that made her appear far younger, resembling a vibrant campus belle more than a celebrity. The man beside her astonished Wang Jiani even further. With his sharp brows and bright eyes, he possessed an imposing demeanor. His obsidian-like eyes glimmered with a cold sheen, reminiscent of exquisite jade, exuding an air of aloof nobility that kept others at bay. While beautiful people were commonplace, Wang Jiani had seldom encountered a man whose stature and appearance were so exceptional. Even her brother, a celebrated actor, would likely pale in comparison standing next to him. Wang Jiani, possessing keen insight, recognized from their attire that the pair were undoubtedly affluent. However, that did not justify the audacity of attempting to take the dress she had chosen. "Miss, I have already reserved this dress," Wang Jiani declared. "But you haven't made any payment. How can you claim it?" Ji Fei interjected with a smile. Wang Jiani's expression stiffened, sensing that Ji Fei's words echoed her earlier remarks to Wang Jia. "I have reserved it, and I can afford it. You arrived a moment too late, miss," Wang Jiani asserted, not waiting for Ji Fei's response as she turned to the sales associate. "I'll take it. Please wrap it up." However, before the sales associate could respond, an instruction crackled through the earpieces of all the associates present. The associate preparing to process Wang Jiani's transaction suddenly changed her demeanor, promptly returning Wang Jiani's card. "What does this mean?" Wang Jiani's expression shifted dramatically. "Apologies, madam. But this dress is not for sale to the public as per our store manager's instructions. As a gesture of goodwill, we can offer you a 10% discount on other items," the associate replied with a smile. "Not for me? Are you intending to sell it to her?" Wang Jiani exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Ji Fei. The associate, caught in a dilemma, was approached by Ji Fei, who presented the membership card submitted by Qin Xian. Upon seeing it, the associate's eyes widened in awe. This was the highest-tier membership card she had ever encountered. "Miss, do you wish to purchase this dress?" Ji Fei nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Would you like to try it on?" the associate asked. "Wait, what is going on?" Wang Jiani was flabbergasted. The associate explained, "This is our store's highest-level membership card, granting access to all items not available for public sale. I regret to inform you, Miss Wang, that even if Mr. Sheng himself were to present his primary card, it would not suffice. A secondary card simply does not meet the requirements." Her words caused Wang Jiani's face to flush with embarrassment. Understanding that her protests would yield no results, she resigned herself to the fact that she had been overshadowed by privilege, casting a reluctant glance at Ji Fei before departing, having already vented her frustrations on Wang Jia. In the end, Wang Jia had intended to express her gratitude to Qin Xian, but upon lifting her gaze, he had vanished. She could only nod in acknowledgement to the unfamiliar Ji Fei and Qin Xian, a silent thanks for their kindness. Once Wang Jia had left, Ji Fei decided to try on the dress. Qin Xian inquired, "Are you truly set on this one? Do you like it?" He presumed Ji Fei was merely trying to provoke a reaction. After all, given the current preferences of Ji Fei, she would likely find such garments unappealing, with their multitude of straps proving cumbersome. Yet, she was fond of them. Qin Xian was taken aback by the sudden shift in Ji Fei's tastes. The mere thought of Wang Jiani's expression upon seeing her don that dress during the variety show filled her with delight. "Ah, how delightful," Qin Xian mused. "So this is the nature of your fondness." Meanwhile, Wang Jia left in a daze, and as she stepped out of the shop, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression turned icy, and she answered the call. A frigid voice greeted her from the other end. "Did you contact Jiani? Is this your way of reporting me?" "Shang Wenyue, if it weren't for this matter, I doubt I would ever receive your call, or be able to reach you at all." "Wang Jia, it appears you have yet to reflect on your actions." "Reflect on what?" "Reflect on things I have not done? Reflect on why you choose to tarnish my reputation? Reflect on how my husband suspended my card based solely on another woman's words? Perhaps I ought to reflect on whether I should find a new husband instead." "For Wang Jia, you have truly changed. You are someone I hardly recognize. Do you distrust me so completely? I assure you, there is nothing untoward between her and me. We have already wronged her enough. I merely wish to make amends. Can you not cease your targeting of her? If this continues, perhaps we should consider divorce." The moment the word divorce escaped his lips, Wang Jia froze. "Now go and apologize to Jiani." Overwhelmed by shock, Wang Jia stood motionless, her face pale, and after a long pause, she replied, "You do not even ask what transpired? Regardless of the circumstances, that does not justify your violent actions. I no longer recognize you, Sheng Wenyue. Since you have brought it up very well, let us divorce." Wang Jia spoke softly, as if wearied by the exchange. Yet now it was his turn to pause. "I am serious. This is not a jest. I am serious as well." He seemed exasperated and took a deep breath. "How long will you persist in this unreasonable behavior? Wang Jia, you are on the verge of extinguishing all my affection for you. Enough, your mistakes ultimately fall upon me to rectify. You need to calm down. Once I return Jiani to her rightful place, we shall discuss this matter properly." Wang Jia attempted to voice her thoughts, but he had already hung up, leaving her no opportunity to explain. She felt a surge of anger rise in her chest, and suddenly, her vision darkened. As she stumbled backward, she was caught by two individuals. Turning, she saw Qin Yan offering an awkward smile. It turned out that Qin Yan and Qin Ma had been lingering in a corner outside the shop, deliberating whether to continue following the two inside or to pursue their own shopping, only to encounter Wang Jia as she exited, engaged in her phone call. The quiet atmosphere allowed their conversation to be heard clearly, inciting considerable irritation in them. Seeing Wang Jia's distressed expression, Qin Yan felt at a loss for words.
Come.
I will take you to the hospital. Later that evening, as Ji Fei and Qin Xian returned, they were only met by Qin Ma and little Shishi. It was then that they learned Qin Yan had taken Wang Jia to the hospital. Qin Ma, eager to share the gossip, promptly recounted the details of their overheard conversation to Ji Fei. Ji Fei stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open. The grievances her husband's mistress had inflicted upon him were not something he was willing to hear, as he unreservedly blamed his wife for the situation. How could a man so brazenly profess his love for his wife while maintaining an innocent facade with the mistress? Perhaps it was best to bury the matter. Chapter 64. The scene was truly unimaginable. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao was equally incredulous. They had merely gone out for a stroll. Yet somehow the first group of guests had been completely stripped bare. When Qin Yan returned, although everyone hesitated to pry into patient confidentiality, curiosity loomed large. Qin Yan could only say, "She is a pitiable soul, having been alone since her admission. It is said her parents have already passed away, and her husband, alas. Does she not inform her husband of her condition?" Qin Ma inquired with concern. She has mentioned it, but he does not believe her, claiming she is merely acting to deceive him, resentful that she would curse her own body out of jealousy. Eventually, she declared that such a husband does not deserve to know the truth. Qin Yan shook her head in dismay. That is indeed a terminal illness. Who knows how many days she has left? Why does it feel as though she is wagering her very life, banking on her husband's regret once he learns the truth? Isn't that foolish? Though Qin Yan said nothing further, Ji Fei inadvertently let slip details that only deepened the discomfort of the Qin family. Wasn't she, in effect, jesting with her own life? Qin Yan could no longer hold back her critique. She refuses to cooperate with treatment. It seems she has resigned herself to her fate. Despair is the greatest sorrow. Qin Ma lamented, shaking her head. The group shared a moment of collective venting. A few days later, My Acting Skills, Action, was set to film its promotional video ahead of schedule. It was rumored that this would mark the first grand gathering, with everyone formally meeting for the first time, possibly culminating in a banquet. Ji Fei eagerly donned her mermaid dress. When Gao Hao arrived with the van to collect them, he couldn't help but praise Ji Fei's exquisite taste upon seeing the dress. Isn't it lovely? Ji Fei beamed even brighter. However, Qin Zhao shivered inexplicably and tugged at Gao Hao, saying, "Remember to remain vigilant in social situations." Gao Hao looked perplexed.
Why?
Qin Zhao subtly patted Gao Hao's shoulder. Although he and Ji Fei were indifferent to offending others, it was Gao Hao's deceptive plan that might suffer. Yet Gao Hao chuckled. "Are you worried Ji Fei might inadvertently offend someone due to her shyness? Fear not. I've analyzed the situation. Although Ji Fei may not grasp the nuances of social pretense, her genuine and amiable nature, coupled with her striking appearance, as the sole pure newcomer among the actors, means she is likely to be a favorite among all, drawing people to her both on and off camera." Qin Zhao chuckled softly and fell silent. Gao Hao, still puzzled, glanced back at Ji Fei, who was animatedly sharing various gossip she had discovered on her phone with Xiao Tao. What was there to worry about, given the trivial nature of the gossip? Upon arriving at the filming studio, the director and producer personally greeted them. Knowing that Qin Xian had previously revealed her identity to these two individuals, Ji Fei did not find their enthusiastic reception jarring. She presented herself as a polite and humble newcomer in the industry. The two individuals instantly felt reassured, observing that the person in question did not seem to be one who would stir up trouble. Their concern was that a high-ranking individual might be uncooperative or prone to creating complications, which would make the production exceedingly challenging. Today's agenda involved capturing a series of photographs and conducting straightforward personal and group interviews. The producer articulated the plan briefly before directing everyone to the makeup room. All 5 groups utilized the same makeup room, ensuring fairness among them. After all, the facilities were well-equipped and spacious, featuring dividers that provided each individual with their own small area. This arrangement could comfortably accommodate a multitude of people simultaneously, ensuring that even the most esteemed actors would not feel slighted. The production team believed that this setup would facilitate communication and allow everyone to become familiar with one another, thus avoiding any awkwardness during the live broadcast. Arriving at staggered times, Ji Fei and Qin Chao entered to find that 3 groups were already present. Gao Hao, a socialite, effortlessly mingled upon entering, greeting everyone and leaving Ji Fei feeling overwhelmed as she struggled to connect names to faces. However, the others paid little attention to Ji Fei, considering her a newcomer in the industry. Ji Fei's eyes sparkled as she glanced around, noticing that each person seemed to be a ripe fruit, waiting for her to pluck their stories. Yet, before she could indulge in their narratives, she overheard someone mention that only the group with the esteemed actor Xing Yingdi and Wang Jiani had yet to arrive. Did you see the recent post by the marketing account? A well-informed individual chuckled. They're likely to be late. Such is the way with today's youth. Another jested. Perhaps this program will truly become the romantic cornerstone for the two. While some had heard rumors of the actor's secret marriage, there is a vast difference between having heard whispers and knowing the truth. Many who had merely heard the gossip began to question the credibility of the rumors, pondering how the supposed spouse could remain so composed amidst such scandal. At the very least, they could take a page from seasoned actors, whose partners were always seen by their sides. Rushing to Wang Jiani's complex late at night, remaining inside the entire time, shows no attempt at discretion. I wonder what's truly going on? Seated nearby, Qin Chao was about to finalize a hairstyle when he couldn't help but sit up straight, drawn into the gossip. Because of the thunderstorm, the upscale complex lost power, and Wang Jiani, afraid of the dark, called Sheng Wenyue for help. But does he even realize that while he is keeping someone company due to their fear of darkness, his wife is alone, enduring the adverse effects of treatment? Initially, Qin Chao regarded Sheng Wenyue as commendable for his dedication and professionalism, but now he could only smirk cynically. Just then, more individuals entered the room, presumably staff from the actor's group, although Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani were not among them. Gao Hao and the female manager of a popular historical drama actor were the first to react, approaching Sheng Wenyue's agent to exchange greetings and express polite concern for the absent actor. Oh, we came to prepare. The two will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of understanding. It was evident that the two had set out separately from another location. The agent displayed an utter lack of discretion, brazenly positioning the two individuals together. It appears that this was not merely the capricious act of the acclaimed actor, but also indicative of the agent's own obliviousness. Gao Hao and the female manager were acutely aware of the actor's concealed marriage, their eyes momentarily flashing with the disdain reserved for fools. Despite the agent's esteemed reputation for nurturing a film star, their current demeanor was both arrogant and ignorant. They ought to understand that the heights of fame can be perilous, and leaving such significant vulnerabilities exposed could easily lead to the downfall of Sheng Wenyue should anyone choose to exploit it. Nonetheless, while they exchanged insincere pleasantries, the facade was maintained impeccably, as their makeup team was positioned directly across from Ji Fei and Qin Zhao. Even the hushed conversations of the makeup artists drifted across the space. Be mindful of the contouring later. Has Sister Jiani's face not yet diminished in swelling? I heard there are still some marks. No wonder Teacher Sheng apologized to her earlier. After all, it was that individual who struck her. Oh my, what has she heard? Still swollen? It's been several days. Even a brick would have healed by now. How peculiar. It dawned on them that Jiani was likely inflicting this pain upon herself each morning to ensure that Sheng Wenyue remained preoccupied with her. Qin Zhao's lips twitched in disbelief. This mistress is truly dedicated, inflicting such harm upon herself. It's no wonder. Why else would this pair of scoundrels arrive late? Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow. Hearing Ji Fei whisper to her assistant, Xiao Tao, let us coordinate later. Xiao Tao's expression transformed into one of clever understanding upon receiving the signal. Qin Zhao felt an unsettling premonition. Amidst the casual socializing and the clamor of the crowd, a wave of gossip began to permeate the atmosphere, compelling everyone to quiet down and lend an ear to the dialogue emanating from Ji Fei's vicinity. That dress was deliberately snatched. Why? Because one of the original contenders was the legitimate partner, and the other was the mistress. Is that true? At the time, it was indeed like this. What? Oh my. Teacher Ji, you are acting as a champion of justice. Ji Fei momentarily forgot that among the guests was an actress notorious for being labeled the most formidable mistress. Upon hearing Ji Fei's words, she misinterpreted them as a veiled jab at herself and turned to look. Beside her, The wife of a seasoned actor cast a disapproving glance her way, which the actress chose to ignore. Ji Fei animatedly recounted the unfolding events, evidently sharing genuine occurrences rather than mockery. Curiosity piqued, the guests began to gossip, particularly when they learned of the mistress's various antics, which they collectively deemed rather lowbrow. If only that man had possessed a modicum of sense, he would have unmasked the mistress's true nature in an instant. Even the director and producer, who had arrived early to explain the segments, silently joined the audience of onlookers as they felt the crowd was sufficiently gathered. Once Ji Fei concluded her bout of gossip, the atmosphere gradually returned to its lively state, though it merely revolved around the trivial matters of ordinary folk. Even Gao Hao refrained from inquiring about the identities involved. At that moment, a stir was heard from outside, signaling the arrival of someone. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Fei promptly led her assistant toward the dressing room. The clothing of the artists has already been sent to the changing room for arrangement. As Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani entered, having missed Ji Fei, Qin Chao began to awkwardly dig his toes into the ground. The scene when Ji Fei emerges in her outfit is truly beyond imagination. Chapter 65. Who would have thought the fruit plucked would be from one's own garden? Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani were the last to arrive. Upon their arrival, everyone enthusiastically greeted them, taking a moment to familiarize themselves before returning to their designated spots to continue their styling. The director and producer approached Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani to provide explanations. Meanwhile, others couldn't help but quietly gossip about the ambiguous relationship between the two within their small areas, occasionally catching glimpses of their mutual smiles, genuinely believing that something wonderful was on the horizon. Some staff members present might have even participated in the collective admiration during their youth. Seeing these two seated together, they couldn't help but break into affectionate smiles. The atmosphere was harmonious until, suddenly, the door to the changing room swung open. When Qin Chao had just met with the other artists, it was only his group that was missing Ji Fei, who hadn't greeted Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani. It was evident who emerged from the changing room, as she made her dazzling entrance, enveloped in a stunning dark blue mermaid gown that accentuated her graceful form. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. Although her makeup was not yet complete, her tall stature, exquisite curves, porcelain skin, sharp shoulders, tiny waist, and long legs showcased the gown's advantages to perfection. In everyone's hearts, there was only one thought. No wonder she hails from a modeling background. Even without acting skills, her mere presence commands all attention on screen. Of course, this sentiment was shared by most, except for three individuals: the anxious Qin Chao, the frowning Sheng Wenyue, and the astonished Wang Jiani. Before Wang Jiani could respond, Sheng Wenyue, who was closest, furrowed his brow and spoke up directly. "Isn't that dress prepared by Jiani? Miss, have you mistakenly worn someone else's clothing? All outfits are sent directly to the changing room for assistants to manage upon arrival, and when it's time to change, the person enters. Thus, everyone's clothing is together." He had seen that gown. It was purchased by Wang Jiani for the shoot. How could it possibly be worn by someone else? Unless someone had done so intentionally. Sheng Wenyue's expression darkened. A newcomer, even if connected to the Qin group, should not use their influence to bully those he protects. Typically, Sheng Wenyue would not confront someone directly. However, Wang Jiani's frequent displays of vulnerability before him had made him exceedingly sensitive. A slight provocation could set him off, as he constantly worried that under his protection, Wang Jiani might suffer grievances. This made him feel even more indebted to her, often pondering that if she had not been driven away because of him, she would now hold a remarkable position in the industry, and no one would dare to bully her. Yet, once Sheng Wenyue finished speaking, the staff in their group were left bewildered, and even the manager looked at him in confusion. Others were equally stunned. They had anticipated that filming the show would undoubtedly bring various conflicts, considering everyone had a certain status and temperament. However, no one expected the first conflict to arise between a celebrated actor and a newcomer. Moreover, was it not the case that the dress was brought by someone else? After flaunting it for quite some time, how could it be claimed as Wang Jiani's? Gao Hao, responding with remarkable swiftness, was the first to interject. "Excuse me, Teacher Sheng? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. This garment was purchased by our artist herself. Could it be that she merely coincidentally chose the same style as Teacher Wang?" How delightful! What a serendipitous encounter! It was only then that Wang Jiani, emerging from her astonishment at this coincidence, realized that the individual she had encountered that day was none other than the newcomer, Ji Fei, who was also part of their filming ensemble. The recollection of that event caused her countenance to shift noticeably. Just as she felt somewhat at a loss, Ji Fei unexpectedly pointed at her. Disbelief etched across her features. "It's you." Then, as if suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "You are Wang Jiani." Her face was awash with the unmistakable signs of embarrassment, clearly flustered at having come face to face with the very person involved. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding drama. It seemed as though a conflict was brewing between the two, especially since the film emperor had just mentioned the dress. Wait a moment. Was there something amiss? At that moment, Wang Jiani scrutinized Ji Fei, noticing her awkward demeanor. This gave her a newfound confidence. Ji Fei did not even recognize her, indicating she likely remained unaware of the specifics from that day. Now, given the palpable awkwardness, Ji Fei probably felt she had inadvertently offended someone. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. It was indeed I who had my eye on that dress and had shown it to my senior for approval. I was about to make the purchase when, perhaps due to her connections, teacher Ji managed to have the transaction annulled, thus acquiring the dress for herself." Wang Jiani wore a strained smile, as though she were the victim in this scenario. At this moment, every mind present began to race, processing the revelation with astonishing speed. Gradually, all eyes widened in astonishment, their pupils dilating in response to the unfolding drama. Emotions churned, yet no one wished to miss a second of this riveting scene as they fixated on the two individuals who appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After delivering her explanation, Wang Jiani turned apologetically towards Sheng Wenyue, saying, "I am sorry, senior, for not informing you sooner." Sheng Wenyue frowned. Although he had misjudged the situation, it was undeniable that he had, in a different context, taken Wang Jiani's dress, which only added to his arrogance. He then cast a glance at Ji Fei, who wore an uncomfortable expression, seemingly embarrassed for having taken someone else's garment. However, both Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani felt that if Ji Fei were truly considerate, she ought to offer an apology. Yet she did not. Was she relying on her connections to Qin Chao to shield her from accountability? Their expressions shifted, particularly Sheng Wenyue's, as he spoke in a tone that was both ambiguous and revealing. "When Jiani sent me the photo, I immediately thought that the dress was quite lovely. Teacher Ji has a discerning eye, having selected the same style as Jiani. Alas, there was but one piece." The crowd gasped. "So it is true. Sheng Wenyue, you are indeed secretly married." Thus, the third party is Wang Jiani. This third party has taken the original partner's dress, flaunted it before her. And you only respond to the third party while ignoring the original partner's calls? You even froze the original partner's card, handing a supplementary card to the third party. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenyue remained blissfully unaware of the growing tension in the air, his words heavily laden with insinuation, subtly urging Ji Fei to acknowledge her misstep and apologize. However, not only did Ji Fei remain unresponsive, but even the usually perceptive Gao Hao seemed lost in his thoughts. Sheng Wenyue furrowed his brows in confusion. Could it be that he lacked emotional intelligence? Although Wang Jiani felt an overwhelming discomfort at wearing this particular dress, as it incessantly reminded her of that day when she had been unceremoniously dismissed, she maintained an air of grace and poise, not wishing to burden Sheng Wenyue with her predicament. "It's quite all right. It's evident that teacher Ji truly adores this dress. She wears it far better, and in a sense, this matter has been washed away." A voice of schadenfreude echoed in her mind. "Oh dear, let us hope you don't drown later." This remark, audible only to Qin Zhao, nearly caused him to choke with laughter. Others around them felt a sudden itch in their toes, an involuntary urge to share in the awkwardness. "I should apologize. I mistakenly thought you had inadvertently worn Jiani's outfit," Sheng Wenyue continued to mock, oblivious to the expressions of the other team members behind him. "No, my friend, you still haven't grasped the situation," came the collective thought of the group. What should they do? They desperately wanted to laugh, yet stifled their amusement, feeling a painful ache in their chests. Noticing Ji Fei's continued awkwardness, Sheng Wenyue, unsure of why she remained so flustered for so long, could only manage a strained smile and suggest, "Let us look out for one another in the future." The others gasped in horror, contemplating whether or not to alert him. Yet it seemed their team was still in a state of shock. After all, they had been enjoying the gossip only to find themselves embroiled in their own drama. Chapter 66. A woman's voice erupted uncontrollably wet. Listening to Sheng Wenyue speak in a restrained yet courteous manner, Ji Fei couldn't help but take a closer look at what it meant to be composed. He truly is a cool and distant leading man, The face of a public sweetheart, that air of pretentiousness, must be maintained. Fearing that if she lingered any longer, she would be unable to suppress her smile. She quickly nodded politely and retreated to her original position, donning an expression of innocent relief. Meanwhile, Gao Hao had become completely petrified. Had one of his artists inadvertently stirred an enormous trouble? Surely it was an accident. Could it be salvaged? He frantically pondered, knowing that failure to resolve this would result in the most scandalous blunder of his managerial career. Qin Zhao cast a sympathetic glance at Gao Hao, though he himself was beginning to tremble in anticipation. Their group, in unison, turned towards the mirrored reflection, not wanting to miss a single detail. Others from different teams followed suit, with some even shifting their positions deliberately. At that moment, although Shang Wenyue and Wang Jiani felt a tinge of displeasure at Ji Fei's reaction, they chose to let it go, focusing instead on the director and producer before them, ready to continue their dialogue. However, they soon noticed that the two individuals had inexplicably adopted expressions of severe constipation, their eyes darting nervously, unwilling to meet their gaze. Shang Wenyue and Wang Jiani exchanged bewildered looks. "Oh, I just remembered, I have something else to arrange," the director blurted out, hastily departing. "And I realized I have yet to schedule the director," the producer echoed, following suit. This left the two of them in a state of confusion, and when they turned back, they found that aside from their manager, all team members had hurriedly bowed their heads, pretending to be engrossed in their tasks, as if they were deaf. The agent wore a pallid expression, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to find words, his gaze sparking with intensity between Wang Jiani and Sheng Wenyue. Although the agent harbored a disdain for Mrs. Sheng, whom he often clashed with, he secretly yearned to pair the film emperor with a partner of greater commercial potential and was keen to match Wang Jiani and Sheng Wenyue, confident in his ability to market them successfully, elevating Sheng Wenyue to new heights. However, who could have anticipated that the little girl's tale of a love triangle between the mistress and the rightful wife was, in fact, about the two of them? Hadn't Ti Wanjia always been the aggressive one while Wang Jiani appeared fragile and easily intimidated? No, this was not the time for such musings. Everyone had heard the commotion. Moreover, Wang Jiani and Sheng Wenyue had essentially detonated a scandal right before their eyes. Engaging in covert actions was one thing, but publicly exposing oneself was an entirely different matter. The agent was now drenched in sweat. What was happening? A sudden wave of unease washed over Wang Jiani. The agent, awakening from his stupor, realized he could not afford to lose face any longer. He hurriedly pulled the two aside, insisting they discuss matters outside. Once the door was shut, an eerie silence enveloped the makeup room until a woman's voice erupted from outside, shrieking, "What?" Someone could not contain a shocked exclamation, followed by another burst of laughter. Then, like a swarm of locusts, hushed whispers transformed into loud chatter, with many casting admiring glances at Ji Fei. They could hardly believe Ji Fei had orchestrated this from the beginning. Rather, they viewed the coincidence as a stroke of bad luck for Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani. They were grateful to Ji Fei for serving them such a sensational scoop, an utterly delightful turn of events. In the realm of entertainment, such dramatic reversals had not been witnessed in years. Many began to capture the moment on their phones, even before the show had officially started. Explosive news spread like wildfire across various gossip platforms. Although the film emperor's public relations team quickly intervened to delete the information, the impact had already been felt. The once fervent discussions praising the film emperor began to give way to mixed sentiments, with negativity starting to brew among detractors. Others merely found amusement in the chaos. Only Gao Hao appeared deeply troubled, his face paling as he trembled, pointing a finger at Ji Fei. "I truly did not mean to," he insisted, sincerity radiating from his gaze. Ji Fei blinked her innocent large eyes in response. Had it not been for Sheng Wenyue's infatuation with Wang Jiani, stepping in to defend her, and Wang Jiani's malicious intent to confront me before him, there might have been a way out. As long as they did not acknowledge it, no one would connect the dots. One can only say that one's own folly leads to ruin. Qin Zhao cleared his throat, still protective of his own. He grasped the trembling Gao Hao, saying, "This cannot be blamed on Ji Fei. How could she have foreseen this?" They merely projected their own insecurities onto the situation, digging their own graves. Yet, he could not deny that the spectacle was thoroughly enjoyable. By the way, this should be shared with the family. Ji Fei cast a look of approval at Qin Zhao. The lively chatter from the makeup room naturally spilled into the hallway. Listening to the commotion, Wang Jiani broke down in tears. "It is not as such. How could Ji Fei fabricate such a tale? It is simply not true. As Sheng Wenyue recalled the recent events, a tingling sensation coursed through his skin, akin to being scraped by a steel blade. It was not difficult to imagine the mockery emanating from within, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. Jianni, did you not say you only encountered Ruanjia later? When she discovered the card was stopped and vented her frustrations on you. Ji Fei, being unfamiliar with them, held no grudges. How could she conjure a story from thin air? Even Sheng Wenyue, with his less-than-normal mind, sensed something amiss. Wang Jianni's sobs ceased momentarily, only to erupt anew. Qi, you don't believe me? How could I possibly do such a thing? I was feeling down that day. My ex-husband kept calling and harassing me. I feared that being alone would lead me to a breakdown, so I stepped out for a walk and came across a lovely dress to share with you. What? Your ex-husband contacted you again, and you did not inform me? Upon hearing this, Sheng Wenyue was reminded of Wang Jianni's tormented visage from her abusive past. It was all their fault. Looking at Wang Jianni, now with tear-streaked cheeks, he felt a pang of sympathy and guilt. Wang Jianni shook her head vehemently. I have already caused you and your sister-in-law enough trouble, leading to your constant arguments. I did not wish to burden you further. What if I were photographed again? Who knows how your sister-in-law would react? I truly do not understand why Ji Fei is targeting me. Could it be that your sister-in-law knows her? Sheng Wenyue furrowed his brow and immediately picked up his phone to search for a number, eventually locating it after a long search. He was taken aback. Had Ruanjia not called him in such a long time? He had not realized that he too had not reached out to her in ages. The phone rang for an eternity, and just as he grew impatient, the other end finally picked up. A series of retching sounds greeted him, and Sheng Wenyue, mistaking it for static or a misconnection, questioned, "Why did it take you so long to answer?" After a brief silence, a hoarse voice finally responded, "What is it? Calling to explain that you spent last night in complete innocence?" Sheng Wenyue was momentarily stumped, recalling the matter at hand. His irritation flared as he retorted, "Enough. How many times must I explain this? I do not have the time to argue with you. I have other matters to discuss. Do you know Ji Fei?" Ruanjia paused, realizing she indeed knew her. It was merely because after Qin Yan had escorted her back to the hospital that day, she had inquired, and Qin Yan had introduced her as her sister-in-law, who was also to participate in the program. Sensing the unnatural stillness on the other end, Sheng Wenyue's voice dropped even lower, as if suppressing something. "So you do know her? And what of it?" Ruanjia replied, perplexed. Meanwhile, Wang Jianni breathed a sigh of relief. Though she was also filled with anger, it was evident that this was a deliberate attack against her that day. "Ruanjia, have you not heeded my previous warning? You are beyond redemption." Hearing the genuine anger in his voice, Ruanjia furrowed her brow. "What on earth are you talking about?" "The dress," Sheng Wenyue declared. Ruanjia was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, so you know? And yet you." "Ruanjia, should there be a next time, we will divorce. I can no longer communicate with you." Once again, Sheng Wenyue was the first to terminate the call. Ruanjia stared blankly at her phone, unable to comprehend the situation, and soon felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Chapter 67. Why did he return to humiliate himself? After Sheng Wenyue hung up, his expression was one of profound disappointment. He had not anticipated that Ruanjia would resort to such unscrupulous tactics. He turned to Wang Jianni and said, "I apologize on Ruanjia's behalf. She's completely lost her mind. I will certainly have a serious talk with her later." "It's all right," Wang Jianni replied. "I understand that she loves you. Love can often drive one to madness." Upon hearing Sheng Wenyue mention divorce, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She hadn't expected misfortune to turn in her favor, bringing Sheng Wenyue closer to her. She gazed at him with alluring eyes, yet he instinctively averted his gaze. Wang Jianni feigned a pitiful and innocent demeanor, which softened Sheng Wenyue's heart. Impulsively, he grasped her wrist. Just as Wang Jianni was about to express her surprise, he declared, "I will take you to clarify this matter." Her expression changed drastically. How could she dare? She attempted to pull him back, but it was too late. Sheng Wenyue, moved by her vulnerable appearance, felt compelled to support her and seek justice for both of them. Meanwhile, their manager was preoccupied with deleting posts and failed to intervene in Sheng Wenyue's impulsive act of righteousness. The door of the makeup room swung open abruptly, and the previously bustling atmosphere turned tense, as none had anticipated their return. They had mentally prepared themselves not to partake in the filming alongside the film emperor, given how embarrassing it was to publicly reveal scandals. Oh no! Their return has left the bystanders feeling quite awkward. One could sense the discomfort in the air. as no one dared to make eye contact with Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani. Did they not intend to hide away after such a disgrace and finish their work in solitude? Even Ji Fei, along with Qin Zhao and Gao Hao, looked astonished at the two by the door. It feels as if the very air is laden with the word awkward. Are they employing the strategy of as long as I am not embarrassed? The embarrassment lies with others to tackle this situation? Indeed, few with thin skins can thrive in the entertainment industry. As Ji Fei contemplated this, she suddenly noticed Sheng Wenyue, with a grim countenance, striding toward her while gripping Wang Jiani's hand. Judging by his expression, he appeared to be suppressing his anger, which had morphed from humiliation into rage directed at Ji Fei. Miss Ji, while I could overlook you stealing Jiani's dress, is it not excessive for you to fabricate stories about my relationship with my junior? Sheng Wenyue's words came forth with a sharp glare that encompassed Gao Hao and Qin Zhao, laced with a warning. Wang Jiani paled, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, a sudden thought struck her. Such establishments would never provide surveillance footage, as it would infringe on customer privacy and tarnish their brand's reputation. Thus, the events of that day could not be substantiated, relying solely on their words. With Sheng Wenyue's unwavering trust in her, what was there to fear? Resolutely, Wang Jiani decided to gamble on the deception, adopting a visage of someone who had endured immense humiliation as she looked at Ji Fei. This revelation sparked a renewed interest among the onlookers. Could there be more to the story? Was the earlier farce merely a prelude? The intensity of the situation left Ji Fei utterly stunned. She initially merely disapproved of their petty schemes against her, believing they would choose to endure in silence due to their own guilt. To her astonishment, they confronted her directly. Indeed, she had schemed against them for Ru and Ji. Yet, am I slandering? Am I being indiscriminate? How did he conjure such notions? This is utterly absurd. I can hardly keep up with this reversal. It seems that all scoundrels believe whatever their wives say is false, while the green tea types are always deemed truthful. Just because Ru and Ji discovered my identity from the eldest sister, he hastily concluded that I conspired with her? Is this an attempt to stand up for WNGN and settle the score with me? QNZHO furrowed his brow and immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of JFI. Just as he was about to unleash his sharp tongue, he was halted by GOHO. GOHO could not allow the two to escalate their conflict, but would not permit either side to dominate the other. Thus he smiled and said, Mr. SHing, this is all a misunderstanding. JFI was referring to someone else. Why take it personally? Mr. SHing WNYU's agent had also arrived. In truth, a wise approach would have been to manage the situation calmly, but SHing WNYU had already acted impulsively, leaving no choice but to see it through. Otherwise, the esteemed actor's reputation would be at stake, leaving him a subject of ridicule. Everyone was well aware of whom JFI was speaking. We neither seek trouble nor fear it. In the future, we shall still work together on this program, so it is best to clarify this misunderstanding now. We trust that JFI has encountered unsavory individuals and may have been exploited. If she is willing to sincerely apologize, we shall not pursue this matter further. Goodness. This agent and SHing WNYU together could hardly muster a complete brain. They genuinely believed WNGN's words. As the two agents squared off, the atmosphere grew tense, prompting other staff members to seek out the director and producer. Yet, the onlookers from various groups were buzzing with excitement, eager to witness the spectacle and cheer for a confrontation. Oh, you want our people to apologize? QNZHO retorted coldly. The faces of SHing WNYU and his companions shifted. This was likely an unreasonable demand. I firmly believe our JFI has done nothing wrong. GOHO's expression also darkened. Though he had initially been anxious about the trouble JFI had stirred, he trusted that she had spoken no falsehoods.
Now,
it seemed that SHing WNYU and his entourage were attempting to deny accountability and retaliate against JFI, which was unacceptable. Were they attempting to shield her? SHing WNYU's expression was now fully enraged. Just as QNZHO and GOHO were about to speak, JFI interjected. I didn't quite understand. Mr. SHing, did you just accuse me of slandering? JFI suddenly wore an innocent expression.
did you not?
SHing WNYU shot back, his gaze icy. JFI opened her mouth, feigning confusion as she asked, So, you are not married? Or are you single? SHing WNYU was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by such an unexpected inquiry. JFI smirked slightly and continued, So, you did not stop your wife's card due to W-ing L-osh, but instead provided your supplementary card for W-ing L-osh's use?
SHN gave newest pupils contracted.
Or perhaps you intentionally ignored your wife's calls, unable to be reached even by your assistant. Yet you responded to W-ing L-osh's messages almost instantly? SHing W-nyu's face gradually flushed crimson. Did your wife and teacher Wang not meet that day at all? As Sheng Wenyue recalled that slap, he found himself struggling to breathe. Ji Fei, distressed, implored, Teacher Sheng, where have I spread falsehoods? If you wish for me to prove my innocence, let us first expose your hypocrisy. At that moment, Qin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was only the second sister who bullied others, never the other way around. Initially, the crowd remained skeptical, quietly observing, waiting for Sheng Wenyue's rebuttal. However, after a while, they noticed that the very individuals who had vehemently accused Ji Fei of slander were now rendered utterly speechless. Even the agent appeared choked, as if deprived of words. Was this not evidence that the previous inquiries held truth? They had anticipated a twist. Yet now they gazed at Sheng Wenyue in disbelief. Why would he return to humiliate himself, exuding such arrogance? Did he truly possess the audacity? Or was he merely a fool? Chapter 68. This current generation of netizens is undoubtedly the finest I have ever encountered. Sheng Wenyue felt justified in certain matters. Thus, he found no merit in deceit. However, when a subject is incessantly revisited, even one who believes themselves blameless can be pierced by the scrutinizing gazes of others. I am not referring to these specifics. I speak of how, in that moment, Sheng Wenyue inexplicably lost his confidence. Ji Fei seized the opportunity, not granting him a chance to speak. Not this? So, all of this is indeed true? I wasn't entirely certain that day when I encountered your wife and teacher Wang arguing, but now. The unsaid words were all too apparent. Sheng Wenyue was utterly thrown off balance, unsure of how to respond. He could only mutter, there were reasons for that. She made a mistake hence. What mistake did she make? Wang Jiani felt anxious, fearing Sheng Wenyue might reveal everything, for she too harbored guilt. Such matters were treacherous. Knowing Sheng Wenyue well, she realized she needed to take matters into her own hands. Stop diverting the focus. We are discussing your slander regarding my alleged competition for a dress with someone else. This incident never occurred. Someone must have instigated you to do this, correct? Her words elicited several awkward coughs from the crowd. Wang Jiani, taken aback, turned to see only expressions of hesitation. It was as though everyone silently conveyed, no, no, no. The gossip about the original wife and the mistress fighting over a dress is not the crux of the matter. The focus, regardless of any hidden motives, was that the esteemed Sheng had indeed committed the disgraceful act of bullying his wife to protect the mistress, then had the audacity to confront others. Were they truly untroubled by their actions? Wang Jiani felt as though she had been humiliated. Her entire body trembled. Even Sheng Wenyue sensed the disdain of the onlookers.
Yet,
he could not fathom why. He had done nothing wrong. Before they could react, Ji Fei feigned indignation, furrowing her brow. What? You claim nothing happened, yet assert that someone instigated me? Who? The original wife? Has she admitted to orchestrating my plot against you? The agent, sensing the precarious situation, quickly responded, yes. She acknowledged knowing you. I am an artist, and I happen to share a program with her husband. Is it unusual for her to know me?
Yifei incredulously inquired.
Did she ever admit to instigating me? Her words rendered the three speechless. Who would dare to acknowledge such a thing? Wang Jiani immediately interjected. Ji Fei scoffed, turning her gaze toward Wang Jiani. You certainly have a knack for spinning lies. Teacher Sheng, I am not lying. Do you believe me, or do you believe her? Ji Fei's sudden outburst left everyone momentarily stunned. Wang Jiani paused, almost bursting into laughter as she regained her composure. Sheng Wenyue, too, was jolted back to reality, looking at Ji Fei in disbelief, as if to say, do you expect me to trust my junior sister over you? Am I even well acquainted with you? The crowd murmured. Ji Fei, regardless of the truth, what grounds do we have to believe you based on mere relations? This rebuttal is hardly clever. Quickly, change your strategy. Don't squander your brilliance. Surprisingly, Ji Fei next expressed her annoyance. Indeed, I should not have asked. Teacher Sheng doesn't even trust his own wife. How could he possibly trust a stranger like me? Her words instantly froze Sheng Wenyue's expression. The crowd was taken aback. Oh? Wang Jiani truly excels. With just a few words, she earns Teacher Sheng's unwavering trust, needing no evidence, unlike me, who would have to provide proof to demonstrate my innocence. One's worth is indeed relative. Wang Jiani wanted to say something but found herself at a loss for words, her complexion gradually paling. The crowd sighed. I too feel wronged. After all, Teacher Sheng's wife was wronged without even a chance to present evidence. It's all too easy to be accused of bullying Teacher Wang. Which oddly brings me some comfort. The agent stood in stunned silence. The crowd exclaimed, "Wow. Incredible." This wave of irony is a resounding victory. The temperature in the makeup room began to rise, causing some individuals to feel anxious and embarrassed. However, Wang Jiani had her own survival tactics. Suddenly, she began to weep, her eyes glistening with tears. I understand now. You are targeting me out of loyalty to your sister-in-law. But I assure you, my brother and I are innocent. She has truly wronged us. What must I do for you to believe us? Must I die? Her words startled everyone, as they were merely expecting gossip. Not to encounter such a serious matter. Sheng Wenyue immediately snapped to attention. Wang Jiani had previously struggled with self-harm and had only recently recovered. If she were not wronged, why would such impulses resurface? Enough. You defend Ruan Jia so fervently, yet claim not to know her. Sheng Wenyue completely disregarded the previous doubts and fervently defended Wang Jiani. I have already warned Ruan Jia. If she continues to fabricate tales against Jiani, do not blame me for prioritizing reason over kinship. Defending reason over kinship? No, my friend. Do you even know how to write those words? I've never encountered someone so utterly blinded to right and wrong. And yet, he believes himself justified. Qin Chao, upon hearing Ji Fei's heartfelt words, grasped the entirety of the truth and was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, Teacher Sheng, aren't you contradicting yourself? This remark, laced with unintentional irony, prompted the crowd to cough in unison, secretly giving Qin Chao a thumbs up. Uncertain whether it was for the sake of his own dignity or a desperate attempt to validate his righteousness, Sheng Wenyue boldly declared, You have no idea what my wife has done to Wang Jiani. She is plagued by suspicion and distrust, constantly scheming against Jiani. Jiani has never shown her anything but respect, yet she relentlessly pursues her. Although he had wished to keep family matters private and was willing to grant Ruan Jia a chance for redemption, he could not allow Wang Jiani to suffer any longer. For she was innocent. Ji Fei, regardless of what she has told you, I will pursue the matter of these rumors to the very end. Ji Fei was taken aback by Sheng Wenyue's unwavering belief in Wang Jiani, realizing that the bond of childhood friendship could not compete with the sudden upheaval of their circumstances. Disgust washed over her, and she contemplated the option of reporting the incident to the authorities. Although such establishments typically refrained from providing video evidence to protect their reputation, a police report could still initiate the necessary procedures. In moments of crisis, one must trust in the law. Just then, the makeup room, buzzing with anticipation, erupted as various mobile devices began to vibrate and ring. Initially, the crowd ignored the commotion, but the escalating noise piqued their curiosity, prompting several furtive glances. In an instant, their pupils dilated in shock. Simultaneously, Sheng Wenyue's and his manager's phones erupted with notifications. While Sheng Wenyue could disregard the alerts, his manager had to take notice. Upon glancing at his phone, his face drained of color, and he swallowed hard, trembling as he looked towards Wang Jiani. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenyue continued to defend Wang Jiani, casting a stern warning glance at Ji Fei, hoping she would recognize the gravity of the situation and cease her complicity. However, he was taken aback to find Ji Fei wearing an expression of blankness, quickly morphing into a peculiar yet exhilarated smile. Gao Hao, puzzled, retrieved his incessantly vibrating phone. Though Qin Chao had ignored his device, he could hear Ji Fei's inner thoughts resonating in the atmosphere. It seems even the heavens can no longer tolerate this. Indeed, the power of netizens in unearthing gossip is a force that no capital can withstand. Due to the earlier prank, the leaked gossip ignited a frenzy among online users, leading them to discover a hidden video from the establishment at that time. It turned out that an employee, noticing other patrons present, had boldly captured clandestine footage, knowing that any investigation would struggle to identify the source. This employee had habitually shared peculiar encounters online, and although the video did not reveal any faces, the narrative echoed the stories disseminated by marketing accounts, with numerous details corroborating the identities involved, swiftly transforming into irrefutable evidence. The despicable facade of the mistress bullying the rightful partner became vividly apparent, sending fans into a state of panic. Furthermore, the marriage certificate of Ruan Jia and Sheng Wenyue was unexpectedly leaked, revealing their history from childhood to adulthood. A tale of innocent friendship now laid bare for all to see. Even photographs of Wang Jia basking in the sun at a hospital surfaced, prompting speculation about her grave condition. Fans were left reeling as the online discourse rapidly shifted, and by the time they comprehended the unfolding drama, they were besieged by outraged keyboard warriors. The revelations of clandestine marriage, infidelity, and the mistress's bullying of a sickly spouse ignited public outrage, shattering the illusion surrounding the acclaimed actor. Laughter erupted amidst the chaos. This cohort of netizens truly stands out as the finest I have ever encountered. I must keep a close watch on Sheng Wenyue. I am eager to see how resolutely he'll defend his fortuitous rise upon viewing the video. Without waiting for the agent to pull Sheng Wenyue away, the producer and director, having shed their initial reticence, hurried over in search of answers. For this is a grave incident. Chapter 69. At this moment, it is imperative to strike while the iron is hot. Mr. Sheng, Ms. Wang, you must provide us with an explanation, the producer exclaimed anxiously. Both Sheng Wenyue, who was poised to confront Ji Fei, and the seemingly fragile Wang Jiani were momentarily taken aback, as if they had just realized the atmosphere in the dressing room had become charged with tension. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, glancing at their phones one moment and casting strange looks at the duo the next. Among the gazes, some seemed hesitant to speak. Others concealed mockery, while some bore blatant disrespect and schadenfreude. What has happened online? Though aware that Ji Fei had stirred up trouble that had spread beyond their control, they had expected it to be dismissed by their fans due to a lack of evidence. What is going on? Sheng Wenyue inquired. The agent, pulling his gaze from the screen in shock, was about to show Sheng Wenyue the video on his phone, but his hands trembled involuntarily, realizing that the deceitful party in this entire affair was none other than Wang Jiani herself. Before he could act, the projection in the dressing room, typically unused, suddenly flickered to life. Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani, perplexed, heard an unexpected voice. Is it really that expensive? Can Sister Wan afford it? The familiar voice and mentioned name caused Sheng Wenyue to turn sharply. On the large gray-white screen, only the silhouettes of two women from the neck down were visible, standing face to face. One of them, looking resplendent, was dressed similarly to what Wang Jiani had worn when she sent out her photos holding her skirt that day. The other woman, who was presumably Wang Jia, was so slender that her clothing appeared oversized, making it difficult for Sheng Wenyue to recognize her figure or outfit. He could only discern her identity through the black card and the voice emanating from the speakers. Listening to Wang Jia's flustered tone and observing her anxious gestures as she struggled to make a phone call, Wang Jiani ultimately produced her supplementary card along with a hefty slap. No. Wang Jiani finally lost control, her mind blanking as she forgot to maintain her calm and pitiable demeanor, shouting, "Turn it off. Who did this? Turn it off." Qin Chao, observing Wang Jiani's antics akin to a circus performer, quietly pocketed his phone. Just moments earlier, when Ji Fei had casually remarked if only public execution were possible, Qin Chao had been inspired to employ this very tactic. After all, Wang Jiani had engaged in despicable acts while stubbornly attempting to deny her role in tarnishing Ji Fei's reputation, and the Qin family was fiercely protective of their own. Unable to endure Wang Jiani's commotion, someone remarked, "Oh dear, Ms. Wang, your panic is futile. This video has already gone viral, and everyone has seen it." The word struck Wang Jiani like a thunderbolt, causing her legs to buckle and her body to collapse onto the floor. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenyue appeared to be in a daze, staring blankly at the video as it continued to play. Ji Fei, unexpectedly finding herself witnessing a public execution, nearly burst into laughter. At this moment, it was imperative to strike while the iron was hot. Approaching Wang Jiani, I remarked, "Teacher Wang, must one still prove their innocence through death?" Wang Jiani's expression stiffened, her face contorted with rage as she glared at Ji Fei. Ji Fei, with a blink of her eyes, sighed dramatically, "I must say, one cannot deny the prowess of a trained actor. Indeed, participating in this program has proven to be quite enlightening." Wang Jiani's countenance twisted further, radiating a spectrum of emotions. The onlookers stifled their laughter, recalling Wang Jiani's previous breakdown, which had startled them. Indeed, the skills of a trained performer are undeniably professional. Who among us truly understands? It was unexpected that even before the filming commenced, an acting lesson unfolded. Ji Fei turned to Sheng Wenyue with a smile. "Furthermore, there's another matter, catching a thief red-handed, and exposing a betrayal. You cannot escape this. Is this what Teacher Sheng meant?" Sheng Wenyue's gaze shifted mechanically towards her. As Ji Fei mimicked his earlier words with a bold declaration, "Jiani has never shown me disrespect. The color drained from Sheng Wenyue's face inch by inch. Just then, a video played, revealing Wang Jia passing by two silhouettes. Ji Fei pointed to one, declaring, "That's me. See, your wife hasn't uttered a single word to me. Therefore." Sheng Wenyue staggered. It became clear they did not know each other, and thus there had been no instigation or manipulation, merely a series of coincidences. Ji Fei smiled brightly and asserted, "Thus, I shall pursue the truth regarding these slanders, unless you sincerely apologize." Ji Fei effectively returned all the grievances that Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani had hurled at her. She concluded with a confident remark, "I trust that the discerning teacher, Sheng, will stand for justice rather than kinship." At this, the crowd could no longer suppress their laughter. It was not a lack of decorum. They simply could not contain themselves. Their manager turned pale. The arrogance they had displayed upon arrival now replaced by trembling hands and a quaking heart, eager to intervene. "Teacher Ji, it's all a misunderstanding. We can resolve this amicably." Gao Hao raised his voice. "No. We require your apology. Had it not been for the sudden online uproar, our teacher Ji would have faced unjust accusations." The manager hurriedly nudged Sheng Wenyue. However, Sheng Wenyue's expression had cracked, leaving him oblivious to the jeers around him. He looked down at Wang Jiani in disbelief, this time not offering her comfort, but trembling as he demanded, "What is happening? Have you deceived me?" Wang Jiani could no longer summon the courage to meet his gaze. The evidence was overwhelming, and she could only sob helplessly. "Tell me, why did you lie?" Sheng Wenyue suddenly erupted in anger. Though it remained unclear whether his ire stemmed from realizing he had wronged his wife or from the shame of defending someone who had deceived him. "No, senior brother. It's not that I didn't want to." Wang Jiani, sensing her retreat was cut off, suddenly broke down in tears, appearing utterly defeated. Her assistant and other staff members awkwardly rushed after her, while Sheng Wenyue remained rooted in place, trembling with fury yet engulfed in confusion. Seemingly unable to grasp the reality of the situation, the agent was in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. The trending topic on Weibo had collapsed due to the explosive scandal surrounding the film emperor's family, prompting countless netizens to migrate to short video platforms. Within half an hour, the news had proliferated, and even the ever-ready public relations team, transformed into a monstrous entity, could not intercept the deluge. He understood that this was the gravest crisis in Sheng Wenyue's career. The situation extended beyond mere video controversy. It had escalated into a matter of personal integrity and ethics. The director and producer were watching keenly, awaiting a resolution from them. The youth rejuvenation duo could be considered the primary source of traffic for the program My Acting Cut. Should a scandal arise, it could indeed lead to a temporary explosion of viewership, yet it would also ensnare the production team in a web of disgrace. Given that they were ostensibly supporting the film emperor's resurgence, online, accusations were already being hurled at them for enabling the third party. Thus, the director and producer were in a state of urgency, compelled to devise immediate countermeasures. The chapter titled "Is Such Refined Criticism Indicative of Hidden Troubles?" depicted the agent's awareness of the dire consequences should the situation be mishandled. He was eager to drag the disheartened Sheng Wenyue back to address the issue. However, before they could take a step, the sound of Gao Hao's cough echoed, seemingly a reminder of something important. The agent felt a pang of frustration, yet dared not offend other parties any further. "I apologize. We failed to conduct a thorough investigation and owe an apology to Teacher Ji." At this moment, the agent exhibited a level of professionalism, displaying both humility and adaptability. Nevertheless, the other party was unyielding, providing no response. The agent had no choice but to tug at Sheng Wenyue, who gradually regained his composure, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. After all, he was the film emperor, his status far surpassing that of the newcomer Ji Fei. Even if a mistake had been made, Ji Fei had suffered no tangible loss. Why was she so insistent on demanding an apology? Sheng Wenyue felt a twinge of humiliation. However, his pride had already been trampled within this room. Thus, regardless of his discomfort, it hardly wielded any power. Urged on by the agent, Sheng Wenyue reluctantly spoke. "I apologize. It was my misunderstanding." It was indeed a rarity for a film emperor to bow to a newcomer, a spectacle within the industry. The other members of the crew regarded Ji Fei with newfound respect, bemused by her extraordinary yet enigmatic presence. Yet, they felt she had crossed a line. This was a moment for reconciliation, to extend an olive branch and leave room for future encounters. Why persist in demanding an apology? But, to their astonishment, the next moment revealed that their conclusions had been premature. Ji Fei sighed and proclaimed, I am indeed a magnanimous person. Although I have suffered an undeserved calamity, I will not be overly pedantic. However, you still have one individual who has yet to apologize, so I cannot grant forgiveness at this moment. The collective gasp from the crowd was palpable. The agent, director, and producer were left bewildered, pondering whose calamity this truly was. Sheng Wenyue never anticipated that Ji Fei would refuse to forgive him, leaving him momentarily stunned before being pulled away by his agent.
Consequently,
The Film Emperor's group failed to shoot their promotional video, while the other groups proceeded but were noticeably distracted, their attention diverted to the unfolding scandal online. Curiosity abounds regarding how the acclaimed actor intends to navigate this crisis. However, as night fell and each individual concluded their filming and returned home, the actor remained silent. The production team, anxious to dissociate themselves from the turmoil, claimed ignorance, stating they were awaiting the actor's response. Online, devoted fans and casual followers alike continued to seek the truth, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. While the general public and casual observers reveled in the scandalous revelations surrounding the actor and his alleged mistress, a fellow student. The timeline, from their marriage 7 years prior to their increasingly strained relationship 4 years ago, followed by the abrupt departure of Wang Jiani, has been dissected and scrutinized incessantly, with netizens relentlessly revisiting every romantic moment now viewed through a lens of discomfort. Analytical posts proliferated, and the vitriol directed at the actor grew ever more fervent, illustrating the backlash against a former star. In the Qin household, discussions over tea and meals revolved around the seismic shift in the entertainment industry triggered by Ji Fei's first day at work. Yet aside from Ji Fei, who continued to chat and browse online for gossip, others feigned engagement with their devices, instead intently listening to Ji Fei's thoughts. After all, the rumors circulating online lacked veracity, whereas Ji Fei's insights were guaranteed to be authentic and far more delectable. Half of the netizens are hurling insults. It's alarming. Is the other half's keyboard missing? Such eloquent vitriol. What secrets do they harbor?
what?
Some still believe in their innocence? Are their eyes mere blinking holes, incapable of seeing the truth? Forget it. There's no progress. Let us check on Wang Jiani's situation. Eager ears perked up. She committed suicide? Gasps ensued. Is that a ruse? A ploy to deceive Sheng Wenyue? The crowd murmured in disbelief. What an audacious claim. To suggest that she acted out of resentment for being deceived into attending that gathering. Unstable emotionally and regretting her impulsive actions. Are they placing the blame on mental health? If Sheng Wenyue buys that, he's no better than a fool. Nods of agreement rippled through the group. The reasoning felt flimsy, especially since they had heard that Wang Jiani orchestrated the very gathering in question. Moreover, given the current fabrications, would Sheng Wenyue not reconsider the authenticity of that event? Heavens, he doesn't seem to believe it. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. A glimmer of hope rekindled, only to be interrupted by Ji Fei's inner exclamation. Not even a pig would behave this way. When Sheng Wenyue expressed doubt, Wang Jiani threw caution to the wind, confessing her love for him, lamenting the past that had torn them apart, unable to restrain herself. Just as the crowd absorbed this shocking revelation, they were startled by the ensuing commotion. She actually lunged at him and kissed him. He didn't even flinch. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his senses and pushed Wang Jiani away, asserting he could not reciprocate her feelings as his heart belonged to Wang Jia. Silence. How utterly revolting. The crowd collectively gasped. Is it truly that simple? A confession, a kiss, and Sheng Wenyue decides not to hold Wang Jiani accountable for her mistreatment of Wang Jia? He simply considers it a case of irresistible passion, thus excusable? Do not cry, Wang Jiani. I will find a way to resolve the current predicament. How dare you make a call to Wang Jia in Wang Jiani's residence? Fortunately, Wang Jia did not answer. How could he think that Wang Jia was deliberately ignoring his calls? Originally feeling guilty, he now believed that the incessant busy signals were a deliberate act of petulance on her part. Brother, do you even recognize your own behavior? Have you forgotten how you often employed silent treatment towards Wang Jia by not answering her calls? Indeed. The silence of distant individuals cannot compete with the tears of those present. Although they were strangers, the Qin family was incensed upon hearing this. It is no wonder that keyboard warriors take to the internet to uphold justice. They too felt the urge to unleash their fury. Suddenly, Ji Fei was overwhelmed with anger and shock. Everyone held their breath, wondering if there was something even more outrageous. This agent is actually encouraging Sheng Wenyue to shift all the blame onto Wang Jia, then divorce her to marry Wang Jiani. claiming it would minimize harm to all and salvage the situation. Have you considered the absurdity of what you are saying? Is lack of morals inscribed on your forehead as a guiding light? The crowd murmured, uncertain of how this agent would carry out such a plan. Yet they unanimously agreed it was indeed morally reprehensible. On the balcony of Wang Jianni's apartment, the agent stated, "It's time for you to make a decision. Divorce her, and have Wang Jia issue a statement admitting her faults. Only then can you officially be with Jianni and move past this." "No way," Sheng Wenyue exclaimed. "You must be insane. She is my wife. When I mentioned divorce to Wang Jia, it was merely to frighten her into silence. I never truly intended it. If it weren't for the obstacles 4 years ago, perhaps you would have already been together. Why deceive yourself?" The agent's words caused a flicker of panic in Sheng Wenyue's eyes. "I never contemplated infidelity or doing anything to wrong Wang Jia. However, public opinion does not reflect this. The information currently circulating cannot be labeled as mere infidelity. Otherwise, both you and Wang Jianni will face ruin." Seeing that Sheng Wenyue remained obstinate, the agent continued with an irritable analysis. "Even if you allow Wang Jianni to be the villain, you and Wang Jia can maintain a fa claiming you were merely assisting a fellow apprentice, unaware of the misunderstandings that would ensue. But that alone will not vindicate you. People will accuse you of inappropriate behavior and lack of discretion." Sheng Wenyue, aggrieved and incensed, interjected, "I am innocent and blameless." Yet the agent countered, "Your endorsements and the company's stock value have already been affected. Your sense of integrity will not alter the prevailing narrative. You cannot be the one at fault. You must be the victim to preserve everything you currently possess. If you heed my advice, divorce will be the solution." "Enough. Do not speak further. I will not divorce," Sheng Wenyue declared resolutely. "Then how do you propose to resolve this?" "With that video in circulation, Wang Jianni cannot exonerate herself. If you choose to remain passive, the outcome will be akin to forcing her to bear the brunt of the blame. But are you willing to do that? Wang Jianni is a talented actress. If this path is taken, her career will be irrevocably ruined. She has already been shattered once. Are you not afraid she might attempt suicide again? Have you not repeatedly stated that you and Wang Jia owe her?" Sheng Wenyue's body stiffened, his gaze turning vacant. His lips trembled as he exclaimed, "I cannot treat Wang Jia this way. She has done nothing wrong." Yet the agent's expression shifted dramatically as he replied, "That may not necessarily be the case." Sheng Wenyue looked at the agent in shock, asking, "What do you mean?" The agent calmly analyzed, "What about those photos of her illness?" Sheng Wenyue swayed slightly, as if recalling this detail, a flash of concern crossing his mind. Could it be that she is truly unwell? "Did you not say that she feigned illness to prevent you from assisting Wang Jianni?" "Such coincidences are rare in this world," the agent continued. "Moreover, after the incident, why did she refuse to answer her phone? Isn't that indicative of guilt?" Sheng Wenyue was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he pondered. "Are you suggesting she staged those photos to stir the pot? Is it not a ploy to seek revenge on you, garner sympathy from netizens, position herself on a moral high ground, and compel you to abandon Wang Jianni, to revert to her?" The agent dismissed the notion with a scoff. Sheng Wenyue's expression shifted. Indeed, Wang Jia could not have suddenly fallen ill, yet those fabricated photos were evidently intentional. Her disregard for the bigger picture has caused us immense trouble. Wenyue, you truly ought to teach her a lesson. If she cannot assist your career, why should she impede it? The agent recognized that with Sheng Wenyue's acting prowess, he had already reached the pinnacle of his popularity. At this age, it was time to pivot, seeking broader opportunities. Thus, his envisioned blueprint was for the leading man and woman to advance together into a prosperous mid-career phase, rather than for him to remain hidden behind the scenes, constantly wary of exposure risks as a mere civilian spouse. However, Sheng Wenyue remained steadfast in his principles, preventing the realization of the agent's aspirations. Yet, the agent believed that ultimately, Sheng Wenyue would follow his heart and choose true love. Perhaps this was the turning point. Noticing Sheng Wenyue's increasingly grim demeanor, the agent urged him to call Wang Jia, but still, no one answered. The agent sought to incite action, yet Sheng Wenyue remained resolute in his silence. With a sigh, the agent suggested, to address the current situation, you might consider persuading Wang Jia to finalize the divorce paperwork. You could treat it as a fake divorce, waiting for this turmoil to pass. Afterward, whether they choose to remarry or pursue other relationships is not my concern. Sheng Wenyue visibly hesitated. The distinction between a sham divorce and a genuine one, though both factually a divorce, represented entirely different meanings in his eyes. The agent, sensing an opportunity, stated directly, "You should clarify the pros and cons with Ruanjia. I am not targeting your wife. However, if Ruanjia assumes the role of the villain, the losses would indeed be minimal. As a civilian, even if she faces backlash online, she could escape abroad for a while, and eventually, the heat would dissipate. She would suffer no real loss, which is far better than jeopardizing you, Wang Jiani, and the entire company. At worst, you could compensate her later. If she truly loves you, she would not wish to ruin you, and would certainly cooperate." Sheng Wenyue's eyes flickered, and just then, the call was connected. Sheng Wenyue felt a sudden pang of anxiety, yet instinctively inquired in the iciest tone, "Where are you? Why have you not answered the phone for so long?" "I have matters to discuss with you. We need to meet." "I am at the hospital," came the response. Sheng Wenyue was momentarily taken aback. A surge of anger coursing through him, already overwhelmed by frustration, yet Ruanjia still filled her words with deceit. "Enough! How long will this continue, Ruanjia? The incident regarding the video has indeed wronged you. That is my fault. But do you really need to stoke the flames further? I have clearly told you that I have no involvement with Jiani. I would never betray our marriage. Why must you resort to feigning illness to manipulate me?" Sheng Wenyue instinctively rebuffed her, firmly believing that Ruanjia could not possibly be ill. A silence enveloped the line, and Sheng Wenyue felt a momentary suffocation. Yet he furiously dismissed any signs of abnormality. "Forget it. I will not argue with you, nor will I dwell on your reckless sharing of photos. You are aware of the situation online. It has escalated severely. Jiani was nearly killed just now. We have devised a plan." As he spoke, Sheng Wenyue hastily outlined the pros and cons of taking the blame, but the notion of a fake divorce seemed stuck in his throat, an inexplicable anxiety rising within him. When his agent pressed him repeatedly, Ruanjia suddenly erupted. "Sheng Wenyue, did I hear you wrong? You want me to admit that I provoked the incident in the video? You want me to confess to feigning illness? You want me to apologize publicly on the internet? Have you lost your mind? You are fully aware that your wife has been wronged and bullied, yet you still choose to protect Wang Jiani and expect me to acknowledge these baseless accusations. Is this what you call not betraying our marriage? What, then, constitutes betrayal? Only after you have been with her. Does that count as betrayal to me?" At that moment, Ruanjia lay helplessly on her bed, drenched in sweat from pain, trembling with rage, her voice nearly breaking as she shouted in despair. Sheng Wenyue was momentarily stunned by her outburst. The mere mention of being with her felt like a dagger to his conscience, igniting his fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? Stop shouting, Ruanjia. You have indeed suffered in this matter, and I will make it up to you. Listen to me. Never. You want me to clarify things for her, to pave the way for your future? No way. Why does she cling to life despite her suicidal tendencies? She should just die already." Sheng Wenyue was taken aback by Ruanjia's venomous words, his anger rendering him deaf to her cries. He coldly retorted, "If you refuse to cooperate, then I will file for divorce." True to form, he believed that this threat would be enough to coerce Ruanjia, who had loved him for so many years. After uttering those words, he hung up, allowing her time for reflection. Yet, he was met with Ruanjia's chilling response, "I will never cooperate, even if it means death. Dream on. If you want a divorce, then so be it." It was Ruanjia who ended the call first. Sheng Wenyue stared at his phone, his expression darkening considerably, while the company had already pressed him to the final deadline, leaving no room for further contemplation. At the Qin family residence, the relatives listened to Ji Fei's heartfelt concerns, their anxiety palpable as they continuously refreshed their phones for trending news, questioning whether Sheng Wenyue would truly sacrifice his innocent wife. It seemed implausible that, having been childhood sweethearts and having loved each other enough to marry, he could be so blinded as to humiliate his rightful spouse for the sake of a mistress. However, when recalling the matter of the black card and the supplementary card, the Qin family felt a wave of unease. Soon, the first explosive news emerged. A health report belonging to Ruanjia was published on the homepage of the actor's studio, prominently featuring the word health in bold green letters. The public discourse erupted instantaneously. Where did this health report come from? Did they dare to fabricate even this? Qin Yan, being the most qualified to comment, noted that Ruanjia was still receiving treatment at their hospital. Ji Fei also stumbled upon this news, finding it utterly shameless. The report appeared genuine, yet time was of the essence. Qin Xian leaned closer to Ji Fei to examine her phone and quickly discern the issue. "Let me check," he said. Indeed, the report is from a year ago, but they have conveniently omitted the date, leading netizens to question the photos of her in a hospital gown. almost suggesting that Wang Jia is a self-styled fraud. Chapter 72. A deluge of slander. The public relations team of the actor was undoubtedly formidable, capable of turning black into white and blurring the lines day and night. After destabilizing the public's condemnation with a health report, they swiftly issued a statement. They first acknowledged the error of their hidden marriage, followed by a promise to reveal the entire truth during a live broadcast. They insinuated that both the actor and Wang Jiani were innocent. They intend to exploit the program's popularity, passionately enacting their lies to cleanse their image. By not clarifying now, they are also giving Wang Jia a final chance. If she complies with their other suggestions, they will not need to resort to this tactic. The Qin family was astonished. Could it truly be played this way? Wang Jia would surely come forward to prove her innocence, Qin Ma remarked in disbelief. Wang Jia had always wished to keep her illness private, frowned Qin Yan. Why don't you persuade her, eldest sister? Qin Rong urged anxiously. Feeling it appropriate as the hospital director to show concern for a patient, Qin Yan inquired about the situation. The hospital informed her that Wang Jia had seen the news online and seemed disheartened, isolating herself, leaving nurses and doctors unable to communicate with her. If Wang Jia did not step forward, no one else could act on her behalf. The next day, promotional videos for Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani were ready, reigniting the public's anticipation. The narrative had been entirely manipulated. Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani were portrayed as tragic lovers, unable to be together, while Wang Jia was depicted as the malicious original partner, unwilling to let go despite lacking love and tormenting others. Although it was not an official announcement, it sparked widespread sharing. It was not difficult to discern the marketing strategy behind it. This maneuver left the Qin family utterly stunned. Why do the heartless thrive while the devoted suffer? Qin Rong could not help but ask Ji Fei.
Yifei replied.
Because the devoted feel a stronger sense of moral obligation, leading to deeper contemplation. Those who ponder more are more prone to illness, thus imparting a lesson upon us. Everyone turned their curious gaze toward her. To expend more energy on others and less on self-reflection is the secret to longevity, Ji Fei proclaimed enigmatically. Just as Ji Fei lamented, she received a call from Gao Hao, who had just received a notice. The shooting schedule for the first day has been released. Whether it was a mere stroke of luck in the draw or a deliberate ploy by the production team, we find ourselves grouped with a film emperor, performing a piece centered on the theme of true love. They will perform first, followed by us. Although the competition structure seems to favor us, it is evident that no one will pay attention to our performance. It is clear that the production team has orchestrated this opportunity for the film emperor's group to hold a press conference. The others in their group are merely collateral damage. Thus, we must maintain a calm demeanor, opting for a conservative approach to our script, waiting for the media storm they bring to pass to avoid being swept up in it. Ji Fei mused, why did they choose our group? Is it a deliberate act of revenge?
Gao Hao scoffed.
Ji Fei pondered, true love. Huh? I have some thoughts about the script. On the day of the shoot, in the waiting area, Sheng Wenyue stared blankly at his phone, waiting for Wang Jia to contact him. He anticipated her fury upon seeing the news, but she remained silent, leaving him in a state of unease. Senior, maybe we should just let it go. It's all my fault, Wang Jiani said, appearing pitiful. At this point, there was no turning back. With the airing of the show, a divorce statement must be issued, his manager reminded him. Sheng Wenyue closed his eyes. If she wouldn't concede, then let the lawyer handle it. Wang Jiani's gaze flickered. What if Wang Jia refused to sign? Sheng Wenyue avoided her gaze, his tone stiff. I will assure her it is a fake divorce. Once I have arranged for you, I will no longer be involved in your affairs and shall remain with her forever. She should calm down then. This will serve as our recompense, Jiani. I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. Wang Jiani's eyes flashed with resentment, fearing Wang Jia's anger. What if she became so furious that she could never forgive him? That won't happen. We've been together since memory serves. She loves me deeply. Even if she is angry for a time, she will eventually forgive me. Sheng Wenyue replied, a smile gracing his lips. Did he truly believe that he had made the most resolute choice between the two, envisioning a bright future ahead? What peculiar logic was this? Ji Fei was in the waiting area, gleefully absorbing the unfolding drama, while Qin Chao and his assistant, Qin Rong, quietly eavesdropped. In the audience, Qin's parents were too far away to hear the unspoken thoughts, filled with frustration. However, the live broadcast soon commenced. After the host announced the competition format, the film emperor's group took the stage. Simultaneously, Wang Jia answered an unfamiliar call. Hello, we are Mr. Sheng's legal representatives. Is Miss Ron available? As she awaited the lawyer's arrival, Ron Jia speculated on Sheng Wenyue's intentions. Deep down, she understood that every time he mentioned divorce, it was merely a scare tactic. But what if this time it was genuine? Could she truly let go? Sheng Wenyue lingered in her mind like a toxic presence. If not extracted, it would suffocate her. Yet the process of removal was perilous. Having lost her parents, the dreams that once sustained her faith had long been forgotten. She had lived her life centered around Sheng Wenyue, and the pain of separation was something she might not endure. As if seeking self-inflicted pain to alleviate her suffering, she yearned for a resolution. In the hospital room, the television blared, and Wan Jia fixed her gaze on the live broadcast, watching as Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani entered hand in hand. A beautiful love story begins, yet Wan Jia's eyes gradually lose their sparkle. However, the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast are about to be misled. These are mere snippets of a stage play, portraying a poignant fragment of a love story fraught with helplessness. Childhood friends, entangled since youth, find their families pressuring them into marriage under the guise of a business partnership. The male protagonist, wholly devoted to his career and devoid of desires, acquiesces to this arrangement. Upon realizing the folly of marriage, he wishes to divorce. But the original partner clings tenaciously to him. The male lead, softened by years of entanglement, resorts to work as a means of distraction. Having chosen to remain in a concealed marriage, over the years, the company has flourished largely due to his commercial value. While the original partner enjoys the fruits of his labor, having received no injustice from him. 4 years ago, he finally encountered a soulmate and true love, hoping to embark on a new chapter in life. Yet, the original partner wielded her influence to drive this true love away, subjecting her to hardship abroad and destroying her career. Upon her return, the male lead merely sought to mend and care for her, never intending to betray. However, the original partner, consumed by suspicion, not only orchestrates a scandal involving alcohol but also feigns illness to deceive him, further plotting against his true love. Witnessing the situation unfold, the male lead resolves to no longer tolerate the circumstances and officially announces his intention to divorce the original partner. Fans, having investigated the recent events involving the 3 individuals, immediately grasped the meaning of the stage play. This is the truth they have been awaiting. The barrage of comments floods the screen, igniting an online uproar. In this day and age, is it truly a grave sin to divorce without love? At least the male lead has not genuinely strayed. Can they not allow my brother his freedom? He deserves the right to pursue his happiness. I contend that ever since the male lead starred with Wang Jiani 4 years ago in a role that sparked rumors, he has maintained his integrity in every project, demonstrating true love. It is indeed tragic that he is now beset by the oppressive fervor of a delusional partner. The most pitiable is Wang Jiani, who has been cast aside, targeted, and betrayed, merely having fallen for another unfortunate soul, 2 lonely hearts drawing near, while Wan Jia stubbornly clings to him, intent on tormenting the male lead. There are, however, dissenting voices among bystanders. Is there justification for a change of heart? Am I the only one who sympathizes with the original partner? What kind of logic is this, favoring the mistress? Yet, this perspective is swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of comments, creating a decidedly one-sided trend. The conclusion of the stage play sees the couple divorced, true love united, and the malicious original partner departing from their world. Until the curtain falls, the barrage of comments continues unabated, seemingly no one caring for the next performance. Meanwhile, Qin Yan watches the live stream in shock, concerned for Wan Jia's condition, and hurries to the hospital, only to find a lawyer entering. Miss Wan, he states, "We are entrusted by Mr. Sheng to present you with this divorce agreement. We hope you will sign." The lawyer, glancing at the girl in the hospital bed, falters at maintaining professional decorum, exclaiming, "That's just a script. You needn't take it seriously." Qin Yan gasps at the sight of Wan Jia, as if her soul has been extracted. At that moment, the live broadcast shakes, revealing a new group of guests. The screen suddenly darkens, as if one were plunged into obscurity. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed, "Why refrain from seeking treatment? Do you wish to punish those who have harmed you by choosing a path that leads to your own demise? If you fear not death, what is there to fear in life?" In the darkness, a beam of light illuminated Ji Fei, who lay alone upon her hospital bed, teetering on the brink of existence. "If granted a chance to start anew, what would you choose?" The spectral voice continued. "Choose what?" Ji Fei replied, still in a state of bewilderment. "Would you select health over him? Would you choose your parents alongside him? Would you favor a renowned photographer over him?" In truth, do you not possess myriad choices? As the light gradually brightened, Ji-Fei slowly sat up, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the answer. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Wang Jia stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the performance of Sheng Wenyue, who appeared visibly perturbed at the mention of a photographer. Perhaps the unusual opening had caused a brief interruption in the barrage of comments, but soon the audience drifted back to indifference. Yet in the next moment, the lights dimmed once more, only to be followed by a resounding slap that silenced the comments entirely, startling Wang Jia back to reality. You despicable scoundrel. To cheat is one thing, but to attempt to beautify your betrayal with lies, who are you to ruin my life? It seemed as though she were directing her ire at someone specific. The comments erupted anew. Chapter 73 exuded a stark contrast. The dialogue was pointedly incisive, sparking an instant uproar. Some cameras were fixed on the waiting area, capturing the grim expressions of Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani seated amidst other teams. Was this a deliberate attempt to undermine them? What connection did Qin Chao and Ji-Fei have to this matter that they seemed to attract misfortune? Did they truly fear the consequences of a public confrontation? Other teams exhibited varied expressions, reveling in the unfolding drama. After all, no one was oblivious. The Best Actor team had intentionally aligned with the top-tier group to impart a lesson regarding their earlier indiscretions. The current discourse was entirely focused on the affair surrounding Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani, and the recent performance had unveiled the truth they had vowed to disclose. The entire internet was undoubtedly engrossed in this narrative of supreme love, rendering anyone associated with the Best Actor team as mere collateral damage. Their live broadcast was originally intended to bolster their own popularity, who would willingly squander an episode merely to serve as a backdrop. Nevertheless, they also perceived the imprudence in Qin Chao and Ji-Fei's actions. When one advances a foot, one ought not to retaliate with a mile. Given the inevitability of attention being diverted, it would be wiser to refrain from provocations and accept their misfortune. Yet, in a display of bravado, they chose to launch a wave of derision at the beginning of their performance, and even if they claimed this brief segment was scripted for theatrical purposes, it would still invite backlash from online communities. Not only did they fail to attract attention, but they would also be scrutinized post-performance. It was a clear case of self-inflicted trouble. Both the guests in the waiting area and the onlookers in the audience felt a sense of embarrassment on their behalf. Interest in the subsequent performance waned. Everyone anticipated that Qin Chao and Ji-Fei would merely scratch the surface before settling into a stable routine. Curious instead about the forthcoming interactions between the two parties. Only Qin's father, mother, and Qin Rong gazed at the stage with bright eyes and barely contained smiles. At this moment, the stage's ambience shifted, reminiscent of a youthful campus drama, featuring Ji-Fei and Qin Chao as the leading characters. The two families were neighbors, having grown up together, inseparable companions throughout their childhood. In elementary school, the boy would bring breakfast to the girl daily. In middle school, he would ride his bicycle to escort her to and from school. In high school, they studied together, shared laughter and tears, and ran freely. Their carefree interactions blossoming into the tender stirrings of youthful affection. The most vital melody of their lives was, indeed, each other. One aspired to perform and ventured into the entertainment industry, while the other, clutching a camera, roamed about capturing moments, submitting them to magazines. The large screen at the back of the stage was divided into two scenes. On the left, the boy was depicted laboring diligently in his acting career, ultimately receiving accolades on stage. On the right, a montage of captivating photographs unfolded: mountains, oceans, lakes, and snowy plains, all vibrant representations of nature's allure, alongside various awards and invitations sent back from magazines. Ji-Fei's acting was somewhat unpolished, yet the story itself was undeniably captivating. Surprisingly, this was yet another tale of childhood sweethearts, albeit in the Best Actor's narrative, where the original partner was portrayed as obsessively entangled with the leading man. While in the popular star's storyline, it was a genuine depiction of childhood friends, with neither party ensnaring the other, both flourishing independently. This contrasting narrative direction presented an intriguing juxtaposition. The audience sensed the tantalizing intrigue, sitting on the edge of their seats, incredulous at the stubbornness of Ji-Fei and Qin Chao, underestimating their resolve. Were they truly determined to delve into controversy for the sake of attention? The atmosphere was electric, as it seemed an altercation was imminent. Online commentary erupted, initially devoid of anticipation for the performance, as viewers began to organize their critiques against Qin Chao and Ji-Fei, only to be informed that this was merely the beginning. It felt as though acid was being poured into the eyes of their fans. The show's production team was taken aback. This was not the script they had submitted, nor was this the rehearsal they had conducted.
Suddenly,
Witnessing their own guests dismantling the narrative they had prepared, they scrambled to salvage the situation, only to discover that the live data from backstage had surpassed that of the Best Actor group and was continuously rising. The production team was astounded. How many bystanders had tuned in? Indeed, it seemed that everyone was drawn to the spectacle. Quick-witted netizens began to search online, pondering the intentional inclusion of a photographer in the storyline, suspecting it was not mere coincidence. A search quickly revealed the first piece of undeniable evidence in the feud between the Best Actor group and the popular star group. The truth spread rapidly among those who uncovered it. Who could have imagined that the Best Actor's original partner had indeed once been a photographer? With her works readily available for discovery, those very photographs displayed on the large stage screen. Typically, stage dramas weave fictional narratives, and no one anticipated the popular star group to be so audacious, directly employing the works of the original partner, even utilizing authentic award information. Moreover, astute observers noted that the upload dates of those photographs were 7 years prior, indicating that after Won Jia married Sheng Wenyue, she had ceased to create. Conversely, the Best Actor group's performance failed to mention that the original partner was capable of producing such remarkable photographs. Instead, it solely focused on her obsessive fixation on the Best Actor, portraying her as a woman devoid of her own identity, a mindless devotee, utterly lacking in charm, resembling a deranged lover. This comparison sent a jolt through the hearts of those who came across the photograph. Adhering to the principle that such a significant discrepancy could not be overlooked by a single individual, it began to circulate rapidly. In the hospital room, Won Jia's gaze was not fixated on the performance stage, but rather on the large screen, where the images shone like countless fragmented lights piercing her eyes, gradually illuminating them. Suddenly, her phone lit up, revealing a message from an unknown sender who had witnessed the live broadcast. She merely noted that the lock screen wallpaper bore the image of Sheng Wenyue. Initially, her wallpaper had depicted the aurora she had captured after a month of waiting within the Arctic Circle, the most satisfying photograph she had ever taken. She had once been filled with such fervor. What had become of her? How had she transformed into this version of herself? Won Jia felt a sudden rigidity envelop her, as if her heart might split apart. Echoes of the recent lines reverberated in her mind. The renowned overseas photographer, or him. Whom do you choose? At that moment, both Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani trembled. Wang Jiani was incensed by Ji Fei and Qin Chao. But Sheng Wenyue felt as though he had been struck in the chest with a heavy hammer, a dull ache surging within him. Though the performance bore an element of exaggeration, it undeniably depicted his past with Wang Jia, particularly those photographs. He recognized them, albeit not entirely, yet they were undoubtedly hers. Following the initial pain came a sense of disorientation. He suspected that Wang Jia's steadfastness was a fade, that she had indeed been waiting here, likely in cahoots with Qin Chao and Ji Fei. Otherwise, this stage production would not exist. It seemed she truly intended to exact revenge upon him and Wang Jiani, despite his hopes of being with her and indulging her whims by avoiding Wang Jiani. Yet, she appeared so confused. Was she intent on ruining his relationship with Wang Jiani? For the first time, Sheng Wenyue found it difficult to accept that the woman he loved so deeply would direct her ire at him. He began to doubt himself repeatedly. Perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation. Maybe it was Ji Fei and Qin Chao who were deliberately targeting them, resulting in this uncanny overlap of events. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstance, public opinion remained in the hands of those with larger followings. The consensus would likely suggest that Ji Fei and Qin Chao were orchestrating a narrative to tarnish his and Wang Jiani's reputations. Chapter 74. The Most Treacherous of Hearts. The stage performance continued, with supporting actors entering to portray the elders of both families, joyously applauding from the sidelines. The male lead knelt on one knee, declaring, "Marry me, be my wife." The female lead, taken aback, responded, "But isn't it more beneficial for our careers to marry later?" The male lead countered, "Regardless, you are destined to be mine in this lifetime. It matters not when, and we could even marry in secret, though it may be a hardship for you." The female lead hesitated momentarily, yet the joy of both families and the sincerity of the male lead ultimately swayed her, and she nodded in agreement. However, in an instant, the images on the large screen behind them shifted to shattered black and white visuals, continuously shrinking and ascending, while new images emerged below, resembling various data graphs like those of a company's stock. Meanwhile, the The male lead began performing on one side of the stage, surrounded by a group, while the female lead sat in an office, handling phone calls and documents, evoking the impression of a couple diligently managing their careers together. Yet the performances of the two came to an abrupt halt, as all light dimmed and converged solely upon Ji-Fei. She transcended her original identity, stepping forth to deliver a resounding slap to Qin Chao in the darkness, as if her future self had returned to confront the scoundrel. Your proposal stems not from love, but from the fear that I might pursue my dream of photography, wandering the globe and never returning. You fear you cannot retain me. You have clipped my wings, compelling me to depend upon you and become your dutiful consort. I was foolish to believe that true love necessitates sacrifice, compromise, and concession. But how dare you abandon me after I sacrificed my dreams for your career? Where is your conscience? Has it been devoured by a dog? Ji-Fei shouted in a voice hoarse from the intensity of her accusations. Although the performance remained awkward, the audience was utterly engrossed. It became irrelevant to discern truth from falsehood. Everyone was eager to engage in speculation. Thus, it is conceivable that it was not the parents pressuring for marriage, nor the film emperor dismissively treating his marriage, but rather he who proposed, seeking the other to sacrifice their own aspirations for him. He never intended divorce, and the partner, instead of entangling him, dedicated themselves wholly to his support. What kind of entitlement is this? What debts remain unpaid? The imbalance is egregious. If the top-tier performers present the truth, then the film emperor's so-called clarifying statement is utterly repugnant, a blatant distortion of facts and a slanderous fabrication. Is it true that the most venomous betrayals come from those closest? While one sacrifices everything for him, he turns against them for the sake of a mistress. The audience was left in sheer astonishment, and even the online commentary twisted in tone. Half of the remarks were filled with vitriol, while the other half brimmed with questions and speculation. Evidence began to scatter across social media platforms. In the hospital room, Wanjia listened to Ji-Fei's final monologue, awakening as if from a deep slumber, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, she was on the verge of departure at that moment, hesitating because they had genuinely loved each other. But why was she the one to sacrifice first? If Sheng Wenyue truly loved her, shouldn't he, just as she supported him, wish to support her in pursuing her dreams? Yet, Sheng Wenyue had never uttered a word about her aspirations, completely neglecting that her dreams were her vocation as well. People often say that some matters should not be scrutinized too meticulously, like a cold mathematical problem, for once one begins to weigh the scales from both ends, life becomes unmanageable. However, when one becomes numb to another's sacrifices, failing to express gratitude, and allowing it to be taken for granted, that person no longer merits your sacrifices. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Sheng Wenyue seemed to be struck by countless invisible slaps. When the stark contrast between the two became evident before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to rise, losing his composure and indignation. At that moment, he gradually overlooked the anger of his truth being unveiled. He merely wished to refute the claims, believing he did not harbor the thoughts Ji-Fei attributed to him. Surely, in love, one must yield at times. How else could one become a couple? He adored acting. All he desired was to perform, and he felt trapped. Qin's parents observed the audience around them beginning to murmur, some glancing simultaneously at the live feed from the waiting area, where the cameraman rebelliously directed the lens squarely at Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani. The expressions of the two individuals were meticulously scrutinized by the audience, leaving one to ponder whether their unease stemmed from the exposure of a hidden truth or the indignation of being wronged. On stage, a specially invited female guest ascended to assist in the performance, prompting a collective intake of breath from the crowd. Even the barrage of comments momentarily halted, as it dawned upon everyone who she was destined to portray. Tension filled the air as all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. In the background, various teams gathered, indulging in the spectacle. Qin Rong's face flushed with excitement as she observed the scene, but her gaze shifted to Gao Hao, who appeared utterly despondent. She turned to her companion, Xiao Tao, with a hint of concern. Is everything all right, Gao Ge? Xiao Tao glanced over, aware that the script intended for Ji-Fei and Qin Zhao concealed certain truths from Gao Ge, and she felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Gao Ge had hoped to lure more staff to the studio. In this chaotic environment, who would dare to take on such a troublesome artist? A sigh escaped her lips. Some individuals may appear serene, yet they have long departed. Nearby, the female manager of a popular historical drama actor shot a glance at Gao Hao, unable to restrain her sarcasm. Is your artist performing so well that he's throwing caution to the wind? Just then, Sheng Wenyue's manager rushed to Gao Hao, visibly agitated. What on earth are you planning? Stop this immediately. The third party is about to make their entrance. Are you intending to reveal everything? Gao Hao snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. Though he yearned to reprimand the two performers, he knew he must preserve the dignity of his own team. It's all just acting, isn't it? You may be ruthless and disregard the law, while we may be shameless and lacking in decorum. The difference is negligible. His words, which even he found self-deprecating, rendered his counterpart momentarily speechless. Others around him discreetly offered thumbs up in admiration. This audacious maneuver was nothing short of explosive within the entertainment industry, leaving directors and producers nearly trembling in disbelief, while the comments flooded in with frenzied enthusiasm. Gao Hao, unyielding and undeterred, remarked, "We are fortunate to have been selected, and to have received such rich material. Our heartfelt thanks go to Teacher Sheng and Teacher Wang for this abundance of opportunity, especially to you, esteemed predecessor, who deserves the highest accolades." Had he not been supported, the manager might have swooned, yet he lacked the luxury of fainting, as a more sensational performance was about to commence. Suddenly, a distinctive second female lead emerged from the male side, engaging in a flirtatious exchange with her counterpart. Meanwhile, the female character remained obliviously engrossed in her work, her back turned to the unfolding drama. Although the male and female leads occasionally converged, their shared interests gradually dissipated. The male spoke of romantic ideals and the realm of art, while the female discussed stock management and human resources. Why do I sense a whiff of commercialism about you? Upon uttering this, the male turned to rejoin the filming, delightfully engrossed in conversation with the second female lead, complimenting her. You possess a remarkable artistic essence. You are truly gifted. The second female lead giggled. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, the female character remained preoccupied with her tasks, seemingly oblivious to the developments around her. Suddenly, four elderly figures appeared before the second female lead. The male continued his performance, seemingly unaware of any anomalies, while the second female lead exited the stage. Subsequently, he noticed her absence, momentarily lost in thought, yet he exhibited no discernible reaction. The young woman diligently continued her work. Yet as the mountain of documents on her desk grew increasingly insurmountable, she found herself overwhelmed. Eventually, a number of individuals came forward to share her burden, and gradually, she receded from the spotlight. The grand display of the company on the screen transformed into her parents' hospital room. The next time she appeared, it was in that very hospital, tending to her ailing parents. Following their departure, the secondary female character reemerged, collapsing into the arms of the male lead in tears, both casting furious glares towards the young woman. At that moment, the lighting shifted once more, and Jifei stepped forward from her previous position, delivering a resounding slap. How heartless and ungrateful. What do you mean by a lack of common topics? It is you who refuse to engage with me. I could be an artist. Yet you insist on filling my life with the stench of materialism. How dare you disdain my authenticity while justifying your betrayal? If you lack the resolve to govern your own heart, do not enter the sanctity of marriage and bring ruin to others. Another slap. To claim that I used my influence to drive her away, at that time, I did not even know her. She continually clamors that I owe her something. What nonsense. She was part of our company, fully aware that you were married, yet she dared to seduce a married man and still feels justified? Can an immoral love truly be called genuine? Soulmates? Your souls are undeniably stained. With that, she swung again, delivering another resounding slap.
And you?
You are truly remarkable. Even a master swordsmith would admire your audacity. Was it not others who forced you to leave? The elders recognized your intent to disrupt a family. Aspiring to be a mistress, they were merely defending their own home. They offered you choices, yet you chose to go abroad in pursuit of better opportunities. If you were truly coerced, would you not have severed ties with that wretched man? Have you ever considered doing so? Another slap followed. Your resources abroad were so plentiful, yet you could not thrive on your own, and upon your return, you dragged that wretched man to blame me? What is it? Am I to blame for not clearing a space for you, the mistress, or for failing to safeguard your path to stardom in the foreign entertainment industry? Until now, I have been utterly oblivious to how I have wronged you, needing your husband to compensate for your soul's true love. The live stream stuttered, the Weibo servers crashed, and the audience erupted in chaos, all eyes drawn to the two at the center. Those 4 slaps seemed to have truly struck their faces, leaving them flushed with a mix of shame and anger, their bodies swaying, their pupils trembling.